Chapter 1. The Climb. You know, there's really no need for all this violence. It was common knowledge in Zilvarin City that to lie to a guardian meant death. I knew this in a first-hand, painful way that most other Zilvarins did not. Almost a year ago to the day, I'd watched one of the Queen's men clad in beaten golden armor gut my neighbor for lying about his age. And before that, and far worse, I'd stood silently in the street while my mother's throat had been split wide open, spilling jets of hot peasant blood into the sun-baked sand. As the handsome guardian's hand closed around my neck now, his beautifully engraved gauntlet reflecting the glare of the twin suns overhead like a golden mirror, it was a miracle I didn't crack open and yield my secrets like a piece of overripe fruit. His metal-tipped fingers gouged deeper into the hollow of my throat.
Name, age, ward. Spit it out. Low-tier citizens aren't permitted in the hub.
He snarled. Like most cities, Zilvarin, the great and shining banner of the north, was fashioned after the shape of a wheel. Around the city's outer limits, the different spokes, walls designed to keep people contained in their wards, towered 50 meters high above the shantytowns and overflowing sewers. The guardian gave me an impatient shake.
Answer quick, girl, or I'll have you dispatched to the 5th gate of hell directly.
I groped loosely at his gauntlet, nowhere near strong enough to break his grip, and smirked, rolling my eyes up toward the bone-white sky. How am I supposed to tell you anything if I can't fucking breathe? The guardian's dark eyes simmered with rage. If anything, the pressure he applied to my windpipe intensified.
You have any idea how hot it is in the palace cells during reckoning, thief? No water? No clean air? The reek of rotting corpses is enough to make the High Executioner vomit. You'll be dead within 3 hours. Mark my words.
The palace cells were a sobering thought. I'd been caught stealing once before and had been sent down there for a grand total of 8 minutes. 8 minutes had been enough. During reckoning, when the suns, Baelia and Min were at their closest and the afternoon air shivered with heat, being trapped below ground in the festering sore that passed as a prison beneath the immortal Queen's palace would not be fun. And besides, I was badly needed above ground. If I didn't make it back to the forge before dusk, the deal I'd spent hours brokering last night would fall through. No deal meant no water. No water meant the people I cared about would suffer. Much as it irked me, I submitted. Lissa Fossick, 24, single. I winked at him and the bastard squeezed harder. Dark hair and blue eyes weren't common in the Silver City. He would remember me. The age I'd given him was real, as was my pathetic romantic status. But the name I provided wasn't. My real name? No way I was handing that over without a fight. This bastard would shit himself if he realized he had the Saris Fane in his grasp.
Ward,
the guardian demanded. Gods alive, so insistent. He was about to wish he'd never asked. The third.
The third?
The guardian shoved me down onto the blistering sand, and superheated particles scorched the back of my throat as I accidentally breathed them in. I sucked my next breath in through the sleeve of my shirt, but filtering out the sand that way only did so much. A couple of grains always worked their way through the fabric. The guardian staggered back.
Residents of 3rd Ward are quarantined. Punishment for leaving the ward is...
There was no punishment for leaving the 3rd. No one had ever done it before. Those unlucky enough to find themselves scraping out a living in the dirty back alleys and stinking side streets of my home usually died before they could even think about escape. Standing over me, the guardian's anger shifted into something closer to fear. It was then that I noticed the small plague bag hanging from his belt and realized that he, like thousands of others in Zilvarin, was a believer. With a panicked lurch, he raised his foot and brought the sole of his boot crashing down onto my side. Pain stole my breath as he brought up his boot to kick me again. This was far from my first beating. I could take a shit-kicking as well as the next downtrodden scammer, but I didn't have time to accommodate Madra's fanatical followers this afternoon. I had somewhere to be, and I was running out of time. With a quick twist and a forward lunge, I grabbed the guardian just below his knee, one of the only places he was unprotected by his heavy golden armor. The tears came in quick and hot. Believable. I gave a solid performance, but then again, I'd had a lot of practice. Please, brother, don't send me back there. I'll die if you do. My whole family has the rattles. I coughed for effect, a dry hack that sounded nothing like the wet, congested cough of the almost dead. But the guardian had probably never even seen someone with the rattles before. He stared down at the point where my hand closed around the material of his pants, mouth gaping open in horror. A second later, the tip of his sword punctured my shirt right between my breasts. A little weight on the hilt of his weapon, and I'd be just another dead thief bleeding out on the streets of Zulvarin. I figured he'd do it, but then I watched as he processed the situation and realized what he'd have to do next if he killed me. The dead were left to rot in the streets of the other wards, but things were different in the tree-lined, leafy walkways of the hub. Zulvarin's well-heeled elite might not have been able to keep the sands born on the hot westerly winds out, but they wouldn't tolerate a diseased plague rat rudely decaying on one of their streets. If this guardian killed me, he'd have to dispose of my body right away, and from the look on his face, the hazardous task was one he didn't wish to undertake. See, if I was from the Third, then I was far more dangerous than any normal, run-of-the-mill, everyday pickpocket. No, I was contagious. The guardian ripped the gauntlet and glove from his hand, the hand he'd used to half-choke me, and dropped them to the sand. The burnished metal released a sustained hum as it hit the ground. It sang in my ears. And just like that, all of my plans went up in smoke. I'd been caught lifting a tiny scrap of twisted iron from a market stall. I'd weighed the odds and considered the risk worth it, knowing the small ingot would earn me a tidy profit. But this... so much precious metal tossed to the ground like it meant nothing? This I couldn't resist. I moved with a speed the Guardian wasn't expecting. In a lithe, explosive maneuver, I sprawled forward and grabbed the gauntlet, targeting the larger of the two pieces of metal. The glove was stunning, skillfully made by a true master. The tiny circlets of gold looped together to form a chainmail was notoriously impenetrable by blade or magic. But the weight of the gauntlet, the solid amount of gold that comprised the piece of armor, it was unimaginable that I'd ever hold that amount of gold in my hands again.
Stop!
The Guardian lunged for me, but too late. I'd already snatched up the gauntlet. I'd already shoved it over my hand and jammed it onto my wrist. I was already sprinting toward the hub wall as fast as my legs could carry me.
Stop that girl!
The Guardian's bellow bounced around the cobbled courtyard, his command echoing loudly, but no one obeyed. The crowd that had gathered to watch the spectacle when he had first captured me had dispersed like frightened children the moment I'd uttered the word Third. Our recruit underwent formidable training before being accepted into Queen Madra's guard. Those who were selected for the grueling 18-month program were repeatedly half-drowned and had the tar beaten out of them via every martial arts system recorded in the city's dusty libraries. By the time they graduated, they could tolerate unimaginable amounts of pain and had mastered their weapons to the point that they were unbeatable in a fight. They were machines. In the barracks, on the training floor, I wouldn't last 4 seconds against a fully trained guardian. Queen Madra's pride demanded that her guard be the best of the very best. But Madra's pride was a hungry thing and quite insatiable. Her men not only had to be the best, they had to look the best, and a guardian's armor was no light thing. Yes, on the training floor, the asshole who'd caught me stealing the iron would have bested me in short order. But we weren't on the training floor. We were out in the hub, and it was reckoning, and this poor bastard was trussed up like a feast day turkey in all that ceremonial armor. He couldn't run, weighed down with all of that metal. He couldn't even jog. He sure as hell couldn't fucking climb. I took off toward the eastern wall, pumping my arms and legs as fast as my aching body would allow. Launching myself into the air, I hit the crumbling sandstone hard, the oxygen wheezing out of my lungs from the impact. Ow, ow, ow! It felt like Elroy had taken a mallet from the forge and swung it right into my solar plexus. I didn't dare think about the bruises I'd wake up to in the morning, provided I did actually wake up. There wasn't time. I jammed my fingers into a narrow gap between the hefty sandstone blocks, bared my teeth, and hauled myself up. My feet scrambled for purchase, found it, but my right hand... God's cursed gauntlet! Such a terrible design! The gold clanged, the resonance of the metal a siren song as I slammed it against the wall, attempting to catch hold of something to help pull myself up. My fingers, deft, slim, made for picking locks, unlatching windows, tousling Hayden's thick hair, wouldn't be enough if I couldn't bend my wrist. And I couldn't. Fuck. If I wanted to live, there was nothing left for it. I'd have to drop the gauntlet. But that was a preposterous thought. The gauntlet weighed at least 4 pounds. 4 pounds of metal. I couldn't just walk away from that. This gauntlet was more than a piece of stolen armor. It was my brother's education, 3 years' worth of food, tickets out of Zulvarin, south, to where the reckoning winds that buffeted the dry-boned hills were 20 degrees cooler than here in the Silver City. We'd have enough money left over to buy a small house if we wanted to. Nothing fancy, just something weatherproof. Something I could leave to Hayden when, not if, the Guardians finally caught up with me. No, dropping the gauntlet would cost me something far more valuable than my life. It would cost me hope. and I wouldn't surrender that. I'd rip my arm out of its socket first. So I went to work.
Don't be ridiculous, girl!
The Guardian hollered.
You'll fall before you even make it halfway!
If the Guardian went back to the barracks without his gauntlet, there would be consequences. I had no idea what those consequences would be, but they wouldn't be pretty. They could cut off the asshole's hands and bury him up to his neck in the sand to bake in the reckoning's heat for all I cared. I was going home. Pain sang from my fingertips, up my arm like a rope of fire, blazing in my shoulder as I pulled myself up, kicking with my feet, leaping up the wall. I aimed for a section of the stone that looked worn but stable, or as stable as I could hope for. If you gave it enough time, the wind ate everything in this city, and it had been grinding its teeth against Sylvarin for thousands of years. The sandstone was deceptive. The city's structures and walls looked sound, but were far from it. One hard kick had been known to bring down an entire building in the past. It wasn't as if I was overly heavy, but that was neither here nor there. I was risking life and limb by slamming myself into the brickwork. My stomach bottomed out as I sailed through the air, and then clenched tight as a fist when I impacted with the wall. Adrenaline soaked my blood as 3 miracles happened in concert. First, the wall held. Second, I grabbed a stellar handhold with my left hand. Third, my shoulder didn't come out of its socket. Fuck! My heart wedged itself in my throat as the sole of my left boot slipped against the wall, setting my whole body swinging. Below me, a genteel, feminine gasp parted the silence. Guess I did have some spectators after all. I didn't look down. It took a moment to still myself and a handful of strange curses before I felt confident enough to breathe again.
Girl, you're going to kill yourself!
The Guardian shouted. Maybe, but what if I don't? I shouted back.
Then you'll have wasted your time anyway. There isn't a fence in this entire city stupid enough to buy a stolen piece of armor.
Oh, come on. I think I might know a couple. I didn't. No matter how tight things were, no matter how many families starved and died, not one resident of Sylvarin would dare to deal in something as dangerous as the gauntlet I had wedged onto my forearm. But that didn't matter. I wasn't going to try and sell it.
I won't pursue you any further. You have my word. Drop the gauntlet and I'll let you go.
A bark of laughter ripped out of me. And they said Guardians had no sense of humor. This one was a fucking comedian. Another jump, another staggering jolt of pain. I calculated the trajectory as best I could, making sure to aim for the least pitted section of rock each time. At last, high enough above the streets of the hub, I allowed myself the luxury of a moment to collect myself. If I moved the armor to the other wrist, would I drop it? More importantly, would I be able to hold onto the wall with my weaker arm while I performed a swap? There were too many variables to calculate and not enough time to do so in.
How do you think you're getting down the other side, child?
Child? Huh! The gall of the bastard! His shouting was quieter now. I was 50 feet up, close enough to see the top of the wall, far enough from the street for a bristle of cold sweat to break out across the back of my neck when I looked down. The Guardian raised a good point. Descending from the wall would be just as perilous as the ascent, but the Undying Queen's whipping boy down there had been born into a good home. He grew up in the hub. His parents didn't lock their doors at night. That man had never even considered trying to climb the walls that protected him from the ungrateful, infectious rabble on the other side of it. I'd spent half my life running the tops of these walls, slipping from one ward to the next, finding ways into places I had no business being. I was good at it. Moreover, it was fun. I completed the rest of the climb in under 2 minutes. The gauntlet slammed into the tiny dune of sand shored up along the top of the wall. As I heaved myself over the ledge, particles of quartz in the sand began to vibrate, jittering in the air a millimeter above the sandstone as the gold came alive. I froze, the breath trapped in my lungs, caught off guard by the peculiarity of the sight. No, not here, not now. The gauntlet whispered, rocking rapidly as I brought myself up to straddle the wall. The particles of quartz rose up, up, up. She sees us. She feels us. She sees us. She feels us. I slammed my hand down on top of the gauntlet, and the piece of stolen armor stilled. The glinting specks of quartz fell back into the sand.
I'll find you, girl! I swear it! Drop that gauntlet or make an enemy for life!
At last, there it was. A tinge of panic riding the Guardian's plea. The truth of the situation had caught up with him. I wasn't going to fall to my death. Neither was I going to accidentally drop the armor he threw to the ground in disgust once he'd realized he'd touched a plague rat. I'd slipped through his bare fingers, and there was nothing he could do about it beyond shouting threats up at a ghost in the sky. Because I was already gone. The idiot below wouldn't be the first enemy I'd made out of one of Madra's men, but I wouldn't be giving him another thought. I was far more concerned with all the incredible things I was going to forge with this impressive gauntlet. But first, I was going to melt the glorious thing down to slag. Chapter 2. Glassmaker.
No, absolutely not. Not here. Not in my furnace.
Elroy glared at me like I was a four-headed serpent, and he didn't know which one of my heads would strike him first. I'd upset the old man a million different times, a million different ways, but this disapproving look was new. His expression was one of equal parts disappointment and fear, and for the briefest of moments, I questioned my decision to bring the gold into the workshop. Where else would I have taken it, though? The loft over the tavern where Hayden and I had been sleeping these past 6 weeks was infested with cockroaches and stank worse than a sand badger set. We'd found a way into the mirage through a damaged section in the cracked slate roof. We were quiet when we crept in there to sleep amongst the rotten, long-forgotten wine crates and moth-eaten stacks of heavy, folded canvas, and so far we hadn't been discovered. But my brother and I weren't stupid. It was only a matter of time before we were found out, and the proprietors of the public house evicted us from their attic space at the end of a blade. There'd be no time to collect our belongings. We didn't have any belongings aside from the clothes on our backs. Hiding the gauntlet there would be folly. Elroy's workshop was the only place I could take it. No matter what, I needed to use the furnaces. I didn't have a choice. If I didn't melt down the metal and make something else out of it, very God's cursed quickly, the gauntlet was a millstone around my neck that would wind up getting me tortured and killed.
It's bad enough that I had to tell Jarvis Wade that you weren't here an hour ago. He was furious. Said you'd broken some trade agreement with him. But then you show up here with that thing. What the hell were you thinking?
The despair lacing Elroy's voice made me regret showing it to him.
Why did you take it in the first place? We'll have Madra's vipers scouring this place with a fine-tooth comb, searching for it. When they find you, they'll flay the skin from your bones in the square for everybody to see. Hayden will be right there next to you, and me. Even if they do believe I had nothing to do with this, they'll take my hands for even allowing that thing under my roof. How am I supposed to make a living with no hands, you stupid, stupid girl?
Elroy's business was glass. With an abundance of sand at his fingertips, he'd made it his life's work to become the best glassmaker and glazier in all of Zilvarin. Only those living in the hub were rich enough to afford windows, though, and there were people who lived in the third who sought other items that could be forged in a hearth. Once upon a time, Elroy used to make illicit weapons for the rebel gangs who fought to overthrow Madra. Rough-edged swords made from scraps of iron, but mostly knives. The blades were shorter and required less steel. Even though the pig iron was of the worst quality, it could still be honed into an edge sharp enough to send a man to the makers. But as the years had passed, life as an insurgent within had grown untenable. Fresh food was impossible to find. In the streets, children clawed each other's eyes out over a heel of stale bread. The only way to survive the third now was by barter and trade, or by whispering secrets about your neighbors into a guardian's ear. As a resident of the third, if you weren't dead or dying, then you were hungry, and there wasn't much a starving person wouldn't say to quell the ache of an empty belly. After too many close calls to count, Elroy had declared he wouldn't be hammering out any more of his vicious, needle-like knives, and told me I wasn't welcome to forge them in his fires anymore either. We were to be glassmakers, and nothing more.
I'm stunned. Stunned. I can't even comprehend.
The old man shook his head in disbelief.
I can't even begin to fathom what you were thinking. Do you have any idea what kind of doom you've brought down on our heads?
When I was little, Elroy had been a giant of a man, a legend amongst even the most dangerous criminals that ran the third. Taller than most, broad, his back muscles straining beneath his sweat-stained shirt. He'd been a force of nature, a pillar of rock hewn out of a mountain, immovable, indestructible. It was only recently that I'd begun to understand that he was in love with my mother. After she was killed, little by little, piece by piece, I'd watched him wither away, becoming less of himself, becoming a shadow. The man that stood before me now was barely recognizable. His calloused hand shook as he pointed at the polished metal glittering like sin on the table between us.
You're taking it back is what you're gonna do, Ceres.
A huff of laughter escaped me. The forgotten gods and all four fucking winds know that I'm not. Not after everything I went through to get it. I nearly broke my damned neck.
I'll break your neck if that thing isn't out of here in the next 15 minutes.
You think I'm just going to walk up to the sentry post and hand it over?
Don't be ridiculous. Gods, why do you have to be so ridiculous? Scale the wall again and toss it back into the hub once the twins dip. One of those inbred bastards will find it and return it to the Guardians without a second thought. They won't even realize how much the damn thing's worth.
Grating my teeth, I folded my arms over my chest, trying to ignore how prominent my ribs felt beneath the fabric of my shirt. My skin prickled with sweat. I was losing moisture I couldn't afford to part with. I'd left my water ration hidden inside a wall in the attic back at the Mirage, hadn't been able to risk someone trying to jump me for it while I was picking pockets, and the workshop was hellishly hot, as per usual. I couldn't count how many times I'd passed out at the billows here. I had no idea how Elroy survived it. For a moment, I gave the man the respect he deserved and considered his demand. And then I fantasized about what a cool breeze from the south might feel like, and the delirious weight of a full stomach, and how blissful a feather bed might be, and what a future for Hayden might look like. And my affection for the man who once loved my mother dwindled into insignificance. I can't do what you're asking me to do.
Cirrus!
I can't. I just can't. You know we can't go on like this.
I know that struggling to scratch out a life here is better than bleeding out in the fucking sand. Is that what you want? To die in the street in front of Hayden? For your body to rot in the gutter like your mother's, stinking and picked over by the crows?
Yes, of course, that's what I want. I brought my fist crashing down on the table and the gauntlet jumped, a cascade of rainbows leaping up the walls. Yes, I want to die and ruin Hayden's life, your life. I want to be made a spectacle of. I want everyone in the ward to know me as the glassmaker's apprentice who was stupid enough to steal from Madra's guard and got herself killed for it. That's exactly what I want. I'd never spoken to Elroy like this before. Ever. But the man had experienced loss after loss at the hands of the city's guardians. People he loved, dragged from their beds and executed without trial. His own brother had died just before I was born, starved to death during a particularly hard year because Madra wouldn't divert any food from the hub to the other parts of the city. The richest of the Queen's people had continued to throw lavish parties, had dined on exotic imports sourced from pastures well beyond Hayland, had drunk their fill of expensive rare wines and whiskeys, and all the while the people of Zilvarin had starved in the streets or shit themselves to death. Elroy had borne witness to all of this. Even now, he barely survived from week to week himself. If the Guardians weren't pounding on his door, checking to make sure he wasn't making weapons, then they were kicking it down, hunting for mythical magic users who didn't even exist. And he allowed it all to happen. Just sat there and did nothing. He'd given up, and there wasn't a single part of me that could accept that. Elroy's heavy brows shot through with gray, bunched together, his eyes darkening. He was about to launch into another one of his rants about staying out of the Guardian's way, avoiding drawing attention to ourselves, about how cheating death here was a daily miracle that he thanked the Makers for each night before he passed out in his shitty cot. But he saw the fire simmering inside me, ready to burn out of control, and for once it gave him pause.
You know, I fought. I did. I fought the same way you want to fight now. I gave everything I had. Sacrificed every last thing I held dear. But this city is a beast that feeds on misery and pain and death. And it's never full. We can throw ourselves down its throat until there's none of us left. And we won't have made the slightest lick of difference, Ceres. The people will suffer. People will die. Madras reigned over this city for 1,000 years. She will live as she has ever lived. And the beast will still feed and demand more. The cycle will go on forever until the sand swallows this cursed place and there's nothing left of us but ghost and dust. And then what?
And then there will have been the people who fought for something better, and the people who laid down and took it. I spat. Snatching up the gauntlet, I made to tear out of the workshop, but Elroy still had a little speed left in him yet. He grabbed my arm, holding me back long enough to look me in the eyes. Pleadingly, he said,
What if they track you down and realize what you can do? The way you can affect metal.
It's a parlor trick, Elroy. Nothing more. It doesn't mean anything. Even as I spoke, I knew I was lying. It did mean something. Sometimes, objects shook around me. Objects made of iron, tin, or gold. Once I'd been able to move one of Elroy's daggers without touching it so that it had spun around and around on my mother's dining table, balancing on its crossguard. But so what? I met his exasperated gaze. If they track me down, they'll kill me for a slew of other reasons before they kill me for that. He huffed.
I'm not asking for you. I'm not asking for me either. I'm asking for Hayden. He's not like us yet. The lad still laughs. I only want him to keep that innocence a little longer. And how is he gonna do that if he watches his sister hang?
I tore my arm free, my jaw working, 1,000 cold, hard insults clambering over one another, competing to be the first out of my mouth. But my anger had fled me by the time I spoke. He's 20 years old, El. He has to face reality at some point, and I am doing this for him. Everything I do is for him. Elroy didn't try and stop me again. There were ways in which Hayden and I were similar. His height, for instance. We were both tall, lanky creatures. We shared the same sense of humor and were both champions at holding a grudge. We both adored the briny, sour tang of the pickled minnows the skiff merchants occasionally returned from the coast with. But apart from our shared personality quirks and the fact that the two of us loomed over most people in a crowded room, there wasn't much about us that was alike. Where I was dark-haired, he was light. His hair was curly to the point of chaos, and there was so much of it. His eyes were a rich, liquid brown and bore a gentleness to them that my blue eyes did not. The cleft in his chin came courtesy of our dead father, his proud, straight nose from our dead mother. She used to call him her summer child. She'd never seen snow, but that's what I had been to her. Her ice storm. Distant, cold, sharp. It didn't take long to find Hayden. Trouble had a way of following him, and I was an expert at seeking it out, so it was no real surprise I almost tripped over him, sprawled out and bleeding into the sand in front of the house of Kala. Kala's, as it was known by most, was one of the only places in the ward that would trade food and drink for goods instead of money. A chancer with empty pockets and an empty belly could also gamble for goods with some of the tavern's more disreputable types if they were brave or stupid enough. And since we never had any money or items for trade, and Hayden was an outrageously proficient cheat at cards, second only to me in Zilvarin perhaps, then it made perfect sense that he would be here trying to swindle a pitcher of beer out of someone. Blazing hot gusts of sand blew over Hayden. They gathered in little pools in the bunched-up material of his shirt, which still bore the handprints of whoever had grabbed him and tossed him out of Kala's onto his ass. A bawdy group of revelers passed by, their scarves pulled up over their faces against the twins and the sand, stepping over him without sparing him a glance. A young man with a split lip and the beginnings of a black eye lying in the gutter was nothing out of the ordinary in this part of the world. I stood at my brother's feet, folding my arms across my chest, careful to keep the satchel containing the gauntlet pinned against the side of my body. Pickpockets and cut purses weren't unusual here either. A crew of hungry street rats wouldn't think twice about performing a snatch and grab if they suspected the prize would be worth it. I kicked Hayden's dusty boot. "Carrion again?" He cracked an eyelid, groaning when he saw me.
Again? You'd think the bastard would have better things to do than to beat the shit out of me.
The way he gingerly clutched his ribs suggested a few of them might be broken. I nudged him with the toe of my boot, considerably harder this time. "You'd think you might have learned your lesson and would steer clear of him by now."
Saras, what the hell? Where's your sympathy?
"In Carrion's back pocket, right alongside the money I gave you to buy water." I considered bruising the other side of his ribs, but the sheepish smile he sent my way doused my anger. He had that way about him. He was foolish and careless more often than he wasn't, but it was impossible to stay mad at him for very long. Offering him my hand, I helped him to his feet. After much grumbling and complaining, Hayden dusted off his shirt and pants and adopted a wolfish grin that implied he'd discarded the ache in his ribs and felt brand spanking new.
You know, if you have a chance, I bet I could win back the water money and the red scarf Elroy gave me.
Huh! Keep dreaming, buddy. I skirted around him and jogged up the steps to the tavern. As always, Kala's was packed to the rafters and stank of stale sweat and roasting goat meat. A dozen heads swung in my direction as I entered, a dozen pairs of eyes going wide when they observed who had just walked in. Hayden was a daily visitor here, but I only ventured across the tavern's threshold when I'd had a bad day. I came here to blow off steam, to fuck, to fight. A wild array of outrageous things was whispered about me behind the backs of sunburned hands here, that a man might either get lucky or be beaten unconscious depending on my mood when I sat my ass down at the bar. I didn't sit at the bar today. Peering over the drunken rabble before me, I craned my neck, searching for a flash of color amongst all the dirty whites, grays, and browns. And there it was. There he was, sitting at a table on the far side of the tavern with three of his dim-witted friends, his back to the corner so he could keep a weather eye on the crowd. Carrion Swift, the most notorious gambler, cheat, and smuggler in the entire city. He was also uncommonly good in bed, the only man in Zilvarin who'd ever made me scream his name out of pleasure rather than frustration. His bright auburn hair was a signal flare in the dimly lit tavern. I beelined right for him, but my pathway was quickly blocked by a beleaguered-looking woman in her early 40s brandishing a giant wooden ladle. "No," she said. "Sorry, Bryn, but he swore he'd leave him be. What am I supposed to do? Just let him get away with it?" Bryn had a surname, but no one knew it. When asked, she'd said she'd lost it as a child and had never bothered to locate it again. She said family names made you easier to find, and she was right. As proprietor of the House of Kala, folks who didn't know any better tried to call her Kala, presuming she'd named the place after herself, but she'd glower at them and show them her teeth. Where she was from, Kala meant funeral, and Bryn didn't appreciate being likened to death. Doesn't matter to me whether he gets away with it or not. She cast a baleful sidelong glance at Hayden, who had skulked back into the tavern on my heels, looking rather sheepish. He knows Carrion cheats, and I don't need another full-blown brawl breaking out in here. Not tonight. I've already had to toss 2 chairs out the back for mending thanks to that swine and your idiot brother.
I'm not an idiot.
Hayden objected. You are an idiot, Bryn insisted. You're also on a 24-hour ban. Back outside with you. If your sister pays, I'll have someone bring you a cup of ale on the steps. I'm not paying for anything. Hayden had the nerve to look disappointed.
Well, I'm not leaving without that scarf,
he said.
My lungs will be flayed raw by the time I get home.
Best hold your breath then. Go on. Out with you. Bryn waved the ladle menacingly in Hayden's direction, and my brother paled. He eyed the overlarge spoon as though he'd already been introduced to it once today and was well aware of what it could do. I wouldn't have been surprised if Bryn had given him the black eye rather than Carrion. I'll get the scarf for you. Go and wait for me outside, I told him. You'll not be taking it by force, Bryn warned. She swung the ladle in my direction, but it didn't have the same effect on me, and she knew it. A weapon had to be considerably shinier and a whole lot sharper to make me blink. She lowered the ladle, opting for a gentler approach. I mean it, Saris. Please, keep the peace, if only for my sake. I'm at my wit's end already, and it's not even 8. You have my word. I won't break any more furniture. I'll get what I came for and be gone before you know it. I'm holding you to that. Clearly, Bryn didn't think I was going to honor my word, but she sighed, stepping aside anyway. Hayden gave me a look that begged for me to vouch for him. He always had to push, but I knew better than to give in to those pleading eyes. Outside, now. Hold on to this. Do not let it out of your sight. I thrust my bag into his chest and was racked with a spasm of panic as he took it. It was one thing wandering around the ward with a giant piece of gold just sitting in the bottom of a bag. It was another thing entirely to stand in front of Carrion Swift with such a valuable piece of contraband on your person. The man was capable of anything. His fingers were lighter than the dawn breeze. He talked me out of my underwear, perhaps the greatest heist ever performed in Zilvarin, and people hadn't stopped talking about that for months. I wasn't willing to risk that he wouldn't catch a whiff of something interesting in the bag and endeavor to relieve me of it. I'll be 10 minutes, I told Hayden. He pulled a face as he left the tavern. Kala's patrons paused their games of bones, their rowdy conversations faltering as I made my way to Carrion. Everyone followed me out of the corners of their eyes, half watching as I arrived at the grifter's table. Sparkling blue eyes danced with amusement as Carrion met my gaze. His hair was copper and gold and burnished umber, as if each strand were a fine thread of the metals that were so precious to Queen Madra. He was always the tallest person in a room by at least a foot, broad across the shoulders, and held himself with a confidence that made girls all over Zilvarin swoon. I hated to admit it, but it was that confidence that had lured me into his bed. I'd wanted to disprove it, to show him that his self-assuredness was nothing more than a facade. I'd planned on crushing that ego of his once I'd finished with him. But then he'd done the unthinkable and proven that his swagger was well-earned. More than well-earned. It made my blood boil just thinking about it. The man was a thief and a liar, and he loved himself far too much. I mean, who in their right mind wore this kind of finery to a tavern full of savages who'd cut your throat and steal the dirty boots off your feet as soon as look at you? He was mad. Asshole, I said stiffly by way of greeting. He grinned, and my stomach rolled in a weightless way that made me curse under my breath.
Bitch,
he replied.
Nice to see you. I didn't think we were spending time together anymore.
His friends guffawed like morons, elbowing each other. Even they knew that this was a prod from Carrion, a poke. The last time I'd seen him, I'd been scrambling out of his bed, clutching hold of my bundled clothes, swearing on the forgotten gods and all 4 winds that I'd rather die than stick around for a repeat performance of the show he'd just put on for me. He knew he'd won. The supercilious prick hadn't been shy about it. He told me I'd be back for more, and I told him in very colorful language that I'd snap his cursed cock right off his body if he ever tried to come near me with it again. Or something to that effect, anyway. I got straight to the point, ignoring his friends and his suggestive barb. You promised you wouldn't gamble with Hayden again. Carrion angled his head, eyes drifting upward as he pretended to think about this.
Did I?
He asked incredulously.
That doesn't sound like me at all.
Carrion, The bastard sucked in a sharp breath, his attention snapping back to me.
She said my name.
He pretended to swoon.
You all heard it. She said my name.
Again, this earned a round of snickering from his infantile accomplices. Not only did you break your word, but you beat the living shit out of him, Carrion.
Ah, come on. Don't be so sour.
He held out his hands, palms up, fingers splayed.
He begged me to play with him. Who am I to say no? And if I'd beaten the living shit out of him, I wouldn't have seen your little brother sulking around by the bar just now, would I? He'd still be out on the street spitting blood into the sand. I hit him.
He thought about it.
Once. Maybe twice. That only qualifies as a light beating. And what's a light beating between friends?
Hayden isn't your friend, he's my brother. Messing with him is against the rules. Carrion leaned forward, propping his elbows against the table. He bounced his eyebrows in the most infuriating way.
I never met a rule I didn't want to break, Sunshine.
We had a deal. I specifically remember saying I wouldn't interfere with your supply lines to and from the hub, and you said you wouldn't mess with Hayden anymore. He frowned.
Yeah, I suppose that does ring a bell.
The gall, the nerve, the out-and-out audacity. So then why are you gambling with him?
Maybe my memory's patchy these days.
Carrion mused. You do get hit in the head a lot.
Or maybe...
He said, swirling the ale around in his glass.
I knew if I messed with Hayden, I get to see you, and maybe that was an opportunity too good to pass up.
You broke my brother's ribs just so you'd get to see me? I couldn't have heard him correctly. There's no way he'd be insane enough to hurt Hayden for such a ridiculous reason. Carrion's tone was suddenly sharp when he fired back.
No, Saris, I broke them because he tried to stab me with one of your knives when I wouldn't play another round. Even your brother doesn't get away with that.
My shock was a cold, dead weight in the pit of my stomach. He
did.
Carrion drained his ale. When he set his empty glass down, his charming smile had returned.
Now that you're here, you might as well join me for a drink. No hard feelings and all that.
It was amazing how quickly Carrion could flit from one emotion to another. Also impressive was his ability to delude himself completely and utterly whenever it suited him. I am not drinking with you. It makes no difference if Hayden deserved what you did to him. He probably pulled the knife on you because he was trying to get his mask back. He wouldn't have needed to do that if you hadn't encouraged him to gamble.
You like whiskey, right? Double sound good?
He was getting to his feet. Carrion, I am not drinking with you. The handsome snake attempted to slide an arm around my waist, but I dealt with predators far quicker than him. Ducking back, I put 3 feet of space between us, hands itching to move to my knives. The ones Hayden hadn't borrowed, but I'd given Bryn my word there'd be no fighting. Carrion's eyes traveled down my body, his smile broadening when they skimmed over my hips, and the memory of his tongue skimming over my hips slammed into me out of nowhere, drawing a wave of heat to my cheeks.
You're pretty when you blush, you know?
The God's cursed thief didn't miss a thing.
I'll tell you what, sit down and have a drink with me, and I'll give you Hayden's mask.
No deal.
No deal?
He seemed genuinely surprised. Enduring 15 minutes at a table with you is worth more than a ratty mask, you vulture.
Who said anything about 15 minutes? You know I like to take my time when I'm enjoying myself.
Holy martyrs. I did my level best to block the other memories that were trying to shove their way to the forefront of my mind. Carrion wanted his off-the-cuff comment to remind me of how long he spent working with his tongue between my thighs. He wanted me to recall just how long he held back his own pleasure, like it was his God's cursed job, while he teased out mine. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. 1 drink, 15 minutes, and I want the chits back that you took from him too, plus another 5 on top for the inconvenience of having to breathe the same air as you. Carrion arched an eyebrow, considering me. I already knew I wouldn't like what was about to come out of his mouth.
Saris, if I knew I could buy your time, I'd be bankrupt, and you would be a very rich woman. You'd have spent the past 3 months on your back, begging for me to ride you harder and...
1 more word, and I'll relieve you of your fucking balls, thief, I snarled. What he lacked in manners, Carrion Swift made up for in common sense. He knew when he was about to cross a line that would cost blood to uncross. His hair glinted red, then gold, then deepest, richest brown as he held his hands in the air, bowing his head in surrender.
All right. The scarf, the chits, and 5 extra because you're greedy. Sit, please. I'll get you that drink.
He gestured to his table as if he intended for me to squeeze in between him and his cronies, but there were things I would do for my brother in a clean glass of water and things I would not. I picked out an empty booth 3 tables away and went and sat there instead. I was going to kill Hayden, kill him dead. What was he playing at? He tried to stab Carrion? The boy was only 3.5 years younger than me, but he acted like he was still waiting for his balls to drop. At some point, he was going to have to stop acting so recklessly and start considering the consequences of his actions. Even as I thought this to myself, Elroy's words echoed around inside my head, shockingly similar to my own.
I can't even begin to fathom what you were thinking. Do you know what kind of doom you've brought down on our heads? Here.
Carrion set a glass of amber liquid down in front of me. The damn thing was almost full to the brim. That is not one drink,
It's in one glass.
he countered.
Therefore, it's one drink.
I'd be staggering back to the Mirage if I drank all of that. I'd fall off the roof and break my neck trying to get back into the attic. Still, I picked up the glass and swallowed a healthy mouthful. I couldn't make it through this if I wasn't a little buzzed. The whiskey burned all the way down my throat and set a fire in my stomach, but I refused to react. The very last thing I needed was Carrion Swift telling everyone who'd listen that I couldn't handle my liquor. Well, I demanded. What do you want?
What do you mean, what do I want? Your company, of course.
I knew a liar when I saw one, and the man sitting opposite me was a seasoned professional. Spit it out, Carrion. You wouldn't have bullied me into staying if you weren't trying to work some kind of angle.
Can I not just be enamored by your beauty? Can I not just want to sit and listen to the angelic tone of your voice?
I'm not beautiful, I'm filthy, and I'm tired, and my voice is full of sarcasm and annoyance, so let's just get on with this, shall we? Carrion huffed a silent breath of laughter. He raised his own, considerably smaller glass of whiskey to his lips and took a sip.
You were more fun 3 months ago, you know that? You're so cruel. I haven't stopped thinking about you.
Oh, please. How many women have you slept with since then? He narrowed his eyes, looking confused.
What's that got to do with anything?
This was growing tedious. Shoving the glass toward him, I made to get up.
All right, martyrs, your old business.
He took a steadying breath.
I suppose now that you come to mention it, there is something I wanted to talk to you about.
I'm shocked. Ignoring my tone, Carrion plowed on.
I heard something very interesting earlier. I heard that a raven-haired rebel from the Third viciously attacked a guardian and stole a piece of his armor. A gauntlet. Can you believe that?
Huh. The asshole sure did love to play. Every line of his face and the way every muscle in his body was so casually relaxed gave me all the information I needed. Of course he knew that I had taken the gauntlet. I wasn't going to admit it, though. I wasn't that stupid. Oh? Really? But how? It's impossible for a resident of the Third to leave the Third. I took another pull on the whiskey. For a moment, Carrion did nothing but stare at me. He was reading me. Naturally, he didn't buy my feigned ignorance for 1 second, but wasn't about to start openly flinging accusations around in the middle of Callas.
I know, right?
He said airily.
Crazy. Crazier still to think about that poor girl out there now, trying to find a place to hide such a massive piece of gold. You know, they're saying that she brought it back here, to the ward.
He laughed quietly.
But of course, she wouldn't have done that. That would have been way too dangerous.
Absolutely. Incredibly dangerous. I agreed.
She would have made sure she put it somewhere safe, somewhere the Guardians wouldn't think to look.
Without a doubt.
Do you think a girl stupid enough to attack and steal from a Guardian would have the sense to secret away her prize somewhere like that?
I was gripped by the overwhelming urge to damage Carrion's pretty face. It was only with a monumental force of effort that I refrained. I don't think the girl's stupid. If anything, I think she's brave, I said through gritted teeth. I think it was more likely that the Guardian tried to arrest her and he dropped his God's cursed armor in the sand. I think—
But did she put it somewhere safe?
Carrion hissed.
We can debate this girl's actions forever and a day, but if there's a problem in the ward—
I rocked back into my seat. What do you care about the Third? You don't even live here anymore, Carrion. Everyone knows you've got yourself a cushy little apartment below the second spoke.
I have a warehouse outside of the ward,
He said in a low voice.
It's the safest way for me to get my wares from one ward to the other. I live here so I can take care of my grandmother. You know that. Gracia. Remember? You've met her. Gray hair, wicked temper.
Yes, I know Gracia, Carrion. He leaned closer, eyes sharpening.
Those golden fucks will rain almighty hellfire down on this place if they think we have something that belongs to them, Ceres. You know they will. There'll be a river of blood running through the streets by morning if this girl brought the armor here.
He had a point. The Guardians were all-powerful. They didn't have much to be afraid of, but they were terrified of the Queen. Her justice would be swift and brutal if she had any idea the gauntlet was here. The gauntlet I had brought here. Elroy's dismay didn't seem like such an overreaction anymore. If Carrion, of all people, was this panicked about the whole thing, then maybe I should spend some time rethinking my plan. Or come up with a plan, perhaps.
You're thinking. I can see that you're thinking. That's good.
Carrion said. He donned an arrogant smile, but it was for show. He wanted Kala's other patrons, along with his friends sitting in the corner, to think that he was shamelessly trying to antagonize me into bed again, but the spark of concern I saw in his eyes was real.
That warehouse,
He said.
isn't far from the wall. It would only take half an hour to move an item from here to there.
God, he really was mad. You think I'd give it to you? Too late. I realized that I'd given myself away. But what did it matter? This game we were playing, tiptoeing around the truth, was only wasting time. You don't have anywhere near the amount of money it would take to convince me to hand that gauntlet over to you, Carrion Swift.
I don't want it for myself, idiot. I just want it out of the third.
He murmured as if he were whispering sweet nothings to me, but his words were laced with venom.
Our people suffer enough without 100 guardians storming the ward, tearing the place apart and killing anyone who gets in their way. Take it to the warehouse. Take it anywhere. It doesn't matter where you take it, so long as it's far away from here. You hear me?
There was something very galling about being lectured by the likes of Carrion. He was one of the most selfish, most arrogant men alive. He loved for the world to believe that he didn't care about anyone or anything, but it seemed that he did care. And I had done something so selfish that he couldn't stand by and watch it happen? Gods. I threw back another manful gulp of whiskey and discarded the rest, pushing the glass away. I have to go.
You going to fix it?
Carrion's pale blue eyes drilled into me as I stepped away from the booth. I'm going to fix it, I snarled back.
Good. Oh, and Sarah's?
The guy just didn't know when to quit. I spun around, scowling at him. What?
Even filthy and tired? You're still beautiful.
Gods and martyrs, I whispered. He was relentless. Carrion Swift's silver tongue didn't bother me for long, though. I had bigger things to worry about. When I stepped out into the brilliant evening, Hayden was gone. And so was the gauntlet. Chapter 3. The Kindest Purpose. He never listened. Sure, he acted like he did, repeated back the words you said to him, nodded his head, but when it came down to it, Hayden refused to do what was asked of him, never paid attention, and then typically went and did the one thing you begged him not to. Normally, the stakes were pretty low when he misbehaved, but today the stakes were more than high. They were astronomical. They were catastrophic. I did my best to walk calmly in the direction of the mirage. There was every chance Hayden had grown bored of waiting for me and decided to make his way back to the other tavern with the bag. But the more I played out the various scenarios in my head and thought about which was more likely, a creeping panic began to tighten a handhold around my throat. If he'd looked inside the bag, if he'd gone rummaging around in there, martyrs only knew where he was now and what the hell he was up to. The twins beat down on the top of my head, their punishing heat making my mind swim. When was the last time I drank any water? This morning? No, I'd saved my ration for when I got back to the forge, but after the disagreement with Elroy, I'd forgotten to collect it. I should not have had that whiskey. Once I was a respectable distance from the house of Kala, I broke into a nervous trot and then a jog. I tried to look casual, but there was no such thing as a casual jog in Sylvarin. The people here conserved energy as best they could. There was only one reason a person might run here, and that was if they were being chased. Suspicious eyes trailed after me as I darted through the streets, past crumbling sandstone houses and covered market stalls owned by vendors selling stringy roasted meats, swaths of cloth, and pungent herbal remedies from the north. Familiar faded posters papered the alleyways, promising hefty rewards for any information leading to the capture of suspected magic users. I knew the side streets of my ward like the back of my hand. The left up ahead would take me by Rohanna Breen's place. My mother used to send me by there when she'd heard the traders had come back with fruit. Unlike the rest of the Third smugglers, Rohanna only traded in food and water. Her illegal trade would still get her hands chopped off for her, but they wouldn't get her killed. Ahead on the right, however, another trader had set up shop. Vorath Shaw peddled snake oil, tiny fragments of metal that he claimed contained traces of arcane magic. The stuffed, stinking feet of sand rabbits that were said to ward off disease, glass vials full of cloudy liquids that were supposed to bestow gifts upon you if you drank them. Gifts that had long since been lost to us. Humans were no longer capable of reading each other's minds or making the blood boil in their enemies' veins or granting themselves eternal luck. Everybody knew that we'd been stripped of those heretical powers hundreds of years ago, but Shaw still made a handsome living selling useless trinkets to the hopeful and the desperate. He had outlandish explanations for the eternal question that all Zilvarans asked in hushed whispers behind closed doors. How, After over 1,000 years, did the queen still live? Madra was human, so why didn't she die? He claimed to have access to the font of her eternal youth and peddled that in bottles too. Shaw was also known to buy artifacts. If a thief found themselves in possession of a very niche item, Shaw could theoretically connect you with an interested buyer. But there was also a chance he might gut you and pick your body clean before leaving you out for the drift crabs. Catch him on a bad day, and by the next morning, there'd be nothing left of you but sun-bleached bones. "Tell me you didn't," I muttered under my breath, taking the right. "Hayden, Fane, tell me you did not try to take that gold to Shaw." A piercing cry tore the arid air apart. It was distant, muted, but it came from the east and set my teeth on edge. The mirage was to the east, and the only time anyone screamed like that in the third was when a guardian was taking liberties or spilling blood. Instinctively, I knew. I felt it in the marrow of my bones. The cry had something to do with Hayden. My brother was in danger. I was running before I had time to think. The streets blurred by in my peripherals. My heart thrummed out a chaotic rhythm. Fear pooled like acid in my gut. Behind me, out of nowhere, came the sound of clanging metal.
Stop her! Stop that girl!
The shout came from behind. Guardians? 5 of them? 10? I risked a glance over my shoulder, but all I saw was a wall of brilliant, flashing gold. The thunder of their boots striking the ground flooded my ears. Gods, Saris, move! Fucking move! I urged myself on, digging deep. I had to run faster. If they caught me, I was done for. Hayden was done for. Another eerie, agonized cry stopped my heart for a moment, but I willed it to pump again, needing it to drive me forward. I would not be run down in the streets by these bastards. I fucking refused. The residents of the third shouted, leaping out of my way as I hurtled past them. The guardians bellowed orders, again commanding someone to stop me, but no one did. I was known here. The people I tore past loved me because they'd loved my mother. They also hated me because I was a troublemaker and a thorn in their side, but even so, they hated the guardians more. My lungs burned. My muscles screamed, begging for mercy, but I ran faster, pushing myself to the brink of exhaustion. The twins throbbed in the sky, washing the streets in a pale golden light, the larger of the 2 suns rimmed with a strange blue corona, as I barreled toward the mirage and the attic, and hopefully not my brother. If he had any sense whatsoever, he'd have seen the guardians or overheard talk of Madra's guard flooding the third. That was a lot to hope for. Hayden wasn't very observant at the best of times, and Carrion had rung his bell for trying to shank him. He was probably still lost in his own little world, griping bitterly about the money he lost and his stupid fucking scarf. I dragged my own scarf from my face, gasping for air, only to receive a lungful of blistering sand particles as I sped around the dumpling stand on the corner of Lark Street.
Halt! Stop right there!
Terror made me skid to a stop. It closed around me like an iron fist, squeezing my ribs to breaking point as I took in the scene playing out in front of the mirage. I'd never seen so much gold in one place. A multitude of glittering suns reflected off vambraces, chest plates, and gauntlets, forming brilliant white gold orbs bright enough to burn the retina. Spots and flares traced across my vision as I looked from one guardian to the next, trying to run off a count in my head. What use was counting, though? One guardian I could outrun. I stood a fair chance of giving 2 of them the slip, but 3 guardians? No chance. And there were far more than 3 of Madra's city guards gathered in a phalanx formation outside the mirage. There had to be 30 of them at least, and they'd come fitted out for a fight. The swords in their hands were held ready, a wall of polished golden shields tessellated in front of them, building an impenetrable wall. Each of them wore glittering mail over their arms and legs. Their mouths were covered with loose white hessian cloth. The eyes visible above their masks were narrowed, full of a burning hatred that every one of them leveled at my brother. No. This wasn't supposed to happen. I was supposed to process the gold at the forge and hide it somewhere inconspicuous. Hayden was never going to even know the gauntlet existed, let alone come into contact with it, the stupid bastard. If he hadn't gambled with Carrion, if he'd listened and stayed put, if he hadn't looked inside the damn bag. Even as I made the excuses and blamed him for this predicament, guilt choked me. I'd stolen the gauntlet. I'd been caught stealing. I'd decided that snatching the medal was worth the risk that came with it. And now Hayden was going to be killed by an entire unit of guardians, and it was my fault. Hayden staggered away from the men and their sharpened blades. He would have retreated further than he managed, but his back hit the wall after 3 feet. In his hand, he held the gauntlet loosely by the wrist, the armor damning him from a mile away. Terror shone from his face like a beacon.
Stay where you are, rat!
The guardian at the forefront of the phalanx roared. As one, the men crept forward an inch at a time, their polished boots sliding forward in the sand. Over the tops of their masks, they glared at Hayden with unbridled conviction, all drawing from that common well of hate. They despised him for his sun's-bleached clothes, his dirty skin, and the hollows beneath his eyes. But mostly they despised him because any one of them could have been him. Luck dictated where you ended up in this city. A stroke of good luck had allocated their grandparents' lodgings in one of the higher-tiered wards closest to the hub. They'd never have had the opportunity to become guardians otherwise. Ill luck had rolled the dice against our grandparents, which was why we found ourselves quarantined in a plague ward, a filthy corner of the city that Madra hoped to starve to death, or else allow sickness to bite chunks out of us until we all had the common courtesy to die. It was all luck, good or bad, and luck could change at any moment.
The armor in your hand is property of the Queen.
The captain shouted.
Toss it over, or we'll kill you where you stand.
Wide-eyed, Hayden looked down at the gauntlet, staring at it as if this was the first time he realized he was even holding it. He turned the metal over, the muscles in his throat working as he tried to swallow. If he gave them the armor, they'd slap him in chains and drag him back to the palace. He'd never be seen again. If he didn't surrender the gauntlet, they'd rush him. All of that sharpened, honed metal would find flesh, and the sand would turn red, and I'd stand once again over the dying body of somebody that I loved. Neither option resulted in Hayden walking away from this, and that I couldn't bear. The captain of the Guardians stepped closer, his men following behind as one, like some dazzling golden beast brought forth on a leash. Hayden's back pressed against the tavern door. At the filthy windows, faces appeared, then quickly disappeared as the patrons, who had been enjoying an afternoon drink when Madra's men stormed the ward, realized that all hell was erupting in the street outside. Hayden's head whipped around, his wide eyes searching for an escape route that didn't exist. He found me, though, standing 20 feet away, and for a second relief shuddered across his face. I was here. I would help him. I would get him out of this. I would fix it the way I fixed everything. My throat closed up as I watched his relief drain away again. This wasn't a back alley brawl or some silly scrape he'd gotten himself into with Carrion. This was about as serious as it could get. He was facing down an entire unit of guardians, and there was nothing I could do about that.
Throw me the armor,
the captain ordered, his voice booming. From a narrow alleyway on the other side of the tavern, a ragtag group of children darted out into the street and took off, screaming at the tops of their lungs. But the wall of guardians didn't even flinch. Their focus was trained on Hayden and the piece of gold I had stolen in his hand. Pale as sun-bleached bone, my brother gave me a long, miserable look, and I saw in his eyes what he was planning to do next. The idiot was going to run.
Don't you dare, boy!
The captain snarled. Obviously, he'd seen Hayden's look as well and knew what he was planning. If Hayden bolted, the guardians would put him down immediately. Madra wouldn't be happy if her men returned to the palace with a dead body in tow. She'd probably told them to bring her back a living thief, one she could torture and question for hours. A corpse would prove very dull entertainment.
Ceres?
Hayden moaned. His fear had him by the throat.
Stay right there!
The captain was almost within lunging distance now. His unit bristled with pointed steel, swords at the ready. It would all be over in seconds. Hayden's eyes were brimming with tears.
Ceres, I'm sorry.
Wait! The word caught in my aching throat.
That's it, boy. That's it.
The guardians drew closer. Wait! Stop! My challenge bounced off the buildings on either side of the street this time. The guardians heard my shout, but only the captain deigned to glance in my direction. His attention shifted for a split second, eyes skimming over me. Then he quickly returned his focus to Hayden.
This doesn't concern you, girl,
he said coldly.
Get back inside and let us do our work.
It does concern me. I approached, biting the inside of my cheek to steady myself. With a mouthful of copper, I spread my arms open wide. He didn't do anything wrong. I asked him to hold my bag. The piece of armor he's holding is mine. The captain's sharp eyes snapped back toward me.
It is not yours. Only a member of the guard may own that armor. Wearing it is an honor that is earned, and not by the likes of you.
His Hessian mask puffed outward with the force of his words. He spat each one of them, fury burning bright in his tone. This wasn't the guardian I'd taken the gauntlet from. No, this one was colder, harder, meaner. There were no lines framing his eyes, but his dark brown irises held a bottomless eternity within them that made a chill skitter down the backs of my legs. I'm the one who took the gauntlet, I said slowly. I'm the one who scaled the wall and escaped with it, not him. I jerked my chin toward Hayden. He had no idea what he was carrying.
She's lying,
Hayden said in a shaky voice.
It was me. I took it.
Of all the dumb, half-thought-through ideas my brother had ever had, this was the most dim-witted. He wanted to protect me, I knew that. He was afraid. More afraid than I'd ever seen him. But beneath his fear, he was steeling himself, drawing together the courage to face what was about to come, to save me. The gauntlet was my responsibility, though. Elroy had been right back at the workshop. Taking the armor had been the most reckless thing I'd ever done. I should never have stolen it. I'd let my greed, my own hope, get the better of me, though. And I'd be damned if I was going to let Hayden pay the price for something so foolish. Don't listen to him, I said, glowering at him.
I took it!
He insisted, glowering right back. Ask him where he got it then, I demanded, facing the captain.
Enough of this!
The captain barked.
Restrain her!
An irritated flick of his wrist separated 3 of his men from the phalanx. They stalked forward, shoulders tucked up around their ears, swords at the ready, and the fire that had been simmering away inside of me since I was a child finally boiled over. I wasn't going to be restrained. I wasn't going to be bullied or pinned down or told to be quiet by these bastards. Not anymore. What I did next was pure madness. I reached down into my boot and I pulled out the blade I kept there. The action couldn't be undone. There was no taking it back. I had drawn a weapon on the undying queen's guard. In short, I was dead. My body just didn't know it yet.
Well, we got ourselves a feisty one, boys.
The guardian on the right growled.
Let's teach her a lesson then.
The one in the middle sneered. I focused on the one on the left, the quiet one, the one who moved like a predator, the one with death in his eyes. He was the one I needed to worry about. He let the mouthy guardian lunge first. I ducked beyond his reach, using the short end of my dagger to deflect his sword as he swung at me wildly. The one in the middle cursed, darting forward, trying to spear me in the chest with his weapon, but I sidestepped, avoiding his attack altogether. This put me squarely in the quiet guardian's path, which I was sure was his plan all along. He winked at me over the top of his mask, and then he came. The rebels my mother had helped before her death had done more than hide in our attic. They trained me, taught me how to steal, how to survive, how to fight. And now I fought like hell's own fury made flesh. He rained down blows with his blade, calculated and measured. Each of his moves was a question to which I had an answer. I watched his annoyance build as I batted away his sword for the 4th time, using only my short dagger to divert his killing blows. The middle guardian, the shortest of the 3, charged at me, letting out a mighty bellow of rage. I danced back, light on my feet, temporarily dodging beyond the skilled fighter's reach so that I could twist and bring my dagger down from above, cutting through the air. The angle of the strike was unwieldy, but it was one I had practiced more times than I could count. It was the angle a blade needed to be brought down to find that narrow opening in a guardian's armor. The slim gap between pauldron and neck brace where a sliver of metal might find a jugular. I'd never had to use the maneuver in real life before. I did it without thinking. I didn't even pause to reflect on the arc of bright red arterial blood that jetted up from the guardian's neck as he dropped to his knees, clutching at his throat. No guilt, no mercy, no time. I snatched up the guardian's sword and left him to die in the sand. The quiet guardian narrowed his eyes at me, as if reassessing the situation. The other guardian wasn't as smart. He howled, his anger claiming him as he ran at me, ripping his mask away to reveal a mouthful of shattered teeth.
Stupid bitch! You gotta pay!
I pivoted, darting back and flicked out the sword. It was heavier than the wooden practice swords I'd always trained with, but I was used to the length. I knew exactly where the sharpened tip of the steel would meet his skin, just below his right wrist. I timed it perfectly. With little more than an adjustment of my sword hand, I cut down, and then the guardian's hand, still holding his sword, hit the sand with a dull thud.
My hand! She cut off my hand!
I'm coming for your fucking head next, I seethed. Rage washed my vision red. They'd killed my mother, my friends, Elroy's entire family. They'd caused the deaths of thousands, and now they were threatening Hayden. All of the pent-up rage stored inside my chest came rushing out in an unstoppable torrent. I prowled toward the guardian, dagger in one hand, sword in the other, ready to end his miserable existence. I came face to face with the quiet guardian instead. Again, he didn't say anything. A spark of amusement flickered in his eyes, though. Slowly, he shook his head, his meaning clear as day. If you're gonna fight any of us, you're gonna fight me. The air came alive with the sound of crashing steel. He was a whirlwind, his movements lithe and graceful. Every time his blade scythed toward my head, I expected the world to go black. But somehow it didn't. Somehow I managed to bring the sword I'd taken up in time. Somehow I held my own. And just when he was getting comfortable, When this predator thought he'd finally gotten a read on my capabilities as a fighter, I stopped holding back. His eyes went wide when he saw it happen. When I loosened in my stance and brought the blade up to guard my face, the second when I bared my teeth and came for him. He spoke then, at last. Just one word.
Shit.
He didn't retreat an inch. He held his ground. But he knew this wasn't going to be the kind of fight he thought it would be. Our weapons met edge to edge, and we went for it, each knowing what it would cost to lose this fight. He was good. Really good. My feet kicked up the sand as I spun around, working constantly to make sure he didn't get through my guard. He lunged, trying to strike at my ribcage, but I brought the butt of my dagger crashing down on his forearm, shattering bone. Without even flinching, the fucker grabbed the hilt of his sword in his other hand and delivered a battery of blows that nearly sent me to my knees. A bright sting of pain flared across my chest as he slashed across my collarbone. I saw the smile at the corners of his eyes. He thought he had me, and he nearly did. His sword sliced through the air, a backhanded stroke that took me off guard. But I'd trained for this. He wasn't the only one who could think fast, definitely wasn't the only one who could move fast either. I dropped and tucked myself into a roll, slashing up with my dagger as I did so. The blade found its mark, and it was done. Just like that. He didn't notice at first. Spinning, he rounded to meet me again. It was only when he tried to take a step forward and his legs went out from beneath him that he realized something was wrong. I thought about leaving the dagger embedded in his leg. That would have given him a couple more moments to process his death. But in the end, the deep gash I'd carved inside his thigh was kinder, quicker. Dark, ruby-red blood pumped out of the wound I'd inflicted in great waves running down his leg. He glanced down at the sight of it, huffing out a breath of surprise, and then he toppled forward into the sand, dead. My chest heaved. I fought for breath, trying to silence the maddening rushing in my ears.
Foolish girl,
a cold voice intoned. It was the captain who had ordered his men to restrain me. He had turned away from Hayden, his attention fully on me.
I admit, I didn't think you'd be capable of taking a gauntlet from a guardian. I see that I was wrong now.
The street came back into focus. The phalanx of guardians, all glowering at me, swords raised. And Hayden, my little brother. Tears streamed down his face as he stared at me, stricken dumb by what I'd just done.
Saris, run!
He hissed.
Go!
But the captain laughed.
All four winds combined couldn't carry her far enough from my reach now, boy. She just killed 2 of the Queen's guards and maimed another. Her death warrant's already signed. No! Stop! Take me! I'm the one who stole...
Hayden rushed forward, trying to block the captain's path, but the man shoved him roughly to the sand.
For better or worse, she just saved your life, Wretch. Don't waste your life by laying hands on a guardian too.
The phalanx marched toward me, and I saw the captain was right. I couldn't outrun this now. They were going to take me. They were going to kill me for what I'd done. But there was still a chance for my brother. It'll all be okay, Hayden, I called to him. Go and see the old man. He'll let you stay with him now. Go on, go. I'll be back by dinner, I promise. It was a bald-faced lie, but any false hope I could give him was better than nothing. I needed him to believe that this might all blow over. If he didn't, he'd never do as I told him. He'd follow us all the way to the gates, screaming and shouting and demanding that I be set free. Did you hear me? Find the old man, Hayden. It's important. Go to him. Tell him what's happened. He needs to know. Hayden's face was streaked with tears.
I'm not leaving you!
Just do as you're told for once in your life. Just fucking go! I don't need your help. I don't want you following after me, blubbering like a little brat who needs his hand held all of the time. It was harsh, but sometimes the cruel things we said served the kindest purpose. Anger flared in Hayden's eyes just as I'd hoped it would. He set his jaw, his arms falling to his sides, and my bag dropped to the sand.
I didn't realize I was such a burden.
He whispered. Well, you are, Hayden. Your entire fucking life, that's all you've been. Now leave me alone. Don't follow. Do not come looking for me. Go! Chapter 4. The Price. I used to dream about visiting the palace when I was a child. I'd fantasized that I'd be chosen somehow, stopped in the street and told that Queen Madra had noticed me, a common street rat from the Third, and had decided she wanted me as a lady's maid. I'd be given beautiful dresses to wear and exotic flowers for my hair, and I'd have hundreds of bottles of perfume to choose between. Every day I would dine with the Queen, and chefs from the north would treat us to feasts, our plates overflowing with mouth-watering food. Never once would we have to eat the same meal twice. I drank only the best wine from Madra's stores because I would have been the queen's favorite, naturally, and she would want only the finest, nicest things for her favorite lady's maid. As I'd grown older, the daydreaming had evolved. I was still chosen to be Madra's lady's maid, but I'd cared less about the dresses and the food. I'd wanted the position, needed to be Madra's favorite, but not so I'd be lifted out of poverty to be kept like a novel pet. I'd suffered too much by then, known too much injustice, seen such unspeakable acts of violence that all of my innocence had been washed away. I'd needed to be chosen by the queen so that I could get close enough to kill her. I fantasized about how I would do it each night when I closed my eyes. When my mother was slain in the streets and left to rot, those fantasies were all that kept me sane. I'd plotted a million different ways to secure myself an audience with the eternal virgin, Our Lady of Zilvarin, most revered queen on high. From applying for a job in the kitchens, to learning how to perform in the traveling theater that visited the city during evenlight, to scaling the walls and breaking into the palace, I'd planned every minute possibility and eventuality and decided that it could be done, and it would be done. By me. I never thought I'd find myself within the palace confines under these circumstances. With my hands bound tightly behind my back, ribs bruised and cracked, and a violet bruise blossoming like a death flower beneath my right eye. I wasn't supposed to be gasping for air in a tiny windowless box with a river of sweat running down my back for 6 hours straight. This had not been the plan at all. Captain Heron, I'd learned this was the bastard's name, had tossed me unceremoniously into the tiny cell to await the queen, and I'd been pacing up and down the length of the 6-foot-long cell ever since, counting the minutes that passed by until they turned into hours. I was counting for counting's sake now, purely so I could shut out the dark thoughts that had been assailing me since my arrival. I wouldn't be any use to anybody if I let fear take root and panic to set in. The city bells were ringing, signaling day's end, when Captain Heron finally came back for me. My mouth felt like it was full of sand, and I was almost delirious from the heat, but I kept my back straight and my chin raised high as he entered the cell. His gleaming, beautiful armor was gone, replaced by a well-oiled leather chestplate, but the menacing sword with the cloth-wrapped grip still sat at his hip, his short sword sheathed at the other side. Adopting a casual lean up against the wall, he tucked his thumbs into his belt and he looked me up and down. He didn't seem all that impressed by what he saw.
Where did you learn to fight like that?
He demanded. Just hang me already and be done with it, I snapped. If you don't hurry up and get on with it, you're going to miss your opportunity. He arched an eyebrow.
I wouldn't bother trying to escape.
I rolled my eyes. I meant that I was dying of boredom in here. Captain Heron let out a mirthless laugh.
Apologies for the delay. Don't worry. The Queen has plenty of ways of entertaining her guests. She just had some matters to attend to, and she wanted to make sure she could give you her full attention.
Ooh, lucky me. I'm honored. The captain pouted, nodding.
You should be. Do you know how many people Queen Madra deigns to see in person these days?
Not many? I can't imagine she has that many friends. Heron rubbed the pad of his thumb over the pommel of his sword.
Leave the sharp tongue at the door when we exit this cell. It won't serve you well where I'm taking you.
You might be surprised, Captain. Most people think I'm pretty funny.
Madra's sense of humor runs a little darker than even you're used to, Cirrus Fane. You don't want to provoke her into using you for sport. But by all means do as you wish. These are your last hours in the Silver City.
He shrugged.
Are you ready to meet your queen?
Ready as I'll ever be. It was a relief to hear that my voice didn't shake. My insides were a quivering, knotted mess as Heron took me by the arm and guided me through the lower levels of the palace, though. I breathed in through my nose and out through my nose, the pull and push of air level and drawn out, but the normally steadying technique did nothing to quiet my nerves. 24 years. That's all the time I'd been given in this cursed existence. Despite how hard and miserable and hot and frustrating it had all proven to be, I bizarrely hoped for more of it. We hiked up endless staircases, Heron prodding me in the small of my back when I stumbled or tripped on a step. Once we were above ground, the palace proper sprawled out before us, all vaulted ceilings, arched alcoves, and disturbingly lifelike paintings depicting the dour faces of men and women whom I presumed were Madra's predecessors. I'd never seen anything so grandiose before, but my head was swimming, black spots dancing in my vision, and I couldn't muster up the energy to appreciate any of it. And I was being marched to my death. Funny how your own impending demise will rob a girl of her desire to take in the scenery. Our trek through the palace seemed to take forever, but in truth I was moving so slowly that Heron threatened to toss me over his shoulder and carry me 3 separate times. When I staggered, The cavernous hallway spinning around me in a blur of light and color, Heron dragged me roughly to my feet, but then surprised me by shoving a water canteen into my stomach. I took it, unscrewing the top as fast as my trembling fingers could manage. I'm shocked. Wasting water on the dead?
You're right. Give it back.
He growled, but I was already drinking. I was so thirsty, so desperately dehydrated that the water felt like liquid fire as it went down, but I paid no heed to the burn. I swallowed, panting down my nose as I fought to breathe around the flow.
All right, that's enough. You're gonna drown yourself.
Heron warned. When I didn't return the canteen, he tried to rip it out of my hands, but I stepped back out of his reach.
You're gonna drink the damn thing dry.
He groused. This comment was the thing that finally made me lower the canteen. Oh? Let me guess. You'll have to walk all the way to a tap somewhere to refill it now, will you, Heron? My heart bleeds for you. Tell me, have you ever had to try and survive a day on the water ration Madra issues?
Queen Madra's water allowances are more than generous.
I'm not talking about in the hub or any of the fancy inner wards. Do you even know how much she gives us to drink every day? In the third?
I'm sure it's enough.
6 ounces. I shoved the water canteen into his stomach so hard that his breath made an oof sound as it rushed out of his body. 6 ounces. And our water doesn't come from a tap. It comes from a standing reservoir that fills from your runoff. Do you understand what that means?
There's a filtration process.
There's a grate, I snarled. It catches the solids. Heron's features remained impassive, but I thought I caught a flicker of something close to disgust in his eyes. He rolled out his shoulders, then shook his head, looping the canteen strap across his chest.
If the Queen's advisors think that the system works for the third, then I'm sure it does. And look at you. You seem pretty healthy to me.
The confession was right there on the tip of my tongue. If I seem healthy to you, then that's because I've been stealing from the hub's water reservoirs my entire life. I caged the words behind my teeth. I was already neck-deep in shit, and I didn't need to add water theft to my charges. And there was Hayden and Elroy to think about. They'd still need to siphon water to survive, and they wouldn't be able to do that if the Guardians suspected for even a second that such a crime was possible. Heron shoved me forward again, but this time when I walked, the stone floor was a little steadier beneath the soles of my boots. You people walk around with those plague bags hooked on your belts, I said. You say our ward's locked down so tight because we're quarantined. You say we're afflicted with a sickness, that we're contagious. But we aren't, Captain. We're being slowly and methodically poisoned because we don't matter, because we ask questions, because we say no, because Madra sees us as a burden on the city. She feeds us foul, dirty water, and we die in droves because of it. Meanwhile, you and yours turn the handle and fresh, clean water flows into your canisters. No one's standing over you, looking over your shoulder, beating you and telling you enough. Have you ever asked yourself why?
I'm not paid to ask anything.
Heron interrupted in a clipped tone. No, of course not. Like I said, ask a question and you'll get sent to the third. It isn't disease that's contagious in my ward, Captain. It's dissent. Anarchy and rebellion spread like a wildfire. And what do you do with the fire? You blockade it. Trap it behind a wall. Give it nowhere else to go until it burns itself out and dies a quiet death. That's what Madra's doing with my people. Except our fire hasn't burned out the way she'd hoped it would. We've been reduced to embers, yes, but the coals that lie beneath the ash of my ward are still hot enough to burn. Do you know much about metalwork, Captain? I do. It's under the most unbearable conditions that the sharpest, most dangerous weapons are forged, and we are dangerous, Captain. She's turned us all into weapons. That is why she won't suffer my people to live. Heron was silent for a long time. Then he said,
Just walk.
The air danced with heat as we crossed an internal courtyard. I breathed a sigh of relief when we re-entered the building through a crenellated archway, glad to be back in the shade. Heron refused to speak again as he ushered me toward our destination. We passed endless alcoves and hallways, but he didn't stop driving the hilt of his sword into my back until we came upon a set of tall, dark wood doors, 3 times my height and at least 8 times as wide. The captain produced a heavy, rusted iron key from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. Why would a room within Madra's own fortress need such an imposing door, and why would it need to be kept locked? I wanted to know, but didn't ask. Heron was unlikely to give me an answer, and I'd find out soon enough anyway. I was probably about to be fed to a pack of hellcats. An uneasy prickle bit at the tips of my ears as Heron shoved me through the doors. The air in the large vaulted room beyond was no cooler than anywhere else in the palace, but there was a strange quality to it, as if it were thicker than normal and hadn't been disturbed in a very long time. My feet felt like they were wading through shifting sand as I proceeded through the darkness toward a lone burning torch that hung on the wall. In rows, huge sandstone columns filled the cavernous space, at least 30 of them propping up the buttressed ceiling high above. Our footsteps echoed around the hall, Harren guiding me by the shoulder now. I thought the hall must be completely empty, but as we drew closer to the flickering flame throwing shadows up the wall, I saw that there was a series of stone steps that led up to a dusty raised platform. Something long and narrow protruded from the platform. From a distance, it looked like some sort of lever. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. My attention seemed to be snared by the shadowy shape, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't rip my gaze away. The closer we drew, the more focused I became. It was as if the platform were drawing me to it, beckoning me forward.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Harren tugged me away from the platform, back toward the flaring torch. I hadn't even realized I'd altered course and was heading right for the stone steps. For a moment there, I had lost myself, but the sound of the captain's low, quiet voice brought reality rushing back into sharp relief. I was suddenly feeling rather nauseous. The water I drained from Harren's canteen rolled in my stomach, my mouth sweating unpleasantly, but I swallowed down the sensation, determined not to give the asshole the satisfaction of knowing he'd been right when he told me not to drink so fast. "What is this place?" I whispered.
It used to be a hall of mirrors.
The captain answered.
That was a long time ago. Stand still and don't think about trying to escape. This place is packed full of guards. You won't get 5 feet beyond that door now.
He moved behind me and grabbed my wrists, binding them tight with rough hands.
There, do not move.
He took the torch from the wall and gave me a stern look, half of his proud features cast into darkness by the flame. He went about lighting other torches along the wall then. Soon there were at least 10 of them, casting off circles of golden light that revealed the dour faces of long-forgotten gods chiseled into the stonework of the walls. Amongst them, the only 2 I recognized were Balia and Min, the physical embodiment of Zolvarin's sons. Twin sisters, identical in appearance, beautiful and cruel. The sisters stared down at me with regal indifference as Harren finished his task. Even with the additional burning torches, the hall was so vast that the darkness still licked up the walls and crept close across stonework, as if testing the boundaries of the light, trying to push it back. I did my best not to look at the steps, the platform, or the lever. I tracked the edgeless, blurred shape that was Harren as he returned, but even so, my eyes kept drifting, drawn back to the steps. The silence vibrated in my ears, an uncanny, unsettling feeling like the moments after a scream, when the terrible sound tears the air in two, and for a split second afterward, the memory of it hangs there, determined to still be heard. I found myself straining, listening as hard as I could, searching for a voice that wasn't there. Harren stood in front of me, his dark brown hair painted with strokes of copper beneath the torchlight. He opened his mouth to speak, and "I hear rumors," a cool voice said. It was rich and low, though undeniably feminine. I startled, casting around for its source. I hadn't heard the door open again, and there had been no echoing footfall against the stone, yet there was someone else in the hall with us now. Queen Madra emerged from the darkness as if she were made of it. People said she was young, beautiful, magnificent to look upon. I'd seen her from a distance, but never this close. It was hard to comprehend how someone who had ruled for so long could look like this. Her skin was fair and flawless, her cheeks flushed pink. Her hair was the color of spun gold, thick and braided into complex knots. Bright, quick, intelligent blue eyes took me in as she approached. She was certainly beautiful. More beautiful than any woman I'd ever seen. Her gown was a deep, rich sapphire blue, made of a stunning silken fabric that I'd never even laid eyes on before. She was a dainty, graceful thing, but just like everything else in this strange hall, there was something strange about her. She gave me a coquettish smile as she came closer, absently twisting a golden bracelet around her wrist. Harren averted his eyes, bowing his head when the queen looked to him. His deference appeared to please her. She placed a familiar hand on his shoulder, having to reach up to do so, then turned around and faced me. "Rumors are wicked things," she said. A moment ago her voice sounded lower, full of reverberations, but it had altered somehow and was now high and bright, as clear and pleasant as the ringing of one of Elroy's glass bells. There was no anger on Madra's face. If anything, her expression was one of curiosity mixed with mild amusement, the corners of her mouth tilted upward again, her eyes shining, bordering on kind. I'm not fond of rumors, Ceres Fane. Rumors are next-door neighbors to gossip, and gossip always breaks bread with lies. It's just the way these things go. She paced around me in a circle, those quick blue eyes drinking all of me in. I apologize for the shackles, but I'm not overly fond of low-born rats from the third, either. You never know where their hands have been. In the very least, they're always dirty, and it's so hard to get stains out of satin. Low-born rats. Her smile was welcoming, as was the softness of her gaze, but her words told the truth, at least. She tipped her head back, exposing the column of her neck as she got a better look at me. Diamonds winked at her ears, and the choker that circled her throat dripped with glittering jewels that I didn't even have names for. She wore no crown, which seemed odd considering the other finery she was decked out in. Heron tells me that you stole from me today. He tells me that you murdered 2 of my guardians. I said nothing. I hadn't been invited to speak yet, and I knew how these things worked. I'd been dealt enough backhanded blows by the guardians to know that I shouldn't make a peep until told directly to open my mouth. Madra huffed down her nose, arching a sardonic eyebrow at me as her smile widened. I got the impression that she was disappointed and had wanted me to breach propriety. Theft of crown property is a serious charge, Ceres, but we'll get to the armor you took shortly. First, you'll explain how you managed to best 2 of my men. You'll tell me who taught you to wield a sword. You'll give me details. Names, meeting locations, everything you know. And when you're done, if I feel that you've been honest, I will see about commuting a part of your sentence. Go ahead, she commanded. Turning her back on me, she started pacing up and down along the length of the wall, looking up at the stonework, at the torches, at the ceiling, waiting for me to speak.
Get on with it.
Heron hissed between his teeth.
Delaying won't aid your case, I assure you.
It's all right, Heron. Let her get her falsehoods in order. It doesn't matter. I'll untangle her web even as she spins it. A bead of sweat streaked over my temple, rolling down my cheek, but I found myself shivering despite the stifling heat. I wanted to look at the raised platform. With every fiber of my being, I was desperate to look. It took every ounce of strength I possessed, but I managed to keep my eyes trained on Madra. I taught myself, I said. I made myself a wooden practice sword, and I trained by myself. Queen Madra snorted. I waited to see if she would say anything. She was clearly thinking plenty, but she lifted her brows in a silent signal to continue. That's all there is to it, I said. No one trained me. Liar, the queen purred. My guardians are seasoned fighters, second to none when it comes to swordplay. You have been shown how to use a weapon, and I want to know by who. I already told you. The queen's hand whipped out, fast as lightning. Striking my cheek as hard as she could, the resulting crack echoed around the empty hall as her palm met my skin. Pain exploded in my jaw, traveling up into my temple. Damn, that hurt. It was the Fae, wasn't it? She hissed. They've found a way through. They've come for me at last. She'd struck me hard, but not that hard. I shouldn't have been hearing things. It seemed that I was, though, because for the life of me, it sounded like she'd just said, the Fae. I don't know what you mean. I glanced at Heron, trying to decipher from the look on his face if she was playing some kind of game with me, but his expression was blank, unreadable. What isn't there to understand? The queen's sharp words dripping with ice. I've heard stories, but I wasn't quite sure what to say. Was she mad? Did she believe in unicorns, too? Lost lands that existed millennia ago, swallowed by the deserts, ghosts, and the forgotten gods? None of it was real. As if reading my mind, the queen adopted a slow smirk. The Fae were warmongers, cannibals, beastly creatures with no temperance, sense of morality, nor any notion of mercy. The eldest immortals visited their wrath upon the land with an iron fist, leaving a path of chaos and destruction in their wake. The 7 cities rejoiced when I cast them out, and now they have sent you to try and kill me? I assure you no one has sent me to do anything of the sort. Madra dismissed me with a bored tut. They want this land, I assume. Tell me, what will they do if I don't return these arid, worthless, barren sand dunes to them? She asked skeptically. I've already told you. Stop lying, the queen barked. Just answer the question. The Fae wish to come and take these lands from me. What do you think they will have to do in order to seize my throne from me? This felt like a leading question, one I knew better than to answer. But I had to tell her something. She was clearly unhinged, and choosing to protest my innocence on this front clearly wouldn't get me anywhere. "Kill you," I said. "And how do they plan on doing that?" She seemed genuinely interested in how I'd answer this question. I don't know. I'm not sure. Madra nodded, still pacing, appearing to think very deeply. "It strikes me that the Fae haven't really thought about how they might destroy an immortal, Ceres. It seems that the Fae are foolhardy and are ill-prepared to deal with the likes of me." Her vivid skirts rustled as she approached. "I will say that the ruckus you caused today was a little exciting. I felt a frisson of—" She looked up at the crenellated archways above, frowning. It was as though she were grasping for a word that eluded her. She shrugged, lowering her gaze. "I suppose I'm just bored," she said. "So long in power, no real threat to the throne, nothing to do but drink wine and slaughter peasants for fun. For 1 second you had me wondering." Even the broad, cold smirk she wore didn't mar her beauty. Maybe if the women of the Third were given the same luxuries Madra had enjoyed, they'd look just as pretty as her. But as it stood, even spiteful and cold, she was still the loveliest creature I'd ever laid eyes on. She spun around suddenly, opening up her arms and laughing dryly as she gestured to the room about her. "That's why we met here, of course. I had to see for myself if this place remained untouched. The banished Fae can't return so long as all remains the same here, you see. I knew nothing would have changed, but I do have a nasty habit of letting paranoia get the better of me." She sobered. A fine young thing in a fancy gown, spoiled and overindulged. But something ancient and malicious lurked behind her bright blue eyes. "I should know better by now than to indulge the riff-raff, Heron." She addressed the captain, but her eyes drilled into me.
Riff-raff indeed, Majesty.
Heron said stiffly.
It's a queen's duty to protect her people, though. It's only right that you investigate threats against Zilvarin.
Boot-licking, flattering, fawning sycophant. The Heron I met in the streets of the Third was nowhere to be seen, nor was the man who dragged me up from the dungeons kicking and screaming. This version of the captain was meek and diminished, afraid for reasons I couldn't discern. Madra didn't seem all that impressed by his simpering either. Her mouth twitched at either corner, lifting just a fraction. "Deal with her, Heron. When you're done, head back to where you found her and root out the rest of her people." My people? She didn't mean... A wave of panic took me. "No! My brother! I told you, he had nothing to do with the gauntlet, I swear!" The queen's face was blank as she reached out and ran an index finger down my cheek. I was slick with sweat. The air stank with my fear, yet the woman before me was impervious. Her skin, perfect and so very pale, bore no perspiration whatsoever. "You are a rat," she said simply. "Rats are an eternal bane upon a city, it's true. You can kill one, but it will already be too late. It will have spurned 10 more before it found its way to you. 10 more grotesque, fat rats, gnawing away on grain that does not belong to them, tainting water that it has no right to drink. The only way to deal with a rat's nest is to hunt it down and smoke out its occupants. Even if there are no Fae in the Silver City, somebody trained you. Somebody showed you how to hurt and kill my men. Do you think we'd leave a form of rebellion that insidious to fester? Oh no." She bared her teeth, gripping hold of my jaw, her nails suddenly too sharp, too long, gouging into my skin. "You took something of mine, girl, and I'm not in the business of letting theft slide. So I will take from you. First your life, then I'll make a column of greasy smoke out of those who matter to you, and when they're gone, I will tear the Third Ward to the ground. For the next 100 years, anyone foolish enough to think twice about stealing from me will remember the black day Ceres Fane offended the Zilvarin crown, and 100,000 people paid the price." Chapter 5. Heretic. An entire ward put to the torch because of me. 100,000 people turned to ash and bones. She wasn't serious. Elroy told me how they slaughtered cows once. They hit them in the forehead with a piercing bolt, taking them by surprise. That's how my guilt came at me on the heels of the Queen's promise. Out of nowhere. Right between the eyes. Queen Madra spun around, her dress rustling, the color shifting like the sheen atop an oil slick, and began to walk across the vast hall, her feet silent as she went. Make her sing, Heron. I want to hear her music echoing from the dungeons to the towers. It's been too long since we heard something sweet. Sick, twisted, that's what she was. Madra's fair face had fooled many, but a dark, ugly pit roiled away behind the mask she wore. I saw it. I felt it in her words. The countless horrors this woman had commanded in that sweet, lilting voice. Heron's eyes were glassy as he reached for his sword. The sound of the blade scraping against its sheath filled the air as he drew the weapon free. He wore no remorse, no regret. Whatever sympathy he might have felt for me as he dragged me up here from the cells was gone now, replaced with nothing. When he came for me, he came quick and quiet. It would be over the same way then. My life, gone in a heartbeat. My cry severed in my throat before I could meet the air. But Madra wanted my screams to flood the palace. She'd said so, and Heron was her creature to the end. I was helpless to stop him when he grabbed me. With my wrists still bound, I had no way of fending him off. I aimed a kick at his stomach, throwing my weight behind it, but he deflected the blow, twisting away, wearing a look of bored contempt. This is nothing to you, is it? Taking an innocent life? A flicker of something passed over his features. Not empathy, more exhaustion.
You aren't innocent. You're a thief,
he replied flatly. His hand clamped around the top of my arm, his grip an iron vice. I attempted to dig my heels in to slow his progress as he dragged me across the hall, but the stone underfoot was too slick. The third is full of thieves, I spat. It's the only option open to us. We take more than we're given or we die. It's an easy decision. You'd do the same if it meant the difference between life and death.
Don't presume to know which way my moral compass points, girl.
He wrenched me forward, snarling when I tried to pull myself free. My shoulder throbbed, promising to dislocate if I strained the joint any further, but there were plenty of things I would do to survive, and theft was the least of them. If ripping my shoulder out of its socket gave me an opportunity to run, then I'd endure the pain. Easy to judge, from a position of privilege, I ground out. But when your family is dying...
Death is an open doorway that's meant to be walked through. On the other side of it lies peace. Count yourself lucky that you get to make the journey at all.
Shoving me forward, he threw me to the ground. I landed on my side, hard, my head smashing against the stone and sparks exploding behind my eyes. For a moment, all I could do was gasp through the skull-splitting pain. My vision cleared just in time for me to register Heron lifting his sword.
For what it's worth, I am sorry,
he said, and then he brought the blade swinging down. Lightning tore a pathway through my side and up into my brain. White-hot, the sensation transcended pain. This was more. Raw agony, the likes of which I had never experienced, splintered my mind as the horror of it intensified. I didn't even know pain like this existed. A rush of wet heat spread over my stomach. I looked down and immediately wished I hadn't. Heron's blade was buried in my stomach, the metal plunged deep. The captain's brows drew together for the briefest second. The smallest flare of something he refused to give way to, and then his features smoothed out.
Ready, sirs?
He closed both hands around the hilt of his sword.
This is the part where you scream.
And then he twisted. A wall of sound and panic tore out of me. Too much. The fear and vicious burn in my gut overwhelming my senses. Like a feral animal caught in a snare, I bucked and writhed, desperate to escape. But the ties binding my hands behind my back grew tighter the more I pulled, and Heron had only twisted his gleaming silver blade. He hadn't pulled it out. I was skewered to the stone, and no amount of thrashing would fix that. I gave Madra the music she requested. I screamed until I tasted blood and my throat was raw. It was only when I started choking on blood that I understood that I was coughing it up. It spilled out of my mouth in a hot stream that wouldn't stop flowing.
I know it hurts,
Heron murmurs.
But it's temporary. It'll be over soon enough.
As he stooped down over me, taking a beautiful engraved dagger from a sheath at his thigh, I clung to those words. Soon this would end. I would sink into oblivion. I didn't believe in an afterlife, but nothingness would do. Fire erupted below my collarbone. I couldn't breathe. I thought for a moment that he punched me, but no. His dagger protruded from my shoulder. A ragged howl bounced around the hall, growing louder and louder with each repetition. It was an inhuman sound, chilling and pitiful. Escape, escape, escape. There was no room to think around the word. I couldn't. I had to. Escape!
You're lucky. This is faster than it will be for the others.
Heron said softly. There was a hint of kindness to his tone. He took out another dagger and looked down at it, considering its edge.
They'll burn or choke to death. Stomach wounds are painful, yes, but I made this one quick for you. Now.
He shook his head, flipping over the blade in his hand.
One last really good scream for the queen, and we'll have you on your way. All right?
The dagger flashed, quick as lightning. Heron thrust down, aiming to drive it point first into my other shoulder, but something happened. The metal tip froze an inch away from my filthy, torn shirt, hovering above me. He stayed his hand? I gagged on another mouthful of blood, struggling to swallow it back down, to breathe around it. When I looked up at Heron, his eyes were wide, more alert than they had been a moment ago. He stared at me, his disbelief plain as day. Shaking with the effort, he was using both hands now, struggling to drive the knife home.
How are you doing that?
He grunted.
That isn't possible.
I couldn't answer him. I was a burning wick, consumed by pain, but there was something inside of me, something cool and calm and made of iron, that rose up and claimed Heron's knife as its own. The stillness wanted the blade, and so it took it. As if I had a third invisible hand, I reached out toward the dagger and I wrapped my will around it. The weapon trembled, its tip quivering.
Stop,
he whispered.
This is heresy.
I couldn't stop. I had no control over what was happening. I desperately wanted the dagger away from me, and so I forced against it in my mind, commanding it to... Heron gasped as the dagger glowed white-hot. The metal screeched in my ears, a horrific, awful sound that cleaved me to my soul. The sound of madness. Gritting my teeth, I answered the voice inside of me, commanding me to unmake the dagger, like such a thing was even possible. And it was. Almost as stunned as Heron, I watched as the knife liquefied in the captain's gloved hand and ran through his fingers in rivulets of rolling silver.
Heretical magic!
Heron gasped. He tried to lunge away but lost his balance, toppling backward onto his ass, his boots kicking against the stone as he struggled to get away.
Where did you learn how to... No! No!
Terror claimed the captain. He cast about, wild-eyed, breathing heavily, as the thin streams of metallic liquid that had once been his weapon rolled toward him, pooling and diverging as if it were seeking him, as if it were alive.
And this...
Heron panted.
Even if it takes me, you won't escape the palace. You're bleeding out anyway. You're already dead.
A strange, rippling weight shifted in my stomach. I could barely feel it over the pain, but I could sense that calm, unknown something inside me was turning its focus back toward me. It was a question. Did I want to stop whatever course I had set the once knife on? It would be easy to call it back, bring it to heel, because it was dangerous. There were things it could do. I didn't know what, but I would find out. Heron was right. I was already dead. No one could survive the injuries he'd inflicted upon me, but Hayden was still alive. Elroy, maybe even Vorath, though the cry that came from his shop as I fled earlier suggested otherwise. So long as my friends still lived, I had every reason to hurt Heron, and if the flowing metal I had created from the dagger he had planned on stabbing me with might prevent him from hurting the people I cared about, then I'd use it to hurt him first. I couldn't speak anymore. Couldn't move. I was so dizzy that the vast hall pitched up and down like I was drunk. But I wasn't done yet. I had enough strength to see this through. Madra would have to find someone else to murder my people. She had an endless supply of guardians who were more than willing to do her bidding, but this man wouldn't be amongst them. Heron wouldn't be the one to spill Hayden or Elroy's blood the way he had spilled mine. I knew that I could end him with this strange and hungry metal if I wanted to, and why shouldn't I? Life wasn't fair. I'd never expected it to be, but I did believe that you reaped what you sowed in this city, and that meant that Heron, captain of Madra's guard, had a debt he needed to settle before I died.
Saras? Saras? Call it off! You don't understand!
Oh, but I do. I croaked. You expected me to die by your hand, but... I held my stomach as I coughed, spluttering on another mouthful of blood. You don't want to come with me through that doorway you mentioned, do you, Captain?
I can't go! She won't let me!
Heron had plenty of room to flee, but the man was frozen solid, muscles locked up, too petrified to move an inch. He whimpered as the humming threads of silver branched out like the tributaries of the rivers I'd marveled over in library books and began creeping up the toe of his leather boot. What would happen to him? It didn't really matter. He was going to suffer the same way he'd made me suffer. I was growing weaker by the second, my wounds losing blood at a phenomenal rate. The clock was ticking. I'd be gone soon, but the stubborn part of me wanted him to die first, and I wanted to be standing on my own 2 feet when it happened. So I got to work. Saris Fane was 24 years of age when she died. Honestly, she should have died a lot sooner, but the girl never did know when to give up. My epitaph would be short and sweet. Elroy would see to something for me, provided that he survived any of this. In the meantime, I was going to drag my bleeding backside up off of this hard floor and watch whatever came next. I was sweating, weak-legged and nauseous when I finally managed to get up. Panting hard down my nose, I took one staggering step toward the captain and realized just how hard it was going to be to stay conscious. I was a temporarily living, breathing pincushion. Heron's sword and his other dagger were still sticking out of me. It was a miracle the sword hadn't fallen out yet. The weight of it twisting inside me was excruciating, but I held back my screams as I stumbled, dragging myself on ice-cold feet toward Heron. Frantically, he slapped his pant legs, brushing the fabric with a sweeping motion, though very careful not to touch the molten silver at the same time.
Monster!
He hissed.
You'll end the world with this! Don't let it take me! Please!
What did he expect? Had he listened to me when I was pleading for my life? Had he taken pity on me right before he drove his sword into my gut? He hadn't. I had no understanding of what it was I was doing, but if this was a world-ending gift, then good. Fuck this city, and fuck this world. My family was already doomed, and what did I care for anyone else? If Heron was telling the truth, then I'd be doing the rest of the people in the third a favor. The torches resting in the sconces blazed, roaring as their flames danced and leaped, casting an eerie orange glow up the walls. On the ground, the silver threads persisted in climbing up Heron's legs, probing, ever moving upward on a mission to find skin. How I knew that, I couldn't comprehend, but I did know that Madra would be hearing Heron's music as soon as they achieved their goal.
Please!
Heron whispered. No. The word was as hard as granite. I looked down at the bastard sword protruding out of my chest, wishing I could pull it out. What a dark and beautiful irony it would be to end this fucker's life with his own sword. But I'd be dead the second I withdrew the thing, and I wanted to hang around long enough to see. I needed something else. One of the torches, perhaps. If I could muster the energy to shuffle across the hall and reach one, I could use it to set him alight, the way he planned on torching the third. I'd made it 3 bracing, agonizing steps before I noticed the other sword to my left. I'd seen it when Heron had dragged me in here, though I hadn't been able to make out what it was then. I thought it was some kind of lever, but this close, I could see that it was in fact a sword, buried halfway up to its hilt into the ground. Gods only knew if I had the strength to free it, but I was going to try. There were steps up to the raised platform where the ornate weapon had been buried. When I heaved myself up the first of these steps, groaning out loud in pain, Heron broke free from his hysteria. He got to his feet, his voice ringing out loud and urgent.
Saris, no! Do not touch the sword! Do not turn the key!
He panted.
Do not open the gates! You've no idea the hell you will unleash on this place!
He thought I would care? My vision flickered red, a lifetime of rage and injustice finally demanding retribution. Hell had already been unleashed upon this place centuries ago. What was a little more suffering? The second step up toward the platform was slightly easier, but only because it was a step closer to death. A cold, numb feeling washed over me, dulling my senses and fogging my thoughts. I'd left a pool of blood on the floor behind me, along with a wide trail of it in my wake when I got up and limped up here. But now my heart was laboring, almost out of blood to pump. I reached the top step of the platform, dizzy and exhausted. I immediately dropped to my knees and retched. I wanted to be sick so badly, but my body was shutting down. It couldn't remember how, or else my stomach couldn't contract properly with the blade of a sword slicing through it, so I spat out globs of congealed blood onto the smooth ground instead. The sword was old. I felt its age on the air somehow, a prickle of energy that spoke of hidden, ancient places.
Do not touch that sword!
Heron repeated. He panicked, rushing toward me, about to hit the steps. He'd given up swatting at the filaments of silver spreading out over his chest, slowly rising up toward his throat. If he made it to the top of the steps, I was done for. Ignoring the pain and my darkening vision, I sank back onto my heels and turned my back to the blade, resting my wrists against the ancient weapon's edge. I expected it to be dull. I somehow knew that it hadn't been touched by another living creature in centuries, but I hissed in surprise when I lifted upward, and the thing cut through the ties at my wrists like a hot knife through butter.
Cyrus! No!
Heron almost had me. I twisted, releasing an ungodly scream as his sword tipped forward and slid free from my stomach, clattering to the ground. I felt it then, the loosening at the very center of me, as if something fundamental had come undone. There was no putting me back together now. "Let's be done with it, then," a small voice whispered in the back of my quietening mind. I grabbed the old sword by the hilt, a bolt of energy firing up both arms as I drew it from the stone and turned it on Heron. I wheezed out 8 words, knowing they'd be my last, enjoying the stupidity of them. "This is the part where you scream, Captain." And then I swung with all my might. The sword sliced into Heron's shoulder, cutting right through his oiled leather breastplate like it wasn't even there, leaving a bright red line of blood in its wake. Heron's bark of pain echoed around the vaulted ceiling. The wound wasn't enough to kill him, but I'd certainly hurt him. He came at me, pressing a hand to his chest to stem his own flow of blood. I assumed he would grab me again, but this time he lunged for the blade, the whites of his eyes showing.
Put it back! You've got to put it back!
It was too late for that. A song couldn't be unsung. The sword was free, and every part of me knew that it wasn't going back into... I was sinking. The ground that I had assumed was solid stone beneath my feet was nothing of the sort. Heron's blade had melted into a respectable amount of liquid metal, but the ground at my feet, the pool at my feet, was more silver than I had ever seen in my life, and it was hissing and spitting like an angry cat. It hadn't been like this a moment ago. It had been solid. Now it was softening by the second. The roiling mass of it was already up to my ankles. I couldn't pull my boots free. The surface of the silver pool shone in the dim light of the hall, emitting its own sort of light. With my feet stuck in place, Heron could have ended me once and for all, but the thin threads of silver that had been his dagger had now reached the collar of his breastplate and were greedily climbing up his throat. His skin was white as ash.
Gods,
He breathed.
it's so...
But he didn't finish his sentence. His eyes rolled back into his head and he began to shake. The pool of silver I stood in rose at an alarming rate. Or was it just getting deeper? I couldn't tell the difference. My thoughts were so scattered, none of them making sense. This was the blood loss. It had to be. I'd die soon enough and then it would all be over. Hayden would be... The Queen would forget. They would be safe. All of them would be... My eyelids were so heavy. 10 feet away at the base of the steps, Heron cursed, thrashing against an invisible foe. I would leave him to his private war. It was time for me to sleep. The liquid metal erupted underneath me, the silver slopping over the sides of what was now clearly a circular pool. Freed from its hold and with nothing to keep me up any longer, I toppled sideways onto the stone steps, a snapping sensation jolting me, though I mercifully felt no pain. My vision was going at last. Blackness crept in, rolling before my eyes like a midnight fog. Only it wasn't a fog. It was something else. It was... death. The bastard had come to claim me in person. Emerging from the silver, the huge figure rose up from the pool as if ascending from the very depths of hell itself. Broad shoulders, wet, shoulder-length black hair. Tall. Taller than any other man I'd ever seen. His eyes shone an iridescent, shimmering green, the pupil of the right eye rimmed by the same shining metallic silver that ran in ribbons from the black leather armor that covered his chest and arms. He towered over me, his lips pulled back into a snarl, revealing gleaming white teeth and sharp canines. In his hand, he held a monstrous sword forged out of a black metal that vibrated with a tempestuous energy that sang in the marrow of my bones. He raised the sword, about to bring it down and cleave me in two, but then his quick eyes landed on the ancient sword I was still holding and he froze, arm raised above his head.
Graceless gods.
He hissed.
What's this? A fucking joke? Die!
Heron bellowed.
I will not take your lies and your serpent tongue! Choke on it! Die!
Death snapped his head to Heron, forgetting that he'd come to end my suffering. His hair hung in damp waves around his face, though the silver that he had risen from wasn't coating his hair, his clothes, or his skin as it was Heron. The metallic fluid ran off of his boots and defied the laws of nature as it pooled back together, rolling up the steps and pouring back into the pool. I didn't have the energy to raise my head and watch as Death descended the steps toward Heron. My eyes were flashing now, flickering. My ears still worked, though.
Obsidian! Obsidian!
Exclaimed Heron.
Broken. Everywhere. Everywhere. Down in the ground, in the passageways, in the walls. They move. In the ground, I can't. It won't die! It has to!
He screamed.
Unfortunate.
I had known Death's voice to be a howling hot wind across the parched desert, a wet, hacking cough in the night, the urgent cry of a starving baby. I had never for one moment imagined his voice might also be the stroke of velvet in the ever-encroaching darkness.
Where's Madra?
He demanded. Heron didn't respond. A scurrying, scratching was the only sound that reached me where I lay on the steps.
I can't pull it out of you,
Death said wearily.
Your fate's sealed, Captain. You deserve far fucking worse. The ground, the passages, they move in the ground. Obsidian! Obsidian!
A scuffling, a scraping, a low, hard thud. Heron let out a panicked screech, but his cry was quickly shut off. When Death climbed the steps again, his boots were the only part of him that I could see in my narrowing field of vision. My heart wanted to pound when he crouched down beside me, coming into view, but I could only manage a weak squeeze of fear. Of course Death was beautiful. How else would anyone choose to go with him without putting up a fight? Even though he scowled at me, his dark brows tugging together to form a dark, unhappy line, he was still the most savagely beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
Pathetic.
He murmured.
Absolutely.
He couldn't seem to find the words. Shaking his head, he reached into the front of his chest plate, fishing around for something. A moment later, he withdrew his hand, a long silver chain hooked around his index finger. He unfastened it.
If you die before you can give this back, I'm not going to be happy.
He groused. The chain was warm against my skin as he looped it around my neck. Ever since I'd fallen against the steps, my body had been blissfully numb, but the reprieve proved temporary as the stranger in black lifted me roughly into his arms. The pain shattered me this time until there was nothing left. My silent scream died on my lips as Death carried me into the pool. The darkness took me before the silver could. Chapter 6. Everlane. Once, when I was 8, it rained in the Silver City. The heavens cracked open, and a deluge of water fell from the sky for a whole day. The streets flooded, and buildings that had stood for generations washed away. No one had ever seen such a blanket of clouds blotting out the suns, and for the first and only time in my life, I had known what it was to be cold. I wasn't cold now. This was something else entirely, and it was unbearable. My bones were made of ice. They promised to shatter if I dared to move, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop shivering. Locked in darkness, I could see nothing at all. There were sounds in this icy prison, though. Voices, sometimes many, sometimes just one. I began to recognize them as time passed. I heard the female voice the most. She spoke to me, talking softly, telling me secrets. She sang to me as well. Her voice was soft and sweet and made me miss my mother in a way that caused me to ache inside. I couldn't understand the things she sang about. Her words were a mystery, the language she spoke unfamiliar and strange. I lay in the darkness and shivered, wishing that she would fuck off. I didn't want to be haunted by these ghosts. I wanted to slip into the nothingness until the cold froze me over and the silence blocked my ears and I became nothing and forgot that I had ever lived. Instead, the tips of my fingers came back to me. Then my toes. My arms and legs followed. Gradually, over a span of time that could have been an hour, but just as easily a week, my body returned bit by bit. The pain made me wish I'd been better in life. This had to be a punishment. My ribs threatened to crack with every breath I drew, and I was breathing somehow. My insides felt as if they had been torn out of my body, shredded to pieces, and then stuffed back inside me. Everything hurt, every second of every minute of every hour. I prayed for an oblivion that refused to come. And then, out of nowhere, I opened my eyes, and the darkness was gone. The bed I was lying in didn't belong to me. The only feather mattress I'd ever slept on in my whole life was Carrie Swift's, and this bed didn't belong to that asshole either. This bed was far bigger, for starters, and it didn't smell like muskrat. A set of immaculate white sheets covered my body, on top of which lay a thick woolen blanket. High overhead, the ceiling was not the pale golden color of sandstone. It was mostly white, but no, it wasn't white. It was a pale, washed-out blue, and there were streaks and dabs of dove gray sporadically daubed here and there, forming clouds. It was beautifully done. The walls of the room were a darker shade of blue, bordering on violet. As soon as I marked the color, along with not one but 5 different paintings, displayed in heavy gilt frames mounted on the walls, the plush-looking couch in the corner of the room, and the shelf opposite the bed, loaded up with more books than I'd ever seen in one place at any one time, a sinking dread sank its claws into me. I was still in the palace. Where else could I be? No one in the Third could possibly have scrounged together the type of money it would cost to create the dye for violet paint. Not to mention the only artworks I'd ever seen were faded pictures in books, but these were real. Oil paint on canvas with real wooden frames. I let out a panicked breath, my alarm rising in magnitude when I saw the cloud of fog form on my breath. Where was I, and what the 5 hells was happening? Why could I see my breath? I tried to move, but my body wouldn't comply. Not even the smallest twitch. I might as well have been paralyzed. If I could swing my legs out of, no, that wasn't going to work. I froze as the door to the opulent room opened. My eyes were already open. It was pointless closing them now when I'd already been caught awake. I was too anxious to look at whoever had entered the room, so I remained perfectly still, staring up at the clouds painted on the ceiling, holding my breath. Master Eskin said you'd wake up today, a female voice said. The same voice that had sung to me, that had reached out to me in the dark. And here I was doubting him. I should know better by now. The woman, whoever she was, laughed softly. Was she one of Madra's ladies' maids? Was she going to gut me the moment I stopped playing dead and looked at her? Common sense rejected both of these possibilities. A lady's maid wouldn't be so chatty, and why would they have gone to the effort of keeping me alive if they only planned on murdering me? I slowly moved my head, turning to inspect this newcomer. She leaned against the wall by the door, holding a stack of dusty books. Her hair was the lightest blonde, so long it reached well past her waist, tamed into 2 elaborate braids, each as thick as my wrist. She could only be, 24, 25? Around the same age as me. Her skin was pale, her eyes a vivid shade of green. The hunter green dress she wore was a work of art. Brocaded, the bodice was embroidered with golden thread that shimmered when it caught the light. The full skirt was decorated with embroidered leaves. The stranger grinned at me, still clutching hold of her books. "How are you feeling?" she asked. The urge to cough hit me out of nowhere. I did my best to answer her question, but I couldn't help it. I started to sputter, a spiderweb of pain spreading up my sides as my body jerked. "Oh no, wait. Here, let me help you," the girl said. She rushed into the room, set her pile of books down on a small table by the window, then picked up a cup and brought it to the bed. Holding it out, she beamed, offering it to me. "There, down in one. Eskin said you'd be parched when you came around." I shrank back into the bed, tugging my arms in tight against my body, eyeing her warily. "What is that?" "Nothing. Just water, I promise." "Nothing?" I took the cup, peering over its rim, feeling lightheaded. She wasn't lying. The receptacle was full to the brim with water. 4 days' worth. I'd spend a month trying to get out from underneath the debt this amount of water would put me in down in the Third, and she was just handing it to me? "Go on." She smiled uncertainly. "Drink. I'll refill it for you when you're done." She was toying with me. Well, more fool her. I held the cup to my lips and started to drink, swallowing as quickly as I could. The water was cold. So cold that it made my throat ache. It hurt to drink it so quickly, but I wasn't giving her a moment to change her mind. By the time she realized that I wasn't entitled to a ration this big, the water would be gone, and there wouldn't be any way for her to get it back. God, it was clean. Clean water. It almost tasted sweet. "Whoa, now," the girl said. "Slowly does it. You'll make yourself sick if you're not careful." I'd already finished, though. I handed her back the cup, expecting her to hold out a hand for payment now that I'd drained it dry, but she just smiled and returned to the table by the window, where she refilled the cup from a tall copper pitcher. I eyed her suspiciously when she came back and gave me the full cup again, wondering if she was mad. "I'm Everlane. I've been visiting you," she said. "I know." She glanced down at the cup, nodding to it. "It's okay. You can drink that too if you're thirsty." I sipped the water this time, watching, waiting for her to pull a dagger from her voluminous skirts and pounce. "Since I told you my name, maybe you could tell me yours?" She canted her head to one side. "Gods, actually, do you mind if I pull up a chair? I've been climbing up and down the stairs all day and I forgot to eat this morning." "Sure." She, Everlane, grinned as she snagged a simple wooden chair and dragged it to the bedside. As soon as she had the chair positioned to her liking, she sat down heavily in it, tucking rogue strands of hair behind her ears. "All right, there, I'm ready. What are you then? A Marika? An Angelica?" Her eyes, bright as jade, flashed as she spoke. "I'm not a very patient person," she admitted in a confessional tone. "I've been calling you Liz for the past 10 days. That seemed as good a name as any, but—" She slowed, the light in her eyes dimming as she took in the look on my face. "What is it? What's the matter?" "Your ears," I whispered. I'd been staring at them ever since she tucked her loose strands of hair behind them. They were... I swallowed hard, took a deep breath. They were pointed. Everlane touched her finger to the tips of her ears, frowning softly. Her expression went blank when she realized what I was referring to. "Oh, right. They aren't the same as yours, no." The Fae were warmongers, cannibals, beastly creatures with no temperance, sense of morality, nor any notion of mercy. The eldest immortals visited their wrath upon the land with an iron fist, leaving a path of chaos and destruction in their wake. The 7 cities rejoiced when— "It's upset you, my appearance," Everlane said quietly. She placed her hands in her lap, all of her effervescence quickly fallen flat. "You've heard of my kind?" she asked. "Yes." Was this really happening, or was this some kind of sick joke? Was Hayden teasing me, getting me back for being so cruel to him the last time I saw him? This would be a fine way of getting revenge, making me doubt my sanity, but... I'd left my brother in the street outside the Mirage. I'd gone with Captain Heron. I'd met the Queen, and she'd ordered my execution, along with the execution of my friends, family, and every other living soul in the Third. Death had come for me, with wavy black hair and wicked green eyes. He'd carried me away from that place. He had brought me here. A wave of heat swept over me, making my mouth sweat. I hadn't paid much attention, dying as I'd been at the time, but when the dark-haired stranger had picked me up, the tips of his ears had been strangely shaped too. And his canines. "Show me your teeth." The demand slipped out before I could reel it back. The woman in the green gown clapped a hand over her mouth, her eyes widening. "What? No!" she exclaimed behind her palm. "Absolutely not! That's so rude! I'm sorry, but you're Fae?" The statement sounded like the punchline to a bad joke, but Everlane wasn't laughing. "I am," she answered, still hiding her mouth. "But you're not real." "I beg to differ," she fired back. "Myths, stories, the Fae are folklore. There's no such thing as the Fae. Don't I seem real to you?" "I suppose so, but the Fae had wings?" Everlane snorted. "We haven't had those for thousands of years." She dropped her hand, huffing a little as she pointed to the cup of water I was still holding. "Look, you have a concussion. Finish that and see if you feel any better. Things might feel a little backward for a while." My disbelief had nothing to do with the lump on the back of my head. You didn't just forget an entire race of people because you hit your head too hard. The Fae were not real. I squirmed, trying to prop myself up a little better, still scrutinizing Everlane's ears. "My mother told me stories about the Fae when I was little," I said. "The Fae visited the shores of our land, bringing with them war, disease, and death." A look of indigence stole across Everlane's pretty features. "Excuse me, but the Fae are not diseased. We haven't been afflicted by blight of any kind in a millennium. Humans, on the other hand, are riddled with all sorts of germs. You fall sick and die at the drop of a hat." I defended her. Again. That was twice in the space of a minute. As far as first meetings went, I wasn't doing a stellar job of making a good impression here. Taking a steadying breath, I tried to formulate a question that wouldn't come across as rude, but Everlane huffed, speaking before I could. "You're telling me that the Fae have become a bedtime story meant to scare children in Zilvarin?" "Yes!" What else do they say about us? I don't know. I can't remember right now. I remembered plenty, but none of it was very flattering. I had no desire to offend her again by telling her that Sylvaran mothers warned their children that a fey hag would come and eat them in the night if they didn't behave themselves. Everlane frowned, peering at the side of my head. How's your short-term memory? What's the last thing you can remember? Oh, I was in the palace. Madras Captain was trying to kill me. I stopped his dagger somehow and grabbed hold of a sword. Then the floor turned to molten silver, a big pool of it, and something came out of it. Something or someone. A man, I whispered. But Everlane shook her head. A male. He came because the sword called to him. She trailed off, throwing her hands in the air. Gods, I still don't know your name, unless you don't have a name. Of course I have a name, I said. It's Saris. I could count on one hand the amount of people I'd given my real name to when prompted, but for some reason lying to her seemed wrong. I had no idea how long I'd been unconscious for, but Everlane had visited me, talked to me, watched over me and sung to me and kept me company. Those weren't the actions of a being who wanted to cause me harm. Everlane's eyebrow arched knowingly. Ah, Saris. A pretty name. A fey name. How are you feeling? You're sore, I bet, but you must be feeling a lot better than when you first arrived. I feel... How did I feel? The last time I checked, I had a monstrous hole in my stomach and a dagger sticking out of my shoulder, not to mention that I'd lost near every last drop of blood in my body. With stiff arms, I slowly lifted the blanket covering me and surveyed the damage beneath. There wasn't much to see. I was wearing some type of tunic, pale green and made of soft, buttery material. I patted my stomach, feeling for the gaping wound through the fabric, but there was nothing. My stomach felt smooth. There wasn't even any pain. Our healers are extremely talented, though it's been some time since they worked on a human with such catastrophic injuries, she admitted. They decided to keep you sedated while your internal organs repaired. I argued to wake you up as soon as you were officially whole again, but Eskin said you needed another couple of days for your mind to calm after the trauma you'd experienced. Wait, so I'm not going to die? Everlane chuckled, shaking her head. No, Eskin's success rate is a point of pride for him these days. He hasn't lost a patient in nearly 2 centuries. 2 centuries? The songs our mother sang to Hayden and me when we were tiny always spoke of the Fae's unnatural lifespans. I still couldn't wrap my head around the fact that Everlane was Fae, though. Did I believe it? Was my mind even capable of accepting that as the truth? It just wasn't possible. I take it we're not in the Silver City, then, I said slowly. She smiled. We're not. My stomach rolled. Then where are we? Evelia. She beamed as though her one-word answer explained my entire situation. And where is that? Evelia! More specifically, the Winter Palace. Didn't your mother's bedtime stories tell you anything? The door crashed open. Cold light flooded in from the hallway beyond, and a monster clad in leather armor prowled into the room, eliciting a gasp out of Everlane. His eyes were the darkest brown, his fair skin splattered with what looked like mud. His sandy brown hair hung past his shoulders, the top part sectioned and tied back into a war braid. He was frighteningly tall, his bare, muscular forearms covered in intricate interwoven tattoos that blurred as my eyes tried to focus on them. The murderous look on his face softened somewhat when he saw Everlane. Everlane, however, had turned purple. Renfis! What in all 5 hells? You nearly gave me a heart attack! Chagrined, he hung his head. And there they were. Another set of pointed ears. This time they were tipped red with embarrassment.
Blaine?
The male said. His voice was lightly accented, the words lilting though made harsh by his deep register.
Sorry, I didn't know you were in here.
Clearly, you nearly ripped the damned door off its hinges. It's polite to knock before you hurl yourself into a room. The male, Renfis, glanced briefly in my direction, eyes shifting over me where I lay in the bed before returning his attention to Everlane.
Right. Sorry. Manners have never been my strong suit. Eden's destroyed what little etiquette I had to begin with.
Everlane's mouth twitched. Was she trying not to smile? Why are you bursting in here anyway? She asked.
I came to find the human.
Renfis's eyes darted to me again.
He needs his chain back.
His chain? Oh, Everlane's frown mirrored my own, but hers disappeared a split second after it formed. She'd obviously worked out what Renfis was referring to while I was still in the dark. Turning to me, she looked at the hollow of my throat, her lips drawing into a small pout. "She might still need it," she said. I raised my hand to my throat. The second my fingertips found the cool metal resting against my skin there, I remembered. Death, dressed in midnight, taking a chain from his neck and looping it around mine. Death, scooping me up into his arms, the look of disappointment in his eyes. Death...
Believe me, he needs it more than she does right now,
Renfis said darkly. Suddenly the chain felt like a noose around my neck. What the hell was it? And why had the male who had carried me away from Madra's palace put it on me? Everlane got to her feet. "It's only been 10 days. He shouldn't be affected yet, surely."
He's struggling.
The warrior said awkwardly.
He shouldn't have been without it at all. It gets worse every time he takes it off. If your father finds out he's even here.
I know. Gods, I want to see him, Ren. This is getting ridiculous. Renfis looked at his boots.
He wasn't in any fit state. Still isn't. The best thing you can do for him right now is to help me get the pendant back to him.
The set of Everlane's shoulders was stiff. The two of them traded a tense look, but she dipped her head and sighed. Turning to me, she said, "All right, fine. Saris, I hate to ask, but the chain you're wearing around your neck..." I was already fumbling with the clasp, trying to get the damned thing off. If the savage who owned the necklace wanted it back, I wouldn't give him a reason to come and get it himself. A cold shiver shot through me as I finally managed to unfasten the chain and offered it out to Everlane. I hadn't noticed it before, but there was something dangling from the necklace, a small silver disc. A family crest, perhaps? The disc was engraved with tiny markings, but I'd be damned if I was going to study it up close. Now that it wasn't hanging around my neck anymore, the chain felt like it was humming. The strangest energy fired up and down my arm, not painful, but certainly not a pleasant sensation. And it was cold. So cold. By the time Renfis strode across the room and stopped by the bed, holding out a small black velvet pouch, the chain might as well have been made of ice.
"Drop it inside,"
Renfis said. He held the mouth of the pouch open, very careful not to let the chain touch his skin while I did as he'd bade me. As soon as the chain had disappeared inside, the warrior pulled a tie on either side of the pouch, cinching it shut. Without another word, he spun away and made for the door. "I want to see him before he goes, at least," Everlane called after Renfis. "There are things I need to ask him." Renfis paused, his massive frame filling the doorway.
"He has to leave, Ling. I've kept him hidden this long by luck alone. The guards are starting to get suspicious. If they find out he's here..."
Everlane looked down at her feet. "Yes, you're right."
"He's needed back in Kalish anyway. Write to him if you have to. Visit in a month or two, but having him stay here a moment longer than necessary would be..."
He chose his last words carefully.
"Ill-advised."
Everlane had gone pale, but she didn't fight him. "Okay, all right. Tell him he'd better write back or there'll be trouble." Renfis bowed his head.
"It was good to see you,"
he murmured. And then he was gone. With him, he took the tension that had flooded the room when I'd removed the necklace, and for that I was eternally grateful. Everlane didn't relax the way I did, though. Her eyes shone bright with the beginnings of tears as she put her back to the door and said in a forcefully cheery voice, "All right then. I expect you'll be wanting to have a bath." "A bath?" "Yes, it's been at least 10 days since you've had a proper soak. Come on, I'll draw some hot water for you. It'll make you feel a million times better, I swear." Hot water? A whole tub full of it? For me to wash myself in? The waste of so much water would have stricken me dumb on any other day, but today there were far stranger things to concern myself with. And besides, I was too focused on something both Renfis and Everlane had said. 10 days. That's how long I'd been unconscious for, lying in this bed, recovering in peace while my brother was back in Zulvaran, potentially fighting for his life. "I don't need a bath," I said. "I need to go home. My little brother needs me." Whatever Everlane was about to say died on her lips. Slowly, in increments, her smile faded. "I'm sorry, Saris, but that isn't going to happen." "What do you mean I have to go back? I don't have a choice. Madra's planning on wiping out my entire ward. I have family back there. Friends." I ignored the small voice in the back of my head, whispering that it was already probably too late. Madra would have been furious when she discovered what had happened in that hall. Scratch that, furious wouldn't have even come close. Not only did I not die, but I'd somehow liquefied Heron's dagger. It had attacked him, and I'd... Fuck, I didn't even know what I'd done with that sword. I'd drawn it out from somewhere I shouldn't have and summoned the devil himself. Heron was probably dead. Madra was not a merciful monarch. Her vengeance would have been swift and horrific. Odds were that the third had already been reduced to a crater in the sand, but I still had to get back there. If there was even the slimmest chance that she'd temporarily stayed her hand, I had to try and stop her. It was the least I could do. Everlane did look sympathetic as she headed slowly toward the door, but she also looked resigned. I'm not going to lie to you. Some of the tales your mother used to tell you were true. My people can be ruthless and cruel at times. There are those of us who endeavor to be different, but occasionally there's simply no other option. We've been waiting to retrieve that sword you drew for a very long time, but to have found you along with it... She shook her head. You have no idea how important you are, Ceres. I'm afraid my father isn't liable to give you up anytime soon, and he wants to see you in an hour. So, unfortunately, the bath isn't up for debate. You can't keep me trapped here. This is kidnapping. It's inhumane behavior. Everlane at least had the decency to look contrite. It's inhuman behavior. But we aren't human, Ceres. We're Fae. We don't behave like you, don't think like you. We don't operate by the same moral guidelines that some of your kind do, either. The faster you remember that, the easier this will be. She said a little more gently. Now please, bathe before the water gets cold. When you speak to my father, you can ask him about returning to your Silver City. And who the hell is your father to tell me if I get to go home? My anger echoed loudly up and down the hallway. Both guards, who stood in stern silence, flinched, looking deeply uncomfortable. He is Belicon Debara, Everlane said evenly. King of the Ivalian Fae. I sobbed while I soaked in the copper tub. I had an inconceivable resource at my disposal and no way to share it with the people I loved. If Hayden and Elroy were alive, then they were dizzy with their thirst, just as they had every day of their lives. Meanwhile, I was luxuriating in so much water that I could drown in it. It was black with dirt, and a film of scum bobbed on its surface when I was done scrubbing my skin until it was pink, probably the cleanest I had ever been. I'd never washed my hair properly before, nor had access to shampoo, and I used way too much, not expecting the amount I scooped into my palm to produce so many suds. It took forever to first work it through all of my tangles and knots, and then another age to rinse out all of the soap. Everlane was prowling back and forth outside the room like a caged hellcat by the time I told her that I was done. She looked harried when she bustled back into the room. We don't have time to deliberate over what you should wear now. We'll have to get you laced into the first thing that fits and worry about style another time. Laced? What are you talking about? Your dress! Everlane made a beeline for the large dark wood wardrobe, throwing open the doors. With that dark hair and your eyes such a lovely shade of blue, I think we should stick to royal blue, or maybe... The top half of her body disappeared into the wardrobe. When she emerged again, she clutched a staggering amount of cobalt fabric in her arms. I backed away as soon as I saw it. No, I'm not. I don't do dresses, Everlane. What do you mean? She looked genuinely confused. I wear pants, shirts, things I can move easily in so I can run and climb and kill people. You're not wearing a shirt and pants to meet the king, Ceres. He'll see it as a slight. If you're not well turned out, he'll have you thrown into the cells. Huh! Another day, another monarch throwing my ass in jail. Honestly, a cell was what I deserved. After stealing the gauntlet and landing my entire ward in such trouble, I didn't deserve to see the light of day again. I was numb as I let Everlane shake me into the dress. Gown was a more appropriate name for it, really. You look like a dream, Everlane announced when she was done jiggling and poking me, tugging on corset stays so hard that I thought I might pass out. And yet I feel like I'm trapped in a nightmare, I added dryly. She tutted. Turn around and sit down on that chair. I need to deal with your hair next. What's wrong with my hair? Well, how do I put this delicately? It looks like it's had a family of field mice living in it for a couple of years, and I'm betting it's been a while since it's seen a brush, so it doesn't need brushing if I just tie it back into a braid. I wasn't stung by the criticism. Seriously, I wasn't. Everlane laughed quietly. Did she think I couldn't hear her chuckling? I slumped down on the chair where she'd told me to sit, fuming under my breath as the female wrestled with my knots. She was loving this, wasn't she? A little prisoner of her own, a doll to play dress up with. But I wasn't a toy or a pet. She'd learned that the hard way if she treated me like one. You have beautiful hair, she said, running a wide-toothed comb through the strands. I winced as she swept it back over my shoulders. It'll grow well here. Long hair is a sign of highborn status for Fae women. Others will be jealous of your dark coloring, too. Dark hair is a royal trait amongst the Evelian Fae. I didn't give two shits about Fae fads or trends. I didn't care whether Fae women were jealous of how I looked or if they thought I was a hideous monster. Up until 4 hours ago, I didn't even know they existed. I sat very still as Everlane braided my hair with nimble fingers, biting the tip of my tongue. Once she was finished, she ushered me in front of a full-length mirror hanging on the wall in a scrolled and gilded frame, glowing with pride as she showed me her handiwork. I'd made plenty of mirrors in the workshop with Elroy, but I personally never had much use for them. I knew what I looked like well enough. Yes, I had a pretty face, but pretty faces were used as currency in the Third when a girl ran out of coin or water to trade with, and that was more of a blessing than a curse. Masks and scarves were my friends. No one knew what you looked like behind a piece of sandblasted sacking, and therefore had no reason to try and take your goods for themselves. There were no masks or scarves to hide behind here. While it was true that I paled in comparison next to Everlane's beauty, the female was radiant, perfect in every way. The color of the ridiculous dress she picked out for me did complement my complexion as she'd said it would. It drew attention to my eyes and made them pop, and the magic she'd worked on my hair. The elaborate braided crown she'd fashioned for me was stunning. My hair had never looked so healthy. "You don't need any blush," Everlane's reflection said in the mirror. "You're rosy enough. Though, here." She hurried away for a second and then returned holding a small pot. She removed the pot's lid and offered it to me. "Your lips were so cracked when you arrived. I've been applying this for you every few hours, but now that you're awake, you can do it for yourself. Here, like this." She swept her fingertip across the thick, waxy resin inside and rubbed it across her lips. I stuck my finger in the pot and did the same, if only to shut her up. She looked desperately pleased with the results. "Wonderful. All right then, I'd say we were ready. Brace yourself. It's time to meet the king." Chapter 7. The Dog. The bedroom had been a level of luxury I'd never known before, but it served as no indication of the world beyond its door. I gaped as Everlane guided me through the halls of the Winter Palace. The place made Madra's royal seat in Zilvarin look like a run-down backwater hovel. The walls were opalescent white marble, faceted with sections of shimmering metallic blues and greens, as were the floors. We had no stone like this back in Zilvarin, but Everlane explained that it was a rare type of pale labradorite. High archways lined the corridors we moved through, giving view to stairways and other corridors on other levels. Plush tapestries and framed paintings hung from the walls, and gigantic sprays of real flowers overflowed from vases everywhere I looked. Sunlight poured in through wide windows, though the light itself was devoid of any warmth, nothing at all like the punishing glare of the twins. Everlane urged me past these windows quickly, the world beyond them a blur of white and gray. Dipping, she pressed the tips of her index finger and middle finger to her forehead, bowing her head in reverence as we passed a series of statues. Down another hallway, she repeated the process when we passed another row of the same figures cast in stone, again set back in alcoves. "Who are they?" I asked, eyeing the tall, menacing-looking crowned males and females as she touched her fingers between her brows. "The gods, of course." She looked a little surprised. "Don't you worship the Corcoran in the Silver City anymore?" I shook my head, staring up into the coldly handsome face of one of the male deities. "My mother told me once that the people used to pray to gods in Zilvarin, but their names and their temples were eaten by the desert a long time ago. We say gods to curse our luck or emphasize emotion. Other than that, Madra's the closest thing we have to a god in Zilvarin. At least, that's how she fashions herself. The undying herald of the Northern Banner. Believers carry strands of her hair in leather pouches on their belts. They scrape ash from the funeral pyres of the living sacrifices that are burned in her honor and put that in them too. It's supposed to act as a ward against plague. They think doing that will give them never-ending life if they're worthy enough." Everlane scoffed. "Superstition and sacrilege. Your queen is human, and even though the sand and the wind swept away the names of the gods, I assure you Madra knows them. That she's chosen to let them vanish from her people's history speaks volumes of her corruption." Everlane pointed up at the male I was still staring at. "Styx, god of shadows." She moved along the line, inclining her head and touching her brow to each of her gods before she named them. "Curin, god of secrets. Nichenai, goddess of masks. Malleus, god of dawn and new beginnings. These two are often counted as one god. Everlane said, gesturing to the two beautiful females who stood arm in arm atop the same marble plinth. Balmithan, twin sisters, goddesses of the sky. Legend says that they were once one god, but a mighty storm came, and Balmithan refused to take shelter as it raged across the land. The powerful spirit within the storm was furious that Balmithan didn't cower before him, and so he lashed her with forks of lightning. Again and again the lightning struck Balmithan, but she didn't die. Instead, she cracked and split in two, becoming Bal and Mithan. Bal is the goddess of the sun, but goddess of the day in a looser sense. Mithan is the goddess of the moon, but again she presides over all of the night. Bal, Mithan, Balia, Min. The twins. As I studied their faces closer, I realized that these two women did bear a startling similarity to faces I'd seen carved into the walls in the Hall of Mirrors. This was an undeniable link between this place and my home, one that made me feel strange. I could have told Everlane of the similarity between these goddesses' names and the names of the suns that perpetually blazed over Zilvarin, but for some reason the words stuck in the back of my throat. I had too many questions, chief amongst them which was that the Fae here knew of Madra. Everlane spoke as if she was familiar with the Queen of the Silver City. She had said Madra was a human with undeniable certainty. I also had no idea what a moon was, but I set all of that aside for now. The final statue was tucked much further into its alcove than the others. Unlike the others, it had been arranged so that its back was to the hall, its face pointing at the wall. I nodded to the male god with the broad shoulders and asked, "And him? What is he the god of?" Everlane eyed the statue warily, then gave me a chagrined smile. "That's Zareth, god of chaos and change." She walked up to him and bowed, placing her fingers on her brow as she had done with all the others, but then she reached around and placed her hand on his foot. I saw that the stone was patinaed there on Zareth's right boot, as if thousands of hands had touched the god there. "We Fae can also be a little superstitious sometimes," Everlane admitted. "To look upon Zareth's face is to draw his focus, and very few people enjoy Zareth's attention being focused on them. We respect and revere him, but we'd all rather he was paying attention to what other people were doing instead of us. We touch him on the foot to guide him away from us." She patted his boot, stepping back. "We pray to each member of the Corcoran that they'll return to Ivelia someday, but in secret a lot of us pray that Zareth gets a little lost on his journey home." As Everlane set off walking again, I paused by the tall god's back, studying it. I don't know why I did it. It seemed like the right thing to do, though. Reaching out, I placed my hand against the statue's boot, then I hurried away. On we went, passing too many open doorways to count. Bedrooms and studies, rooms full of maps, rooms full of books, rooms with benches and glass vials of bubbling liquids suspended over fires. I should have been terrified of these strange new sights, but my curiosity won out over my fear. The people we passed were interesting too. Scores and scores of Fae, their clothes and visages so strange that I had to remind myself not to stare. Their ears were sloped to points, but that was where many of their similarities ended. Their hair was a veritable rainbow of colors, their eyes every natural and unnatural shade. Some of them were willowy and tall, some short and squat. The Fae who occupied the palace were a fascinating bunch, to be sure. They glared at me with open hostility as I struggled to keep pace with Everlane's graceful long strides. The cold was pervasive. Everlane had given me a strange look when I'd requested another layer, but she'd provided me with a silken shawl all the same, not that it did much. The chill in the air crept into my bones and settled there, forming ice in my joints. My teeth chattered loudly as we hurried toward our destination. "You're being dramatic," Everlane said, giving me an arch look. "There are fires in every grate, and even if there weren't, the palace is kept at a steady, comfortable temperature at all times." How? It wasn't that I didn't believe her, but, well, I didn't. I could still see my breath clouding in the air. "Magic, of course," Everlane replied. "There are wards cast over all of Ivelia to keep the cold at bay." My mind balked at this. Magic? She said it so easily, as if the existence of such a thing were plain fact instead of straight-up impossible. But my definition of impossible needed revising, it seemed. If Everlane existed, then so could magic, and I was fairly sure Everlane was real. There was a chance that I was hallucinating, but the odds of that being true decreased with every passing moment that she guided me through the Ivelian court. Hallucinations ended. This nightmare wouldn't fucking quit. Eventually, we turned down a hallway, taking a left. A long, straight walkway stretched ahead of us. At the end of the walkway stood a massive set of wooden doors, 20 feet high, looming and ostentatious. Armed sentries dressed for battle stood on either side of it. As we hurried down the walkway, tiny birds with bright, colorful feathers flitted and chirped above us, engaged in aerial acrobatics. They were breathtaking. Under any other circumstances, I would have stopped to watch their impressive game of tag, but my heart had set to hammering and my palms were sweating, my attention drawn toward those ominous doors and what waited beyond them. Up close, the guards were far more formidable than the ones outside my room. Everlane didn't even acknowledge the males. Her confident stride didn't slow as she marched up to the doors. Wordlessly, the males snapped to attention and moved in concert, taking hold of the carved handles and pushing the doors open for us.
Lady Everlane Debarra,
a powerful voice announced as we entered the hall. I was not announced. Like a dog nipping at its master's heels, I rushed along behind Lady Everlane, feeling like a complete idiot for ever thinking that she was some kind of maid. If I thought the Hall of Mirrors back in Sylvarin was big, then the Grand Hall of the Evelian Court was ridiculous. The abyssal space must have taken years to construct. To the left and the right, seating stretched back 50 rows deep. Hundreds of Fae sat there, watching with silent judgment on their faces as we entered. The corniced ceiling 40 feet above us was adorned with sculptures, the stonework etched with figures and details too small for me to see. Lavish tapestries and embroidered banners hung from the walls. Ahead, a fire burned in a brazier at the foot of a dais made out of more labradorite, and oh, holy fuck! The skull of a giant beast loomed over the labradorite dais, the bone bleached white and ghostly. Its orbital sockets were 6 feet wide, its horned brow plate jutted from the shadows like the mast of a sand skiff. And its teeth? Saints and martyrs, its teeth! They were stained and terrible, each one razor sharp and at least 12 feet long. What is it? I breathed. Everlane responded quickly in a muted whisper. A dragon, the last dragon, she said meaningfully. Its name was Om-Nam Shakrai, a legend amongst my people. It must have been 100 feet tall. I craned my head back as we approached and still couldn't quite grasp the beast's size. How did it die? Later, Everlane hissed. I was so mesmerized by the sheer horror of the skull that I barely noticed the 6 stately chairs positioned atop the dais below until we were standing in front of the crackling brazier.
Daughter,
Came a cold, rough voice. The king was an imposing male. His hair was black as jet, tinged gray at either of his temples. His eyes were a deep, dark, murky brown, sharp and unfriendly. Though he wasn't thin by any means, he clearly wasn't given to excess. He sat before us in state, wearing a heavy green velvet cape with the heads of scaled, snarling beasts cast in gold affixed upon the crest of each shoulder. One hand rested on the arm of his ornate throne, the other, encased in a leather glove, clutched the grip of a sword, the point of which bit into the ground at his feet. It was the sword, the one I'd drawn in the Hall of Mirrors. The metal glinted, reflecting the firelight as the king absent-mindedly spun the blade. Everlane stooped into a low curtsy before the king. Her father. Your Highness. Belicon's cloudy eyes came down on me with the force of a sledgehammer. I tried my best to meet them, but the intensity of his gaze was weaponized and difficult to withstand. A male seated to his left spoke, his voice rasping.
do you not bow before a king, creature?
He was gaunt, sickly looking, his skin as pale and thin as parchment. A network of blue veins snaked out across his cheeks like lashes of forked lightning. Eyes the color of dull pewter assessed me, simmering with distaste. Unlike the king, the male's attire was simple, a plain black robe that swamped his thin frame. He isn't my king, I answered tartly. Everlane flinched, though her reaction was fleeting. Forgive her, Majesty. Your guest is tired and unaccustomed to her new surroundings. Damn right I wasn't accustomed to my new surroundings. It would take a miracle from every single one of the gods Everlane just introduced me to before I acclimatized myself to all of this. And from the way she'd spoken about them, Everlane's gods weren't even around anymore.
Ignorance is no excuse for disrespect.
The male spat.
Quiet, Orias.
King Belicon rumbled.
I haven't witnessed such open contempt in a long time. It's refreshing. I tolerate it until it grows tiresome. Step forward, girl.
Only 3 of the 6 seats on the dais were occupied. An ancient woman with thick gray hair and gnarled hands, dressed in white, observed me with eyes like twin pits as I lifted my chin defiantly and did as the king bade me.
You stand before me, a guest of this court, girl. As such, you're entitled to a certain amount of political leniency.
Balikon said.
When you leave this throne room, you'll no longer be my guest. You'll be my subject, and therefore will no longer benefit from clemency.
I opened my mouth, ready to argue against this declaration, but a swift kick to the ankle from Everlane warned me to hold my tongue.
There are rules to this kingdom, rules that will be obeyed. You're about to spend a great deal of time in the libraries learning about our ways. Any willful infraction of our laws will be dealt with swiftly. Now, you were brought here to fulfill a specific task. You'll complete that task quickly and efficient.
I couldn't hold my tongue any longer. I'm sorry, but what do you mean, task? A cry went up amongst the Fae sitting in the gallery. I didn't need to be told that interrupting a king was execution-worthy, but the question had slipped out before I could stop it. And anyway, if he wanted to behead me, then so be it. I'd had the snot kicked out of me by Heron. I'd come this close to dying, and yes, it had sucked, but I wasn't afraid of death anymore. I was angry, and I wanted answers. The king tipped his head an inch to the left, regarding me with the cruel intrigue of a hunter studying his quarry.
What do I mean?
He repeated. Beside me, Everlane whispered under her breath. Was she actually praying? I lifted my chin and said in a strong, clear voice, No one said anything about a task. I was carried here against my will.
If you'd been left where you were found, it would have cost you your life.
Balikon's voice rebounded around the hall so loudly that the walls themselves seemed to tremble.
Would you rather have been abandoned there to perish?
I need to get back to Zilvarin. My brother
Is already dead.
The finality in Balikon's words made my head spin.
The bitch queen put an end to your home and all who resided in it.
You don't know that. The king's mouth twisted sourly.
She declared that she would. At least that is what I was told. We know your queen, a power-hungry despot with a black and shriveled heart. Violence is her creed. If she swore to kill them, then everyone you once knew is now long dead, along with thousands more. You, on the other hand, are still alive, and as far as I am concerned, owe the Fae of Evelia a debt of gratitude. Your task will ensure that you repay that debt. I've only just learned the details of how you came to find yourself in Evelia, the individual who brought you to my court.
Balikon ran his tongue over his teeth like he was trying to sweep away a foul taste.
Told my guards that you were the one who reopened the portal. It seems highly unlikely that a human woke the Quicksilver.
He grunted, displeased.
But after 1,000 years of waiting, we can afford to dismiss this as heresy without checking first. Believe me when I say that we're all praying such a holy position hasn't fallen to such unholy blood.
He inhaled sharply.
But the fates are strange, and one way or another, I will have the portals restored.
The king lifted the sword in his hand and brought it swiftly down. The tip of the weapon crashed against the dais and a shower of bright blue sparks exploded into the air.
You will not interrupt me a second time!
He roared. In the space of a heartbeat, his expression had gone from consternation to bitter outrage.
You are charged with awakening the Quicksilver and reopening the pathways between this world and others. Your cooperation in that task will dictate how you spend your time in Evelia. Rail against your purpose, and life within the walls of this palace will become infinitely more uncomfortable for you. I have spoken.
I waited for him to give me leave to speak. A litany of objections and choice curse words burned hot on the tip of my tongue, but Balikon didn't extend me the courtesy. With a bored flick of his wrist, he gestured me away like I was of no further interest to him. Anger ate a hole in my stomach. Refusing to be dismissed so rudely, I stood my ground. I anchored my feet to the floor, but Everlane took me by the top of the arm, pushing me off to the right. Apparently, my audience with the king was at an end. Go! Everlane shoved me harder, forcing me to move. I complied numbly, letting her lead me away from the dais toward the unoccupied bench at the front of the gallery to our left. Once I was sitting, she hissed, "Is your life really worth so little to you? If Hayden really is dead, then yes," I whispered. "It's worth nothing." Everlane observed me with pensive eyes, but I didn't look at her. My focus was locked onto the bastard up on the dais. The king already seemed to have forgotten about me. His cruel features had grown impassive again.
I have other matters to attend to.
He called.
Bring in the dog and let's be done with this.
The dog? A susurrus of chatter spread through the gathered Fae. On the other side of the dais, a tall Fae male with flowing red hair brought down the butt of a heavy gilded staff, and the resulting boom, boom, boom made the crowd fall silent. The doors at the end of the throne room groaned loudly, and chaos erupted as a group of warriors dressed in full armor entered the hall. There were 6 or 7 of them, maybe. Amongst them, thrashing like a rabid animal, they dragged a male up the walkway toward the dais. The male kicked and raged. The guards did their best to keep a hold of him, but despite their best efforts, he took 2 of them down, sending them crashing to the floor. Eventually, the guards managed to wrangle the straining figure to the front of the throne room, where they forced him to his knees. Dark waves tumbled into the fey male's face. Dressed all in black, his shoulders were drawn up around his pointed ears. His chest rose and fell with the sawing of his breath. Tattoos writhed and shifted like smoke across every patch of visible skin, creeping up the back of his neck and swirling over the backs of his hands. It was death. In such a feral state, he bore little resemblance to the male that had scooped me off the floor in the Hall of Mirrors. It wasn't until he threw his head back, baring his teeth, that I allowed myself to believe that it was him. Beside me, Everlane sucked in a sharp breath, pushing forward to the edge of her seat. Shit. When the rest of the crowd got a clear view of the male's face, they began to swear too.
Living Curse.
Bane of Gilthry.
Black Knight.
Kingfisher.
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 The name Kingfisher echoed throughout the hall, spoken with a mix of reverence and fear. He lives.
He's returned!
Beside me, Everlane's eyes bore down on this Kingfisher as he gnashed and snarled, straining against the guards. It's worse, she whispered. So much worse. What's wrong with him? I hissed. Everlane didn't say a word. She stared at the male on his knees in front of Bellicon, her fingers trembling as she held them to her lips.
Behold!
Bellicon stood. Pacing toward Kingfisher, he dragged the sword behind him rather than sheathing it, and the tip of the blade sent sparks flying in its wake. A terrible, multi-layered scream ignited inside my head as the metal scraped across the dais this time. The sound of it was deafening. It set my stomach churning, bile bubbling up the back of my throat. I clapped my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound, but the nauseating pitch intensified as Bellicon drew the weapon closer.
This is the price of folly.
Bellicon boomed.
Madness. Madness and death.
Kingfisher lunged, trying to free himself, desperate to reach the king, but the guards wrestled him down, pinning him to the floor. One of them laid a knee into the back of his neck, but Kingfisher bucked, trying to be free of his captors. King Bellicon sucked on his teeth, shaking his head with disdain. Throwing his arms wide in a theatrical gesture, he shouted,
The scourge of Yvelia, the male that stalks your children's nightmares. The male who torched a city on a whim. The male who cut your throat as soon as look at you. Does this pathetic creature strike such an imposing figure now?
A rumble traveled across the hall, but it was impossible to decipher what the true consensus was amongst the Fae. Those who thought Kingfisher was a terrifying monster were scrambling over each other to put some distance between him and their families. Others wore stony, hard expressions and looked at each other with clenched jaws, nostrils flaring, obviously not enjoying the display one bit.
His exile was not at an end, but he's returned anyway. Just over a century has passed since Gilthry. Our losses have dulled. The pain stings a little less brightly. But does that mean we should forgive?
A roar surged up around us, the wall of sound battering at my eardrums so loud that they felt as if they would burst. Mercy!
Kill him!
Protect
Banish
Yvelia
him!
from the scourge!
Kingfisher!
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 Send him to his grave! Anxiety radiated from Everlane as she surveyed her father's subjects over her shoulder. Shaking, she clasped and unclasped her hands, wringing them fitfully. He'll murder him, she whispered. He'll work them into a frenzy until they demand his death. She seemed to consider a moment, whipping around to look back up at the dais, not to Bellicon, who loomed over Kingfisher, but to the old female sitting on the dais with the gnarled hands and the milk-white eyes. Malway. She spoke the name only a shade louder than a whisper, but the old woman slowly turned away from Bellicon, who was gesticulating rudely over Kingfisher, to the beautiful female beside me. Do something. Please, she begged. Malway went rigid in her seat. Sitting up a little straighter, she gave Everlane a look that seemed to say, What do you expect me to do? Everlane whimpered, letting out an even louder cry of alarm when King Bellicon raised the sword he dragged over to Kingfisher and held it aloft over the dark-haired male's torso.
What say you, Fae of Yvelia? Should we stab this bastard in the back, just as he drove his blade into our backs and stabbed us?
Mercy, please! Mercy!
End him!
Protect Yvelia! It sounded like this Kingfisher had killed a lot of people. The king made out as though he'd done it on a whim, out of spite. If that was true, then it could be argued that the male deserved to be punished, but the pageantry of this felt off. Belicon's behavior was too showy and cavalier, and Everlane's reaction was affecting me too. I barely knew her, but she seemed, well, good. Would she be this concerned if her father was threatening to execute a cold-hearted murderer? Wouldn't she be demanding justice along with the rest of the mob? My nerves got the better of me. He isn't actually going to kill him, is he? The question fell on deaf ears. Staring up at the dais, Everlane focused on the gray-haired woman, her eyes burning into her ferociously. Away now! If you bore my mother any love at all, you'll do something to save him, she hissed. A look of resignation claimed Malway's wrinkled features. She groaned as, reluctantly, she drew herself to her feet. The crowd's shouts grew frantic as King Belicon caught the stooped crone's approach in his peripherals.
What's this? Support? For the traitor?
Belicon laughed coldly.
Sit down, Malway. Rest your old bones. We'll be done here soon enough, and you can return to your scrying.
Alas, I wish I could, Highness, Malway croaked. But the sword calls to me. I feel it. The last vestiges of the weapon's power echo with prophecy. I'm half deaf with the blasted thing ringing in my ears. A prophecy? The sword still retains some power? Questions rose up around us, too many to count. The Fae sitting on the benches seemed perturbed by the crone's declaration. In order to hear the prophecy in full, I must hold the sword, Highness, Malway said. She held out her hand expectantly. The oracle sees! A young female cried a few rows back. A blessing! It's a blessing! Belicon assessed the crowd, his murky eyes narrowing. Turning to Malway, he said,
An audience in private, I think. An oracle's prophecies are for a king alone to decipher. But don't worry, you may hold the sword once my work here is done.
Malway's hand shot out and closed around Belicon's wrist. In an instant, her cloudy eyes burned brilliant white, light spilling out of them and illuminating the dais. The gods must be obeyed! Her voice was a rasp a moment ago, but now it was all thunder and judgment. Her words boomed over the great hall. The gods must be obeyed, lest House Debara fall! Belicon's mouth fell open, but before he could speak, Malway grabbed the sword and closed her bony hand around its edge. A river of blood, bright blue, spilled down the steel. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Only the male in black, Kingfisher, broke it. He roared, scrambling, still trying to get loose. This Kingfisher does not die by your hand. Not today, Malway droned. The Kingfisher shall not die by your hand. What the hell is happening? I whispered. Wait. Everlane clutched hold of my hand. Just wait.
What should a king who loves his people do then?
Belicon bit out.
Allow mad criminals to walk amongst them?
The light leaking from Malway's eyes dimmed and then flared bright anew. Return to him that which you have taken from him, she intoned.
The sword is mine.
The pendant, Malway interrupted. It must be returned.
That pendant contains powerful magic. It doesn't belong around the neck of a treacherous dog. It belongs to me. I'll be cold in the ground before I give it back to this...
The gods must be obeyed, lest House Debara fall, Malway cried. The gods must be obeyed, lest the Winter Palace fall. The king fought to master his obvious rage.
And who am I to argue with the gods?
He grinned at Malway, a quick flash of brilliant white teeth, sharp as daggers, and then turned ruefully back to the crowd. The Fae in the gallery were up out of their seats, arguing with one another over Kingfisher's fate.
Peace. Peace, my friends. Malway has reminded me that issues such as these must be handled correctly. The Bane will be granted his sanity for a time.
Lock him away! A woman screamed, her voice tinged with hysteria.
Keep him in the dungeons!
Set him free!
Send him back to the front!
A deep voice boomed.
Make him fight! Make him finish what he started!
From wall to wall, floor to towering ceiling, the thunderous voice commanded silence from the other Fae, who all ceased their shouting. I'd been staring at the male still pinned to the floor, watching him thrash. I tore my gaze from him, looking over my shoulder, trying to locate the owner of the ringing demand. Everlane did the same. I could see her pulse fluttering frantically in the hollow of her throat. Bellicon smiled thinly as he too searched for the source of this disruption amongst his subjects.
It would be ill-advised, unleashing a dangerous threat upon a war camp. Come forward and defend your suggestions, speaker. Explain yourself.
A shockwave of tension rippled through the cavern. Malway and Everlane shared a cautious look, but both held their tongues as the Fae parted and the huge male who visited my room earlier came into view. 7 feet tall and heavily tattooed, Renfis emerged from the crowd, making himself known. His sandy brown hair fell past his shoulders. Since I'd seen him last, he'd landed himself a black eye and a split lip. He had also developed a slight limp when he walked, which led me to believe the past few hours had not been fun for him. Whispers followed on his heels as he made his way toward Bellicon and the restrained Kingfisher.
General Renfis.
Bellicon cast around, frowning as if confused.
You're supposed to be at the front. Didn't I charge you with winning my war? And here you are, entering my palace. And armed to the teeth, no less. I have to say, this is very confusing.
Gods, this bastard lived to put on a show.
Aye, Your Highness.
Renfis answered.
I was at the front, but when I heard he had returned, I came here immediately.
He, Kingfisher. Even the general wouldn't speak his name.
Against my orders, then?
Bellicon's newly minted smile had a dangerous edge to it.
I was following your orders directly, Highness. Oh, I don't recall telling you to abandon your post.
While others shied away from Bellicon's wrath, the general was stoic, hands resting easily at his sides.
The situation at Kalish is grave. Our men die in droves every day. The beasts that patrol the enemy's borders range further afield, claiming our sentries and outposts. Supply routes are closed to us. We're surviving on what we can hunt and gather. Within 6 months, the war will be over, and Ivelia will find itself on the wrong side of victory. So yes, Your Highness, I'm doing what you commanded of me. You told me to win the war by any means necessary, so I came to claim the only tool that will win us back our advantage. I came for him.
Bellicon let out a bark of stunned laughter. He pointed down at Kingfisher's twitching form.
This? You came here for this? You're telling me that this traitorous, lying, ravening dog is the only thing standing between us and complete annihilation? You're as mad as he is, General.
Scattered, nervous laughter broke out amongst the Fae. Again, General Renfis maintained his composure.
As Malway implied, Your Majesty, all he needs is the pendant, and he'll be fine. Either way, I'd rather have him fighting for us, a little off-kilter and unpredictable, than not. If things are as bad as you say they are, he'll be killed in a matter of days.
Bellicon said dismissively.
Likely, yes, Majesty. But with all due respect, wouldn't that likelihood save you the trouble of a trial for what occurred at Gilthry?
The king hesitated, on the verge of saying something, but then reconsidered. For all his pomp and show, he wasn't a very good actor.
Now that you mention it, yes, perhaps you're right, Renfis. Maybe a return to the front would be a just punishment. Why shouldn't he aid in the war effort?
Mere seconds ago, Bellicon had been readying to punish Renfis for showing up at the Winter Palace, but the beatific smile he turned on him now felt like forgiveness of a sort.
A week then.
Bellicon announced, his mind made up.
You can take him back with you in a week. Since he knows so much about the Quicksilver, he'll stay here and help Rosarius deal with the girl first. The second she's capable of waking the pool by herself, Kingfisher will once again be banished from this court.
Renfis bent into a deep bow. His relief was palpable. The king slid a hand inside his embroidered robes and took out the very same pendant Kingfisher had fastened around my neck back in Zilvarin. He didn't even look at the mail when he tossed it down at Renfis's feet.
Get him out of my sight, General, before my benevolent nature takes its leave.
Renfis swooped to pick up the pendant from the floor. The shining silver chain looked fragile in his huge hands. He winced as he carried it quickly over to Kingfisher, snarling at the guards who were still fighting to hold him down. Bellicon's men seemed relieved to let go of their ward. Kingfisher snapped his teeth at Renfis, an animal growl building in the back of his throat. It looked like he would attack, but behind the madness that lurked in his brilliant green eyes, there came the faintest flash of recognition. Please, gods, just... Everlane whispered. She caught her bottom lip between her teeth, eyes locked on the 2 males at the foot of the dais. I had no idea what she was begging for, but she was coiled like a spring, ready to leap to her feet. A ragged breath escaped her when Kingfisher stilled, lowering his head, his halo of black hair hiding his face. Renfis acted fast, looping the chain around the other male's neck. He fastened it in a flash and stepped back, waiting. It took a moment, but Yes, there. On his hands and knees, Kingfisher began to shudder. He only shook a little at first, but soon his whole body was trembling. Renfis was there to catch him when his arms gave out.
You have 5 seconds.
Pelican warned. Go, 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 Everlane urged under her breath. Renfis grabbed Kingfisher and hauled him to his feet. He threw the disheveled male's arm over his own shoulder and then began to walk. Kingfisher's head lolled a little, but he didn't put up a fight. With Renfis's help, he was able to put one foot in front of another until they reached the doors at the end of the hall. Everlane watched with wide eyes as the males paused there. She covered her mouth with her hands, her anxiety eating her alive. Go! She hissed into her hands. Renfis spoke to Kingfisher, his mouth moving close to his ear, and for the first time, Kingfisher seemed to understand his surroundings. He shook his head, and then slowly turned to look back over his shoulder at the gathered court. All was still. All was silent. My heart hammered in my throat when I saw the look on Kingfisher's face. Gods, he looked so young. Way younger than he'd looked back in the Hall of Mirrors, when he had seemed made of shadow and smoke. His haunted expression promised pain and blood and death. And he was looking right at the king. Or perhaps it was the dead dragon's skull that elicited his hate. I couldn't tell. Come on, we need to get out of here. Everlane grabbed me by the wrist and tugged me up from the bench. A second later, we were standing in front of the dais, and she was dragging me down into a low bow next to her. We beg your leave, Highness, Everlane said loudly. Ceres is keen to get to work. The only thing I was keen to do was escape, but I kept my mouth shut. The sooner we got out of this hall, the better.
You may go.
Pelican said. When we were halfway to the doors, the king called after her again.
Keep an eye on her, Everlane. She's your responsibility now.
Everlane's pace didn't falter. She hurried out of the throne room, dragging me along behind her. We found Renfis in the hallway beyond the doors, his face gray as ash. 6 feet away, Kingfisher stood with his hands braced against the wall, bending forward as he spat on the floor. There was a pool of vomit at his feet. Everlane locked eyes with Renfis. You're fucking insane!
What was I supposed to do? He was going to string him up, for fuck's sake.
You were supposed to get the pendant back to him and get him the hell out of here hours ago! The bruise beneath Renfis's right eye was darkening right in front of us. The split in his lip had started bleeding. He gestured pointedly to his injuries.
8 of the bastards jumped me right before I entered this room. They must have followed me. They knocked me out, Lane. By the time I regained consciousness...
Yes, all right. It's done now. The die is cast. We'll just have to deal with the consequences.
Stop bickering.
A thrill of energy rocketed up my spine at these 2 words. Kingfisher's voice was rough and pained, but it was also electricity. It made every hair on my body stand to attention. Renfis and Everlane faced him, the first hanging his head, the second on the verge of tears. You went through the pool. Of all the reckless, idiotic, stupid things you could have done. Everlane's voice cracked as she spoke. Kingfisher scrubbed a hand over his face, then swept his hair back out of his eyes. It had been dark in the Hall of Mirrors, not to mention the fact that I'd been bleeding out. He'd thrashed so much that I hadn't been able to make out much of him back in the throne room behind us. Now I saw him properly for the first time, and a wave of shock rippled through me, down to the roots of my soul. His jaw was defined, marked with dark stubble, his cheekbones high, his nose arrow straight and proud. There was a dark freckle just below his right eye, and those eyes. Gods. Eyes were not that color. I'd never seen that shade of green before, a jade so bright and vibrant that it didn't look real. I'd noticed the filaments of silver threaded through his right iris back in Madra's Hall of Mirrors, but I'd assumed I'd imagined them, being so close to death and all. The silver shone there, though, definitely real, forming a reflective metallic corona around the black well of his pupil. The sight of it made me feel strange and off balance. Kingfisher spared me the briefest of glances and then addressed the female.
Hello, Lane.
Everlane let out a strangled sob, tears chasing down her cheeks, but she scowled at the warrior dressed in black. Don't hello Lane me after 110 years. Answer the question. Why the hell did you go into that pool? He sighed wearily.
I had 2 seconds to decide. The pathway was already closing. What was I supposed to do?
You should have just let it close. Her voice was hard as stone. Kingfisher groaned, then craned his head forward and spat again.
Chastise me tomorrow, please. Right now I need 2 things. Whiskey and a bed.
Everlane didn't seem inclined to allow him these things. She huffed, folding her arms across her chest. Renfus stepped in between them, shaking his head.
How about we all get some rest? We'll figure this out in the morning.
You can sleep in my room. Both of you, Everlane commanded. You'll be safest there. Go now before he dismisses the whole court. I'll be along shortly. I was invisible, inconsequential. Neither Renfus nor Kingfisher said a word to me as they turned and left. Kingfisher stumbled a little as he went, batting away Renfus's hand when he tried to help. Come on, we need to get you back to your room too. Everlane tried to grab my wrist again, but I jerked back before she could get a hold of me. If you want me to walk anywhere, then just ask me to go with you, I snapped. I'm sick to death of being dragged around like an animal on a leash. You're not safe here, Saris. You're right, it doesn't sound like I am. Don't you think you should have told me that your people are at war? She frowned. I didn't mention that? No. Oh. Well, we've been at war with Sanisroth for longer than I've been alive. It must have slipped my mind, she said impatiently. Will you please come back to your rooms with me, Saris? I'll answer all of your questions in due time, but not here and not now. Elroy always said I was as stubborn as an ass. I wanted to dig my heels in and refuse to budge an inch, but I got the feeling that I'd regret it. And the promise of answers was enticing. I had too many questions to count, so many that my head was fit to split open, and no one else seemed likely to cough up any information about the hot water I'd found myself in. I scowled as I set off walking. Everlane shot me a grateful smile. There is one thing I can tell you right now, she said, striding out in front of me to guide the way. Even in times of peace, the Fae are always at war. There are those among our ranks that might pretend to be your friend, but often they're hiding knives behind their smiles, ready to sink them into your back. You do well to remember that. As I followed after her, rushing to keep up, I couldn't help but wonder if she counted herself among that number. Chapter 8. Alchemist. The morning brought with it a series of revelations. It was dark when Everlane came to fetch me, which wasn't out of the ordinary. Even the poorest home in Zilvarin drew blackout curtains across the windows when it was time to sleep. But I realized there were no curtains at the windows in my room as Everlane cajoled me into yet another ostentatious dress. The world was black outside of the window. The suns are always in the sky then? And there are two of them? Everlane asked, pulling my corset stays so tight that I'd wheezed. Yes. Well, things are a little different here. It took a monumental force of effort to grasp just how different they were. Evelia had only one sun, and it went down at night, disappearing beyond the rim of the horizon. The prospect made me feel like I was hallucinating again, a concern that intensified when the scene beyond the palace's windows began to lighten on our way to the library, and I saw what was out there. What do you mean? What is it? It's snow, Everlane said, laughing. I stood before the massive window in the hallway, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, struck dumb. The view beyond the pane of glass wasn't real. It couldn't be. There were mountains in the distance, huge, jagged-peaked monstrosities that made my legs wobble just to look at them, and there were trees. So many trees. I'd only seen the skinny-limbed ones with the jaundiced leaves that lined the walkways of the hub. These trees were tall and green, pressed tightly together to form a canopy that stretched as far as the eye could see. Directly below the window, a sprawling city with buildings constructed out of dark stone swept down toward a shimmering blue-gray ribbon that I realized was a river only when I saw that its surface was rippling. Everything was capped with a thick layer of white. Everything apart from the river. So much water, rushing and flowing and churning. I stared at it, unable to understand how such a large body of water could even exist. This is the Winter Palace, Everlane reminded me, trying to coerce me away from the window. It snows year-round here, at least once a day. Come on, we're going to be late. I moved through the palace as if walking through a dream. The colors were garishly bright, the sights and sounds of the place too surreal for words. Evelia. It still hadn't sunk in. Wherever I looked, beautiful Fae females regarded me with cold disdain. Males watched me pass, sneers on their mouths, eyes flashing with hate. I was not welcome here, that much was obvious. And yet they needed me for something. I was supposed to repeat whatever I'd done in the Hall of Mirrors to that silver pool. While I figured out how to do that, I enjoyed the king's protection. But protection did not mean kindness, and it certainly didn't mean respect. The library was at the far end of the palace, up flight after flight of stairs that felt like they would never end. I was panting and had broken into a sweat by the time we arrived, even though the temperature seemed to plummet the higher we went. Through an enormous set of black engraved doors, a huge space opened up with cathedral ceilings and 20-foot-high stained glass windows that would have made Elroy weep. Before she died, my mother had worked in the library back in the third for a while. The underground warren of tunnels and hollowed-out caves had resembled a tomb and had stunk worse than death. The tiny number of books it had boasted had been half-eaten by mold, but at least it had been cool down there. 15 to 20 degrees cooler on a good day. The residents of the third had to petition to visit the stacks. They needed a token and a recommendation from their employer before they were granted entry. My mother's position as a clerk there meant that she could come and go as she pleased, and that boon had been extended to me. I hadn't appreciated the unfettered access to the library at first, but when Elroy had accepted me as his apprentice, I combed through the library's information not on glassworking as he thought I should have, but on metalwork. Reeking of forged smoke and covered in grease, I'd pored over the written work of Zilvarin's old masters late into the night, daydreaming of what it would have been like to have access to so much metal. Yvelia's library was staggering in comparison. So many books all in one place, stacks upon stacks upon stacks. So accustomed to hunkering down, peering at crumbling, mildew-covered scrolls by candlelight, I was unprepared for how the sight of so many bound, hardback books would affect me. This was a treasure beyond Madra's hoard of gold, more precious than rubies and diamonds. The information inside a place like this was too vast to comprehend. And the light! 30 feet above our heads, a glass-domed ceiling showcased a crystalline, bright blue sky. Wisps of clouds, tinged pink, stretched from one side of the dome to the other as if placed there by an artist's paintbrush. The early morning light bore a sharp quality that washed the walls of the library in hues of blue, green, and white, rather than the warm yellows, oranges, and golds I was used to. It was beautiful. So beautiful.
You'll make yourself dizzy, gawping up at the sky like that.
A cheery voice said. Bustling out from behind one of the far stacks, a portly male in a blue robe with wiry gray hair and warm, dark brown skin appeared. Hazel eyes dancing with mirth met mine as the male trundled across the library's main floor toward us, clutching a tattered tome to his chest, limping ever so slightly. He was old, though how old was tough to guess. His hair was thinning on top and looked like it hadn't seen a brush in a month. "Rusarius!" Everlane's smile shone from her eyes. I realized how disingenuous she'd just been when interacting with other members of the court. She beamed at the old male, then squealed as he swept her up in a one-armed hug and spun her around, lifting her off of her slippered feet. "Put me down, you fool! You'll throw your back out again!" she cried.
Nonsense.
Rusarius did set her down again, though. He held her at arm's length, looking her up and down with an unmistakable fondness.
Too long. Far too long. I can't tell you how surprised I was when I woke up in the night to those rough-handed bastards dragging me out of my bed. I assumed they'd come to do me in. I stabbed one of them in the buttock by the time they told me I was being called back to court.
Everlane laughed. "The buttock? Hardly a fatal wound. Good thing you were brought back to your books. By the sounds of things, you need to brush up on your anatomy." Rusarius wagged a finger at her.
If I wanted the bastard dead, he'd already be on the ground. I only wanted to punish him for his bad manners. He'll knock before battering down someone's bedroom door in the future. No.
He trailed off, his attention slipping back to me.
This is a most fascinating turn of events. Yes, most fascinating. A human walking the hollowed halls of the Winter Palace for the first time in an age. I never thought I'd live to see the day. I am Rusarius, librarian, newly reappointed master of this domain. Who are you and what name do you go by? I wasn't told much before I was ordered back to work.
Since I'd woken up yesterday, I'd been stared at, whispered about, threatened, and treated like a performing monkey. All of the attention had begun to chafe a little. Rusarius's curiosity bore no malice, though. A childish inquisitiveness radiated from him as he circled around a table and came to stand on the other side of it, his gaze roaming over me with what seemed to be a purely academic interest. Having decided that I didn't mind these questions coming from him, I bowed deeply and laid it on thick. "I'm Ceres Fane, apprentice to the Undying Queen's master glassworker. I hail from the third spoke in the blessed wheel of the sacred Silver City." Rusarius's mouth turned down at the corners as he nodded.
The Silver City? Zilvarin, then? Is that so?
"It's true," Everlane said quietly. The light in Rosarius's twinkling eyes guttered out.
But the Quicksilver awoke? That's not...
He seemed struck by an epiphany, his head whipping back to me.
Oh, so this one's an alchemist then?
Shh! Everlane flinched. We don't know what she is just yet. Kingfisher felt solace calling, and he answered. He found it in Ceres's hands. His lips parted slightly.
She was holding solace?
Yes. Sorry to interrupt, but what's an alchemist and what's solace? I wasn't used to being on the outside of conversations like this. It was zero fun. Neither of them bothered to answer me, though.
Then I think it's safe to assume that she is an alchemist, wouldn't you?
Rosarius said, raising his eyebrows at Everlane. It's not that simple. The alchemists were all Fae.
She must have a drop of Fae blood.
A deep voice murmured.
Enough to stop Solus from burning off her hands, but not enough to matter.
The owner of that voice was somewhere deep within the stacks. I'd only heard him speak briefly yesterday, but it was him all right. Kingfisher. Everlane rolled her eyes, throwing her hands up in the air. You were supposed to wait for Wren to finish up in the bathhouse. You came up here by yourself? Through the glass dome overhead, the sky was still a bright, crisp blue, but the library somehow seemed darker as Kingfisher's tall frame emerged from the center of the stacks. Yesterday, he'd worn a simple black shirt and black pants. No armor, no weapons. Today, he was dressed as he had been when he came for me in the Hall of Mirrors. A leather protector that covered only half his chest and one shoulder, a strap fastening underneath his right arm and around his ribs. Black leather tassets over his thighs, bracers over his forearms, a polished silver renegade's gorget gleamed at his throat. His hair was wet, the ends of his ink-black waves dripping beads of water onto the pages of the open book that he was reading. Aghast, Rosarius leaped, snatching the tome out of Kingfisher's hands.
Give me that! What's wrong with you? That book is a first edition!
Kingfisher turned a blank gaze upon Rosarius. He towered over the librarian, but that didn't seem to matter to the older Fae. It couldn't have mattered to Kingfisher either, because the warrior dipped his head and cast his eerie eyes briefly to the floor.
My apologies, Rosarius. I'll be more careful in the future.
Where's Wren? Everlane demanded. Kingfisher's expression hardened.
I assume he's still scrubbing his balls.
He said dryly. If you're trying to shock me by mentioning random parts of male anatomy, then you're out of luck, the blonde-haired female snapped. I've seen Wren's balls. I've seen yours too. I've seen everything, she said, pointedly glowering at Kingfisher's crotch. So I know exactly where to aim my knee if you continue to test me. You don't seem to appreciate the level of danger you're in right now, Fisher. The huge male glanced down at himself, then back up at Everlane from beneath dark, drawn brows.
The amount of armor I strapped on this morning would indicate otherwise,
he said, his low voice deep and smooth as silk. Pelicon's assassins could be anywhere.
Sounds to me like you're the one I should be watching out for, darling Lane. You're the one who just threatened to knee me in the cock.
A hint of a smile twitched at the corner of his mouth, though it never materialized. He was as serious as the grave when he said,
None of Belicon's men would be stupid enough to try and assault me within the walls of this court now. Not when I have a sword strapped to my back and my head screwed on straight.
Gods, he did have a sword strapped to his back. I hadn't noticed right away. Only the sleek black hilt was visible over Kingfisher's shoulder. Out of nowhere, his eyes flickered to me, the first time he'd even acknowledged that I was there, and again the library grew yet another degree darker. Was he doing that?
It's rude to stare at a male's hardware,
he said stiffly. What had he called me back in the Hall of Mirrors? Pathetic? A fucking joke? I felt like both of those things under the cold weight of his gaze. I didn't have it in me to look away, though. I wouldn't be cowed by the likes of him. He was the reason I was in Ivelia, trapped here against my will in the first place. If he just left me where he found me... If he'd left you where he found you, you'd be dead. Gods, even the little voice in the back of my mind was turning against me. Well, I wasn't thanking him. Not when he was being so openly hostile. Don't worry, I wasn't planning on stealing it. It isn't very impressive. Looks more like a toothpick to me. Everlane stifled a bark of laughter with the back of her hand.
Oh, I think that one might have drawn blood.
Renfis stood in the library's open doorway, shaking out his hair like a wet dog. His shirt was soaked through. By the looks of things, the male had barely bothered to dry himself off at all before he got dressed. He carried a bunch of leather armor under one arm and a sheathed sword bundled in a piece of black fabric under the other. Despite the wicked grin he wore, courtesy of my sharp tongue, it seemed, the general was pretty pissed. His annoyance burned in his eyes as he set his load down on the long clerk's table with a clatter. Kingfisher didn't pay him a lick of attention. He was still glaring at me.
This sword has slain thousands,
he seethed. I wouldn't have thought that was anything to brag about, I replied. You should probably get it looked at.
Ha!
Renfis stuffed his fist into his mouth, biting down on his knuckles as he tried to swallow down his laughter. Rusarius glanced at each of us, his warm brown eyes bouncing from me to Kingfisher, to Wren and then to Everlane, who had turned crimson and was making a show of looking through a stack of books resting on the table.
I don't understand.
The librarian said.
Nimerel is a formidable sword. Algemiran, a much lauded, storied weapon of the ancients. It's an honor to even look upon.
Let's get started, shall we? Everlane interrupted. We're wasting time and we have a lot of information to cover. Fisher, sit down and stop scowling. It doesn't suit you. Wren, you go down that end and make sure he stays in his seat. Saris, you come and sit here. She pointed to the chair at the very end of the long table, the furthest away from the seat she told Kingfisher to sit in. Rusarius frowned, still confused, but then Everlane shoved a book into his hands and his face lit up.
Ah, yes, wonderful. The Dawn Genesis of Evalia. One of my favorites.
I'd taken my seat, if only to end the staring contest Kingfisher was silently challenging me to, but I nearly leaped out of it again in protest when I heard this title. A history book?
One of the best.
Rusarius said, beaming.
Not just history, though. There are a number of chapters on Fey etiquette and politics that I think will be very useful in this particular situation.
I don't care about Evelian history. I don't give a shit about etiquette either.
Clearly.
Rusarius sputtered. Your politics and your courts are your business, I pressed. I want to figure out how to open up these quicksilver portals again, and then I want to do it and get the hell out of here. You all keep insisting that my brother and my friends are dead? Even speaking the words out loud was tough. My throat ached as I forced myself to continue. If they are dead, then I want to see their bodies with my own two eyes. I want to bury what's left of them. They don't deserve to be left out in the burning heat to be picked clean by the rats and the vultures. The library was silent. Wren hadn't sat down yet. He quickly began donning the armor he'd carried in with him under his arm like he might have need of it any moment. Saris, it's been well over a week. I'm sure it's already too late for that, Everlane said gently. As hard as it may be, it's better for you if you just accept that... Do you have a brother, Everlane? I spat. She blinked rapidly, flustered. Her eyes darted to Kingfisher for some reason, who kept his eyes fixed on a point on the other side of the library, his gaze steady and even. Yes, I do, she said. And you love him? Of course. And wouldn't you want to know for certain, one way or another, if he was dead or alive? She sat very still, her back straight, but it was as though a part of her was wilting inside. She glanced down at her hands clasped in her lap, saying in a small voice, I'm sorry, Saris, but it's more complicated than that.
Is it?
Kingfisher asked abruptly. He was no longer staring into space. His eyes bored into Everlane so intensely that I found myself thanking the gods that he wasn't looking at me like that.
Humans are usually weak, fickle creatures, but I'll admit, I admire this one's loyalty. She values her family over everything else. There's something to be said for that. Fishhead,
Wren said. I started when Fisher looked away from Everlane and turned his attention to me.
They won't tell you this because they want you to behave, but there is a chance your people are still alive, human. A decent chance.
A spark of white-hot hope flared to life in my chest. How? What do you know? Fisher! Everlane cried.
Graceless gods.
Wren turned and walked away from the table, running his hands through the wet strands of his hair in frustration. Only Rusarius remained calm.
Madra used Solus to seal the pathways a long time ago, but with the sword returned to us, and an alchemist in our midst, she knows she'll have a war on her doorstep any day now.
She doesn't know we have an alchemist, Everlane argued.
The pathway couldn't have been opened without one.
Kingfisher fired back. Undeterred, he asked me,
How many soldiers does Madra train and keep these days?
I don't know, 1, maybe 2,000?
2,000?
Kingfisher snorted.
Without a fresh army at her fingertips, she knows she'll be swept away by a sea of Fey warriors 30,000 deep once Belicon wedges the door into her world open. She lied to him, tricked him, cut off his trade lines to the other realms. Not to mention the fact that there are still rumors floating around that the Deantist here is in Zilvarin somewhere. The king will want a war, and a bloody one at that. He'll use it as an excuse to make sure there are none in the Silver City who might challenge him for the throne. Madra won't have torched 10% of her people to exact revenge against one silly girl. She'll have conscripted them.
Conscripted? Kingfisher thought Madra would have put a sword in Hayden's hand rather than kill him? Could that be true? There hadn't been any kind of war in Zilvarin for centuries. The desert took a hefty tithe when an armed force attempted to cross it. By the time an army reached Zilvarin, it was half as big as it had been when it had set out, and extremely dehydrated. They could never win against her without access to a water source, so eventually they stopped coming. Madra no longer kept an army the way she had done centuries ago. She didn't need one. But if Kingfisher was right and she was worried about an army rising up out of the Quicksilver, maybe she would conscript people from the wards. While I didn't relish the prospect of war between this realm and my own, the possibility did present me with some time. I was grasping at straws, but it was something. So only one of these alchemists can open these pathways between Ivelia and Zilvarin, right? I asked. Everlane paled. It's a dangerous process, Ceres, and we don't even know if it was you who activated the Quicksilver the last time.
She was the one holding Solace.
Kingfisher said flatly.
There was no one else in that hall. Heron didn't wake the Quicksilver, and I sure as hell didn't do it. If I were capable of activating it, I would have razed that infernal city to the ground a long, long time ago.
He said it without any emotion at all. It was just a straight fact. He'd snuff out 1,000,000 lives in the blink of an eye, just like that. I could see it now. He wouldn't feel a thing at all. You shouldn't have given her the pendant when you came through, Everlane whispered. Kingfisher held up his left hand, which he'd clenched tight into a fist.
I still had the ring.
Sure enough, a plain silver ring flashed on his middle finger, catching at the light. Everlane shook her head, her eyes bright with unshed tears. It wasn't enough. You took more in, didn't you? Kingfisher looked away, up at the sky and the bank of thick clouds that were amassing overhead.
What does it even matter? I got the sword. I even got a new pet for you. One capable of performing fancy magic tricks that'll make all of our lives better. So let's just get on with this, shall we?
I couldn't stop staring at the silver plate he wore at his neck. It was beautifully engraved with elaborate lines, but it was the snarling wolf head at its center that captured my attention. The insignia was fierce and eye-catching. Prudent that he'd worn it to the library this morning, seeing as how Everlane looked like she wanted to slit his throat. We're going to fix this, she murmured under her breath. The silver in Kingfisher's eye seemed to flare at her promise.
But there's nothing to fix,
he said.
Only a human to teach and a queen to put in the ground. Once that's out of the way, we can all get on with our lives. The girl can go back to her city and what's left of her people, and Bellicon can chew his way through yet another realm for all I care. My work will be done.
Don't say that. Please.
You forget we're already fighting a war.
Ren leaned against the back of one of the wooden chairs, his knuckles turning white.
The real war, with Sanazroth, is killing members of our court. Your court every single day. Last time I fought in that war, a city burned to the ground. I think I've shed enough blood for Ivelia, brother. Then shed it for your friends. Put all of this Madra business aside. Let Bellicon deal with her and help me.
It was as if there were a cord at the center of Kingfisher's soul, and I could see it tugging him backward, further away from these people who so clearly cared about him. He was beyond their reach, it seemed. Nothing would draw him back to them. He blinked, leaving Ren's plea unanswered.
I have 2 questions for you, human.
I was the only human in the room. Clearly he was talking to me. Okay, I said.
Have you ever channeled a metal's energy before?
I narrowed my eyes at him, insides twisting. What do you mean?
If you'd done it, you wouldn't need to ask. You'd already know.
He said flatly. I thought about it. All of the times I'd made Elroy's tools hum. That spinning blade on my dead mother's dining table. The Guardian's gauntlet, when I'd slammed it down on top of the wall. How its vibrations had made the grains of quartz in the sand dance. How I'd turned Heron's dagger into a river of molten silver and steel. All right then. I met Kingfisher's steely gaze. I didn't blink. Yes, I have.
Good. And my second question. Do you have any experience working in a forge?
Laughter burst up my throat and out of my mouth. In a forge? Yeah. You could say that I know my way around a forge. Chapter 9. Righteous Purpose.
They won't let you in. There's no way. The bastards have been guarding the door since the dawn of time.
Renfus hurried along after Kingfisher, but his limp was proving a hindrance.
They don't have a choice.
Kingfisher replied. He wasn't slowing his pace for anyone. Not for his injured friend, not for the king's daughter, and certainly not for me, the only human in the group, whose legs were considerably shorter than everyone else's. I was on the verge of breaking into a jog just to keep the three of them in sight. Now would be a perfect time to escape. I'd been looking for the right time to make a run for it, but Kingfisher had said the magic word, forge. I couldn't help myself. What did a Fey forge look like? Did it work the same way as a human forge? Was there magic involved? Gods, I hoped there was magic involved. And anyway, escaping Everlane and the two warriors at this point would have been foolhardy. I had nowhere to go. I'd been unconscious when Kingfisher brought me back through that rippling pool of silver. I had no idea where it was located, or if it was even in the palace. The probability of me finding it on my own was slim, and even if I did, what then? I'd drawn that sword out of Madra's pool the last time. Belicon had it now. Did I need it to activate the pool? Could I do it again? And how? I had no idea how I woke the Quicksilver the last time, and by the sounds of things, the Fae didn't know how to do it either. Plus, they kept saying pathways. Plural. How the fuck would I make my way back to Zilvarin specifically if there was more than one pathway? My anxiety over Hayden was all-consuming. Come hell or high water, I was going to get back to my brother, but I couldn't rush into this. Rushing something so dangerous that I had no understanding of whatsoever would undoubtedly mean death or, at the very least, serious trouble. So for now, I was staying. Mind made up, I finally broke into that jog and caught up with the group. The three Fae were passing one of the many sets of alcoves occupied by statues of the gods. Everlane bowed and touched her head to them as she hurried by. Wren grumbled, giving them a cursory nod. Kingfisher stuck out a hand and flipped all 7 of them off as he stormed by. Everlane cried out, horrified, but Kingfisher only rolled his eyes, continuing whatever it was he'd been saying.
Then talk to Belicon. You heard him. He's the one who told me to help Rosarius with the human.
This isn't helping. This is diving into something headfirst without considering the consequences. Everlane's frustration had become a permanent fixture since Renfis had fastened that pendant around Kingfisher's neck. We have to cover the theory first. Kingfisher huffed derisively.
What theory? He's right on that at least.
Wren chimed in.
There are no written accounts of the alchemist's process. If there was, the elders might have had some luck understanding their abilities. How can we start at the beginning if there is no beginning?
Everlane's loose hair streamed out behind her in a golden banner as she rushed forward and prodded Kingfisher in the back. Hard. We start out slow, then, with the important things she needs to know about Avelia. She won't survive here without... Kingfisher halted his charge, stopping dead in his tracks. Everlane ran straight into his chest, but the dark-haired warrior didn't flinch. He stepped around her and prowled toward me like a hellcat creeping up on its dinner. I was an accomplished fighter. I knew how to put a guardian on his ass in 3 seconds flat. I could scale 40-foot-high walls and sprint across rotting rooftops. But the sight of Kingfisher prowling toward me turned my insides to a double knot. Stumbling back, I nearly tripped over my feet in my attempt to put some space between us, but the bastard kept coming.
All right, O'Shealith. Lane isn't going to let this go until you've been given the cliff notes, so listen close. I'm about to furnish you with the only information you really need to know. You have the distinct pleasure of being the only living human in all of Avelia. You are not safe here.
He bared his teeth, flashing long, sharp canines that lengthened right before my eyes.
There was a time when this place teemed with your kind. Fisher, stop.
Wren tried to grab him by the shoulder, but the warrior in black jerked away and kept coming.
Our ancestors were cursed millennia ago. As a result, we ended up with these.
He said, gesturing to his canines.
We used them to drink your kind dry. We drained you by the million before the blood curse was lifted. This was long before our time, of course, but the Fey line still bears the marks of its past. We might not need blood to maintain our mortality anymore. But by the gods, do we still have the teeth for it? Our dirty little secret. Our awful, horrible shame.
Fisher! Everlane had reached her breaking point. Tears streamed down her face, leaving wet tracks over her cheeks. She moved in front of Kingfisher and slammed her hands into his chest. "Why are you being like this?" she cried. Kingfisher shrugged.
I'm only telling her the truth.
"You're being an asshole!" This elicited a scornful blast of laughter from the warrior.
You should be used to that by now, Lane. Or did you spend the last century forgetting what a shit I am? I'm the Bane of Gilthry, remember? The Black Knight.
"You're my brother," Everlane hissed. "Though I sometimes wish you weren't." Kingfisher jerked back as if she'd struck him. Even Renfis took a step back, his jaw dropping a little, but the general regained himself quickly, glancing up and down the hallway. I got the feeling that he was checking to see if anyone might have heard Everlane's little outburst. The long, open-aired hallway stretched off in both directions, though, completely deserted apart from our group.
Careful, little sister.
Kingfisher rumbled.
We don't want to spill all of our secrets in one go now.
Everlane's sob filled the hallway. Oh, fuck you, Fisher. She bolted, running back the way we'd come as fast as her legs could carry her. Well, it seemed that even the immortal Fae were still susceptible to family trauma. I looked back over my shoulder, watching the poor female flee. I should go and make sure she's okay.
I'll come too.
Renfis growled, casting Kingfisher a look of unmistakable disgust.
You can't wander the court without one of us to watch over you. And you, Everlane's right. You are being an asshole. The Kingfisher we used to know cared about his family and his friends.
Even with the cruel smirk playing across his mouth, Kingfisher was savagely handsome.
What can I say?
He purred.
Being completely cut off from civilization and summarily forgotten about has a way of changing you after a while.
Renfis was already walking backward.
We didn't forget about you. You have no idea what we went through to try and get you back. Oh yeah, I'm sure my suffering paled in comparison to yours.
A look of hurt flickered across Ren's face, but he said nothing more to the male at my back.
Let's go, Cyrus. We'll find Lane and head back to the library. Oh, come on. She's not going with you.
Kingfisher drawled.
She's coming with me, aren't you, O'Shaleth? She wants to know her secrets, and I'm the only one willing to give them to her.
Why are you calling me that? O'Shaleth, I snapped. What does it mean? He'd turned around. Was walking away. I listened to his boots striking the cold stone beneath his feet, each step ringing in my ears.
An O'Shaleth is a type of butterfly.
He called as he went.
OSHA, for short. They hatch, live, and die all in one day. The cold kills them very fast. Isn't that right, Renfis?
Ren scowled at Kingfisher's back, though he didn't answer him.
Ignored him. Will you come, Cyrus?
I was stuck between the two of them, being asked to make a decision I was in no way qualified to make. Everlane had been kind to me, taking care of me, made sure I was comfortable here. Renfis was full of laughter and seemed solid and good. Kingfisher was a miserable, grouchy bastard without a kind word for anyone. The way he called me that, O'Shaleth, like it was a dirty word, made me want to smash my fist right through his gorgeous face. But he was offering me the truth, even if it was frightening. The quickest way out of this nightmare was through Kingfisher. I winced at Ren. Sorry, can we do the library later? I just...
Told you so.
Kingfisher called out in a sing-song voice. Renfis just nodded, his mouth drawing into a flat line.
Of course, I understand. I'll come and get you in a couple of hours.
Unlike all of the other doors in the palace, this one was of a normal height. Plain, simple, no ornate carvings or embellishments. It was just a wooden door, and it was locked. I risked a sidelong glance at Kingfisher out of the corner of my eye. Should we, knock? An arrogant smile curled up at the corner of his mouth.
Sure,
He said, as if this was a charming suggestion made by a single brain-celled idiot. A second later, he slammed the sole of his boot against the wood, and then the door was on the ground in pieces.
Knock, knock.
He stepped to one side, holding his hand out in a mockery of manners, gesturing for me to go ahead of him.
I don't think anyone's home.
I'm not going first. What if it's warded by, I don't know, by magic or something? Kingfisher waggled his fingers, his eyes going wide.
Oh no, not magic.
Ass.
Coward.
He volleyed back.
I knew it wasn't worded.
How?
Because I'm magic.
What about you is magic?
Everything.
He said, entering the room.
My looks, my sword skills, my personality.
Your personality is trash. The quip was out before I had a chance to bite my tongue. Ever since I was little, I got mouthy when I was nervous, and I was really nervous right now. Literally nothing about this male screamed, "Bait me and see what happens." I clenched my jaw, cursing myself for my own stupidity as I followed behind Kingfisher, studiously staring at the ground. Kingfisher said nothing. I looked up and... Holy hells. Maybe this place had been a forge once, but now it was nothing of the sort. The rough stone walls were slick with frost. The workbenches were covered in vines that were such a dark green they were almost black. Pale blue, purple, and pink flowers dotted their stems like tiny upturned daggers, their shape strange and unusual. A variety of other flowers, creeping vines, and plant life exploded up the wall on the far side of the cavernous space, crowding around a large window, hungry for a spot in the light. The thickest of the vines actually climbed out of the window, the glass having been smashed out. The rest of the uneven stone floor was carpeted with broken glass. Vials, beakers, bulbs, and flasks. Shattered equipment lay strewn around the room as if someone had flown into a rage and destroyed the place. Rust had been busy eating away at all of the tongs, pliers, and hammers. Clearly it hadn't satisfied its voracious appetite because the anvil next to the cracked enamel water bath was so pitted that the iron was sloughing off in great orange flakes. And the forge itself? Gods, the forge. The open-sided hearth was nice and large, there was no denying that. Big enough for a whole family of furry animals to have made a den in it by the looks of things, though its occupants were either out and about their business or had bolted when Kingfisher kicked the door down. It was vented, too, thanks to the yawning hole in the roof directly above it. Kingfisher sifted through a pile of decaying wood with the toe of his boot, scowling darkly.
I see why Clemens has guarded this place so fiercely now.
Who's Clemens?
The King's Royal Archivist. He's been receiving a royal stipend for the past 200 years or so, charged with figuring out how the alchemist used to activate the quicksilver. A handsome stipend, if I recall correctly. Looks to me like he pissed it all up the wall, though, because this place is a fucking disaster.
He was right. This was no working forge. The hearth hadn't been fired here in a long time. The place smelled of dust, age, and animal musk.
I'm going to kick his teeth down his throat,
Kingfisher announced. How about you help me instead of threatening violence? I countered. His lip curled with distaste when I stooped down and started stacking some of the shattered pieces of wood by the now empty doorway.
You're going to clear all of this by hand?
Unless you can utter some sort of spell and clear it all up with magic.
I don't do spells. I'm not a witch. Fey magic isn't some kind of cheap conjuring trick, human. Our abilities are sacred gifts to be used discerningly, for righteous purposes.
My cheeks colored hotly at that. Of course he wasn't just going to click his fingers and whisk all of this away. He had a real knack for making me feel stupid, though. He didn't need to do it. No, he did it because he wanted to. Arrogant bastard. He obviously thought I was worth less than the dirt beneath his feet. He didn't like humans. I doubted that if the situation were different, he'd bother to put me out if I was on fire. But as it was, he needed me, which meant that I could get away with asking a few questions. Right? I grabbed a rusty old bucket by the rim and began picking through the debris on the ground, looking for any tools that might be salvageable. If there's a winter palace, then there are other royal residences too, yes? An autumn palace, spring, summer. Kingfisher drew his sword. Whoa, sorry, God's alive, I'm not... His nostrils flared as he unfastened the leather strap at his chest and slid the scabbard from his back, resheathing the weapon and propping it against the wall. Running his hand through his hair, he looked askance in my direction, his fingers moving deftly over more leather straps and buckles as he began removing pieces of his armor.
Nervous?
He asked conversationally. No, Well, I thought...
You can learn about the other courts in your library sessions with Lane and Rosarius. I offered you truths earlier. Don't squander the opportunity to ask more interesting questions.
He reached around behind his neck with one hand and unfastened the silver plate with the snarling wolf's head engraved on it, letting it slip away from his throat. Tossing it down onto the pile of leather he'd made, chest protector, shoulder guards, wrist guards, he then unfastened the top buttons of his shirt. Once upon a time, not too long ago, I would have lunged for that neck plate and made a run for it. I didn't need the silver anymore, though. I had enough food and water to last me a lifetime here, and I hadn't been asked to pay for any of it. Not yet, anyway. So I ignored the plate and pointed to the chain hanging around his neck instead. All right. What is that? What does it do, and why are you completely unhinged without it? Kingfisher smiled a cold smile, pressing the tip of his tongue into the point of one of his sharp canines.
Straight for the jugular then, little Osha. Ruthless. I like it.
You said to ask an interesting question? I want to know about the chain. Kingfisher laughed silently. He bent double, scooping out a bunch of leaves and rotting wood from the hearth. Gods, he actually was going to help? That was why he removed all of the armor, then. I figured he was taking it off so he could sit down and make himself comfortable while he watched me do all of the work.
To explain the pendant, there are other things you need to know first. Things Lane probably hasn't told you.
She hasn't told me much of anything yet.
Well, let's start at the beginning then. The Quicksilver pools are pathways that connect different realms. I'm sure you figured as much.
Yes.
The quicksilver itself is volatile. Some of our elders believe it possesses a low level of sentience. Whether this is true or not doesn't really matter. The stuff is dangerous. If the quicksilver comes into contact with bare skin.
Kingfisher trailed off. It was in Heron's dagger, wasn't it? I asked. Kingfisher nodded.
It was an ancient blade. Alchemists used to forge quicksilver into weaponry for Fey warriors. Heron had no business touching that weapon, let alone claiming it.
It made him see things, I think. When it touched his skin, he started screaming. The sound of the captain's horrified wailing still haunted me when I closed my eyes. It was a chilling thing to hear such a powerful, strong fighter pleading for his life.
Oh, he saw things all right. The quicksilver will push any living creature beyond the boundaries of sanity.
I had done that to Heron. I'd panicked and unwittingly lashed out, and Heron's blade had responded and embarked on its mission to destroy him. But Heron had speared me through with his sword first. He had tried to kill me on Madra's orders. He would have succeeded, too, if Kingfisher hadn't brought me back here. I wouldn't feel guilty for defending myself. If only it was as easy as telling myself that. I changed the subject. So these alchemists, they inherited their abilities? It's about blood?
Everything is about blood, human. Now, do you want to know about the pendant, or do you want to harry me by continually interrupting?
I made a show of sealing my mouth shut.
My mother gave me this pendant, this relic.
He clarified.
When I was 11, the night before we left for the Winter Palace, she knew I'd have need for it. Later, when I came of age and joined Belakhan's army, I was called upon to travel between Yvelia and the other realms because my pendant was one of the most powerful. To cut a very long and boring story short, I was forced to travel a pathway without it once. The quicksilver took me, just as it takes everyone. A healer managed to draw most of it from me once I made it back to the Winter Palace, but I was left with a few lasting reminders. Most Fae only wore their relics when they traveled from one realm to the next. Wearing mine is the only thing that calms the noise in my head. Without it, the line between what's real and what isn't blurs very quickly.
His eye. That was his lasting reminder? It had to be. The filaments that marked his jade iris were actually remnants of quicksilver. Gods. It was inside him, always there, always whispering in his ear, pushing him toward madness. The relic really was the only thing keeping him sane. Nausea rolled in the hollow where my stomach used to be. I did my best to swallow it down as I collected another set of pitted tongs and dropped them into the bucket. The iron clanged loudly, sending up a puff of rust into the air. Then, why did you give me the relic? Back in Zilvarin. He held up his hand. The thick signet ring flashed on his finger. Ah, right, yes, you have a ring, too, I said.
If I hadn't given you the relic, you'd have died.
And why didn't you? Just let me die. You could have left me there. Kingfisher dumped the armful of faded, dog-eared papers he was carrying onto the workbench, his expression blank.
You haven't been paying attention, human. Yvelia is at war, and war machines are hungry beasts. They require constant feeding, food, clothes, gold, building supplies, weaponry. Before Madra drove that sword into her pool, stealing every pool in every realm, Belakhan used the pathways for supplies. It was the only way to trade in many magical items. When the pathways closed, the door to our supply trains slammed closed too. You shouldn't have been able to touch that sword, let alone draw it. And the silver responded to you. You activated it. You did what only an alchemist can do. So no, human or not, I could not have just left you there to die.
Great, so you brought me back so you could save your people and win the war. Kingfisher ran a hand through his ink-black waves again, his eyes cold as chips of ice.
You think very highly of me, human. In a way, I suppose what you say is true. Don't mistake me for some kind of saint. I don't give a shit about Yvelia, and I don't give a shit about Belakhan's war. You are a bargaining chip. I saw my only avenue to freedom, and I took it. Ask me what I would have done had I found you in that condition under any other circumstances.
I stared at him. At the unfriendly set of his jaw, the tension in his shoulders, and the cruel lift to his mouth, and a body-wide shudder ripped through me, leaving panic in its wake. I don't think I want to know, I whispered. Kingfisher's suggestion of a smile grew wings and took flight.
Clever girl.
It took hours to finish clearing the forge, and we did so in silence. I didn't ask any more questions, too afraid to hear the answers, and Kingfisher kept his thoughts to himself. Every so often I found myself watching him. With his sleeves rolled up to his elbows and his cheeks streaked with soot, he looked so normal. But then he'd snarl under his breath or meet my gaze with those silver-streaked eyes, and I'd be reminded that this male was not human. It was neither safe nor smart to let my gaze linger on him. The wisest thing I could do was figure out how I accidentally activated that pool and hightail it back to Zilvarin as quickly as possible. The sky was darkening out of the window. Such a bizarre sight. When Renfis came to find me. He looked tired, though the bruise beneath his eye and his split lip had miraculously healed themselves over the past few hours. Standing in the doorway, he surveyed the nearly cleared floor and the bucket of rusting tools I'd collected, and sent a confused look Kingfisher's way.
What's this? You haven't even started working.
The place was a disaster, I cried. It was easy for him to come along and criticize. The forge looked so much better than it had, and he hadn't seen it before. Kingfisher sighed. The chill in the air grew to icy degrees as shadows leaped up the walls, conjured out of nowhere. They spilled like wet paint across the floor, darting up the legs of the workbench, blossoming in the air until everything went black. Everything. The forge itself became a pit of ink. It felt as though the shadows slipped down my throat and into my lungs when I drew in a gasp. This was true dark. Even deep in the underground tunnels that formed a network below the Silver City, the darkness wasn't this absolute. Oh gods. What's happening?
Fisher,
Renfis scolded.
enough now.
The darkness snapped back like a rubber band. What was left of the day's light flooded back into the forge, and the forge was immaculate. The window was fixed, a fresh pane of glass glinting in the frame. The shattered vials and beakers that we'd swept into piles all over the place were gone. The hearth was brushed out, the bricks bright red and brand new. The shelves were stocked with all kinds of fantastical pieces of equipment that I'd never even seen before. The plant life that had claimed the forge for its own was still there, though tamed back into pots and a small planter that sat beneath the window. And it was warm. All day I'd been freezing, my teeth chattering while I'd cleaned and picked up with numb fingers. And now it was warm? I spun, searching for something to hurl at Kingfisher. The closest thing that came to hand was a brightly shining, beautiful set of tongs. I snatched them up and stabbed them at the dark-haired warrior. You! We broke our backs cleaning this place. What's wrong with you? What happened to our abilities, our sacred gifts to be used for righteous purposes, or whatever the hell it was you said?
Him? Righteous purposes?
Renfis stifled a cough that sounded a lot like laughter.
The male standing before you isn't shy about using his gifts to complete mundane tasks.
I glowered at Kingfisher. You monster! There wasn't a scrap of remorse to be found on the warrior's face. He scooped up his armor and his sword, then paused beside me on his way toward the brand new door that now hung in the doorway.
I just wanted to see if you knew what hard work was. I told you I was magic.
He whispered. And then he was gone. Chapter 10. Crumbs. The next morning, Everlane brought a breakfast of fresh fruits and yogurt, foreign delicacies I'd never tasted before. She sat with me and ate in my rooms, subdued and silent. I wanted to ask her about what she'd said back in the hallway yesterday. She'd called Kingfisher her brother, and not in the same way Kingfisher and Renfis called each other brother, like warriors who'd fought alongside each other. She'd meant it in a more literal sense, as if she and the evil bastard shared blood. I didn't bring it up, though. I'd made a choice when I decided to go with Kingfisher to the forge rather than chase after her to see if she was okay. And by the way Everlane kept sniffing indignantly as she spooned her yogurt into her mouth, I'd hurt her feelings in the process. She forced me into yet another dress with voluminous skirts, shimmering purple this time, and fashioned my hair, winding the thick braids she'd plaited so that they trailed down the center of my back. When it was time to leave my room, she smoothed her hands down the lovely ivory gown she was wearing, then fiddled with the lace cuffs at her wrists, refusing to look at me. If you want to come to the library with me, Rosarius and I collated all of the information we do have relating to the alchemists and the processes yesterday. There isn't much, but I believe it's worth reading through. I definitely want to join you, I said. I'm sorry I didn't come yesterday. I know how badly you're trying to help me, and I do want to learn. How to get the hells out of here? How to find my way home? When I offered out my arm to her, she broke into a reluctant smile and slid her own through mine. And that, it seemed, was how long it took Everlane Debara to forgive a slight. In the library, Rosarius was having a fit.
Renfis, please! This is not a mess hall!
There are precious works of art stored here, and just look at all of that grease!
I smelled Rosarius's issue before I saw it. Something meaty and smoky hung in the air, the scent so mouthwatering that my stomach audibly snarled. What was that? It smelled divine. Gods, Fisher, Everlane muttered when she saw what he was doing. The male sat at the head of the long clerk's table, a plate on the polished wood in front of him. He speared a piece of ambiguous meat onto a fork, then popped it into his mouth. Renfus was propped against the wall by the far window, arms folded over his chest, watching the proceedings with an air of resignation.
Sorry, Rosarius. I don't know what you think I can do about it. The day I manage to make Kingfisher do anything is the day the Corcoran return. Well, there's no need for blasphemy,
the old librarian squawked. Where did your gods actually go? I whispered to Everlane. I'd been too overwhelmed to ask before. They set off on a pilgrimage thousands of... Ugh, another time! I better confiscate that food before Rosarius's head explodes. Kingfisher remained focused on his breakfast. He didn't say a word when Everlane approached and stood next to him at the head of the table. He just growled. And you wonder why Bellicon calls you a dog, she said. That got Kingfisher's attention. Slowly, his head raised, the silver flashing brightly in his right eye as he turned a baleful gaze on the female.
I don't wonder. I know why he calls me that. It's because of his deep loyalty to the crown,
Renfus said, biting back a smile. Kingfisher's eyes flashed, the quicksilver writhing amidst the green. He snapped his teeth at his sister.
It's because I bite.
His hard expression could have made grown men turn tail and run scared into the night, but Everlane arched an eyebrow at him and waited. The male was once again dressed in black. He was armored up to the eyeballs this morning. The engraved chest piece he wore was black leather today instead of dark tan, and bore a crest comprised of twin crossed swords wrapped in a tangle of vines, backed by the silhouette of a rearing stallion. He wore the same gorget at his throat, though, brilliantly polished silver with a snarling wolf etched into the metal. His thick, dark hair was extra wavy, curling almost, not quite brushing the tops of his broad shoulders. When I realized how intensely I was studying the tips of the pointed ears poking through his hair, I quickly looked up at the glass-domed ceiling, clearing my throat, pretending to inspect the sky. Give me the plate. Everlane's tone brooked no argument.
Certainly.
Kingfisher set down his fork, picked up the plate, and held it out to Everlane. She took it.
By all means,
he said.
Put my food on the fucking ground outside by the stables. I'll go eat with the other dogs presently.
Everlane's shoulders sagged. Fisher!
Scratch that.
His chair legs scraped loudly as he got up. Snatching his plate back, he strode away with it, heading for the door, and right for me.
I'll save you the trouble and take it there myself,
he said. His eyes glittered as he passed me.
Enjoy your dusty books, human. I'll be waiting for you in the forge this afternoon. Don't make me come looking for you.
Fisher, you're being ridiculous. Come back, Everlane called after him. He ignored her, spine ramrod straight, the midnight sword strapped to his back, leaving a trail of wispy shadows in its wake as he stalked out of the library.
Well, I didn't mean for him to leave again.
Rosarius grumbled.
But I've said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it again. No cooked food in the library. I myself only eat dry crackers while working here. And I'm here for days sometimes. And I lean out a window to avoid crumbs.
It's all right, Rosarius, Everlane said softly. He's not himself at the moment. It might be a while before he stops behaving like a spoiled brat.
I'll go and train with him. Let him blow off some steam,
Renfus said, pushing away from the wall. He paused by the seat Kingfisher had been sitting in a moment ago and rested his hand on its carved wooden back, frowning down at it.
He does deserve some grace, though. He has no rooms here. Nowhere to eat, nowhere to sleep, no provisions. And 110 years, Lane. Can you imagine what 110 years would have been like in that place, alone?
Sorrow dripped from each word. The princess and the soldier traded a long look. Eventually, the tension in Everlane's ticking jaw muscle eased. I can, actually. I spent the first 3 decades imagining it in great detail every day. After that, I did my best not to think about it, or him, at all. My heart couldn't take it. And now he's back, and I don't have to wonder what kind of hell he's enduring. Now I get to watch. Her voice was thick with emotion, but she didn't cry. She picked up a book from the table and set it on top of a stack, then moved on to fussing and fiddling with a sheaf of loose papers. It was hard to see her in pain like this. And she was in pain. You'd have to be blind not to see that she was suffering. I stood on the peripherals of this group, which gave me an excellent view of the dynamics between them all. There was so much hurt between them, so much time and history, and so many secrets. From the outside looking in, it was impossible to unravel all of the threads that connected them. Renfis sighed.
There's a way to fix him. We just haven't found it yet. In the meantime, I'm not going to give up on him. Are you?
A long pause filled the silence. Rusarius coughed uncomfortably. He gathered up a set of writing quills, carrying them into the stacks and disappearing off to gods only knew where. I didn't have a pile of quills to carry off, and this wasn't my library to go poking around in, so I had no choice but to hover at the end of the clerk's table and stare down at my feet. Or at the point where my feet should have been. I couldn't see them beneath my cursed dress's skirts.
So that's it then? You have given up on him?
Renfis demanded. No, I haven't. I feel hopeless.
If I have enough hope for him, then I've enough for you too.
Renfis sighed out a long, steady breath, tapping the table with his fingertips.
I'll see you later. Good luck. And good luck to you too, Zaris.
He smiled warmly at me as he passed, which made me feel slightly less like I was eavesdropping on a private conversation. Once he was gone, Everlane bustled around the table, rifling through more pieces of parchment, organizing and then reorganizing them. All right, she sniffed. Where should we begin? I think maybe if you start by telling us what you know about alchemical practices and how they might be used. I don't even know what alchemical means. I didn't want to interrupt her, but I figured it was best to get that out of the way before she went any further. Oh, right. She smiled broadly, but it seemed as though there was a hint of hysteria to her. Well, that's okay. I suppose that might even be for the best. No bad habits that way. We'll start from the beginning just as soon as Rusarius... She broke off, looking over her shoulder. Rusarius? Where in the five hells did the man go? Everlane, are you, okay? You seem a little... No, I'm fine. Fine, really, I'm fine. She pressed her fingers into her forehead, screwing her eyes shut for a moment, completely not fine. She let her hand fall, all pretension dropped. He was the very best thing in my entire life, she said. The only good thing. And he's gone. I knew he would be, but it's hard to see and to accept and...
Speaking of crackers, I knew I had some somewhere. I found a whole tray of them on a shelf in the 7th Era Lands records section. Must have left them there the other day.
Rusarius emerged from the stacks again, carrying a small silver platter of what indeed looked to be very dry crackers. Oblivious to the fact that Everlane was dashing tears away with the back of her hand, he placed the platter down on the table with a flourish.
Help yourselves, my darlings. But, yes, please make sure to keep the crumbs to a minimum.
Alchemy, it turned out, was a form of magic. Forgotten, long-dead, old magic that was as much a myth to the Fae of Ivelia as they were to the people of Zilvarin. There had once been 3 branches of alchemists: Fae who sought to discover the path to immortality, Fae who sought to create and invent by transmuting various metals and ores, and lastly, Fae who sought to cure illness and disease. Everlane and Rusarius thought I was somehow like the second type of alchemist, the kind that transmuted metals. At the beginning of our first library session, I had no idea what the word transmute even meant, and by the end I still wasn't sure I understood. Thousands of years ago, the alchemists used their magical gifts to alter the state of compounds and transform them into precious metals. There was no record of which compounds were used or what was done to them, but the alchemists were successful. They found a way to transform elements into vast amounts of gold and silver, which was reportedly used to fill the royal coffers. At some point, the quicksilver was discovered along with the other realms its pathways connected, and all manner of chaos ensued afterward. None of this indicates how I'm replicating what the original alchemists could do, though, I said, snapping the book I'd been scanning closed. How did they actually control the quicksilver? Everlane shrugged. It's assumed that they activated and deactivated it, or opened and closed the pathways by using their magic.
It's hotly debated whether they controlled it all.
Rusarius said.
According to most documents from around that time, the Second Order of the Alchemists lived very short lives. They often went mad and killed themselves.
Oh, well, that's just great. Whatever the alchemists of old had done to earn themselves that fate, I wanted to know so I could do the exact opposite. But, damn it, burying my head in the sand wouldn't help me activate the quicksilver again, and I had to work out how to do that if I wanted to know what had happened to Hayden. The idea that Hayden might have been conscripted into Madra's army was preferable to imagining him dead, but I needed to know. If Hayden was gone, he needed to be buried, and I needed to stand the customary 72-hour vigil over his grave. If he was trapped as a new recruit of Madra's army, then I needed to save him and get him out of there. Either way, I had to figure this out, no matter what it cost me. I rubbed at my temples, trying to ease the tension headache that was forming there. What with all of the thieving and black market trading just to survive, life back in the Silver City hadn't left much room for reading. My eyes weren't used to it. I stared down at the book I'd been... Wait. I held up the book, tilting my head, eyes narrowed at Rosarius. How come I can read this?
What do you mean?
He asked. Well, I'm from another place, an entirely different realm. What are the chances that you and I even speak the same language, that we share a written language? It's impossible. It was wild that this hadn't occurred to me before.
No, not impossible. Not even improbable, actually,
said Rosarius.
You explain this one, sweet.
He said to Everlane.
There's one more book I want to find before you leave.
Everlane seemed happy to be given the task. Well, she said, leaning across the table to take the book out of my hand, right now you're speaking Common Fae. This book was written in Common Fae, too. There are other languages in Avelia, other dialects, but Common Fae is spoken by all of the courts as a shared, common tongue. When the first Fae traveled to your realm, the humans there spoke a different language altogether. Over the years, our language and our written word became adopted by the humans. Even though we were cut off from the other realms, it seems as though our language has thrived. In Zilvarin, at least. Zilvarin had Madra, and your queen has always spoken Common Fae. She served as an anchor to our language. Perhaps in other realms, languages and alphabets have changed. Madra. As ancient as the stone halls at the center of the universe. I had to ask. I had to know. You seem to know a fair bit about her, I said. Madra? Everlane pursed her lips. I suppose I know as much as anyone here. She was young when she ascended to the Zilvarin throne, bloodthirsty and hungry for power. But how can she be so old if she's human? How has she managed to reign for over 1,000 years, and how could she have closed all of the pathways with that sword if she wasn't an alchemist? We don't know how she did it, but yes, Madra should have died centuries ago. It must be some form of magic, but we have no clue who performed it for her or why. We don't know how she discovered that the quicksilver could be stilled with an Alchemaran sword, either. That information was closely guarded by our kind for generations. But you don't need to be Fae or possess any special gift in order to close the doors between our realms. The sword will do it for you. As far as we know, when one pool of quicksilver is activated, all quicksilver everywhere is activated. It's joined by some kind of... She frowned, searching for a way to explain. A ribbon of energy, I suppose. If you take a sword like Solace and plunge it into the quicksilver, it severs that energy in a way that paralyzes it. Until Solace was removed, every entrance to the pathway became frozen. There were members of this court on scouting parties exploring new pathways that had only recently opened up when Madra cut the cord. Friends, family members, they became trapped wherever they were. They haven't been seen since. Is there a chance that any of them are still alive? I know very little about Fae life expectancy. How long do your people even live for? How old are you? Everlane choked on a huff of laughter, covering her mouth with a hand. Was it me, or did she seem a little embarrassed? That's not something we really talk about. You'd know that, but we haven't really covered court etiquette yet. Sorry, gods, I should mind my own business. No, it's okay. She shook her head. I know we've only known each other a few days, but I sat with you for a long time while you were recovering. I'd like to think that we're friends. Me too. It was the truth. I was starting to think of her as a friend, and I was glad she thought the same of me. Having a friend in a palace full of enemies could never be a bad thing. Right. Well, now that we've established that, she said, grinning, let me start out by asking you how old you think I am. If you were a human, I'd say you were a little older than me. 27, 28 perhaps? Gods! Her eyes went wide. This will come as a bit of a shock then. She took a deep breath. I was born at the very beginning of the 10th age. I've been alive for 1,486 years. 1,000... I nearly swallowed my tongue. Everlane was nearly 1,500 years old. I couldn't force my mind to make sense of that. She looked so young. Did I dare ask my next question? The one that burned on the tip of my tongue? I shouldn't even want to know. but I couldn't help it. And Kingfisher? How old is he? Everlane regarded me, a small smile playing over her lips. She took a long second to answer, during which time I internally berated myself for giving in to my infernal curiosity, but then she said, I'd say that you needed to ask him. It's not really my place to share information like that. Often we don't even know how old other members of our court are. But I do know how old Kingfisher is, and telling you to ask him directly is just cruel. He'd never tell you, and he'd mock you for asking besides. Kingfisher was born at the end of the 9th age. Does that help you form some sort of a guess? I don't know, I'm not sure. He looks like he's about 30, so maybe I'd say he was... Gods, convincing the words to come out of my mouth was impossible. This was madness. Go on, Everlane prompted. I don't know, 1,800 years old? Not bad. He's 1,730 years old.
1,733.
Came a deep voice. Adrenaline exploded through my veins, shocking my system so badly that I nearly toppled sideways out of my seat. I twisted around, and there stood Kingfisher in a recessed reading alcove, bathed in shadows. Half of his body was concealed by a pool of darkness that was very out of place in the well-lit library. He studied his fingernails, that metal wolf head gorget glinting at his throat.
What's 3 years between family, though?
He said, shoving away from the wall and out into the light.
I'm sure it's hard to keep track of time when you're so distracted by the comings and goings of court life.
He gave her a tight-lipped smile.
Glad to see you're finally sharing some truths with your new pet, Lane. I have to say, I'm a little scandalized to discover that they're mine, though.
You wouldn't have discovered anything if you weren't eavesdropping.
Forgive me. I was bored and decided to come fetch the human after all, and you two seem to be having such an interesting conversation.
Everlane rolled her eyes. She placed her hand on my forearm. Never mind him. In answer to your other question, technically the Fae who found themselves trapped when the Quicksilver was stilled could still be alive, yes. But the realm they were visiting was a volatile and dangerous place. It's unlikely that old age killed any of them. But the local clans probably did.
Next time you're curious about me, feel free to ask me.
Kingfisher said as he laid his hand on the forge's brand new door. This was the first time he'd spoken since we left the library, preferring to march through the Winter Palace in stony silence. The door swung open and he went inside. I hovered on the threshold, trying to decide if I wanted to go in after him or if I wanted to run in the opposite direction back to my room, where he wouldn't be able to give me any grief. The palace was a winding nightmare of hallways, staircases, and corridors, but I thought I could find my way if I really tried. My legs were as heavy as hewn stone as I followed him into the forge. If I'd asked you something, you wouldn't have answered me, and if you had, it wouldn't have been the truth.
Incorrect. If you asked me something worthy of a reply, then I'd answer. If I answered, then it would be the truth.
Just as he'd done yesterday, he began stripping out of his armor, again starting by removing his sword. This time I was prepared and didn't flinch when he drew the weapon. Right, sure. Humans and Fae were different in many ways, but sarcasm was universal. His hands worked deftly on the strap that went around his side, unfastening his chest protector.
Try me, human.
All right, fine. Thanks to Kingfisher's little cleanup trick last night, the forge was spotless today. The workbench was free of debris, the floor immaculate. All of the tools were good as new, hanging on hooks on the wall opposite the hearth. I maneuvered myself around the other side of the workbench, putting the biggest, heaviest obstacle that I could between us as he continued to remove his armor, just in case he didn't like my questioning and came for me. Because I planned on riling him, annoying him, baiting him the same way he baited me with his constant OSHA name-calling and his open derision. Screw him. Kingfisher dropped his chest protector to the floor. I braced against the workbench and said, Elroy swears that a man will lie about the size of his cock every time a woman asks him. Kingfisher stilled.
Are you asking me how big my cock is, Osha?
I don't care how big it is. I care about the way you answer. A slow, terrifying smirk spread across his face.
It's big enough to make you scream and then some.
See? I jabbed a finger at him. You're not going to be honest. He looked around the forge, feigning confusion.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understand your meaning.
Ask a man how big his dick is, and he'll show you that he's full of shit.
Maybe, but I'm not a man. I'm a Fae, male.
He paused.
And maybe I'm just well endowed.
Or maybe you're just wasting my time and we should get on with whatever you're going to attempt to teach me here, I snapped. Kingfisher's hands moved to the back of his neck. It took him all of 4 seconds to unfasten his gorget and slide the silver plate free.
Maybe the issue is that you asked me a question about my cock like a hungry little bitch in heat and didn't ask me something that mattered.
Gods, but he kept surprising me. Every time I thought I'd reached the limit of how much one living being could detest another, he went and proved to me that I was capable of so much more. All right, okay, fine. I will ask you something that matters. You were banished from the Evelian court because you did something bad. Belicon said you razed an entire city to the ground. He crooked a dark eyebrow at me.
That was a question?
Did you do it? I asked.
Why do you want to know?
Because I'm sharing a very small space with you right now? Because we're alone? Because I want to know if I'm breathing the same air as a mass murderer? And don't dodge a question by asking me a question. Did you do it? He surveyed me intensely. Even from a distance, I could see the trapped quicksilver swirling in amongst the sea of vivid green.
Yes.
The word came out abruptly, defiantly.
I did.
Why?
Because I didn't have a choice.
I slapped my hands against the workbench, my anger a clenched iron fist in my chest. Why?
You're not ready for that information. You'll never be ready.
Why?
Because you're human and humans are weak.
He snarled.
Because it's none of your business. Because it doesn't matter why I did it. Because no matter what reason I give you, it won't be good enough. Now ask me something else.
My voice shook when I spoke. Renfis said that you've been suffering for the past century years because you were banished after you destroyed that city. Where did they send you? Kingfisher prowled toward the workbench. All of the armor was gone now. He was dressed in a simple, loose black shirt and black pants again. At his throat, the silver chain hanging around his neck, the one he'd loaned to me when I was dying, glinted, catching my attention. I tried not to pull back as he drew closer, but he was huge. He towered over me, taking up so much room, invading my space, blotting out the damn light. He was all I could see, all I could smell. He was cold morning air and smoke and fresh-turned earth and 1,000 other complex scents I didn't even have names for. Canines bared. He leaned in so close that barely an inch separated the tips of our noses. And he snarled.
Hell.
I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. He was so close, so angry. It was as if he was on the verge of breaking and only being held back by the thinnest of threads. Out of nowhere, his composure snapped back into place, his canines disappearing in a flash.
Pray you never have to experience it firsthand, human.
He whispered.
Hold out your hand.
Hold out my...
Yes, hold out your hand.
Up this close, he could take my hand and the arm it was attached to if he wanted to. He could tear me limb from limb and there wouldn't be a thing I could do about it. Numb and trembling, I held out my hand, praying wholeheartedly that he wasn't about to start breaking my fingers for upsetting him. Something cool and smooth pressed into the center of my palm. Kingfisher closed my grip around it, then cupped his huge, tattooed hands tightly around mine. At first, I didn't feel it. I was too aware of his proximity and the wild array of different scents that kept rolling off of him and slamming into me. Wood and leather and spices and something green and faint musk and... Ow! Kingfisher narrowed his eyes.
What is it?
Ow, that hurts! I tried to pull my hand free, but Kingfisher's grip tightened. He held on, grasping my hand tighter and tighter in his, and the burning sensation in the center of my palm really started to sting. Kingfisher, I said in a warning tone. He didn't release me, only stood there, staring down at me, watching me, the metallic threads of silver shifting wildly in his right eye. Fisher, what are you doing?
Tell me what it is.
He demanded. It's hurting me, is what it is. I cried, really pulling on my hand now. I wrenched and yanked, putting my whole body weight behind the motion, desperate to free myself, but Kingfisher held fast.
Is it hot, cold, sharp, soft?
Cold! It's cold! It's burning! It's so cold! That made no sense, but it was true. Ice crawled inside me, leaching into my bones. It hurts! Let go, Fisher! Please, make it stop!
You make it stop.
He commanded. I can't! I can't! Resolve flickered in his eyes.
You can.
Let go!
You want to prove me right, is that it? You're weak? You're a human, so you're weak and useless and pathetic? Is that it?
Fisher! He spun us around so that my back was to the workbench. I felt the edge of the wood digging into the small of my back, but the pressure was nothing compared to the awful ball of pain he had trapped between our hands.
Listen to it.
He commanded. What? He wasn't making any sense. Kingfisher removed one hand, but it made no difference. He only needed one hand to hold both of mine. With the hand he now had free, he grabbed me firmly by the chin, forcing me to be still, to look at him.
Listen.
He repeated.
What is it saying?
It's saying that you're an evil piece of shit, I ground out. He didn't react to that.
The sooner you do as I say, the sooner this all ends, human.
My jaw was screaming. I was clenching my teeth so hard. Fuck you!
There you go again, hungry, needy little bitch in heat, begging to be fucked.
He taunted. Let go!
Listen!
Kingfisher's roar snatched my breath away. It snatched the light, too. The whole forge went black as pitch in an instant, and the pain in my hand, traveling up my arm, turned into a rope of fire.
There is you, and there is the pain. Nothing else.
He whispered.
Move past it. Move through it. Let it roll over you.
This was cruel. This was torture. I was burning alive. He was going to kill me. I can't. I sobbed.
You can. Show me that I'm wrong. Show me that you're tougher than I think you are.
Of all the things he'd said to me, it was this that somehow reached me. I sucked in a stuttering breath and tried to calm my mind. The thrumming, throbbing, panicking, desperate part of me calmed the tiniest fraction, an infinitesimal amount. It made the pain flicker for a second, not long enough to provide any real kind of relief, but it was long enough. There was a voice. A million voices. Anarath more! Anarath more! Anarath more! Anarath more! The sound was deafening. I screamed around it, shaking my head, trying to get it out, but it blazed through every part of my mind, consuming me, eradicating every memory, every thought, every feeling. Anarath, more! I screamed. The pain blinked out. The light rushed back in. The voices fell silent, and the quiet they left behind was deafening. Kingfisher stood frozen, still far too close for comfort, his hand loose around mine now. For once, that cold arrogance he always wore was nowhere to be found. With wide eyes, he looked down at our joined hands, his breath catching slightly in his throat. I tensed when I saw the tiny ball of silver liquid rolling around in the well of my palm. Quicksilver. Not much. Little more than the size of a pinky fingernail, but quicksilver all the same. And it was in a liquid state. I panicked, trying to fling it away, but Fisher gripped hold of my wrist, shaking his head.
So long as I'm touching you, you're safe. I'm wearing the pendant. It won't harm us.
What are you talking about? It'll definitely harm us. It just nearly froze me from the inside out.
That was nothing. A test. It's over now. You passed.
Incredulous, I gaped up at him. What would have happened if I hadn't?
That's academic. You did.
Get it off me, Fisher,
Make it still.
he said. How the fuck? I don't know how.
Close your eyes. Feel it in your mind. Reach for it.
I did as he said, closing my eyes, trying to remember how to breathe around the knowledge that this tiny bit of quicksilver pooling in my hand was enough to rip apart my mind. I'd seen what it had done to Heron. I was about to curse Kingfisher again, to tell him that I couldn't feel the cursed silver, but then I could feel it. It was a solid weight, resting there right in the center of my mind. It was nothing. Not hot, not cold, not sharp, not soft. It just was. And it was waiting. I feel it, I whispered.
Okay, now tell it what you want. Tell it to sleep.
I told it exactly that. In my mind, I willed it to still, to go to sleep. The solid little weight seemed to roll over restlessly. No, not sleep. Not now. Slept for too long. It hissed, an innumerable number of voices all layering over one another. Sleep, I ordered more firmly. This time it obeyed. The weight lifted from my mind, disappearing until I felt almost back to normal. Almost, because Fisher was still holding my hands. When I opened my eyes, he was looking at the solid bead of matte, inert metal in my hands, a look of wry amusement on his irritatingly handsome face.
I have to say, I was expecting that to go differently.
He mused. And then I punched him square in the mouth. Chapter 11. Swallow. Too tight, I can't breathe. To say Everlane was angry would be an understatement. She yanked on the corset ribbons at the back of my dress with a strength I didn't know she possessed. If you keep pulling like that, you're going to crack my ribs, I groused. Good, maybe then you'll stop complaining. Broken ribs won't stop me from complaining, I muttered sullenly, tugging on the corset stays. They were digging into my skin, pinching me in places my clothes back home had never pinched me before. It sucked. Stop that! Everlane slapped my hand away, tisking. She faffed with my skirts, bustling around me, swatting at imaginary pieces of fluff that only she could see. As with the other dresses Everlane had given me, this garment was absolutely stunning. A shimmering red affair made of raw silk. It was the kind of dress that would bring most men to their knees. I fucking hated it. What were you even thinking? Everlane growled, slapping down the folds of the skirt some more so that it hung properly. He's a Fey warrior, Ceres. You cannot go around punching Fey warriors. Can I please wear some pants? I observed myself glumly in the full-length mirror. And don't tell me that pants are only for males. I've seen plenty of females wandering around the palace wearing pants. We've been over this. You're too pretty to wear pants. Are you listening to me? About Kingfisher? I gave her a hard look. No. You could at least tell me what he did to make you punch him like that. Just trust me, he deserved it. Well, I don't doubt that. She'd asked me to explain what had happened 7 times in the past hour, but her pleading hadn't broken me. It would do no good to tell her about the stunt Kingfisher had pulled with the Quicksilver. I didn't want to make things any more tense between them. If Everlane knew he'd thrown me into a situation that I was fairly sure could have killed me, then things wouldn't just get worse. They'd become catastrophic, and we were friends. I didn't want her to suffer any more than she already was. Having Kingfisher as a brother was burden enough, I was sure. You're lucky he didn't react any worse than he did, she said. Oh, I scoffed. I thought his reaction was a little over the top. Everlane had been waiting for me when I returned to my room yesterday. She hadn't banked on Kingfisher kicking in my bedroom door, me thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and wailing like a banshee, nor had she expected his ultra-foul temper, his split bottom lip, or the thin line of blood trickling down his chin. She'd squawked when he'd thrown me unceremoniously down onto my bed and snarled,
Bad human.
at me. He could have been far worse, she assured me. Warriors like Fisher don't react kindly to violence. Are you saying that he's so feral that one small right hook is enough to send him on an explosive killing rampage? She thought about this while folding a blanket. It took her a while to make up her mind. Yes, she decided. Then your brother isn't a warrior, Everlane. He's a mindless savage with a shitty temper. But I think I could have already told you that. Please just call me Lane, and do not say that out loud. It's hardly a secret. I think everyone knows Fisher's a savage. Not that. The brother part, she said in a loud whisper. That's not common knowledge? Well, yes. And no, it's just not spoken about. And it's very, very complicated. Let me guess, your mother had an affair because the king's a vile monster and she ended up pregnant by someone else? Lane sighed. No. My mother was married to a southern lord before she married my father. She had Fisher with her first husband. When Fisher was 10, the king sent his father on a mission to Silvarin. He never returned. That's when the gateways were stilled. The king said that Finron, Fisher's father, was responsible for the Quicksilver stilling and declared him a traitor to the Fae. Wait, Kingfisher said that Madra was responsible for stilling the Quicksilver. Everlane's expression became troubled. And that might be true. Fisher has certainly never believed his father was responsible, but without any proof to the contrary, Bellicon announced that Finron was to blame. Less than a year later, Bellicon announced his engagement to my mother. By all accounts, she was surprised, given that she'd never even met the king, but Bellicon made it clear that marrying him was the only way for her to prove that she wasn't a traitor to the crown, too. Plus, Finron had been very wealthy, and Bellicon needed money to pay for the conflict breaking out with Senna's wrath. Bellicon informed my mother via royal herald that she was to report to the Winter Palace, and she was to bring all of her assets and money with her. Rosaria still talks of how furious the king was when she arrived with Kingfisher in tow. He didn't consider a son from a previous marriage an asset? Lane's laughter sounded flat. Not even a little. He wanted a son of his own and as quickly as possible. He didn't want Kingfisher as his heir by marriage, but it took a long time for my mother to fall pregnant again. Fae children are a rare gift. Most couples are lucky if they have even one child. Bellicon thought Fisher had used my mother up. He actually said that once. He still insists that when our mother did fall pregnant with me a long time later, it was Fisher's fault that she wasn't strong enough to produce another male heir. His fault that she wasn't strong enough to survive the delivery, either. Her pregnancy with me was difficult. None of her healers were surprised when she passed shortly after I came into the world, but Bellicon... Everlane shook her head sadly. According to the king, everything's always Fisher's fault. But our mother's death wasn't because of him. It was because of me. It wasn't anyone's fault, I said. Women have died in childbirth since the dawn of time. Human or fae, it makes no difference. The child can never be held accountable. Lane had probably heard all of this before. She just nodded, stroking her hands over the blanket she'd placed on the back of my reading chair. How did you know Fisher wasn't Belacon's illegitimate son? She asked. He's had enough affairs over the years. That one was easy. Because illegitimate or not, no father would hate their own blood the way Belacon hates Fisher. Yes, well... Lane's jaw worked as she stared unseeingly down at the blanket. You're right about that. Anyway, she inhaled, straightening as she came back to herself, shedding the heavy topic like it was an oppressive robe. I'm going to fetch us something for breakfast. When we're finished eating, we'll head up to the library. She left, and I sat myself down on the edge of my bed, relieved that I was alone at last. Anorath Moore. Anorath Moore. Anorath Moore. Kingfisher had told me to listen to the quicksilver, and I'd heard it. I couldn't stop hearing it. The voices in my head were gone. They'd vanished as soon as the quicksilver had stilled. But that phrase... I kept repeating it to myself over and over again, as if it were the answer to a question I didn't know how to ask. Anorath Moore. Anorath Moore. Anorath Moore. Kingfisher had responded when I'd said it out loud. He'd been wide-eyed, shocked even. He hadn't explained what it meant, though, and the not knowing was driving me crazy. I dug my fingernails into my palm, applying pressure to the rhythm of those words as they cycled around in my head. It felt almost as if they had replaced the beating of my heart. My trance only ended when a loud knock at the door sundered the silence. At some point, Lane would accept that I just didn't eat that much, and she'd stop loading up my plate with so much food. She'd slip an apple into her pocket for me or something. That way, even if her breakfast plate were full, she'd still have a spare hand free to open the door with. I grumbled to myself as I crossed the room and twisted the handle, pulling the door so that it swung open as I headed back to the bed and dropped down to my knees, searching underneath it for the shoes I'd kicked off last night.
Admittedly, I do enjoy when a female kneels for me. But in this particular case...
I was reaching, arms stretched out, fingers catching on the heel of my shoe underneath the bed, but the moment I heard that voice, I went stiff as a board. Blood rushed to my cheeks as I drew back and sat up on my heels, glowering up at Kingfisher. You aren't welcome in here, I informed him. His lip was even angrier and redder than it had been yesterday afternoon. In his hands, he carried a large wooden board stacked high with all kinds of cured meats, cheeses, fruit, and at least 3 different kinds of bread. He wore an inordinate amount of armor, twice as much as usual. His shins were covered by black greaves embellished with golden rising suns, their rays spearing upward toward his knees. Matching vambraces covered his wrists. He looked down at himself, his mouth twisting into a cold smile when he caught me looking at his upgraded armor.
You like it?
He purred.
I figured some extra protection was in order this morning since you're now given to hurling yourself at me like some kind of rabid feline.
Cat scratch, I said flatly. I came this close to knocking you on your ass.
In your fucking dreams, human.
He kicked the door closed, strode into the bedroom, set down the pile of food on the small table, and then went to all 3 of the tall windows in the room, ripping the curtains closed at each as he went. I got up and followed after him, drawing the curtains open again. What are you doing?
I'm hungover,
he announced.
The sun is trying to crack my skull open, which is making me very unfriendly. But please, feel free to open the curtains.
How did you even kill a Fey warrior? Did you need a special weapon? Could they be poisoned? I made a mental note to ask Rosarius. The old librarian was bound to know. Scowling deeply, I went back and revisited the windows, drawing the curtains closed again. I meant, what are you doing here, in my room?
I'm not allowed to eat in the library, apparently. And unlike Lane, I don't have my own assigned wing of the court. After seeing how nice your rooms were yesterday, I had figured I'd come and eat breakfast here. Don't worry, I brought you some cheese.
He picked up one of the small plates that he'd balanced on his overflowing board and planted a massive wedge of hard cheese down on it. In fairness, it looked like good cheese, but the way he shoved the plate at me across the table made my blood boil. The prick started eating like his life depended on it. Rosarius said no cooked food in the library. All of this is cold. Take it and go and bother him. Kingfisher paid me no heed. Fisher! He winced, hunkering down into his seat.
Today has rules, human.
He started counting them off on his hand, a finger for each.
Do not shout. Do not throw any punches. Do not make me do any physical exercise. Do not...
Your lip's bleeding everywhere again, I told him. His tongue darted out between his lips, his blood staining the very tip of it, and I found myself being flashed by a pair of wickedly sharp canines. The sight of them sent a thrill of panic-tinged intrigue through me. Heat rose up from the pit of my stomach, my blood rushing to my cheeks. Kingfisher's gaze snapped up, singling in on mine.
Careful, human. We Fae have an excellent sense of smell. You'd be amazed what we can scent floating on the air.
I wasn't doing anything. I didn't. Oh, gods, I was going to die of embarrassment. The moment had been fleeting. I hadn't even meant to think it. I despised Kingfisher. I was not attracted to him. I was not thinking about his tongue or his teeth. He set down the piece of bread and meat he was holding and sat back in his chair very slowly. His expression was suddenly serious, his eyes alert, his voice low and smooth as velvet.
You're making it worse.
Swallowing down the urge to scream, I sat down at the table and forced myself to hold his unbearably smug gaze. Change the subject, change the subject, change the subject. Why haven't you gotten your lip taken care of anyway? They can heal it. A small cut like that, it'd be gone with one tiny touch. Kingfisher's eyes narrowed, still boring into me.
I was going to get it seen to after this, but now I've decided against it.
Huh, right. I ripped a piece of cheese from the block he'd slapped on the plate for me and shoved it into my mouth.
Yes, just now actually. I'm going to keep it as a souvenir.
A reminder of the time a weak human girl landed a hit on you and drew blood? You want your friends to know about that? Fuck, this cheese had the consistency of glue. I kept chewing, but my mouth was so dry that it was turning into a thick paste.
I like being surprised.
Fisher said, spinning his fork over in his hand.
I'm also a fan of aggressive foreplay. It'll be a fun reminder.
I breathed in sharply, inhaling cheese. Choking and sputtering, I tried desperately to get rid of it, but it wasn't going anywhere. Kingfisher leaned forward, his tongue running over his teeth again. He smiled suggestively as he said,
Swallow.
What in the five hells is going on here? Are you trying to kill the poor girl? Lane came out of nowhere, a cloud of sweet perfume and saffron-colored silks. She set down the plates that she'd collected from the kitchens, then began rubbing her hand soothingly against my back. What did you do to her? She glowered hotly at Fisher.
For the love of every god that has ever been or ever will be, could you please lower your voice?
He groaned. She's choking to death, Fisher. Did you poison her? Breathe, Saris. That's it. Slowly in, slowly out. She demonstrated breathing in through her nose. And why does it smell like a brothel in here? If you're going to spend the night out whoring and drinking, the least you could do is wash the smell of sex off you before showing up for breakfast. Kingfisher looked like he was about to explode with laughter. The monstrous bastard was enjoying this. I braced for the cruel jibe. He was seconds from telling his sister that whatever she could smell was courtesy of me and not him. But when he spoke, he took me by surprise.
You're right. I'm sorry, Lane. That was inconsiderate. I'll take my breakfast and leave you both in peace. If friend shows up, let him know I'm down in the bathhouse, washing away my sins. I'll see you this afternoon, Osha. Be ready to practice more of what we learned yesterday.
Wait. I watched him go. He took the fall for me? Why would he do that? Would Lane know that I was the source of the scent of arousal in the air the moment he left? I didn't think so. I wasn't thinking about Fisher's tongue trailing up my neck anymore. I was thinking about him forcing me to hold that quicksilver in my palm again and how much it was going to hurt. Anarath more, Anarath more, Anarath more. The memory of those voices in my head echoed like a war chant. Fisher had saved me from embarrassment, but that meant little. Not when I was faced with the promise of an afternoon working with the quicksilver. He really was crazy if he thought I would willingly subject myself to that again. The temperature in the library was insufferable, even colder than usual. Condensation ran down the insides of the windows, and billowing clouds of fog formed in the air anytime anyone spoke.
It'll snow tonight.
Rusarius announced, frowning up at the moody blanket of clouds that filled the view out of the domed glass ceiling. Snow. The prospect of watching it fall from the sky with my own two eyes was thrilling, but there were more important matters at hand. I had made my decision and I was sticking to it. I want to learn more about the quicksilver today, I said. I know you were planning on covering more about Sanna's wrath and the courts, but the king only gave us a week before Kingfisher has to leave. It's been 3 days already and I haven't learned much about the pathways. Knowledge of the courts will be vital when you start to travel outside of Ivelia. I do think this is worth going over, Lane said, placing a hand on top of the daunting stack of books she'd set out for the day's session.
I don't know. Maybe Saris is right.
Rusarius's white hair was more cloud-like than ever, puffing out in every direction.
If we can't demonstrate that Saris is capable of activating the quicksilver, there'll be trouble for Kingfisher, I think. He's the one who brought her here. The king gave him a week to teach our new friend here how to navigate this whole thing. If she fails...
He'll punish Fisher, Lane said.
And Saris too, perhaps?
Rusarius suggested in a questioning tone. Lane reluctantly pushed her curated stack of books aside. All right, the quicksilver it is. Maybe if we cover some rudimentary ground, Fisher will be able to introduce you to some other lesser alchemical compounds in the forge this afternoon. Oh, Fisher wasn't messing around with lesser alchemical compounds. He'd thrown me in at the deep end and slapped raw quicksilver in my hand without so much as a by your leave. Again, I made the decision not to spill that little tidbit of information. I was wondering whether there were any references relating to how the alchemists used the pathways to travel from one place to another specifically, as in how they made sure they would wind up where they wanted to go. I clarified. Was there a panel or some incantation or... I shrugged, channeling as much nonchalance as I could muster. Did they have to say a place's name out loud or something? Rusarius wiped his nose on the back of his robe sleeve, then blew on some hot tea he'd fixed for himself somewhere at the back of the library.
Oh no, I doubt we have any books or parchments that cover that,
he said. Oh. Disappointment gnawed on my insides.
No, that part was easy. It was common knowledge how they made their way from one point to another.
Rusarius sipped his tea and yelped, fanning his mouth.
Gods, patience has never been my strong suit. You'd think I would have learned to wait by now.
How did they do it then, if it was common knowledge?
Yes, well, they just fixed their intentions on the place. Focused very hard, apparently. If they wanted to explore somewhere new, they'd think of the kind of place they wanted to go to. If they wanted to discover a place rich in iron ore, for example, they'd think about iron ore and let the quicksilver pull them to a place that had plenty of iron ore. It was a very simple system. Flawed, of course. On a number of occasions, an alchemist thought of the kind of place they wanted to go and stepped into a pool never to be seen again. A group went searching for hydrogen once. That busybody archivist Clemens postulated that the quicksilver delivered them right into the center of a star somewhere. Load of utter nonsense, if you ask me.
I stopped listening. I wasn't trying to go somewhere new. I wanted to go home. And all I had to do was think about Zilvarin before stepping into the pool? That would be too easy, surely. But Rusarius did seem certain. And where's the pool here in the Winter Palace? Belicon has one, right? I asked, interrupting the old male who was still giving examples of different groups of alchemists who had gone missing while exploring unknown destinations.
Oh, of course! Our pool is the largest ever documented.
The librarian declared, beaming as if he were personally responsible for its existence.
Belicon had it crafted so that it could transport whole armies if needed. It's situated beneath us, down very deep in the bowels of the palace. Nearly every tunnel you come across will lead you there. Though I once spent 5 days trying to work out.
I did a commendable job of feigning interest as Rusarius chattered on, even if I did say so myself. The plans that were rapidly forming in my head demanded all of my attention, but I nodded and laughed at the librarian's tale, engaging just enough to convince Lane that I was listening to him too. The next 3 hours dragged by, and I did my best not to fidget. I took notes about the Sanisrothian pool, located at the center of their rival court's council halls. I recorded the locations of 2 other pools in 2 other courts as well. The Galarian, the Fae in the mountains to the east, kept their pool in a hall perched upon the highest peak of their domain. It was reported that the pool belonging to the Lycians, the seafaring Fae who lived upon a southern island, was located deep in a sea cave and was almost as large as the Evelian pool, though that had never been confirmed, the Lycians regarding it as their most sacred place of worship. I took all of this in, my mind buzzing the whole time. All I had to do was fix my mind on the Silver City. I had to reach out to the Quicksilver, convince it to wake, and then I'd be home. It would be so simple. But there was something I had to do first. Chapter 12. Fox. Kingfisher's copious amounts of leather was gone, and I could understand why. The hearth was blazing, a white-hot fire licking up the brickwork when I entered the forge. For the first time in nearly a week, a blissful warmth sank into my bones, and it was a beautiful, beautiful thing. Lane's dark-haired brother smirked like a demon when he realized that I had entered the blistering hot workshop, though he didn't turn away from his task. Sweat ran down the side of his face as he thrust a glowing set of tongs into the inferno. He stooped, squinting as he concentrated for a moment, and then he drew the long tongs back out again, this time with a small iron pot clasped in the tongs' grips. I barely noticed the pot, the crucible that Kingfisher set down on the anvil by the workbench. My gaze was locked onto the bead of sweat that was hanging from Fisher's chin. For the life of me, I could see nothing else. It glistened there for a second, and then fell, sizzling when it hit the iron crucible and turned to smoke. Fisher's normally loose black shirt was plastered to his chest. He drew in a deep breath, his shoulders rising, and I jerked when he snapped his fingers in front of my face.
You could at least say hello before you start eye-fucking me.
How wasn't I fucking you? I was trying to see through all of this steam. I wafted my hand for effect, but the air was clear, there was no steam, and Kingfisher did not look impressed.
It always confounded me. Humans aren't restricted by the same laws as the oath-bound Fae. You creatures can lie whenever you want. You do it all of the time. And yet, you're all so fucking bad at it.
His cheeks were flushed from the heat, slick with perspiration. Not a hair on his head was dry. From root to tip, his waves were dripping wet, some of them plastered to the side of his face. As if suddenly conscious of this, he shook his head like a dog, showering sweat everywhere. I held my hand up in front of my face, blocking the spray. Disgusting! Fisher laughed silently as he peered into the crucible, peeling his shirt free of his chest as he inspected what was inside.
There you go again, lying your little heart out. You like my sweat, don't you, human?
Since the moment we'd met, the prick had lived to push my buttons. I'd never reacted to him calling me human or OSHA, so I had no clue how he knew it irked me so much, but it did. I was officially sick of it. I have a name. Use it. I barged past him, making my way to the workbench. I dumped the bag I'd brought with me onto the table and then snatched up one of the thick leather aprons hanging on the wall by the window. I turned around, ready to lecture him about manners and how it was polite to call a person by their given name and not some shitty name they'd come up with for them, but holy gods and martyrs! My heart leaped up into my throat. Less than an inch away, Kingfisher smiled down at me. How the hell had he gotten this close? His eyes danced with mirth. It was criminal that such astonishing eyes belonged to such a bastard. They were like nothing I'd ever seen before. So bright, the most unique and startling shade of green, and while the quicksilver trapped in his right iris freaked me the hell out, there was no denying that it made him look remarkable.
You are temporary,
He said, looming over me, his huge frame just everywhere. And you are rude, I shot back. He shrugged, turning away. As soon as his back was to me, I sucked in a ragged breath, trying to regain my composure while he wasn't looking.
It isn't practical, learning the names of humans.
He said.
You come and go so quickly. I only bother to learn the names of creatures who live longer than a heartbeat.
My hands shook as I looped the apron ties around my waist and then knotted them over my stomach. It's Saris. My name. Call me that or nothing at all. He cast an amused look over his shoulder, his lips parted a fraction, exposing the briefest glimpse of teeth.
Nothing at all. I like the sound of that. Come here and look at this, nothing at all.
I suppose I walked right into that one. Sighing, I went to see what he was pointing at inside the crucible. There are these other words, too. Please and thank you. I haven't heard you use either yet, but I'm sure they're part of your vocabulary.
They're not.
He said brightly. A tiny amount of dark gray powder, fine as ash, sat in the bottom of the crucible. What am I looking at?
Bone.
Fisher said. Human? He shook his head.
I didn't have any, though, if you're willing to contribute.
Stop! Fisher stood up straight, half closing one eye as he studied me.
Are your kind supposed to nap in the afternoons? You're really grumpy. I'm the one with the hangover, you know.
What did you even do last night?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Actually, forget it. I've changed my mind. I don't want to know.
Ren and I went to the blind pig. We gambled away half his savings and drank the bar dry. I'll invite you next time.
I pulled a face. Please don't. Kingfisher grabbed me, his hand closing around my wrist. I'd been about to poke the powder inside the crucible with my fingertip, but...
Where you come from? Does a smith poke a finger into a crucible right after it comes out of a blazing furnace, OSHA?
Fisher demanded. I worked my jaw, feeling absolutely, completely, devastatingly stupid. If I'd done that back in Elroy's workshop, he'd have screamed at me until he was hoarse and then banished me from the shop for a whole week. I wouldn't have even been allowed to approach the crucible without wearing a pair of heat-resistant gloves. Here, I wasn't thinking straight. I was distracted, and the reason for my distraction had just saved me from potentially losing my whole hand. My cheeks burned hotter than the fire in the hearth. No, they do not. Kingfisher released me. He said nothing further on the matter, but the hard, annoyed look he sent my way said plenty. Be more careful, OSHA.
The bone was Fae.
He said after a moment.
For centuries, our kind has tried to understand how the relics that allow us to travel through the Quicksilver were made. There have been many theories over the years, but that's all they've ever been. Theories. With the Quicksilver sleeping, we haven't been able to experiment or put any of those theories to the test. But now that you're here...
You want me to wake the Quicksilver so you can try and bind things to it and see if you can make a relic out of it.
Exactly.
He grinned. It was the first real, full smile I'd seen from him, and it was terrifying. Not because of how evil it made him look. Far from it. He looked so much younger than he did when he was scowling. He looked happy. And that was what really fucked with me. It was easy hating Kingfisher when he was being a bastard, but in this moment he appeared very unbastard-like, and that was confusing. I didn't have the time or the inclination to pick apart that confusion right now. It didn't matter. I had more important things to worry about. You're using bone to see if fusing the quicksilver with biological material will trick the pool into thinking the living creature passing through it is a part of it? I asked. Kingfisher rocked back on his heels, his eyebrows hiking up his forehead.
Yes, actually. That's precisely what I want to do.
Well, all right then, let's do it.
Really? After yesterday, I expected that you'd be reluctant to try activating the quicksilver again.
I'm not happy about it, no, but if it means that we can— Oh, holy gods! We weren't alone. My hand closed around a pair of tongs. I clutched them like a dagger, leaping forward, adopting a defensive stance. My pulse hammered in my fingers and my toes and everywhere else it possibly could. In an instant, I was ready to fight, but Kingfisher moved quicker than me. He became a blur of black smoke. Cold wind ripped at my hair, and then he was gone. He rematerialized on the other side of the workshop, murder in his eyes, that lethal black sword gripped in both hands, dripping smoke. What is that? I stabbed my finger at the hideous thing crouching next to the hearth. It hissed at me, baring its teeth, showing the whites of its eyes. Kingfisher took one look at the creature and straightened out of his defensive stand, cursing in a language I didn't understand.
What's wrong with you? It's a fox. Gods, I thought you were about to get your face torn off.
Fox? What's a fox? Kingfisher muttered darkly under his breath as he went and stood over the strange animal. It had a thick, furry coat, white as the snow out of the window, and glassy black eyes the color of jet. It cowered, pressing its body against the stone floor, small, black-tipped ears pinned back against its tiny skull as it watched Kingfisher raise his sword over its head.
Just so you know,
the warrior growled.
Transporting like that when you have a headache is the worst.
He brought the blade swinging down. No, stop! What are you doing? He drew the weapon to one side just in the nick of time.
Graceless fucking gods, human, stop fucking yelling!
I don't want you to kill it. It just surprised me, that's all.
It's a fox, a pest. This was probably what was living in the hearth before we ripped that den out. They steal food from the kitchens.
The creature wasn't nearly as hideous as I'd first thought. I darted forward, stooping low, covering the little thing with my body, gripped by a sudden remorse. You definitely can't kill it then. Not if we destroyed its home.
It's going to bite you,
Kingfisher said. No, it won't. It bit me. Its teeth were sharp as needles. With its jaws clamped around my forearm, the little fox chittered and squealed, making all kinds of strange sounds. It seemed like it wanted to run away and hide, but it couldn't quite figure out how to stop biting me. Kingfisher set the tip of his sword against the stone at his feet and casually leaned his weight against it, watching the scene play out with no obvious feeling one way or another.
They carry all kinds of diseases. Lung rot,
he said.
A flaky skin thing too? Some kind of fungal infection, I think.
Ow! It's almost down to the bone, Fisher! Help me! Kingfisher pushed away from the sword, standing up straight. He looked up at the rafters overhead, squinting.
This is a learning experience, I think. There are always consequences to our actions. Your new furry bracelet is a consequence of human weakness. Wear it with pride.
The little fox sneezed, his black eyes locked on mine. If a fox could have an expression, his would have been one of panic. He wanted me to help him, I thought, but how was I supposed to do that when, if anything, he was biting down even harder? Let go. Let go. Let go, let go, let go. I pleaded. Please let go. I don't want to have to hurt you. I'm sorry we ruined your home. I promise we'll build you an even better one.
Don't make promises on my behalf,
Kingfisher interjected.
I think it would make a great hat.
I growled at Kingfisher. The fox growled too. As if we'd found some common ground, the little fox slowly relaxed its grip on my forearm, its jaws shaking as if it were going against its better nature by releasing me. I stood, pressing my hand against the puncture marks in my skin, attempting to stem the flow of blood. The fox shot Kingfisher a wary look and darted under my skirts, hiding beneath the folds of the shifting fabric.
Oh, look.
Kingfisher observed.
Finally, a use for all that ridiculous material. Such a pretty little doll in her pretty little dress, aren't you?
Hey! I don't want to wear this, I snapped, plucking at the dress. What was I wearing when you found me?
A whole lot of blood.
Fisher pondered, frowned.
Wait, I seem to recall that your intestines might have been part of your ensemble.
Pants and a shirt, I said dryly, and a pair of boots with really good soles. Do you have any idea what those boots cost me?
Let me guess. Your virginity?
Fuck you, Fisher.
Sure.
He smirked.
But I'm afraid I don't have any new boots to trade you for your time.
I lunged for him, ready to kill him, and gasped when I felt the brush of fur against my calves and remembered the little fox that I was harboring. Its claws scratched against my leg. I attempted not to react, but Fisher saw me flinch.
Gods above.
He groaned.
Let me kill it and be done with it.
No, absolutely not.
All right, fine. Have it your way.
He turned back to the crucible, waving his hand. At the same moment, there was a rush of cool air underneath my skirt, accompanied by a frightened yap, and a large wicker cage appeared on the far end of the workbench. Inside the cage, a bowl filled with water, a small pile of what looked like chicken bones, and, of course, a fox.
You'll need to release the damn thing outside of the palace. It won't last 5 seconds here. Not even as your plaything. For now, it can sit there and be quiet.
He said, giving the cage a meaningful look.
And you?
He flicked his wrist again, and the tight crimson gown Lane dressed me in this morning disappeared into thin air. I drew in a full, deep breath for the first time in 6 hours and almost wept at the rush of air flooding my lungs. I was wearing normal clothes. My clothes. No, wait, they weren't my clothes. They were similar, yes, but there were marked differences between the clothes Kingfisher had found me in and these garments. The pants were thicker, black and not dirty white. The material was tough but supple, skin tight. Well, I guess I couldn't complain about that after being so bent out of shape about the frills Lane had put me in. The shirt was more of a tunic, black, a little longer in the body than I was used to, more in keeping with Fae fashion. There were so many pockets. At my waist hung a leather belt with numerous loops for tools and weapons. There was an actual knife strapped to my thigh. I stared down at the black onyx handle, trying to make sense of what I was seeing.
Do you need walking through how that works?
My head shot up. Kingfisher had his back to me. Oh, for the love of all the gods, he was pulling his shirt over his god's cursed head. When he turned, his chest bare, a sea of swirling black ink marking slick muscle, his expression was trained into a blank mask. At the very center of his chest, snarling and fierce, another wolf's head had been inked into his skin. Many smaller tattoos surrounded it or broke off from it, but I couldn't tell what they were without inspecting him much more closely, and no way I was doing that. I half expected a backhanded jibe from Kingfisher as I fought not to stare, but he seemed genuine as he jerked his chin toward the knife that he'd magicked into being at my thigh.
In the right hands, a blade like that can wreak a lot of damage. Renfus is a good teacher. He can show you how to use it if you need him to.
In the cage on the end of the workbench, the fox began to lap thirstily at his water bowl. I know knives, I said, looking down at the floor.
You said you knew your way around a forge the other day, and then you tried to stick your finger inside a glowing hot crucible.
I do know my way around a forge, I wasn't thinking. He wiped his hands on his shirt and tossed it onto the workbench.
You could slice your own throat wide open with a knife like that if you forget to think, Osha.
Just give me the damn quicksilver already. Let's see if we can bind this bone with it and turn it into something useful. We couldn't. It took me 3 hours to figure out how to awaken the quicksilver again. By the time I successfully transmuted the matte, solid silver into its agitated state, I was exhausted, my body echoing with pain and marginally traumatized. The particles of bone burst into flames as soon as Kingfisher dropped the powder into the vat containing the quicksilver, vaporizing before it ever touched the surface of the rippling liquid, and the quicksilver wasn't even hot. It chanted and cursed at me in a cadence that felt mocking, and I did my best not to scream out of frustration. I was sweating in the heat of the forge, tired and growing angrier by the second. Kingfisher didn't notice, or maybe he did, but didn't show any signs of caring. He leaned over the workbench, sweat running in a river down the groove in his back, banks of powerful muscles flexing on either side of his spine as he made notes in a book he'd conjured from somewhere. So much skin. So much ink. His tattoos on his back were interwoven. Bold, sweeping lines that seemed to form pathways and tell stories. I wasn't about to lie to myself. I wanted to know about every single one of them, what they meant and when he'd got them. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of asking, though. I had things I needed to take care of. A spike of urgency rose up inside me, giving me the courage I needed to act. I took a deep breath and braced myself. You know, maybe if I looked at the pendant, held it in my hands, if there was another element bonded with it when it was fired, I might be able to feel what it was. This was a dangerous game. If it worked, I'd be able to go home. If it didn't, I'd have a furious kingfisher on my hands, and I'd probably be imprisoned in my rooms until I died of old age. Fisher looked back at me, his narrowed eyes assessing me. Gods, he was a sight to behold. Every line of him was art, with his full mouth and the faint shadow of stubble marking his jaw, his fascinating eyes and all of his midnight black hair. It was hard not to look at him and ache. I had grown up in a pit of misery where people died more often than they lived. I hadn't seen many beautiful things in my short life, but of all the beautiful things I had seen, Fisher was the most beautiful of all. It would have been wrong to think of the men I'd encountered back in Zilvarin in that way. Some of them had been attractive. Some of them had even been hot enough to make my toes curl, but Fisher was the epitome of everything that was strong and male and powerful. He was so much more than anything I'd experienced before. He was beautiful. Looking at him made me feel like I couldn't catch my breath.
If you want it, come here and touch it.
He rumbled. Holy fucking gods. Blood rushed to my cheeks, staining them the color of crimson and need and shame. Kingfisher's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. He didn't have a single taunting word for me this time. His lips parted, his gaze boring into me as if he were watching, waiting to see what I'd do. Or you could just take it off, I suggested, laughing nervously. You let me wear it a whole 10 days while I was recovering, didn't you? That's a couple of minutes.
Ren had me trapped in a room with 3-foot-thick walls locked behind an iron door that whole time.
He said simply. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not much fun to be around without it, even for a couple of minutes.
I hadn't realized he'd suffered so much while I'd worn the pendant. I knew he'd needed it badly by the time he'd gotten it back, but I thought his second relic, the ring he wore, had served in the chain's absence. I nodded, taking a hesitant step forward. All right then. I tried to sound businesslike, but I certainly didn't feel it. I'll touch it while you're wearing it. Kingfisher's expression gave nothing away. As I approached, he straightened. I thought for a moment that he was moving away from me, but he wasn't. He grabbed a stool from beneath the workbench and sat down on it, positioning himself so that he was facing me. So little space between us now. He spread his legs, the hard, interested light in his eyes daring me to step between them so that I could close the gap. My heart skipped and tripped all over the place as I took that step, accepting his silent challenge. He was so goddamned big. His body hummed with energy. The closer I got, the more I could feel it rolling off him. Like heat. Like smoke. Like power itself. Fisher rested his tattooed hands on top of his thighs, his bright green eyes following my every move as I reached up and touched the fine silver chain. He sat inhumanly still. He didn't breathe, didn't even twitch. The heat of his skin scorched my fingertips, sending a bolt of electricity snapping through me as I hooked the long chain beneath my fingers and slid them down his chest, over that snarling wolf's head tattoo, until I reached the solid weight of the pendant. It was rectangular in shape, about an inch long, and lighter than I remembered. When he'd first looped it around my neck back in the Hall of Mirrors, it had felt like an anvil hanging around my neck. The crest on the front of it was almost worn smooth, but I could still make out the design. 2 crossed swords wrapped in thin vines. I spun it over in my hand, drawing my bottom lip into my mouth, trying not to think about the fact that the shining metal wasn't wet with water, but with Kingfisher's sweat. I could smell him. The light musk of his sweat was inoffensive. In fact, it smelled sweet and heady, and lit a fire in the hollow of my stomach that I didn't understand. I wanted to lean into him and inhale deep. The need to do so was so overpowering that I almost went ahead and fucking did it. Gods,
Anything.
Kingfisher's voice was rough as smoke. I nearly jumped out of my god's cursed skin. No, not yet. Let me think.
What do you know about Fey anatomy, Osha?
He whispered. I focused so hard on the pendant that my vision started to swim. I didn't dare blink, though. I definitely wasn't brave enough to look up at him and meet his eyes. I knew he was staring at me, of course. I could have felt that fierce gaze through a sandstone wall. Not much, I said, burning a hole in the pendant. Your kind looks a lot like humans. I'm assuming a lot of it works the same. I waited for the mocking barb, the sharp, sneering retort. Kingfisher's reaction to being compared to a human wasn't going to be good. Surprisingly, it wasn't as disdainful as I would have expected.
On a surface level, yes.
He said softly.
We have similar internal organs, though we do possess a few that humans do not.
Extra internal organs? That was intriguing.
We're bigger, taller, of course.
He continued. I arched an eyebrow at that. Of course.
Our hearts are bigger by ratio.
I couldn't help it. I looked up. Really? He nodded.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Weird.
Our eyesight is far superior to yours. Our sense of smell.
He said, his eyes lowering, traveling down my body. Heat flared in the center of my chest. The way he was looking at me, there was nothing friendly about it. Kingfisher and I weren't friends. At best, we were loose allies who irritated the hell out of each other. So why, then, was he looking at me right now like I was an ally he'd like to fuck? His eyes snapped back up to mine.
Our sense of taste is superior to yours. Touch. Our sense of hearing is very sharp. We can hear the smallest sound at a great distance.
The silver in his right eye flared as he exhaled, his breath fanning across my cheek.
We can hear each other's heartbeats.
Out of nowhere, he grabbed me by the wrist. I tensed, jolting, but he didn't hurt me. He took the pendant, lifting it, placing the metal between his teeth, holding it out of the way as he moved my hand to the center of his chest.
Feel that?
He asked, his bottom lip pressing against the pendant as he spoke with it still clamped between his teeth. The tips of his canines also pressed into the swell of his bottom lip. I couldn't tear my eyes away from them.
Dun, dun, dun.
Kingfisher tapped the back of my hand in time with the rhythm of his heart. The pause between each beat was so long that I thought I was going to scream around the tension that built between each one.
Slow and steady.
He murmured.
Our faint hearts rarely betray us. We're calm creatures, but you, Osha, you're a ball of chaos. Your heart betrays you at every turn.
Quickly, he placed his hand on my chest, right between my breasts. I didn't have time to react to the contact. He began tapping out the rhythm of my heart against my sternum.
Thrum, 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 thrum. Fast, erratic, like a hummingbird. I hear it bouncing around all over the place when you look at me. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I swallowed, a wave of nausea making my mouth sweat as I pulled away from him. Tried to pull away from him. He still had hold of my wrist. He did not let go. He allowed the pendant to drop from between his teeth, the corner of his mouth kicking up as he tugged me closer to him. His other hand moved from my chest, sliding down around my waist, settling in the small of my back. His thighs drew together, pinning me by the hips between them. Panic. Panic, panic, panic. Externally, I was calm when I spoke, but inside, I was screaming. Let me go, Fisher. Immediately, he released me. His legs splayed wide, letting me go. He relinquished his hold on my wrist, too. His hand at the small of my back went nowhere, though. He wasn't using it to hold me in place. It was just a point of contact. And the heat of that contact between us felt like it was scorching me through my shirt. Sliding forward an inch on the stool, Fisher dipped his head so that his mouth was unreasonably close to mine.
I've fucked plenty of humans.
He whispered.
Does that surprise you?
Yes, seeing as how you seem to hate us so much. His mouth. God's his fucking mouth. I needed to look away. I had to.
I don't hate your kind. I'm just disappointed by how breakable you are. If I held you down and fucked you the way I'm imagining fucking you right now, I doubt that you'd survive it.
I was burning alive. I was a living torch, blazing out of control. I wouldn't fuck you if you were the last living.
Don't bother.
The words held bite.
Lying is pointless with your heart betraying you so loudly.
It's beating fast because I'm afraid, I snapped.
Of me?
Kingfisher huffed a blast of laughter down his nose.
No, you're not. You should be, but you're not. That's one of the things I like most about you.
You're holding me against my will.
Really?
He looked down at our bodies. His legs still on either side of me but held away from me, his other hand resting on top of his thigh again. My hands clenched into fists at my sides.
You can pull away at any time. Looks to me like you're choosing to stay. It also looks like you're having to stop yourself from touching me. You want to touch me the way I'm touching you, don't you? To feel the weight of me beneath your palms, the heat of me,
He angled his head a fraction, something wicked dancing in his eyes.
just to see what would happen.
You're wrong. He shook his head.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. He gave me a reproachful look.
Are you going to make me say it?
Say what? He leaned in even closer. My breath froze in my chest, my throat closing up, but I couldn't move. He grazed the bridge of his nose along the line of my jaw, the contact so light, up toward the shell of my ear.
That your body is betraying you in other ways. That I can smell you, little Osha. And I'm thinking about drinking the sweet nectar you're making for me, straight from the fucking cup.
I moved before I registered what was even happening. Kingfisher had learned from the last time, though, and saw my fist coming. He grabbed my wrist and then the other when I tried to punch him with my left fist. Harsh, rough laughter boiled out of him, turning me to cinder and ash.
Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know what I taste like?
Let me fucking go! For a second time, he released me, freeing my hands.
If you try to punch me again, I'll tie your hands behind your fucking back.
He promised. He was still smirking, but he meant it. I could see it in his eyes.
You're still standing here.
He said in a taunting tone. Fuck, I was still standing between his legs. What the hell was wrong with me? I made to step back, but Kingfisher placed his hands on my hips. Lightly, the same way he placed his hands on the small of my back.
Go on, pull back. I won't stop you.
He said.
Or you could kiss me. You could kiss me. I'll just sit here. I won't move a muscle.
Why would I do that?
Because you're intrigued. Because you're bored. Because you're super fucking aroused right now. And you want to follow through on whatever little fantasies are playing out in your head.
Yeah, right. I'm just going to kiss you, and you're just going to sit there. You aren't going to move a muscle. You're not even going to kiss me back. Gods above, saying it out loud made it sound even more ridiculous. Kingfisher just stared at me.
Find out.
Was it temporary insanity? A complete loss of common sense? Whatever it was, it took me body and soul. I lunged for him, curving into him, crushing my chest against his, driving my fingers into his hair. 1 second I was standing there, wanting very badly to put some space between us, and then the next I was rising up onto my toes, still having to reach up for him even though he was sitting down, and I was pressing my mouth to his. The forge disappeared. Everything fell away. Everything but him. His mouth met mine, and a wall of sound erupted inside my head. It was my own voice, urging, begging, pleading with me to slow down, to think this through, but I didn't want to listen. His lips felt incredible. They parted for me, and I could feel his smile against my mouth as his tongue met mine. He kissed me back. His hands stayed right where they were, where he'd promised he'd keep them, but his grip grew tighter, his fingers digging into my hips as he plunged his tongue into my mouth, tasting and probing with every sweep. The scent of him washed over my senses, overcoming me, undoing me. Mint, smoke, the winter morning air that I was becoming accustomed to the more time I spent in this strange place. His breath hit me in short, sharp blasts, fanning across my face as he grew more insistent, his stubble rough against my cheeks. He held me so tight now that he was definitely leaving bruises. I wanted them. I wanted to remember this. In the years to come, when I looked back at this moment, I would be glad that I'd taken the leap and jumped. This was the kiss to end all kisses. Demanding, urgent, and carnal. I hated this male, hated him with every fiber of my being. But curse me, I wanted him just as bad. Grabbing his hair, I wound it tight around my fingers, clenching my hand into a fist. Kingfisher's head rocked back, a low, rumbling groan issuing from his throat. I nipped and tugged at his bottom lip, sighing into his mouth, and the huge male went utterly still beneath me.
Careful.
He panted.
I swore I'd be still while you kissed me. At no point did I promise to exercise restraint if you climbed up into my lap and started grinding yourself against my cock.
I wasn't. Fuck. I was. Without even realizing, I'd straddled him. My legs were wrapped low around his waist. His cock was rock hard, trapped between our bodies. I could feel it there, rubbing up against me, applying the most delicious pressure whenever I shifted my weight. Not fucking happening. In 2 seconds flat, I was on the other side of the forge, dragging my hands through my hair instead of his. What the hell was I thinking? Fisher laughed quietly as he rose from the stool and collected his shirt from the bench. Shaking it out, he slid it onto his arms, but didn't lift it over his head. Not yet. He stood there, eyes drilling into me, a reckless, beautiful grin strewn across his face.
I didn't say I minded, but for next time, that's where the line is. You want to cross it? I'll happily join you on the other side. Just don't say I didn't warn you.
I fought to shove down the mortified heat that rose up the back of my neck. There won't be a next time. Fisher grinned so hard that a small dimple appeared, forming a deep groove in his cheek. A God's cursed dimple. How had I not noticed that before? He threw the shirt over his head at last, covering his inked chest.
If you say so, little Osha.
Oh, gods, can you just go already? I don't want to be around you if you're going to be so unbearable.
I have to walk you back to your rooms.
I don't want you to, I snapped.
Tough. Lane will string me up by the balls if I let you go anywhere alone.
Then send Ren to walk with me. Kingfisher crossed the workshop and stood in front of me, his eyes alive with hunger. I hadn't seen him like this before. It was both exciting and terrifying.
If I send Ren, will you wait for him here?
Yes.
All right then, have it your way. I'll go.
Thank you. My head spun as he leaned down and held his mouth close to my ear again.
Come on, was it really that bad?
Yes! He laughed again, cold and cruel, as he placed his hand at the center of my chest again and began to tap.
Thrum, 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 thrum. So fast, like a hummingbird. Get the fox bite looked at, little Osha. You don't want that arm falling off.
Right before my eyes, Fisher dematerialized into a blur of black sand and smoke. Chapter 13. Duress. I'd spent half my life running in Zilvarin. Running from guardians, the traitors I cheated, the people I'd pickpocketed. Not only was I fast as lightning, but I had stamina, which was a damned good thing because I had no idea how far I had to run now. All I knew was that I had to get there quickly. It wouldn't be long before Kingfisher noticed what I'd done and came looking for me. The bag I'd packed earlier bounced against my back, approximately 10 pounds heavier than it had been when I'd carried it into the forge. Originally, I'd only packed a few items of clothing and a little food. Most of the bag's weight had come from the large water reservoir I'd stuffed into it, the soft leather bladder filled to brimming. Now there was a fox in the bag, too, and by the sounds of it, the furry little shit wasn't happy about all of the bouncing. He yipped as I sprinted through the hallways, heading down, down, always down. Fey males and females shouted, annoyed as I barreled past them, not giving them time to recognize me for who I was. Any of them could stop me, and I wasn't getting this far only to be snagged by someone who wanted to know why Belicon's prize human wasn't in the library, learning about portals so they could win their stupid fucking war. The fox yowled as I spun around a corner and hurled down a flight of stairs, my feet barely touching the glossy marble floor. Shut up, I hissed. Did you want me to leave you back in the forge? You heard him. He wanted to turn you into a hat. The yowling cut off, replaced by a disgruntled, though much quieter grumbling. The next floor down, I sprinted through reading rooms and indoor hothouses packed with exotic plants and flowers. I bolted across some sort of games court where 8 or more long-limbed fey females were gracefully volleying a ball back and forth to one another across a net. Training rooms and art studios and all manner of different workshops and grand halls all whipped by in a blur. If I came across a staircase, I went down it. After some serious wriggling and gnawing, the fox managed to poke his head out of the bag and started anxiously licking the back of my neck. It's all right. I'm not gonna let him hurt you. Shh, it's okay. I should have had Rusarius and Lane take me down to the Quicksilver and show me where it was. They would have wanted to wait until tomorrow, though, and I couldn't afford another day. Not when I'd already waited this long. 6 floors, 7 floors, 8, 12, 15. I stopped counting after that. My thighs were screaming when I finally hit a level where there were no more windows. The rooms became smaller, the roofs lower. As far as I could ascertain, these were all signs that I'd made it to the subterranean floors. Eventually, the only Fae I encountered were Belicon's soldiers. Fuck. Of course there would be soldiers down here. The Quicksilver might have been dormant for 1,000 years, but it was one of Ivelia's most valuable assets. And I'd managed to wake the silver. Now Belicon knew that it could be done. He wasn't likely to leave the pool unguarded if there was a chance it might open again and danger could come rushing through. Damn it. I was losing precious minutes. I could feel the Quicksilver tugging at me. After sleeping for so long, it wanted to be awake. It wanted me to find it. I knew which direction I had to go in now. Straight ahead, a yawning, rough-hewn mouth opened in the stonework wall, giving way to what looked like one of Rosarius's tunnels. If I took that tunnel, I knew I'd find the pool. The only problem was 3 guards standing at the entrance to the tunnel, eyes trained ahead, gloved hands resting on the hilts of their swords. I only had the small dagger Kingfisher had given me and an ornery fox to defend myself with. That wasn't really a problem. I could kill them, but engaging in a fight right now would only waste time I didn't have. What are we going to do? I mumbled to myself. What are we going to do? How am I going to get myself out of this one? The other way! Another way! Come! Come! Hearing the Quicksilver whispering inside my mind was disconcerting to say the least. It wanted me to know there was another path to it, it seemed, and it was willing to show me the way. But I had a choice before me. There was still time. I could turn around and go back up to my room and pretend as if my frantic flight through the palace had never happened. I could spend my days in the library with Lane and Rosarius, reading dusty books about Fey customs and the alchemists who lived thousands of years ago. Kingfisher was only given leave to remain here within the palace walls for a week. He would be gone in a couple of days. Someone else would take his place in the forge, experimenting with me. Maybe things wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to deal with him every day. It came as a shock that the idea of Fisher leaving didn't actually make me happy. He annoyed the hell out of me. But he was a known entity. The thought of sharing the forge with someone else made my ribcage feel tight. Who would they replace him with anyway? God, what did it even matter? I wasn't staying. I made to move, but a large group of guards turned around a corner, and I was forced to duck into an alcove and hug the wall, doing my best to disappear into the shadows as they marched by. The fox stared at me, his ears tipped in black, swiveling as he listened to the sounds around us. His body, much thinner than all of his fluff would suggest, shook like a leaf inside the bag. As soon as Belacon's warriors had moved off down the hall, I darted out of my hiding place and skirted along the edge of the hall, praying that the soldiers still standing by the tunnel entrance didn't see me. Mercifully, one of them had turned to talk to the others, and their attention was drawn elsewhere. I ducked around the corner as quickly as I could, my slippered feet not making a sound. Ahead! Ahead! I didn't need the voices to tell me where to go now. I knew instinctively. That didn't stop the Quicksilver from whispering to me, though. Ahead! Yes, come! Come! The fox keened, scrabbling around inside the bag, but with the top cinched around his neck, he couldn't get out. Stop! It's for your own good. I swear I'll find a way to get you out of here and take you somewhere safe, but please stop wriggling. He didn't. He was a fox and had no idea what the fuck I was asking him to do, but at least he didn't bite me again. This way! This way! I was already turning left at the fork in the hallway. Ahead! Yes! In! Go in! The door at the end of the hallway looked innocuous enough. I wasted no time debating what might be on the other side of it. I turned the handle, flung it open, and went through it. Cold, bare stone greeted me. A tunnel, much smaller than the one the soldiers were guarding, with a roof so low I had to scoot down as I pressed forward into the darkness. I had no torch, but I was used to traveling through underground tunnels in the dark. I'd had plenty of experience with that back in Zulvaran, when I'd routinely snuck into Madra's underground stores to siphon water. Rosarius had said all of the tunnels lead straight to the Quicksilver, so I knew I'd find it eventually. Yes, come! Come, this way! A few minutes. That's all it took. One last turn and I found myself standing in a vast, high-ceilinged cavern. Torches burned in sconces here, mounted to the dripping walls, throwing light out in all directions, which was a blessing. Statues of ancient fae and other strange creatures 20 feet tall stood around an enormous pool at the very center of the cavern. The air felt heavy here, too thick to draw down into my lungs as I slowed to catch my breath. There was a sound, too. A constant ringing, the pitch so high that I couldn't actually hear it. It was as though I could feel it rattling at my eardrums. The little fox in my arms whined, trying to duck his head back into the bag. Apparently he could hear the ringing tone, and he didn't like it one bit. Shh, it's okay. It's gonna be okay, don't worry. Come, the pool beckoned. Be with us. We won't hurt you. A cold sweat broke out across my brow when I fully took in the pool. It wasn't just big. It was enormous. 40 feet wide and 15 feet across. The expanse of brightly shining silver made Madra's pool look like a puddle by comparison. Its reflective surface was smooth as the surface of a mirror. But a mirror's sole purpose was to tell you the truth. It didn't differentiate between good and bad. A mirror had no desire to soothe your troubles or deceive you. It was glass and nothing more. This pool of shining silver was awake and full of lies. My feet moved toward it, carrying me forward. I'd made it halfway across the smooth stone cavern floor before I'd realized what was even happening. Gods, I could see my breath down here. The huge columns supporting the black rock ceiling 60 feet up were slick with ice. The chill that nipped at my skin wasn't from the cold, though. It was more than that. A sharp, probing presence that prickled at me, trying to worm its way inside. Here. Yes, come here. Come with us. I stole myself, regaining control of my feet. If I was going to approach the huge expanse of silver, I would do so on my own terms, damn it. In the bag, the fox whined, eyes rolling, panting anxiously. The cursed thing wouldn't stop wriggling. By the time I'd reached the pool, he was thrashing, desperate to be free. All right, gods! At the wide-raised stone lip that formed the pool's edge, I set the bag down and untied the cord that was keeping him trapped inside. As soon as I pulled the bag open, the fox leaped out and bolted, a streak of white fleeing into the shadows. Bye then, I called after him. At least he would have a decent chance of finding his way outside of the palace down here without running afoul of Kingfisher's blade. He had better night vision than I did, and he could smell fresh air from a mile away. He'd be out in the snow back where he belonged in no time. He wasn't built for Sylvarin. The heat, the sand. I hadn't really considered how I was going to feed him or find enough water for him. Ivelia was his home. Better that he stayed. Sadness still welled up in my chest as I stared after him, though. Come! The voices were insistent. The pull the quicksilver exerted on me intensified, like there were physical hands shoving me, pushing me, pulling me, urging me to step into the pool. And I wanted to. I'd give it what it wanted. But there was one thing I needed to do first. Yesterday, when Kingfisher had forced me to activate that quicksilver, he'd said it was a test. One I'd passed. I had no idea if he had set me that test or if the quicksilver itself had, but there had been no pain when I'd activated the silver earlier. Only a key turning in my mind. A lock popping undone. A stream of energy invited to flow. Would it be the same here with this quicksilver? Or was I going to have to pass another test with this pool? The pain I'd borne dealing with that tiny amount of silver in the forge had been crippling. The pain that would be meted out by this amount of quicksilver would break me. There was only one way to find out. The silver in the forge had felt like a small weight in the center of my mind. Just a slight pressure. When I closed my eyes and reached out here, the silver was a sea, bottomless and vast, and I was the small weight floating on top of it. I wasn't drowning in it, though. I felt safe, bobbing on the surface of it. I could sink down into it if I wanted to, let it rise up over me and cocoon me from the world. I breathed deep and reached out with my hand, reaching my fingertips to the cold, hard surface of the silver, and I spoke to it. Wake up. It happened fast. 1 second the pool was solid, the next it was a shining banner of liquid silver glinting as it undulated in the torchlight. A loud hum filled my ears, unnatural and discordant. An unpleasant sound, but I found myself mesmerized by it, my mind drifting away from itself. Come, join us, Ceres. Come. Yes, I would go. I would enter the pool and everything would be all right. I would go back. Where did I want to go? My foot hovered above the surface of the pool, just an inch. That's all it would take. And I would go. A terrible wind howled through the cavern. The tip of my slipper kissed the silver, but before I could step forward, a wall of shifting, glittering black sand slammed into me, knocking me back. I went down hard, landing on my side, my hip exploding with pain. Breath rushed into my lungs, ice cold, so freezing that I let out an audible gasp of shock. Oh, gods. Kingfisher. He emerged from the cloud of black smoke like a night terror stepping through the shadowy gates of hell. He wore the same shirt he'd been wearing in the forge, the same pants, too. But now he also wore his chest protector and his gorget, and in his hand he held Nimmerel aloft, the black sword crackling with an unseen power that drew that darkness to it like a shroud. Kingfisher's boots planted firmly on the lip of the pool. There he stayed, blocking the path between me and my brother. His eyes blazed,
I'm hurt, leaving without saying goodbye.
I propped myself up on one elbow, then managed to sit up, wincing at the sharp bolt of pain that fired through my side. I don't owe you a goodbye. I don't owe you anything.
You owe me your life!
His fury echoed through the cavern, setting the quicksilver churning. Stepping down from the pool, he prowled forward, a predator about to fall on his prey. And for the first time in my life, I knew true fear. Fisher was death incarnate, and he was coming right for me. Whatever pain I'd worried about waking so much quicksilver paled in comparison to the horrors Kingfisher's cold expression promised. He grabbed me by the ankle and yanked me roughly toward him, dragging me across the floor. In less than a second, I was pinned beneath his massive body, and Nimmerel was at my throat.
Rule number 3. Don't make me do any physical activity.
He snarled.
What part about I am hungover did you not fucking understand?
My eyes burned brightly, promising tears. I'm going home, Fisher. You can't stop me. He jabbed me with his sword, pricking me with its wicked point.
Apparently, I can.
You're such a bastard, I hissed. He bared his teeth.
And you are a lying little thief.
I am not! His eyes were greener than ever. The quicksilver within them jittered, vibrating wildly. Fisher glowered down at my hand. At my thumb, specifically, and the plain silver signet ring I was wearing on it.
Really? Because I believe you're wearing my ring, and I don't remember fucking giving it to you.
Fine, yes, I took your stupid ring, but I didn't lie to you. I tried to swat Nimmerel away, but the second my hand touched the blackened blade, ungodly agony tore through me. I screamed, pulling my hand back, but the flesh where my palm had met the metal was charred to a crisp.
Only the person sealed to it can touch an active Alchemaran sword. I would have warned you not to do that, but you never listened to me, do you, human? I decided not to waste my breath.
He spat. The tears came hot and fast now, brought on by anger more than the pain. I hiccuped softly. Bastard!
You like calling me that, don't you? Knock yourself out. You did lie. You lied with your body, with your mouth. You crawled up into my lap and kissed me, and rubbed yourself all over me, and used the opportunity to take something from me.
A million emotions clashed inside of me, warring for supremacy. They exploded out of me all at once. I needed it so I could go home. I'm not sorry. You wouldn't be either if you were me.
I wouldn't have been dumb enough to do it in the first place.
I had to. I had to go through the silver.
You would have died if you stepped foot in that pool.
I glared at him defiantly. Not with the ring.
The ring isn't a relic. It's a trinket and nothing more. It wouldn't have protected you.
It shielded you when you brought me through the pool.
No, it didn't.
He said icily.
Of course it fucking didn't.
You told Lane.
I told Lane I was wearing it. Nothing more. Whatever she inferred from that is her own undoing.
Shock vibrated up through the soles of my feet, rattling my bones. So, you traveled Prue without your pendant. To save me? He pulled back, his chest heaving. Nimmerel lowered to his side. He sneered down at me, his handsome face transformed into a mask of pity.
To save my friends, to end my exile, to fucking live or die, finally one way or another. It had nothing to do with you.
Then, I would have been fine without it. If you can move through the pathways without a shield.
I'm stronger than you, idiot. I've spent hundreds of years forging barriers and wards around my mind that you couldn't begin to comprehend. My mind is an impenetrable vault, and I still paid a heavy price for my transgression. Your mind is as shallow as a fucking teacup. It would have splintered into 1,000 pieces if you'd step into that pool.
I didn't know what to say. There was nothing I could say. I closed my eyes and all of the hope that I'd been clinging to rushed out of me in a long exhale. Now my tears were from exhaustion and defeat. I'm not going to stop trying. It's not in me to stop, I whispered.
You have to.
I can't. They're my family. He understood. He'd taken a great risk too because he thought it would help the people he cared about. So then why couldn't he understand this? Why wouldn't he just let me go? As if he were reading my mind, Kingfisher crouched down in front of me, balancing on the balls of his feet, his whole body still radiating with anger. He stabbed a finger at me.
You are going to stay here, and you are going to figure out how to create relics for us. You're going to figure out how to manipulate the Quicksilver if it's the last thing you do.
I was so tired. Every part of me hurt, just flat out ached with sorrow. I dragged myself up into a sitting position, hissing when I leaned my weight on my newly scorched hand. Resting my elbows on the tops of my knees, I hung my head and sighed. I promise you I won't. I'll let you torture me first. I will not help the Fae. Not until I know what's happened back in Sylvarin. I can't. Kingfisher reached out and gently lifted my chin with his curled finger so that our eyes met.
It won't be me hurting you,
He said softly.
it'll be Bellicon, and even I can't withstand him.
Then I guess I'll die.
Foolish girl.
He slowly shook his head.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Look into my eyes. No, wait. Why don't you listen to my heartbeat, Kingfisher? And tell me if I'm lying. We stared at each other and I let him see my truth. I refused to look away. His hair fell into his eyes, the dark waves framing his face, the muscle in his jaw working as he waited to read something in me that suggested I might break. The silence ate us. Kingfisher shot to his feet and tore away, cursing loudly. He hadn't reached the quicksilver pool before he spun around and stalked back, holding a finger in the air.
All right, fine. You get one.
What do you mean I get one?
I'll go.
He huffed, blasting an angry breath down his nose.
I will go, and I will try to get one of these humans who are so fucking precious to you. I will try to bring that human back here, and you will end this madness. In return, you'll agree to do whatever I ask of you to help me forge new relics and any other instruments I deem fit.
You'd do that? You'd go. Fisher looked like he wanted to scream.
Unwillingly? Yes. Under duress? Yes.
He would go back to Sylvarin for me in order to strike a bargain. He needed me to help him that badly. And if that were true, then it also meant... I want two. He tossed his head back and let out a bark of laughter.
What?
My brother Hayden and Elroy. Looking a little hysterical, he threw his arms wide, Nimmerel casting off wisps of black smoke.
Who the fuck is Elroy?
He's my friend. He's important to me. And, I added quickly, the thought occurring to me out of the blue, he's a master smith. He can probably help me to make the relics for you. He'll be useful. Fisher narrowed his eyes.
Can he channel metal energy the way you can?
I don't know. I don't think so, I admitted.
Then he's useless to me. You get one. Choose.
I can't choose. How am I supposed to pick which one of them lives and which one of them dies?
You share blood with one of them. The answer's simple.
It really was that easy for him. He'd make this decision easily and walk away without a scrap of guilt. That's who Kingfisher was. I can't.
Let me put this another way for you. I have one relic. I can bring one person at a time back with me. I will not, cannot, travel through the quick twice in one fucking day with nothing standing between me and that nightmare. It'll kill me once and for all. So you will tell me to go and fetch Hayden for you, and we will be done with this farce.
A part of me wanted to fight him on this, but I knew he was telling the truth. He really would lose himself if he traveled twice without his pendant. I felt sick to my stomach, but I gave him a quick nod. All right, fine. I took a deep breath. Hayden. Kingfisher took Nimmerel, gritting his teeth as he closed his hand around the black metal and dragged his palm along the blade. Blood welled and dripped between his fingers, splattering onto the stone. He pointed Nimmerel at me.
Blood, Velosha. It's the only way to seal this between us.
I balked, backing away from the sword. I'm not touching that thing again. Can't you just take my word for it? He snorted humorlessly.
Cute. And no, use the dagger I gave you if you like, but you're giving me your blood. It doesn't have to be much.
I eyed him warily as I drew the dagger from the thigh holster he gave me earlier, hissing as I drew its edge across my palm. A tiny cut, the smallest I could manage, but it bled. Kingfisher held out his hand and pulled me to my feet, making a derisive sound when he saw the cut I'd inflicted upon myself.
Baby.
I pulled a face at him. Just do whatever it is you need to do already.
I'll go and try to get your brother. You help me and assist me in any way I asked you to, and you do as you're told. You agree to this pact?
I nodded. Yes.
You understand that this is a blood oath, and you will be bound by this oath until death?
Yes, gods, I understand. I agree. Just get on with... Kingfisher slapped his palm against mine and held on tight. Ice shot through my veins. Black smoke clouded my view, stealing my vision, curling its way up my nose, snaking its way down my throat. It cleared almost immediately, and nothing had changed. My palm was still bleeding. It still hurt like hell. Whatever he'd done, Kingfisher seemed satisfied, though.
Give me something of his.
He demanded. What?
Give me something of Hayden's. What, you think I can just show up in your God's forsaken city and immediately find someone I'd never met before? I need something of your brother so I can locate him.
Oh, right. That made sense, but shit. I don't have anything of Hayden's with me. Kingfisher rolled his eyes.
Of course you don't. Is he your full brother? Do you have the same parents?
Yes.
Then your blood should suffice.
He held up his hand.
I already have that. Wait here. Don't move from this spot.
You're going right now? He raised his eyebrows.
You want to wait? After all of this?
No, definitely not. You should go.
Close this gate the moment I'm through. Wait an hour, and then activate it again.
I shook my head. I should leave it open. What if...
What if a horde of feeders burst through 5 minutes after I leave? You forget, if this pool is open, then all the pools are open. Everywhere.
What's a feeder? Kingfisher sighed. He lifted Nimmerel over his shoulder, and the sword scabbard materialized out of thin air, its strap and brace appearing across Fisher's chest just in time for him to slide the blade home behind his back. His greaves and bracers followed, pauldrons forming out of smoke at his shoulders. In less than a second, Kingfisher was armored up and ready for war.
Trust me, you don't want to know. 1 hour, Osha. You make sure this door is ready to open when I come knocking. Trap me on the other side of it, and I'll lay waste to whatever remains of your shining silver city.
He turned and stepped into the pool without a second thought. I shivered as I watched him descend into the quicksilver, my chest tight, my hands clenching into fists even tighter. My heart tripped when his crown of dark waves disappeared beneath the fluctuating surface of the pool. The quicksilver didn't want to obey when I commanded it to still. There was so much of it, way more than I'd commanded before, and it had a mind of its own. It didn't want to sleep, and it took 4 attempts to force it into submission. Once the giant pool was a solid flat panel again, I sat down with my back leaning up against the closest pillar, shivering against the penetrating cold. And the doubt began to set in. There was nothing stopping Kingfisher from finding Hayden and killing him. Elroy, too. Things would be a whole lot simpler for Kingfisher if he just murdered the people I cared about back in Sylvarin. He wouldn't have to come back through the gate without his pendant, wouldn't have to deal with another human running around his court. What was to say he'd even gone to Sylvarin? He could have slipped off to another realm entirely, one that was uninhabited. He could be sitting on a rock right now, staring at a foreign sky, waiting for the allotted amount of time to pass, at which point he'd return and tell me my family and friends were already dead. There was nothing he could do about it, and it was time for me to hold up my end of our bargain. How would I know he was telling the truth? I had no means of telling the time down here either. I had no timepiece, and there were no windows to watch the progress of Evelia's single sun across the sky. I had to rely on my own best judgment, which was a problem because... Click. I snapped my head up, twisting to the left, toward the source of the sound. Click, click, click. Click. I didn't move. What was that? I leaned forward, squinting into the dark, blood pumping, heart racing, terrified of what might coalesce out of the pitch-black shadows. What lived in the dark, lightless places of this court. It would be foolhardy to assume that these tunnels were patrolled by Velikon's men and nothing else. A chattering sound echoed around the cavern, and every hair on my body stood on end. The dagger Kingfisher gave me was sharp, but it would be useless against more than one foe, especially if they attacked from a distance. I began to get to my feet, but a streak of white darted out of the darkness, beelining right for me. White fur and a bushy tail and black-tipped ears, pinned all the way back. The fox! My fox! He'd come back for me. The little creature's claws clicked against the ground as he ran. He tried to slow when he reached me, but the stone was too smooth and his paws found no purchase, and he slid the last 4 feet. He yelped, diving into my lap, butting his muzzle underneath my elbow so that he could bury his face in my side and hide. The small barrel of his ribcage rose and fell like crazy as he curled himself around my body, panting like he'd just run 5 miles. You changed your mind then? I whispered, painfully aware of how loud the sound of my voice was now that I was alone down here and the quicksilver wasn't muttering to me. The little fox chittered in answer, grumbling away into my armpit. All right, don't worry. We're all allowed to change our minds, I told him. Don't suppose you're good at keeping track of time, are you? The little fox sneezed. No, me either. I'd never been more grateful for company in my whole life. I stroked the fox, relieved that another living, breathing creature was willing to sit with me and perform this vigil. He was scared. Very scared, but he didn't leave me again. What am I going to call you? If you're going to be hanging around, you need to have a name. He peered up at me, his little onyx eyes narrowed to slits, eyelids slowly blinking so that I could make out every single one of his tiny white eyelashes. What do you think about onyx? I asked him. He closed his eyes and didn't open them again for a long time, which I took to be a sign of approval. He was soon asleep. I took to counting out the seconds, tallying the minutes off on my hands until I figured that an hour had to have passed. Onyx wasn't happy when I set him down on top of my bag. He observed with baleful eyes as I stood at the edge of the pool and carefully reached out, commanding the ocean of silver to wake. The surface had only half transformed, still solid around the edges, when an explosion of black smoke burst out of the center of the pool. Kingfisher was there then, wading through the silver, his face contorted like a mask. In his right hand, Nimmerel dripped red. In his left, the body he dragged behind him by the scruff of its neck dripped silver. He hauled the lifeless form over the side of the pool and dumped it onto the ground, then collapsed down next to it, panting.
Quickly, before...
He cut off, his head ripping back, unleashing a shout that was all terror and pain.
Quick! The pendant!
He ground out.
No!
The quicksilver churned, a million splintered voices shouting all at once. The sound was nauseating, but I blotted it out. Racing to the body Kingfisher had dumped onto the stone. My hands were fast and true as I plucked up the pendant, retrieved it, and rushed to Kingfisher's side. He thrashed and moaned, clenching his teeth, the tendons in his neck straining horribly as I looped the chain over his head and fought to slip the rectangular pendant down the front of his chest protector. Fisher? Fisher! He didn't respond. He growled, his back arching, the heels of his leather boots leaving black streaks against the stone as he writhed. Fisher! Gods, what the hell? What do you need me to do? I was really starting to panic when the male locked up tight. His eyes snapped open and he dragged in a rattling, wet breath.
Fuck me.
He rasped.
That was bad.
Are you all right? I went to touch his chest protector, not sure where to check him, but then thought better of it.
Close the gate.
He wheezed. Shit. The gate. This time I didn't give the Quicksilver the opportunity to resist. I slammed my palms together in my mind, closing the door tight, and with a crack, the pool answered my demand, solidifying so fast that it shattered the stone lintel that ran around the pool.
Hope you're happy, human, because I am never, ever...
Kingfisher rolled onto his side, clutching his stomach.
Doing that again.
He was through. He'd done it. Oh my God, it's Hayden. Fisher had actually done it. He'd brought Hayden back with him. I left Kingfisher as he struggled to sit up. My knees sang with pain as I dropped down next to the unconscious body, but it didn't matter. I didn't care. Hayden was alive. He was here. Oh no. I rocked back onto my heels, frowning at the figure lying on the ground. The hope that had soared through me came crashing down around my ears. Was this supposed to be some kind of joke? No, Fisher didn't have a sense of humor, and this wasn't funny.
It'll take a while for him to wake up. Humans are so...
Kingfisher groaned.
You're all so fucking fragile.
I rounded on the warrior, the dull roar in my ears growing progressively louder, louder. This is not my brother, Fisher. This is Carrion fucking Swift. Chapter 14. The Fine Print. Copper-colored hair, annoyingly perfect mouth, heart-shaped birthmark on his chin. It was definitely Carrion. Kingfisher took one look at him and shrugged.
I tracked your bloodline. It led me right to him. I asked him who he was. He said he was Hayden Fane. Ergo, I brought you Hayden Fane.
Were you pinning him against a wall and holding a sword to his throat when you asked him? I demanded.
No, I had him in a headlock. I hadn't even drawn the sword. Not then, anyway.
No wonder he lied to you about who he was. He probably thought you were a debt collector or one of Madra's men.
Debt collector?
Fisher fumed.
Look, let me ask you something. Do you recall where the gate is in Sylvarin?
In Madra's palace.
Correct. And what do you think was there waiting for me when I stepped out of that silver?
I don't know.
50 trained guardians and a unit of archers armed with iron-tipped arrows. I had to fight my way out of there, cross that scorched, disease-ridden shithole you're so desperate to get back to. Find your brother, then get back across the city, back into Madra's palace, back into that cursed hall, and then back into the Quicksilver in under an hour. I did not have time to interview the prick. Now will this one do or not?
No, he will not. Our deal
stands.
Kingfisher snapped, stooping to pick up Carrion. He threw the lifeless black market trader over his shoulder like he weighed nothing. Fisher glared at me with the intensity of 1,000 suns.
I hate that fucking place, but I went there for you. I got stabbed 7 times in various parts of my body. For you. This prick said he was Hayden. His blood said he was Hayden. I did what I said I was going to do. Now, move. We're getting the hell out of here.
I'm not going back to my rooms.
We're not going back to your rooms. First, I'm finding a healer. Then, I'm going to find Ren. And then, we're getting the fuck out of here.
Fisher had spent the better part of his youth in the Winter Palace. He knew the place like the back of his hand. He opened concealed doorways and stomped along hidden passageways, charging up a ridiculous number of stairs, ignoring me when I pleaded for him to slow down. I wanted to dig my heels in and refuse to move, but my body wouldn't listen. He told me to follow, and follow I did, even though my heart was pumping like a piston, and I felt like I would pass out any moment. I didn't have a choice. Onyx squealed, doing backflips in the bag the whole time, inconsolable. Finally, Fisher stopped after what I guessed was 23 flights of stairs and dumped Carrion down onto the cold stone at my feet.
Stay here. Wait for me until I get back. Do not make a sound.
I unleashed a string of foul curse words at him, only they didn't make it past my lips. As he commanded, I didn't make a sound. What the hell had he done to me? Why was my body not my own? I seethed as I waited. In my head, I screamed at Carrion to wake up and do something about this, but it transpired that the smuggler was just as infuriating when he was unconscious as he was while he was awake. The idiot didn't stir once. An hour passed, and Onyx grew bored and fell asleep. When Fisher reappeared in the hidden passageway, the tears in his shirt were gone, as was all of the blood he'd been covered in. Fixed up, good as new, he carried something long and thin under his arm, wrapped in what looked like a curtain.
I couldn't find Ren. I left him a note.
He informed me, picking up Carrion. With no further preamble, he set off back down the stairs. I said nothing. I didn't move a muscle. He only realized I wasn't following him once he'd turned the corner and disappeared from view.
Come on, little Osha.
He called.
Keep up. You can speak again, but no complaining.
I descended the stairs, my temper white-hot and brilliant as I scowled at the back of Fisher's head. Down forever we went. I was dizzy and my thighs were burning when he led me out of the palace, across a covered courtyard and into a dark, drafty building with wide doors open at both ends. On either side of us, stalls stretched off to the left and the right. Over some of the stall doors, huge horses tossed their heads, whinnying, startled by our sudden appearance. Absolutely not, I said. Kingfisher dumped Carrion onto the wet stable floor and stepped over his body, marching off toward an open door to our right that led not to a stall, but to a feed store and tack room.
Let me guess. You don't like horses?
He said. No, I don't like horses. Horses don't like me. We mutually dislike each other. Fisher hefted a saddle down from a rack on the wall and barged past me, carrying it out of the tack room.
You're gonna have to get over it.
I followed him, stepping over Carrion as Kingfisher entered one of the stalls. It doesn't work like that. I can't just get over it.
Sure you can. Keep your ass in the saddle. Keep your mouth shut. It's easy.
Fisher! The male placed the saddle he was carrying carefully over a monstrous black horse's back, working quickly to fasten the girth.
This isn't a negotiation. You made a blood oath, human. You're bound by it, which means you're coming with me.
I swore I'd help the Evelian Fae figure out how to use the Quicksilver. He wagged a finger at me.
Think again. What did I say to you when I asked you if you agreed to the pact?
You said you'd go and get my brother, and in return I would help create relics for Evelia. Kingfisher pushed past me, out of the stall, heading back to the tack room.
I said verbatim, I go and I try to get your brother. You help me and assist me in any way I ask you to, and you do as you're told. You agree to this pact? To which you replied, yes, gods, I agree. Just get on with it.
But we both knew what I meant. I didn't mean that I'd go traipsing off into the unknown with you in the middle of the night.
Unless you're paying very close attention, what you mean to agree to and what you actually agree to are often two very different things in Fae, little Osha. You agreed to help me and assist me in any way I asked you to, and that you do as you were told. You sealed that deal with blood. Now, I'm telling you to find a horse and saddle it up as quickly as you can before my psychotic stepfather catches a whiff of what we're up to and murders us where we stand.
You fucking tricked me,
No,
he said bluntly.
I taught you a valuable lesson that will serve you well for the rest of your very short human life in this realm. Always pay attention to the fine print. The devil's in the details. Now go.
Since I'd woken up in Evelia, I'd only seen the world outside through windows. A part of me had suspected the town below the palace and the forest stretching off to the mountains beyond were illusions. They were not. My mind broke a little when Kingfisher ordered me out of the barn. At first, leading the horse he'd mounted for me outside, I was mostly concerned about the animal's big square teeth. But then I looked up, craning my head back to look up into the vast darkness, and I experienced the kiss of snow against my cheeks for the first time. Really experienced it. Seeing it from inside had been one thing, but being outside, my whole life had been consumed by the need for water. I'd seen people fight for a mouthful of it, die from the lack of it, claw each other bloody and lie and betray and steal for it. A dire thirst permeated Zilvarin. That thirst was the city's heartbeat. No matter who you were or where you went, you felt the rhythm of that heartbeat like a hammer striking an anvil. It lived inside your blood. The suns beat down so hot that the ground beneath your feet turned to liquid glass, and your body grew weaker with every breath you took. From the moment you woke up until the second you fell asleep each night, you were on a clock, and that clock was ticking. Water, 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 water. You had to be willing to die for it to survive. In Evelia, it just fluttered down from the sky. I wanted to scream. Briefly, the thick layer of clouds overhead broke, and I caught a glimpse of the midnight sky beyond. A handful of brilliant white lights flickered in the black. I didn't want to ask, but the sight had stolen my breath. I needed to know. "What are they?" I whispered. Fisher moved around his horse, looking up at the sky too.
Stars.
He answered stiffly.
There are billions of them, more than any mind can comprehend. Suns, like the two that hang in the Zilvarian sky.
So far away, though. My voice conveyed my awe.
The Quicksilver closes the gap. With it, we can travel to the realms that orbit those stars.
He said it so simply, as if he hadn't just told me that Zilvarin wasn't hidden through some mystical door somewhere. My home was up there, amongst the stars. I gaped at the pinpricks of twinkling light, wondering if any of them were my sons. The clouds crowded in again, blotting out the sky, and my chest ached, full of grief.
Get on.
Kingfisher commanded, nodding at my horse. He was a dark-haired wraith, made of shadows, the flash of his pale hands and face the only part of him I could make out as he fixed 2 large bags to his own horse's saddle. "We can't leave. We need to wait for Wren." My words were lost in a cloud of fog. Kingfisher came around his horse, and the beast shifted its weight, raising its back leg to kick. It was a giant, its coat black as sin, and had a look of madness in its eyes that could almost rival Kingfisher's. When Fisher growled in irritation, the horse chuffed and blew out a breath, tossing its head, apparently rethinking the kick.
You'll catch up with us down the road. We have a meeting place for situations like this. Now, are you getting on the horse, or am I putting you on the horse?
"It's snowing. I'm going to freeze to death." I hadn't seen the thick swath of material in his gloved hands. Kingfisher's eyes flashed brightly as he thrust the black bundle at me, his nostrils flaring.
It's heavy, easier to put on when you're already up there, but seeing as you're so petulant and refuse to obey orders.
"Soldiers obey orders. I am not a soldier."
Believe me, I'm acutely aware of that. Here, let me help you.
I didn't want his help, but my hands were already numb from the cold, and the ginormous piece of material he'd handed to me didn't seem to have a start or an end. Fisher had it figured out in moments and swung the material around my shoulders. It was a cloak, stiff and waxy on the outside and lined with silken fur. The inside was warm and so soft I wanted to weep. The bitter bite in the air instantly disappeared, leaving only my hands and my face to suffer against the cold. I yelped as Kingfisher's hands found my waist and he shoved me up into the saddle of my horse. The beast was smaller, chestnut in color, and snaked its head around to try and bite me as I got myself seated.
Bring your leg forward.
Fisher commanded. Arguing with him wasn't going to do me any good. His mind was made up. We were leaving the palace tonight, and there was nothing to be done about it. Again, I wanted to refuse his command just to spite him, but my whole body ached to comply with his order. I wanted to bring my leg forward for him. I couldn't stop myself. Fisher lifted the saddle flap and tightened the girth. He then tied the long and narrow bundle he'd returned from the healers with beneath the saddle flap, tugging on it back and forth to make sure it wasn't going anywhere.
Don't touch this. Do you hear me?
Yes,
Good. Leg back.
he ordered. I moved my leg back. Snow drifted down, landing in his thick waves, settling on his eyelashes and dusting the tops of his shoulders white.
Comfortable?
He asked. No.
Excellent. Don't yank on the reins. Aida's a good girl. She'll follow without any input from you, so just leave her be.
Aida probably wasn't a good girl. She was probably a hell bitch who was going to dump me on my ass at her earliest opportunity, but I held the reins loosely, obeying Fisher without a single objection. Wait, where's my bag? I twisted in the saddle, searching for it.
I have plenty of food and water for the both of us. You don't need it.
I don't care about the food and water, I care about Onyx.
What's an onyx?
Just give me the bag, Fisher. If he fought me on this, oh gods, I would raise the worst kinds of hell. Luckily, the bastard just sighed and went back into the barn. He returned a moment later with my bag.
The second that rodent becomes an issue, I'm skinning it.
he said, hoisting the bag up to me. He's not a rodent. If anything, he's a dog. I pulled open the mouth of the bag, making sure Kingfisher hadn't replaced Onyx with a rock or particularly dense loaf of bread or something. But the little fox poked his head out of the hole, ears swiveling as he took in our surroundings, his pink tongue lolling.
It should run beside us.
Fisher grumbled, climbing up onto his own horse.
It doesn't need carrying.
He is a he, not an it. And no, he can't run beside us. He'll get cold.
He
Kingfisher said, heaping the word with disdain.
is a wild animal, and this is his natural habitat. Why do you think he has all of that thick white fur?
He was right on that front. Onyx was a creature of Vivelia and was evidently built for it. But when I looked down at him, he wriggled back into the bag so that only his wet little nose was visible, and I got the distinct impression that he was perfectly happy where he was. How about you focus on your cargo instead of mine? I fired at Fisher. Your passenger's going to cause all kinds of problems for you when he wakes up. Carrion was lashed to the back of Fisher's horse, still out cold. His arms hung limply over his head, his fire-red hair thick with snow already. There was no way the position was comfortable. He was going to be sore as hell when he woke up, and I knew firsthand just how ornery Carrion Swift got when he wasn't on the receiving end of a good night's sleep. Kingfisher cast a blank look at him.
You're sure he's not your brother?
I think I know what my own brother looks like, don't you? The look Fisher sent my way indicated that he wasn't so sure how to react to that question.
Then at the risk of repeating myself for the 1100th time, we should leave him here. If he's not your brother, then...
We are not leaving him here. Belicon will kill him the moment he realizes you've kidnapped me.
It's not kidnapping if you come willingly.
Kingfisher said in a calculating tone. I'm not doing any of this willingly. I want to go home. He shrugged as he swung himself into the saddle.
And yet you're coming to help me end a war, aren't you? What more noble cause could there be? Congratulations on achieving fucking sainthood.
Chapter 15. Sarash. We didn't pass through the town at the foot of the Winter Palace. I'd hoped we would. More chance of us being spotted and stopped by Belicon's men before we could get very far. But Kingfisher was smart. He could be an angry, arrogant, half-mad, outrageously handsome piece of shit, and an intelligent tactician at the same time. Turned out the two weren't mutually exclusive. I cursed the day I thought I'd get away with robbing a guardian as Fisher guided us around the outskirts of the town, down rocky, steep, uneven pathways that were buried in a thick layer of snow. It was a miracle that he knew where he was going. Even more astonishing that the horses didn't trip and break their damn legs on the treacherous route Fisher picked out for us. One misstep and we'd find ourselves in big fucking trouble, but the horses plodded on, sure-footed, unfazed by our hazardous evening adventure. I watched Carrion's head lolling against the flank of Fisher's horse, fuming at the unconscious bastard the whole while. There was a cold sense of justice in watching his head being thrashed by the low boughs of the trees as we entered the dark forest. The fucker deserved every injury he got for what he'd done. He'd lied to Fisher. Why the hell would he say he was Hayden? Had Fisher said, "What's your name, stinking human wretch?" Or had he said, "I'm here to transport Hayden Fane to a Fey realm where he'll have access to as much food and water as he can gorge himself on and a comfortable bed to sleep in?" Because I could totally see Carrion lying about his identity if the latter were the case. The light and sound spilling from the Winter Palace soon faded. Kingfisher didn't seem to mind our pitch-black surroundings, though, and neither did the horses. They plodded on, blowing down their noses as if it weren't freezing cold and terrifying out here. Haunting wails echoed across the forest, the sound so human that my skin broke out into permanent goosebumps. In the bag I held in front of me, tucked against my stomach, half wrapped in my cloak, Onyx whined, making himself as small as possible while also making so much noise that the annoyance radiating from Kingfisher could be felt from 10 feet. He didn't mention the hysterical fox. He simmered, not saying a word, which was infinitely worse. The wailing that echoed throughout the forest drew closer and moved away at random intervals, making my breath come quick and shallow. Eventually, a wail came so close that it sounded as if a starving creature was lurking right beneath Aida's feet. I screamed, jumping in the saddle, pulling my legs up, heart hammering in my chest. Kingfisher halted his horse and looked back at me wearily.
What is wrong with you now?
Oh, we're going to die out here, asshole! Can't you hear that screaming? He looked at me like I was the most tiresome thing he'd ever encountered.
They're shades, human.
What do you mean, shades?
You know, echoes. What remains of a creature after it dies in distress.
My panic cranked up to an 11. Ghosts? Kingfisher's mouth drew down thoughtfully.
I'm not familiar with that term. These beings are non-corporeal. They have no physical substance. They can't hurt you. They don't even know you're here.
Gods above, I couldn't swallow. Then why are they screaming?
They're reliving their last moments. You'd scream too if you'd suffered the same death they had.
They died here in this forest? Don't do it. Don't ask him. Do not fucking ask. I had to know, though. How did they die? Kingfisher cast sharp, silver-flecked eyes around us into the dark.
Watch and you'll see for yourself.
It's pitch black out here. I can't see anything. I can't even see my own hand in front of my face. At this, another piercing cry splintered the silence, so close that Onyx let out a yelp and tried to burrow a hole through the bottom of the burlap bag to safety.
I keep forgetting how tragically inferior a human's eyesight is.
Kingfisher remarked. Oh, and I suppose you can see every little detail of this place, then? I jabbed a finger at the forest, intending the question to be ironic since we were surrounded by a wall of black, but Kingfisher shrugged a shoulder, pouting.
I mean, it's not crystal clear. I can make out much finer detail in the daylight, but yes, I can see perfectly well. Bring Aida up alongside me and I'll gift you with temporary sight.
No.
No?
No!
What do you mean, no?
I'd like to sleep again at some point in the future. I don't need to see any tortured souls reliving their deaths. Thank you very much. I'll pass. Kingfisher huffed.
Suit yourself. But when you hear them scream, don't feel too bad for them, human. This place is a prison. Only those guilty of the most heinous crimes are sent to the wicker wood. The trees entomb the evilest kinds of monsters.
The minutes turned into an hour, which turned into 3 hours. Could have been more. It was hard to gauge the passing of time, sitting on the back of this lumpy, uncomfortable animal. Aida's barrel of a ribcage was too wide, and every time I rocked forward against the front of the saddle, my hips complained bitterly. My ass, too, along with far more sensitive parts of my anatomy that felt like they were being rubbed raw and not in a fun way. The screams grew to a fever pitch. Aida kept close to Kingfisher's horse, her head tossing anxiously. Once or twice she lunged for Carrion, snapping her teeth at him, unhappy that the weird, unconscious creature was getting too close. It was sheer luck that I'd managed to keep her from biting Carrion's face up until now. If we made it to our destination, wherever that was, without the black market trader receiving any facial lacerations, then he was going to owe me big time. I bit my tongue for as long as I could, but eventually the dark, screaming shades and the driving, endless cold took their toll. How much longer do we have to do this? I'd planned on calling out the words so that Kingfisher could hear me over the wind rustling through the tree boughs and the steady metal grinding of the horses nervously chewing against their bits, but my nerves got the better of me. The question came out in a cracked whisper. I was saved from having to repeat myself by Fisher's fey hearing. His head angled to the right an inch, the only indication that he'd heard me. But then he said,
We're nearly there. Only another half an hour. We'll arrive even sooner if we trot.
Trot? I laughed scathingly. Nothing you can say or do will incentivize me to smash my genitals against the saddle any harder or faster than they're already being smashed.
Feeling a little sore, human?
Sore doesn't come close, I grumbled.
I'll happily kiss all your aches and pains better for you once we strike camp. I've been told my mouth has healing properties, especially when administered between a pair of thighs.
The suggestion in Kingfisher's voice was a promise made of dark silk. Seductive. A little thrilling, if I was being honest. I wasn't in the mood to be honest, though. I was grouchy and officially sick of flinching every time a stray twig brushed my arm. I wanted this little midnight foray to come to an end already. I'm surprised, I snorted.
Why?
Surprised that you'd offer to spend any amount of time between my legs. Not when I was able to steal something so precious from you the last time I tricked you into letting me close. I could just make out the outline of Fisher's shoulders bouncing up as he chuckled.
You really think I didn't notice you take the ring?
I know you didn't.
Oh, please. I knew what you were up to the second you climbed up into my lap.
I preferred the thick silence punctuated with death screams to the sound of Kingfisher's smugness. Gods, you hate it, don't you? Being bested by a human. Why can't you just admit that I had you fooled?
It'll be a cold day in Sanisroth before you fool me.
He said this so matter-of-factly, as if it were a foregone conclusion.
I knew the second you walked into the forge that you were planning something. I admit, I was mildly interested to see what you'd come up with.
Wow, you'd rather keep lying and dig yourself an even bigger hole than admit the truth. That ego of yours is impressive, Fisher.
I'm not lying.
Really?
Really?
All right, fine. Tell me, how did I give myself away then if I was so obviously up to no good?
You brought a bag with you into the forge. A bag packed with food and clothes, otherwise known as supplies.
How did you know it was packed with food and clothes?
Because I peeked when you weren't looking.
My mouth dropped open. Asshole, you can't go rifling through people's bags.
Says the thief who stole a piece of valuable jewelry right off my body while rubbing her body all over me to distract me.
He had me there. I'd done a lot of unconscionable things in the past to get what I needed. I'd never needed to kiss anyone the way I'd kissed Kingfisher, mind you. I hadn't meant to kiss him like that. That had been an accident. One I didn't feel inclined to investigate too closely at this specific moment in time. So you're saying I did distract you then? I fired at him. He just laughed.
And here I was, rankled at the thought of having to drag around the helpless, useless human who'd be nothing but a burden. But it turns out you've got jokes. I can at least count on you for some entertainment.
Honestly, he was such a piece of work. Where did he get off treating me like this? I'd been there back in the forge. I'd felt his hands on my body, in my hair, how urgently he explored my mouth with his tongue. He'd been distracted, all right. You're so full of shit. I felt how hard you're... I slammed my mouth shut. He nipped at my cheeks, very close to becoming embarrassment. Kingfisher halted his horse, forcing Aida to stop too. Carrion wobbled on the horse's haunches, almost toppling off, though Kingfisher didn't seem to notice or care. He twisted around in his saddle, a ruinous smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth.
How hard my what, human?
Nothing. I answered far too quickly to come across as casual. All I meant to say is that you were distracted, okay? You were all over me, your hands...
My hands have a mind of their own. My mind was fixed on what yours were doing. And let me tell you, human, you're nowhere near as light-fingered as you seem to think you are. You nearly dislocated my finger tugging at the damn ring.
How dare you? Aida had pulled up alongside Fisher's horse, crab-walking, keen to get moving again, which brought me too close to the Fey warrior for comfort. I used our close proximity to lash out at him with my foot, but he nudged his stallion out of the way, sidestepping the blow.
Easy there, human. Kick Bill and he'll bolt. You want to find yourself alone in this forest? In the dark?
I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of answering that. Instead, I pulled a childish face while retracting my foot and shoving the toe of my boot back into the stirrup. Bill? Who calls their horse Bill?
I do. Now, would you like to lead the way?
He gestured with a gloved hand toward a path that I had to assume was there since I couldn't see it. No.
I didn't think so.
We came across a road soon after. Though it was deserted, as far as I could tell, a fair amount of traffic clearly used the road because the snow hadn't stuck here. Deep gouges cut into the churned mud, along with hoof prints, paw prints, and footprints so massive that I shivered to think what might have created them. Our horses' hooves sucked at the stinking black ground as they plodded onward. Our destination was a run-down two-story stone building situated right on the banks of a wide frozen river. Its roof was covered in a layer of straw 2 feet thick, atop which rested only a fine dusting of snow. Light poured out of small windows. When the door to the front of the building opened, laughter and chatter and half a stanza of an off-key song spilled out into the night, along with a tall, broad figure who took 5 lurching steps and collapsed face first into a snowbank. Kingfisher had slowed his horse when the building had come into view. He sat staring at it for a moment, lips slightly parted, an unfamiliar, wistful expression on his face. I frowned at the building, trying to see whatever it was that he was seeing. You'd think he was taking stock of one of Ivelia's finest architectural wonders, but from where my aching ass was sitting, it looked a hell of a lot like a pub. "We're sleeping there?" I asked, jerking my chin toward the place. The figure who'd stumbled out of the pub was on his hands and knees now, vomiting into the snow.
Maybe, maybe not.
Kingfisher kicked his horse on, gesturing for me to follow.
We'll see how long it takes Ren to catch up.
A scruffy stable hand took the horses when we dismounted. I attempted not to stare at the curved ram's horns poking out of the holes torn in the top of his woolen hat, but did a piss-poor job. I couldn't stop myself from wondering how they connected to his skull. The stable hand didn't seem to mind. He was all toothy smiles until I opened my bag up and tipped a sleepy onyx out into the snow at my feet.
Ooh, that's a good one. Rare. Never seen the black tips on the ears and tail like that anymore. I'll give you 2 krona for it.
What? Onyx started behind me, hackles up as if he understood the stable hand and would take a finger if the stranger tried anything funny. The stable hand eyed me shrewdly.
All right, 4 krona. That's all I can do, though. My wife will kill me if I...
My hand reached for the hilt of the dagger at my thigh. He's not for sale.
The human's gotten into her head that the flea-ridden thing is her pet.
Fisher said, collecting one of the bags from his saddle. He moved quickly, retrieving the long, wrapped object he'd tucked under my saddle flap. Onyx jumped into my arms, nestling into the crook of my elbow and hiding his face. He does not have fleas.
That you know of.
Kingfisher said.
What about this one, then? Is this one for sale?
The stable hand thumbed a hand in the direction of Carrion.
What's your best offer?
Fisher asked. No! Kingfisher had the audacity to look bored when I slapped his arm.
No, the human isn't for sale either,
he said in a flat, annoyed tone.
Put him in the stall with some hay and cover him with a blanket. If I find out he's been harmed in any way.
Kingfisher's hand rested suggestively on Nimmerel's hilt, drawing the stable hand's attention to the menacing black sword. The fawn paled beneath his auburn beard. He recognized the action for what it was, a promise of pain, and acted accordingly.
Of course, sir. Don't worry. No harm will come to him under my watchful eye. He'll sleep like a baby. Just see if he doesn't.
A wall of heat and sound hit me as we entered the tavern. A good deal of nerves, too. This wasn't the House of Kala. I was known there. Safe. Well, as safe as any person could be in a house of ill repute where shady deals went down in dark corners. This tavern was a completely new environment for me. I was a stranger here. I had no idea what to expect. It turned out it was a lot like every other tavern I'd stepped foot inside. Every rickety seat in the place was occupied, every table cluttered with a variety of chipped and mismatched tankards that were mostly empty. Fey males and females sat in groups, engaged in their own quiet conversations. I'd seen plenty of other creatures back at the Winter Palace, but the sheer variety of the other creatures here nearly knocked me off my feet. Tall, reedy, thin-limbed beings with bark-like skin and wisps of thin, flowing white hair. Small, hairless things with charcoal-colored skin and slitted amber eyes, teeth as sharp as needles. Two males with shaggy, furred legs and cloven feet sat at the bar, long, ridged horns protruding from their brows and sweeping down their backs. Creatures with bulbous noses and green skin, and creatures with flowing, thick auburn hair that streamed out around their heads, caught on an invisible breeze. Everywhere I looked, an array of creatures so wild and wonderful and strange and frightening that I could barely catch my breath. Kingfisher drew up the hood of his cloak and ducked his head, throwing his face into shadow as we approached the bar. A swarm of tiny fairies with gossamer wings flitted around our heads, tugging on my hair, snatching up the loose strands that had worked loose from my braid, giving them sharp, vicious little pulls. Ow! I tried to swat them away, but Kingfisher caught me by the wrist.
I wouldn't. They're drunk. They get mean when they're drunk.
I'm 1,000 times bigger than them. I could crush— Ah! I hissed, pulling my hand away from the cloud of fluttering menaces. There, right on the heel of my palm, was a perfect oval welt. A bead of blood rose up from the tiny wound, shining like a tiny ruby. A bite? Is that a bite mark? I held out my hand for Fisher to see, but he didn't even look.
Not only do they get mad when you try to smash them out of the air, but they speak common Fey and take offense when you imply that you're going to crush them to death. Beer, please. 2. And a pour of your strongest spirit as well.
The bartender was a short, rotund male with wiry gray hair, a hooked nose, and the bushiest eyebrows I'd ever seen. He grunted at Fisher's request, paying neither of us any heed as he went to fetch our drinks. When he came back, he dumped 2 tankards down, sloshing a good amount of our beer onto the bar, and then slid a small glass of noxious-looking green liquid to Kingfisher. Kingfisher paid wordlessly, scooped up our tankards and the shot, then ducked off into the crowd to find us somewhere to sit. We were lucky. 2 Fey women in royal blue dresses and thick traveling cloaks were rising from a table in the corner by the fire just as we were passing. Kingfisher hung his head, eyes on his boots, while he waited for them to go, then he jerked his chin, indicating that I should sit down first. Onyx, who had stuck to my side like he was my shadow since we'd entered the tavern, shot under the table. I hissed when my behind met the wooden seat. Gods, that hurt. I was never going to be able to sit down without drawing in a sharp breath again. Fisher's infuriating grin was the only part of his face visible beneath the dark cowl of his hood. I'm glad you think this is funny, I groused, accepting the beer he handed to me.
I think it's hilarious.
He countered.
You've been a persistent pain in my ass since we met. Now the universe has seen fit to make your ass smart. I'd call that justice.
I'd call it highly fucking annoying. Wait, what are you doing? He reached across the table and grabbed hold of my wrist. I tried to yank it back, but his grip was like a vice. Hissing between his teeth, Fisher gave my arm a none-too-gentle tug.
Listen, in the last 12 hours you have been bitten by that mangy fox, scorched by a sword you had no business touching, and now bitten by a fairy as well. You aren't from here. There are probably countless germs and illnesses floating around in the air that could put you in the ground. Your body is weak and slow to heal as it is. I need to disinfect all these cuts and scrapes before you develop a fever and die.
I begrudgingly stopped straining against his hold. Careful, Kingfisher. I'll start to think you actually care about my well-being if you keep— ow, that fucking hurts! He didn't give me any warning. He dumped the bright green liquor in the shot glass all over my hand and held my wrist even tighter as my fingers spasmed. Underneath the table, Onyx let out a nervous whine, scratching at my legs.
Breathe.
Fisher ordered.
It'll pass in a second.
The pain did begin to subside after a moment, but my anger— that was another story. You're sick, I hissed. You enjoyed that. What kind of male likes hurting people? His face was a blank mask when he let me go.
I don't enjoy hurting people. I don't like it at all. that doesn't mean it isn't necessary. To avoid far more serious pain, sometimes we have to endure a little sting. Sometimes some of us have to inflict it. You say it so mockingly, but I do care about your well-being. You're important. Without you, I can't end this war or protect my people. I have to keep you safe so I can accomplish my goals. So yes, I'll hurt you if it means I keep you safe. I'll force you to follow me to the ends of this realm because that is the only way I can make sure you stay alive. Now drink your beer.
He made it all sound so reasonable, that he was doing what was right and just for the greater good, but there were other ways of going about it. Softer, kinder ways. He clearly knew nothing about that. The world had been cruel to him, so he was cruel back. I didn't need babying. I was used to dealing in harsh facts. I'd lost track of the number of times I'd been manhandled or had the shit kicked out of me, but that didn't mean that Fisher needed to be such an asshole about all of this. I took a swig of my beer, already knowing that one drink wouldn't be enough to improve my mood. I'd expected it to be bad, but the beer tasted nutty and rich and was actually quite pleasant. Very pleasant.
Go slow with that.
Fisher warned when I took another huge gulp.
It's strong.
This idiot really did think I was weak. He knew nothing about the drinking games I'd played and won back in Zilvarin, and I was drinking whiskey, not beer, for fuck's sake. Still, I wasn't idiot enough to go downing my whole tankard just to prove a point. These were uncharted lands, and I didn't have a map, both literally and figuratively. I narrowed my eyes at Kingfisher. When will Carrion wake up?
How am I supposed to know?
Fisher drank from his own beer, green eyes glinting at me over the top of his tankard. From within the dark shadows of his hood, they seemed to flash in the most remarkable way. I was unconscious for 10 days. Are you planning on carting him around on the back of your horse for days on end?
No.
He said simply. What do you mean, no?
I mean, no, I'm not planning on doing that. You were on the verge of death. That's why you took so long to wake up. And we won't have to ride any further to get where we're going. So your friend's career as a saddleback has already come to an end.
Where are you taking me?
Home.
And where is home? I pressed, my frustration levels rising. He took a deep pull from his beer, the muscles beneath the tattooed skin of his neck working.
The place where I was born.
Oh, do you have to be so difficult? His eyes danced.
It isn't mandatory, but I do enjoy it.
Kingfisher!
I'm taking you to the borderlands, Osha. A small fiefdom at the very edge of Yevelian territory. A place called Kalish.
Kalish? I'd heard the name mentioned multiple times. Everlane had wanted Ren to take Fisher back there before he could be discovered in the Winter Palace. Belicon had said Fisher could stay in the palace for a week before he had to go back there. Is that wise? The king was sending you there anyway. Won't he just show up there looking for us? Fisher shook his head.
My father and Belicon had a long history. He saw what Belicon was planning long before he murdered the royal family and stole the crown for himself. He took precautions and warded his lands so that neither Belicon nor any of his supporters could cross into them. He was powerful, and his wards were strong. They remain as solid as ever. Belicon can travel to the borders of Kalish, but he can't enter. As long as I live and carry on my father's line, he never will.
Well, that was great news. But there were other things to worry about. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that Kalish was a battlefront, I said.
It is.
No, but an actual war zone. Fisher fished a fleck of floating debris out of his beer.
That's right.
So you make a big speech about keeping me safe in order to save your friends, I said slowly. And then you tell me you're dragging me right into the middle of an open conflict?
Sound like fun?
How the hell am I supposed to stay alive in the middle of a war zone, Fisher? When he laughed this time, the sound was hollow.
By sticking close, Osha. Really close.
I drank 3 beers and fed Onyx most of the meal Fisher ordered for us under the table. The smoked meat stew made my mouth water, but I could barely swallow it down. Carrion Swift was in the barn outside. Carrion fucking Swift. When I had wanted Hayden. I was locked into a blood oath and I hadn't gotten what I'd bargained for in the slightest. Best case scenario, my brother was still trapped back in Zilvarin, hungry, thirsty, and looking over his shoulder every other second for Madra's guardians. Worst case scenario, he was already dead because of me, and there was nothing I could do to make it right. So yes, my appetite was non-existent. Ren showed up 2 hours after our bowls of stew were cleared away. I saw him enter, his tall frame filling the tavern doorway, his long sandy hair wet from the snow. A wave of relief slammed into me. At last, a voice of reason. Belicon's general saw me first, still tucked away in the corner by the fire, and the tension between his brows instantly lifted. When he saw Kingfisher's back, the cowl of his cloak still concealing his features, he broke out into a smile so full of relief that it made my chest ache. My expression must have matched Wren's when I thought for those few moments that Fisher had brought Hayden back with him. Those few blissful moments when I thought my brother was alive and safe. Gods. Kingfisher turned to meet his friend right as he arrived at our table, a broad, genuine smile on his face. He stood and Wren pulled him into a tight hug, clapping him on the back. When the general let him go, holding him at arm's length, he huffed sharply down his nose and patted Fisher's cheek.
You, my friend, are officially fucked. Everlane's spitting mad. She's never going to talk to you again. What are you thinking?
Wren had his own beer now, which meant I had a fourth sitting in front of me, too. I didn't feel remotely drunk. I was tired and sore and irritated beyond comprehension, and I wanted my bed back in the Silver City. Wanting was a fool's game, though, and Wren had come with news, so I pulled myself together and leaned in close to listen to the hushed argument that was taking place between the two males.
We had a plan.
Wren hissed.
Don't look at me. Our little friend here forced my hand. She tried to commit suicide.
Liar, I did not.
When I found her, she was 2 seconds away from taking a dip without a relic.
Fisher said. I had your ring, smartass. I thought I did have a relic. He eyed me over the top of his tankard, the silver around his iris shimmering as he gave me an open-mouthed smile.
Oh, you had my ring, did you? Care to recount the tale of how that came to be in your possession, human?
That's irrelevant. I glowered at him hatefully.
I don't care what Sadis took.
Wren said tightly.
You took Belicon's alchemist. And not just that, you took the sword, too.
Kingfisher's hand closed around his tankard so tight that his fingers turned white.
The last time he laid his hands on a sword of note, he used it to murder the true king and the whole fucking Dianthus line. If Ruick Dianthus, as you just pointed out, Ruick Dianthus is gone. There's no point playing a game of if only where he's concerned. Belicon is the king, and like it or not, as king, he can claim whatever the hell he wants to claim. The god swords are all dead. They're paperweights now. Belicon couldn't do any more damage with it than he could do with an ordinary sword. You should have just let him add it to his collection. What harm would it have done? Harm?
Fisher barked.
You're joking, right? Harm?
He shook his head.
That sword is a holy fucking relic, Renfis. That bastard isn't fit to look upon it, let alone wield it. I'll die before I allow Belicon to wear it on his hip. And you're wrong. Not all of the swords are dormant. Nimmerel. So, taking it had nothing to do with the fact that Solus was your father's blade. No, forget I even asked. I already know that's the truth of it. As for your sword, Nimmerel has been corrupted for years.
Wren seethed. Kingfisher slammed his hands against the table, the cowl of his hood falling down.
Nimmerel is the only thing that stood between Yvelia and everlasting darkness for the past 400 fucking years.
He was too loud, too angry. His fury erupted out of him and the tables around us fell quiet. Conversations stumbled, drinks were set aside, and 100 pairs of eyes turned toward us. Fisher shook as he stared at Wren. He didn't notice when whispers of Renfis Orithian,
Renfis Bloodsworn,
Renfis of the Silver Lake began to spread throughout the room. Nor did he notice when the whispers turned to him, not until it was too late. Kingfisher!
No, it can't be!
It's true. He's returned. He's here!
Kingfisher!
Kingfisher! Kingfisher! Fisher's ire dried up like so much smoke. He hung his head, his cheeks turning white as ash despite the heat from the roaring fire. The muted,
"Fuck,"
he murmured, was just a shape on his lips. It made no sound.
"Time to go."
Wren ground out. What? What's the problem? I looked around, trying to gauge the emotions on the faces that surrounded us, but all I could see was shock. Reluctantly, Fisher had spent some time explaining what types of creatures they were to me, where they had all come from. And now the Fae and the tiny little fairies that hovered in the air, and the satyrs at the bar, and the goblins, and the selkies, and everyone else, they were all speechless. Everywhere I looked, I found wide eyes and open mouths. Even the bartender, who hadn't spared us more than a glance when we ordered our drinks, was frozen, halfway through polishing a thick glass. Never mind. The glass dropped from his hands, shattering loudly on the floor. Renfis rose from his chair, head bowed. He held his hand out to me and helped me up. Slowly, Kingfisher followed. His shoulders drew up around his ears, his vibrant green eyes unreadable. He kept them trained on the floor. The three of us headed for the door, Kingfisher leading the way. I came after him, Onyx clutched tight in my arms, Renfis following behind me. We were halfway to the door when a massive Fae warrior with long, braided blonde hair, shorn at the sides of his head, stepped in front of Kingfisher, blocking his path. He was huge. Easily just as tall as Kingfisher or Wren. His features were fine, though there was nothing gentle about him. The hard look in his pewter-colored eyes spoke of bloodshed. I gasped when he dropped to one knee at Kingfisher's feet.
It's an honor to kneel at the feet of the Dragon's Bane. Please. A blessing, Commander? Only if you see fit, of course.
He stammered.
I'm sorry.
Kingfisher placed a hand on the warrior's shoulder.
You have been mistaken for someone else.
The blonde warrior donned a rueful smile.
My cousin fought with you and your wolves at Anjin Sky, the way he described you.
He shook his head apologetically.
You're the Fisher King. You can't be anyone else.
Fisher's throat bobbed. I saw him struggle for words, fighting to force them out of his mouth.
I might fit your cousin's description on the outside. I'm honored that he remembered me to you, but I'm not the male he fought with at Anjin. I'm sorry, brother. You saved the rippling banner of the proud Western Anashirik.
The blonde warrior interrupted.
At dawn, on the 5th day, you cried against the rising sun and roused our people's hearts, so that even those who were ready to pass through the black door turned away from death and found the strength to find their feet, and their bows, and their swords, and their friends. You led the charge on the blood-red mountain.
The warrior's voice cracked. A tall fey female stepped to his side, dressed in leather ranger's armor. Her face bore a jagged scar that twisted her lower lip. At Cinder's reach, she quelled the horde that threatened to burn everything my people had built. 50,000 people. 50,000 lives. Temples, libraries, schools, homes. They all still exist today. Because of you. A muscle ticked in Kingfisher's jaw. He couldn't meet the female's eyes. At the bar, one of the satyrs with the impressive sweeping horns and the shaggy goat-like legs stepped forward. His eyes shone bright, reflecting the flames of the fire roaring in the hearth as he raised his glass to Kingfisher.
In this door,
He declared in a deep, gravelly voice.
it wasn't as grand as these others. Just a small town. We weren't kind to you when you came. Then, the Fae in my line weren't the allies we are now. The 5 of you stood against the dark that night. You saved 400. You were there too, Renfis of the Orithian.
Ran inclined his head, his dark eyes sad.
I remember.
He said softly. The satyr lifted his glass a little higher, first to Ren and then to Kingfisher.
A lifetime of thanks to you both for what you did. Though it will never be enough. Sarash.
He pressed the glass to his lips and tossed back the amber liquid inside.
Sarash! Sarash!
Around the bar, a cup or a glass went up in every single patron's hand. They all cried out the word. They all drank. You saved the bridge at Lothbrock.
You held Turadan Pass until the snows came. You fought Malcolm on the banks of the Darn until the river flowed black with their blood.
Again and again, the tavern's patrons stood and spoke. It seemed all of them had a story. Kingfisher stood mute, his throat working. Eventually, he couldn't maintain his silence anymore.
I'm just...
His eyes were distant.
That was a long time ago. That person doesn't exist anymore.
He charged past the Fey warrior still kneeling at his feet, flung open the tavern door and disappeared into the night. I stared after him, unable to comprehend what I'd just seen and heard. All of this for Kingfisher. Kingfisher and Wren. So many stories of valiant battles and impossible odds. From the way the two males had reacted when they'd first realized they'd been recognized, I thought we were about to be attacked. But that couldn't have been any further from the truth. To me, Kingfisher was a surly, foul-mouthed bastard who I wouldn't piss on even if he was on fire. To everyone inside this tavern, he was a living fucking god. Chapter 16. Shadowgate. A gateway to hell awaited us in the clearing outside. The spiraling maw of shadow and smoke was small, only big enough to swallow a horse, perhaps. Convenient, since Kingfisher stood in front of it with Bill, Aida, and Ren's bay mount. Carrion's limp body was already slumped over Bill's haunches. He'd misplaced a boot somewhere between the barn and the clearing, and Fisher obviously hadn't deemed the loss important enough to do anything about it. I didn't care much about Swift's missing boot either. I was too busy staring at the whirling black vortex behind Fisher to register much of anything else at all. The way it pulled at the light, drawing the orange glow from the tavern's windows toward it, twisting it into fine threads that it sucked into the spinning singularity in its center, made me want to back away from it very, very slowly. I'd put Onyx back into the bag before leaving the tavern, but I could feel him shaking against my spine as if he could sense the strange force through the burlap and didn't like it one bit. Gusts of wind whipped at Kingfisher's dark waves, tossing them about his face. The silver gorget was back at his throat. It glinted, the wolf's head engraving fiercer than ever. After how he'd just behaved back in the tavern, I expected to find Fisher in a raging temper, but his face was blank. His shoulders relaxed as he handed me Aida's reins and turned to face the wall of twisting smoke.
Let's get this over with.
He said quietly.
You follow Ren. I'll be right behind you.
The hairs stood up on my arms. I'm not walking into that. What is it?
It's a shadow gate, a means to an end. You can use this, or you can spend the next 2 months on horseback, sleeping in snowy ditches and scavenging for your dinner. What'll it be?
I'll take the second option. I didn't even need to think about it. My ass would get used to a saddle eventually, and the cloak Kingfisher had given me was excellent at keeping out the cold. I'd spent half my life hunting for my own dinner amongst Silvarin's sand dunes, and besides, I had no interest in heading into a war zone. Delaying our arrival at Kalish seemed like a fantastic option. Fisher pursed his lips.
Let me rephrase that. You're going through the gate, human.
I took a step back, dropping Aida's reins. I'm not. Kingfisher considered me, one eyebrow curving with interest.
Are you thinking about running? Gods, I hope so. I'll give you a head start if you like. It's been an age since I've hunted anything. Come on, Fisher.
Ren said wearily, slipping on a pair of leather gloves.
She's scared. Give her a moment to adjust to the idea.
I'm not scared, I lied. I'm just not going through that thing. I'll probably never make it out the other side. Kingfisher opened his mouth, about to say something taunting and mean, no doubt, but the tavern door opened and shadowy figures began to emerge. Fisher's eyes hardened, and whatever he was about to say died on his lips.
We don't have time for this. Ren will go through the gate. You will follow after him. Your oath to me will leave you no choice.
Ren went still. His eyes locked onto Kingfisher. The warrior must have felt the burning intensity of the general's gaze, but Fisher didn't so much as glance in his friend's direction.
Tell me I misheard that.
Ren said.
Tell me you didn't bind this girl to you with an oath. Go through the gate, Ren.
Fisher commanded.
An oath?
He whispered.
She got something in return.
Fisher ground out.
Now please, go through the gate. We can discuss this on the other side.
Ren shook his head, a combination of dismay and disappointment warring on his face. He didn't seem to know what to say. Collecting Aida's reins, he handed them back to me and said,
Don't worry. It's really nothing. You'll be disoriented for a moment, but just keep walking. It'll be over in seconds, I promise.
It was a kindness, this reassurance from Ren. Without it, my fear would have eaten me alive as the general stepped forward and led his horse into the inky black. I wasn't going to follow. I wouldn't. Elroy hadn't said I possessed a stubborn streak a mile wide for no reason. My force of will was stronger than this oath I'd sworn to Fisher. It had to be. I set my jaw and determined to enjoy the look of annoyance on Kingfisher's face when I didn't follow after Ren. But Kingfisher only gave me a tight-lipped smile as my body moved of its own accord, following his command without my permission. My pulse leaped as I approached the twisting gate, my breath catching in my throat. How could he do this? By using the oath against me, forcing me to bend to his will, he stripped me of my own. Even back in Madra's Hall of Mirrors, when I'd fought for my life and Heron had outmatched me, I hadn't felt this powerless. My mind scrambled as the tip of my boot disappeared into the swirling gate. I would have begged Fisher to relent, but the warrior's stony expression promised that doing so would be a waste of breath. I'll hate you forever for this, I hissed at him. And then I stepped into the gate. The howling black wind turned me inside out. I became it became me. My mind scattered in 1,000 different directions, ripped away from me in an instant. I was nothing. I was blind, I was deaf, I was a soulless whisper trembling in the dark. And then I was pain. It tore through me, exploding in my knees, my wrists, and my palms. It flowered behind my eyes, bright lights flaring, burning my retinas, red, orange, white, green. I opened my eyes with a gasp and only had enough time to pull in that one breath before my stomach pitched upside down and ejected the few bites of stew I'd eaten at the tavern all over a rough stone floor.
My lord!
A stunned voice said.
Gods, I am so sorry. Nothing's prepared. We had no idea. It's all right, Doris.
When Ren spoke, he sounded far away.
Thank you. Take the horses and make sure they're rugged tonight. It's going to get a lot colder before dawn. But... Yes, I know. Fisher's back. He'll speak to us all tomorrow, I'm sure. For now, I think it's best if we give him a little time to settle back in. If you could keep this quiet until the morning. Of course, sir. Of course.
The world was on its side. My temple was cold as ice. It took me a long moment to realize that I was lying on the ground and that my head was resting on hard stone. I watched Kingfisher walking away down a long hallway, alone, silent, head bowed. And I vowed with everything I had in me that I'd make the fucker pay for this. I tried to get up, but when I heaved myself onto an elbow, the arched ceiling became the floor, became up, became down, and another wave of vomit rushed up the back of my throat. I threw up a second time, hacking as I tried to catch my breath.
Oh, Zadis, I'm sorry. Here, give me your hand.
Leave me alone, get the fuck away from me, don't touch me. I thought about screaming these things at Renfis, but there was real sympathy in his voice. And this wasn't his fault. He hadn't taken my free will from me. He hadn't brought me here to this wretched place or tricked me into agreeing to a binding blood contract that effectively turned me into his goddamned puppet. I accepted the hand he offered to me, whimpering as my legs wobbled.
Thankfully, we won't experience this again. For some reason, the gates only affect us the first time we use them. For most of us, it's just a little dizziness. Maybe a headache. For a human, it's a little more than that, it seems. No one's seen a human in a very long time. There's a lot we've forgotten. I'm sorry.
You don't need to apologize to me. Not for him, I wheezed. Ren let out a tense sigh.
He's not what you think he is.
A bastard? He's definitely a bastard. The general flinched a little as I tried to straighten up.
Can you walk? Oh, no, shit, you can't even stand. Okay, that's fine. I've got you.
There's nothing more undignified than collapsing into the arms of a male you barely know. Not much I could do about it, though. My head wouldn't stop spinning, and I was definitely going to throw up again. I couldn't have shrugged out of his arms if I'd tried. I didn't make a peep as he lifted me. My head felt like it was going to crack open. Wait, Onyx. Where's Onyx?
Don't fret. I've got him. He'll be with you when you wake up.
Thank you. I closed my eyes, trying to breathe through the discomfort when Ren started walking with me.
He used to be kinder.
Ren whispered.
But the quicksilver inside of him, it makes it difficult for him to think straight. It wears on him. It's exhausting for him, shutting out the voices. It's made him hard.
There was so much sadness in his voice as he spoke. It made me want to open my eyes to see what kind of expression he was wearing, but I couldn't manage it. You shouldn't make excuses for him.
They aren't excuses, Zeros. I've known him my whole life. We were born to different parents, but we were brothers in every other way that counts. I know him better than I know myself. The first time Belicon forced him to travel without the relic, the silver infected him so badly that I thought we lost him altogether. His mind was so fractured. Let's just say it took a long time for him to recover. The healers did their best, but the beast that remains in his eye torments him night and day. His mother's relic doesn't seem to be as effective anymore, and now he's been exposed to the quicksilver twice without it again. I just don't know what to expect from him anymore.
Where? I took a deep breath. Was he? The questioning sound Ren made vibrated against my ear. You said you haven't seen him for 110 years. Where was he? A thick silence fell. For a long time, the sound of Ren's footsteps echoing off the walls was the only thing to disturb it. But then he sighed deeply as if making his mind up about something and said,
I can't tell you that. It wouldn't be fair. He'll tell you himself at some point, perhaps. But until then...
I didn't care to push the matter further. I felt too sick to talk. And who cared where Kingfisher had been? He could have spent the past century trapped inside one of those trees in the wicker wood for all the difference it made. There was no excuse for the way he was treating me. None that I would accept. I didn't know where Renfis of the Orithian carried me. I was already unconscious by the time he got me there.
It'd be a real shame to have to pinch you, but I'm getting bored, and this rabbit animal keeps showing me its teeth.
I groaned, rolled over. I was floating on a cloud. It was heaven, the most comfortable cloud I'd ever... I hinged upright, grasping hold of my side. Fuck! The skin just above my hip throbbed painfully. What the I trailed off when I saw the auburn-haired brigand standing at the foot of my bed. No, not my bed. A bed. Warm, comfortable, massive, but not mine. Onyx sat at the end of it, baring his teeth at a very disheveled-looking Carrion Swift who held hands aloft in surrender.
Look, shh. It's all right, she's awake. I didn't murder her, stop overreacting.
If you touch that fox, I'll skin you, I growled at him. Carrion's pale blue eyes met mine, full of a false hurt I was more than familiar with.
And hello to you too. What kind of breeding is that? And after we've been so cruelly separated for so many weeks as well.
I flung back the covers and launched myself out of the bed. I had Carrion backed up against a wall and an angry finger in his face in no time. "You're lucky I don't knock your fucking teeth out," I snapped. "What the hell were you playing at, telling Fisher that you were Hayden?" The thief's hands were still in the air. He glanced down at the index finger I was jabbing in his face, smirking at it like he was wondering what I was planning on doing with it. He didn't miss a beat when he said,
You should be thanking me. That psychotic monster looked like he was planning on murdering your brother. I did him a favor. If it weren't for me,
"Just shut up and tell me, is he alive, Carrion? I have to know." My heart was a fist in my throat. My entire existence hinged on whatever came out of Carrion's mouth next. I waited for his expression to darken or at least sober a little, but Carrion's infuriating little smile remained firmly in place.
of course he's alive. Why wouldn't he be alive?
"Because Madra swore she was going to find him and kill him. She said she was going to destroy the ward." He frowned.
And why in all four winds would she do that?
"You know why. Because I took that cursed gauntlet."
Ah, yes, that's right.
He pushed away from the wall, blue eyes dancing with amusement.
The gauntlet. The one I advised you to take out of the third before our people started getting hurt? That gauntlet?
I was going to hurt him badly. Enough, Carrion. I know I fucked up, all right? I feel terrible enough as it is. Just tell me what happened. Is Hayden really still alive?
Yes, he's still alive. Gods, you never were one for patience.
He rolled his eyes.
Hayden's in the 7th. I got him papers and shifted him that first night when you were taken up to the palace. He's now gainfully employed as a store clerk. It isn't glamorous work, but it's better than having no job at all. He has triple water rations and a room above the shop. I haven't visited for a couple of days. I didn't want to draw too much attention, him being a new face and all, but he's comfortable. I can't say that he's happy. He's brainstorming all sorts of ways to break you out of the palace, but...
Stop. Just wait. I covered my face with my hands.
Shit, are you crying? I figured you'd be happy.
Hayden was alive. Hayden was alive. He was safe. He was in the 7th. He had a job and a roof over his head and food and water too. My whole body trembled with relief. I dropped my hands to my sides, pulling myself together, trying to think pragmatically. Madra just hasn't found him yet. I sniffed, clearing my throat.
Madra isn't looking for him.
But the Guardians...
Are all prepared for the Evenlight. It's in a month. The whole city's been buzzing with talk of what gifts she'll bestow on us this year. She has the Guardians building a stage in the center of the market square.
You're sure it's not New Gallows? I asked suspiciously.
Definitely not Gallows. There are flowers all over it.
Flowers?
Yes, flowers.
Tell me everything that happened after the Guardians took me up to the palace, I demanded. There had to be something. Some kind of awful act of violence that shook the foundations of our ward. Madra was a lot of things, and benevolent wasn't one of them. But Carrion just let out a dry laugh.
Everything's fine. Elroy's been a real pain in the ass, of course. He goes up to the gates every day and demands to see you, but they keep turning him away. He comes back down to the forge and gets to work, grumbling about the mess you've left him in. Hayden is dealing with a guilty conscience about as best as he can. He blames himself for you being taken. Other than that, the third continues as it always has without you. Imagine that. The world. Audacious enough to carry on without Sarah's fame.
I'm serious, Carrion. You didn't hear her. She swore that everyone in the third would die.
And yet no one has.
He said, shrugging.
Now, I think I've been pretty patient while we've rehashed all of this gauntlet bullshit. I think it's my turn to have a few things explained to me. Principally, where the fuck are we? Why are we here? Were the people who came in here about half an hour and laid their hands all over you really Fae? Or did I hallucinate that part? And lastly...
He pointed at his foot.
Where the fuck is my other boot?
Someone came in here and touched me? Carrion threw his head back, groaning.
All of those questions and you respond by asking one of your own gods. Yes, they came and touched your hands a bunch. They said they were healing you.
Sure enough, when I looked down at my hands, the bite Onyx gave me when he was scared was gone, as was the little welt from the fairy. The burn mark from Nimmerel was still there, but only just. The skin on my palm was tender to the touch, but it was pink again and didn't look like it was going to burst open and start weeping pus anymore. Kingfisher. He'd sent healers. He was really serious about making sure I didn't develop a fever. But he would be, wouldn't he? I was nothing more than a tool to him, and how would he use me if I was dead? For the first time since waking, I took stock of the situation. Hayden was alive and doing okay. So was Elroy. For the time being, at least. But now I was stuck in the Evelian borderlands in the middle of a war between battling factions of immortals, and Carrion Swift was prodding me for an explanation as to why. I explained everything I knew, moving around the room and inspecting our surroundings. The room was windowless, which was my first disappointment. No way to assess the landscape around us, and no way to climb to freedom either. The bedroom, because it was a bedroom, was twice the size of my room back at the Winter Palace. There were 4 large double beds, 2 on either side of the space, made up with thick, beautiful covers in bright blues and greens, each of them adorned with mounds of pillows and cushions. A plush rug covered the majority of the stone floor. Woven tapestries hung from the walls. A large fireplace roared at the far end of the room, next to which a wide table was loaded with bowls of fruits, breads, smoked meats, and cheeses, not to mention 4 copper ewers of water and 2 separate wash basins. None of it had been touched. From the look of the rumpled sheets and the disturbed pillows, Carrion must have slept in the bed closest to the table, which meant the food would have been one of the first things he saw when he woke up, but he hadn't even poured himself a glass of water. He stood with his arms folded over his chest, his brow furrowed, head angled to one side while he listened to me, taking in the details of everything that had happened to me without the slightest indication that he believed what I was saying. When I was done, he blew out his cheeks and sat himself down heavily in one of the chairs by the fire, running his hands through his hair.
So you kissed that guy then? The one with the creepy sword and the bad attitude?
I stared at him blankly, not understanding the question for a moment. At last I said, "What does that have to do with anything?" Carrion shook his head.
You're right, ignore me. So you have the ability to awaken this Quicksilver, the pool that your new boyfriend dragged me into.
He is not my boyfriend.
And no one else has been able to do that for 1,000 years. And now, we've made some kind of unbreakable promise to a malevolent, legendary Fey warrior who might be completely insane. You don't know what he wants from you.
He wants me to make relics for him, so that more members of the Fae can travel without losing their minds.
But how are you going to do that? She's about to find out.
Instinctively, I reached for the dagger that should have been at my thigh, but I closed my hand around thin air. Kingfisher stood in the doorway, hand resting casually on Nimmerel's pommel. His brows banked together, forming a knot above his flashing green eyes. A heavy cloud always seemed to follow him around, but there was something extra dark and stormy about Kingfisher today. He wore no armor over his black shirt and pants, but the silver gorget covered his throat as always. Carrion bristled when Fisher entered the room, angling his body between me and the dark-haired warrior, which elicited an amused smile out of Kingfisher as he glanced around.
Just so that you're fully equipped with all of the facts,
He said in a smooth tone.
I'm only half insane. And yes, your friend is bound to me. Did she tell you that she's the only reason you're still alive yet?
Fisher picked up an apple from the bowl on the table, turning it over in his hand.
I wanted to leave you back at the Winter Palace, but she was adamant that you come along with us for the ride.
Carrion gave me a saccharine smile.
And there was me thinking you weren't infatuated with me anymore. I have to say, I would have preferred to stay in Sylvarin though. I was about to close on a spectacular deal that would have made me a very rich man.
Kingfisher stilled, his fingertips curling tighter around Nimmerel's hilt. His eyes darted from Carrion to me and back again, then he looked off toward the other side of the room, seemingly at nothing. Slowly, he set the apple back down in the bowl.
I need you to come with me, human,
He said, "Wonderful. Another day of being forced to do whatever you want me to. Lucky me." He looked at me solemnly.
I'm not going to force you to do anything.
Oh? I couldn't keep the mocking edge from my voice. So if I decide to stay right here and tell you to go fuck yourself, you aren't going to react badly and command me to go with you?
I'd be a little annoyed that you told me to go fuck myself.
He said.
But now that we're here, the urgent list of things I have to attend to is breathtaking. Asking you to discover the depths of your abilities and apply them in order to save countless lives, so you can, in turn, both return home to your dusty city, ranks lower on that list than you might think.
Carrion held up a hand.
When he puts it like that, I vote you go and help him figure out the relic issue.
I grabbed his wrist and yanked his hand down. "You don't get a vote. And you," I said, wheeling on Fisher, "you've tricked me into getting your way once already. I'm not going to do what you want me to just because you've made a vague implication that you'll let us go back to Sylvarin once I'm done making relics for you." Fisher smiled, all teeth. The silver in his eye flashed like a blade.
I wouldn't need to trick you into doing anything for me. As you've already established, I could just make you do what I'm asking of you.
"Then why don't you?"
Because my brother is sore with me.
He admitted.
And because this will go a whole lot smoother if you agree to help my people willingly.
So he was giving me back my autonomy to appease Wren. Unsurprising. It came as no shock that Fisher didn't appreciate my grousing either. Well, he was in for an unpleasant surprise. He was about to discover that I could help him willingly and still give him plenty of shit at the same time. "I'll come with you then. On one condition." Fisher's mask of indifference faltered, allowing a flicker of annoyance to peek through.
Which is?
"That you make this promise to me exactly, verbatim, word for word." I swear I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zilvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people. Kingfisher's mouth ticked imperceptibly.
As you wish. Word for word, I swear I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zilvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people. There. Are you happy?
Are you bound by that promise? I asked. Fisher lowered his head in a mock bow.
I am.
All right, then I'm happy. Let's go.
Leave the fox. He'll only be underfoot.
I started to protest, but Onyx had fallen asleep amongst the cushions on one of the beds that hadn't been slept in, and he looked too peaceful to wake anyway.
And what about me?
Carrion demanded.
You're just going to keep me locked away in here forever?
Fisher snorted.
You hadn't been locked in here at all.
I glared at him over my shoulder. You didn't check the door?
I just assumed.
Ugh! Kingfisher spun and strolled purposefully out of the room.
You're free to come and go as you wish, boy. Do whatever the hell you like. Though I doubt you're gonna get very far with only one boot.
Chapter 17. Kalish. What is this place? I'd been picturing Kalish as a war encampment. A sea of tents pitched amongst the snow. Campfires sending pillars of smoke up into the sky for as far as the eye could see. It was nothing of the sort. This place was a stately home. Beautiful. Beyond the bedroom Carrion and I had woken up in was a sprawling house full of open-arched windows, light, airy hallways, and pretty rooms that went on forever. Portraits hung on the walls featuring dark-haired males and females, many of whom bore a striking resemblance to Fisher. The furniture was lovely, the overstuffed chairs and sofas sagging in a relaxed way that suggested that this place had been lived in, loved in. Birds sang outside. The sun shone, bouncing off the thick mantle of snow that covered the grounds of the estate, so bright that it looked as though the grounds were studded with 1,000,000 diamonds.
My great-great-grandfather built it a long time ago.
Fisher answered in a brusque tone. The heels of his boots rang out as he marched down the hallway.
It was my home before Bellicon commanded my mother to the Winter Palace to marry him.
When Everlane had told me how her mother had come to be at the Winter Palace, I hadn't spent much time considering what her life would have been like before that time, nor had I considered what it must have been like for Fisher. How old had he been when he traveled to Bellicon's seat of power? Just 10 years old? 11? I couldn't remember. The differences between Kalish and the Winter Palace were stark. He must have hated leaving this place. A peaceful quiet hung in the air here. It felt safe, calm. The rooms and hallways were all abandoned. It wasn't until we descended a curved staircase, the stone steps worn smooth and dipping in the middle from so many feet, that we encountered another living thing. A small creature, only 3 feet tall, with a round protruding stomach, glassy amber eyes, and the strangest skin. It looked as if it were formed out of the last dying embers of a fire, rough and charcoal-like with tiny fissures that ran all over its body, the edges of which glowed, flared, and faded, as if a flame might kindle there at any moment. The creature carried a silver tray bearing a steaming pot and 2 cups. When the creature saw Fisher, it yelped and dropped the tray, sending the pot and cups crashing to the ground.
No! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
The creature's voice was high-pitched, though decidedly male. He wore no clothes to speak of, but that didn't matter. He didn't appear to have any body parts that required covering. Eyes wide as could be, he staggered back from the mess he'd made. The shattered porcelain at his little smoking feet didn't seem to be the source of his panic. Kingfisher stunned me to silence when he dropped to his knees and started picking up the shards of broken cup.
It's all right, Archer. Hush, it's all right.
Archer's mouth hung open. His gaze met mine, and I was amazed to find that there was a tiny ring of flickering fire surrounding his jet-black pupils. He pointed at Fisher.
You see him?
He squeaked. I eyed Fisher. Unfortunately, yes. Archer gulped.
He's really there.
Kingfisher stopped what he was doing, his head hanging, and for a second I found myself transfixed by what I saw. The gorget only protected his throat. The back of his neck was exposed, the ends of his dark waves not long enough to cover it. His skin was pale apart from a single stark black rune visible between the base of his skull and his shirt collar. It was complex, all interlocking fine lines, loops, and curls. Most of the runes I'd seen on the Fae had been ugly-looking things, but this... Kingfisher looked up at Archer. The rune disappeared.
Stop fretting, Arch. You're not hallucinating. I returned home late last night.
Archer threw back his small head and wailed. He trampled right over the broken tea service in order to get to Fisher. Throwing his thin, fiery arms around Kingfisher's neck, He sobbed hysterically.
You're here! You're here!
Whoa, steady now.
I waited for Fisher to shove the little creature away, but he wrapped his arms around him instead, hugging him close.
You'll make everyone think we're being attacked.
Archer leaned back, pressing small hands to Fisher's face, patting him everywhere as if to make sure he really was real, leaving black smudges all over Fisher's cheeks and forehead.
I missed you so much. I wished and I hoped and
Archer hiccuped.
I wished and I hoped every day.
I know. I missed you too, my friend.
Oh no, oh no!
Archer leaped back, patting frantically at Fisher's chest.
Your shirt, Lord! I've sent your shirt!
Kingfisher chuckled softly. There was no hint of malice in laughter. No mockery or cold, cruel edge. He just laughed.
It's easily fixed. Stop fretting. Here.
Suddenly, Fisher's shirt was no longer fabric. It was smoke. It writhed around Fisher's torso for a moment, then became a shirt again, unsinged and perfect. More smoke pooled around Fisher's boots, rolling across the floor, concealing the broken pot and cups. When it dissipated, the pot and cups were whole again, sitting back on the silver serving tray.
See? Good as new.
Fisher said.
You're too kind, Lord, too kind. But you shouldn't need to fix my mistakes. I should be more careful and...
Archer, please, all is well. Go on now, quickly. I'll come and find you before dinner. I want to hear everything that's been happening around here while I've been gone.
Archer's eyes were wet. It seemed impossible that anyone would cry tears of happiness over Kingfisher. If I wasn't witnessing for myself, I'd never have believed it. But it was happening all right. Every time a tear fell and hit Archer's cheeks, it hissed and turned into a puff of steam.
Yes, my lord, of course. It would be my pleasure.
I watched Archer go, perplexed. Kingfisher set off walking again, saying nothing. I jogged after him to catch up. What kind of fairy was he?
Not a fairy, a fire sprite.
Okay. And why did he seem to like you so much? Fisher didn't even dignify that with a response.
There are a lot of fire sprites here. Water sprites, air sprites, and so many earth sprites. You might want to spend some time learning the names of all the lesser fey creatures. Eventually, you'll offend the wrong person if you go around calling everyone fairies.
As he spoke, we passed a nook in the wall where 7 marble busts were mounted on stands, one of which was facing the wall. Kingfisher flipped off the gods as he passed them, not even breaking his stride. I let out a frustrated huff. Look, I won't be here long enough to learn the names of every type of creature in Avelia. You'll find I'm highly motivated to make these relics and get the hell out of here.
Of course. You're so eager to get back to that awful city.
Kingfisher turned a corner and then halted abruptly, opening a door to his left.
Back to all that oppression and starvation. I can really see the appeal.
Out of everyone, you should understand why I want to go back the most. You're desperate to do everything you can to help your friends here. I have friends and family who need help too. They're too tired to fight Madra on their own. They've given up. If I don't go home, who will help them? I was hit with a wave of his scent. All cold dawn morning and the promise of snow, and my breath caught in my throat. I ignored the reaction, forcing myself to think about everyone's suffering in the third instead. It was hard to focus on that when he was standing so close. The tips of his ears jutted out from the waves of his hair, the tiniest flash of his pointed canines showing between his parted lips. His crooked, taunting smile made me want to forget all about my ward. It made me want to remember crawling into his lap, and when his strong hands had found my waist, and no! I wasn't going to lose myself to that. Not after what he'd done to me last night, forcing me to obey his will.
I haven't found myself in this position voluntarily. I wouldn't choose to be here if I didn't have to be. The task is my birthright. It became mine the moment I drew my first breath. You're just one of hundreds of thousands of people who live in your city. Why shoulder the responsibility of saving them when they refuse to save themselves?
He already knew the answer to his question. He wasn't stupid. I said it out loud for him anyway because he clearly needed to hear it. Because it's the right thing to do, Fisher. He said nothing, just looked me up and down in a way that made me feel small and silly.
After you, little Osha.
This forge was nothing like the one back at the Winter Palace. It was huge and packed with so much equipment that I didn't even know where to look first. The hearth was large enough that I could have stood up in it if I'd wanted to. A bad idea, given the powerful fire that was already raging in it. Along one side of the wall were rows and rows of crucibles of all shapes and sizes. Beakers, stirring rods, and flasks sat on shelves. Mortars and pestles and large glass vials containing powders, dried herbs, flowers, and all manner of different liquids. Along one side, the forge was completely open to the outside, giving way to a small, snow-filled, walled garden with a bench and a tall tree naked of leaves at its center. Beyond the high brick wall, I made out the tops of more trees, evergreen pine this time. and the rocky, sloping foothills of a majestic mountain range not that far in the distance. "They're beautiful," I said before I could stop myself. "The mountains. I've seen pictures of them in books before, but I never knew they could be so majestic." Fisher stared at the mountains in the distance, a complicated look on his face.
Omnimarin. That's the name of the tallest peak. The one with the sheer face. It means sleeping giant in Old Fae.
"Do people try and climb it?"
Only if they want to die.
Fisher answered. "Wait." I glanced over my shoulder, trying to make sense of what I was seeing.
Why are you frowning like that?
Fisher asked. "Because," I looked back to the door behind me and the warm, cozy hallway on the other side of it. "The dimensions are all wrong. We were on the 3rd floor just now, and the other rooms we passed were much smaller. This forge is on the ground floor, and the roof's too high, and—"
Magic.
Kingfisher shrugged. He paced over to a bench and began the now familiar process of unfastening the sword from his waist.
The doorway is enchanted, bound to the entrance of the forge, which is located outside of the house. Much safer than having highly explosive compounds and chemicals inside the house itself. When we walk through the doorway in the house, it transports us here. Simple.
Simple? It was simple, which made me want to scream. I was going to throttle him. "If you can do this, then why the hell didn't you just bind some doorways back at the tavern instead of making me go through the Shadow Gate?"
Because I can't do this.
Fisher replied, setting Nimmerell down on the bench.
This is Ren's work. I don't possess the same gift.
"Then Ren could have—"
It only works over short distances, human. So take a breath. I couldn't have. Ren couldn't have. We needed to travel 800 leagues, and a Shadow Gate was the only way to do it.
"Fine," I grumbled. "But if you knew that was how we were going to get here, why not just call the gate inside the Winter Palace? Why make me ride a horse through that terrifying wood all night?" He gave me a teasing sidelong glance.
I thought you weren't scared of the wood.
"I wasn't. Just answer the question." Kingfisher placed his elbows on the bench, leaning toward me, his hair obscuring half his face.
Because, little Osha, the Shadow Gate uses a lot of magic. We Fae are sensitive to such things. If Belicon had sensed me drawing that much magic to the catacombs under his palace, he would have transported himself there before we could have blinked, let alone traveled. That tavern is 50 leagues from the Winter Palace, which, coincidentally, is the exact distance required to perform heavy-hitting magic without alerting someone you want to keep in the dark. So, do you have any more annoying questions?
"I do, actually. Why can't you just use the Shadow Gates to go between here and the other realms? You don't need relics for the Shadow Gates. They don't make you crazy, apparently, so why even bother with the Quicksilver?"
Martyrs have mercy.
Fisher muttered. He spoke as if he were explaining the most rudimentary, obvious information to a 5-year-old.
Shadow Gates are of this realm. They can only be used within this realm. Quicksilver is not of this realm. Therefore, it can be used within this realm, but also within or to other realms as well. No more fucking questions. We have work to do.
And that was that. He crossed the forge to where a huge wooden trunk sat by one of the largest crucibles, grabbed it by the handle, and dragged it over to the bench. He didn't even break a sweat, even though the god's cursed thing looked like it weighed more than Bill and Aida combined. My eyes nearly popped out of my head when he threw back the lid. A mountain of silver rings sat inside, different shapes and sizes. Some of them were marked with an aegis or a family crest. Some of them bore diamonds or rubies or sapphires. Some of them were delicate and elegant. A lot of them were chunky with heavy engraved bands. I'd never seen so much precious metal in one place at one time. Well, it's a good thing Carrion isn't here. He'd have stolen 8 of these already and neither of us would have noticed.
I think we've already established that I notice when someone tries to steal my belongings.
Holy fucking gods, he was never going to let go of that. I shot him a baleful glare as I stooped down and picked up one of the rings. It was very feminine, with roses engraved on either side of a beautiful aquamarine stone. There must be 1,000 of them, I said breathlessly.
1,800.
Kingfisher said.
And that's just in this trunk. There are 8 more trunks on the other side of that bench over there.
Sure enough, I looked in the direction that he was pointing and saw at least 2 more wooden trunks shoved up against the wall. The others must have been hidden out of sight. I tossed the ring back into the trunk. Are we forging swords out of them? Silver was too malleable to forge weapons out of back in Zilvarin, but maybe the Fae blacksmiths had figured out firing techniques to make it stronger. Perhaps they infused it with magic. Perhaps... My mind ground to a halt, my line of logic dying a miserable death when I realized that Kingfisher was smirking at me again. That smirking meant nothing good.
Anyone can use any old relic in a pinch. But relics are most powerful when they are forged from something important to its owner. These are the family rings of the warriors who fight for me. Each one has great meaning to the male or female it belongs to. You're going to take each and every one of these rings, and you're going to turn them into relics.
Fisher, no. There are nearly... I was good with numbers, but I was too stunned to think straight, let alone perform multiplications. I got there in the end. There are nearly 15,000 rings here. Do you have any idea how long it would take to melt down each of these rings and cast it into another one?
Years, I'm sure. But don't worry, we're not looking for a pretty piece of jewelry. You'll melt down the ring, transmute its properties so that it will shield the wearer against the quicksilver, then cast it into something simple, like this.
He hooked his finger around his chain and drew out the pendant he wore around his own neck.
If there's a stone or some kind of engraving on the ring, you'll find a way to incorporate that into the medallion you make. Other than that, it should be pretty straightforward.
Straightforward? My vision had gone hazy. He couldn't be fucking serious. I said I'd help you make enough relics. I trailed off, a sinking feeling of dread crushing my chest. I'd done it again. I hadn't paid attention to the details, had I? And it was even worse this time because I thought I'd done a good job.
I swear I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zulvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people. Was that not the promise you had me make?
Yes, but...
I have 15,000 warriors, Little Osha. To have enough relics for my people, I need 15,000 relics. When you're done with all of these rings, I'll release you from your oath and take you to the closest quicksilver pool so you can leave. Until then...
He eyed the trunk full of rings. But I don't even know how to turn these into relics yet. That alone could take weeks. It could take months. Not even a flicker of sympathy hid in Fisher's silver-mottled eyes.
Then you better get to work.
Chapter 18. Crucible. Kingfisher had books written by the alchemists before they all died out. Stacks and stacks of them. They were centuries old, the parchment crumbling. A lot of them were written in Old Fae. I barely understood any of the text, which meant that they were next to useless. When I asked him how I was supposed to glean any useful information from them when none of his own kind had been successful in doing so, he muttered something about using my initiative and left the forge in a cloud of black smoke. At midday, a plate of food arrived out of nowhere on the bench. Some kind of meat pie with the most delicious gravy filling, along with some chunks of cheese and an apple that had been cut into slices. I only noticed that Onyx arrived with the food when I heard him whining underneath the bench. He wore a hopeful look, his black eyes staring intently up at my plate, ready should the smallest morsel fall to the floor. I didn't know how healthy human, or rather Fae, food was for him, but the pastry was so buttery and crumbly, the filling so savory and good, that I couldn't help myself and I wound up sharing half the pie with him. He was content to run outside amongst the snow once we were done, chasing any birds that landed. I spent a good 15 minutes laughing at him as he coiled back onto his hind legs, wriggled his fluffy butt, and then sprang into the air, bringing his front feet crashing down on the snow as he pounced. I stopped laughing when I realized that he was hunting, and more often than not, when he pounced like that, he came up from the loose snow with a small rodent in his mouth. At least he was entertained. After I'd wasted another hour poring over the books and getting nowhere, I decided to say screw it and focus on more practical matters. My first thought was to melt down one of the rings and just start experimenting, but then it occurred to me that if I wasn't successful, and I probably wasn't going to be, I'd have ruined one of Fisher's warrior's rings, and that wouldn't go down well at all. I found some scrap metal in a bucket by one of the benches and settled on using that for some trial and error experiments instead. The first problem I ran into was that I literally had no idea where to start. By holding a piece of the twisted scraps and concentrating, I could feel what kind of metal it was by the vibrations it gave off. When I first noticed those vibrations back in Zulvarin, they had scared the shit out of me so badly that I trained myself to ignore them. Now I used that alien sensation to differentiate between plated metals, silver, and a whole slew of different variants of iron that we didn't have back home. They each had their own frequencies. It didn't take long to isolate the frequency for Ivelian silver. I simply held a bunch of the rings and closed my eyes, learning what that energy felt like when it traveled up my arms, and I committed it to memory. Then I went through the bucket and separated out any scraps that shared that same frequency. I had a respectable amount of the shining metal ready to melt down after only half an hour. For my first attempt, I melted down about a ring's worth of silver and poured it into a crucible. From there, I added a variety of different ingredients from the glass mason jars on the shelves to the molten silver with no sense that I was accomplishing anything. Most of it just burned up the moment it hit the metal's scalding hot surface. The salt seemed to combine well, though. I let the silver cool and hammered it out into a flat surface, and then went looking for the quicksilver to somehow test the rough medallion I'd created. But there was no quicksilver. None that I could find in any of the jars or crucibles. How the hell did Fisher expect me to unravel this problem for him if he wasn't going to trust me with any of the quicksilver? Did he think I was going to try and escape with it, for fuck's sake? I learned my lesson after the last time. I didn't have a relic of my own yet. Here, I'm here. Just one whisper. So small. When I'd heard the quicksilver back at the palace, the sound had been a chorus of whispers. But this was subtle, quiet. I had to close my eyes and focus all of my attention just to hear it. It was inside the forge, though, and close. I walked around the bench I'd been working at until I felt the gentlest of tugs, so weak it was barely even there, and then I moved toward it. A silver box sat on a shelf above a small basin tucked into the corner by the wall. A leafy, potted plant hid it from view. I took it back to the bench and prized the lid open, laughing when I saw just how little quicksilver was inside it. It was solid, naturally, but in its liquid state it would only be a couple of tablespoons worth at best. This was what he'd left me to work with? I huffed, plucking the metal out of the box with a pair of tongs, and then placed it at the bottom of the smallest crucible I could find. It was getting easier changing the quicksilver from its solid to liquid state. A hand reaching out into the dark. A finger flicking a switch. There was so little of it this time that I hardly had to will it at all. One moment it was a lump of scuffed metal, and the next it was a puddle of shining silver rolling around the bottom of the cast iron bowl. I dropped the medallion into the crucible, grimacing when I noted that there was barely enough quicksilver to submerge it. And nothing happened. I waited. Still nothing. Here, I'm here, the quicksilver whispered in its singular voice. Alone, come to me. Find me, be with me. The medallion changed nothing. I tried a second again, adding what looked like sand and some salt water to the molten silver this time. Again, nothing happened. My third attempt, I tried to combine a dull red powder from one of the jars into the silver, but it burst into flames before it even reached the rippling surface, producing a cloud of noxious red smoke that made my face prickle and go numb. Onyx wouldn't come back into the forge after that, so I sat with him out on the bench in the cold afternoon light, stroking his fur, shivering as flakes of snow dusted my pants. My fourth and final attempt of the day, adding a pinch of charcoal and a sprig of an herb labeled Widow's Bane, rendered no results again, by which time I'd officially had enough. I whistled for Onyx to come. He begrudgingly did and stomped out of the forge, leaving the mess I'd made with my failed attempts behind. Back in the hallways of Kalish, Onyx chittering animatedly, darting between my ankles, tongue lolling as he jumped up my legs. Apparently, he was very happy to be away from the forge. I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention this morning when Fisher escorted me to the forge, but I was fairly adept at finding my way in new places. It might take a while, but I'd find my way back to the room I'd woken up in eventually. It didn't come to that, though. I'd only taken a couple of steps from the door when Wren appeared around the corner up ahead, dressed in a dark red shirt and faded brown leather pants. He was covered in mud, and there was a long gash across his cheek, which was leaking blood. His hair seemed to be wet with sweat, and the dark shadows under his eyes made him look exhausted. He scrounged up a smile when he saw me, though, wiping his filthy hands on the towel he was carrying as he approached.
Thought I'd come and check in on you,
he said, grinning.
I heard you've been assigned quite the task.
An impossible task. I scowled darkly. I only made 4 attempts, but I'm exhausted. What happened to you?
Oh, you know, just a couple of skirmishes up on the pass, when the clouds are so heavy with snow, and the days are so dark like this. It's a safe bet that there'll be an attack. We were outnumbered, but we didn't lose anyone. Took down 30 or so of the enemy.
Congratulations? It felt weird to congratulate anyone on killing so many people, even if they were enemies of the Avelian Fae. Wren noticed the uncertain rise in my voice and laughed quietly under his breath.
Thank you. Believe me, killing 30 of them has already saved a couple of 100 innocent lives. If they had gone through the pass, they would have wrought havoc on our side of the border. It wouldn't have been pretty.
I'll have to trust your word on that, I told him. Wren rubbed the towel against his dirty fingers, his eyes resting steadily on me.
Would you? Trust my word. If I told you something.
Onyx jumped up Wren's legs, turning in circles. The general dipped to scratch his head distractedly. His focus was all for me. I don't know, I said. I suppose that would depend. He sighed.
That's fair. Well, I'm about to tell you that I gave Fisher hell this afternoon for the oath he made you swear, and I told him the only way he could make it up to me would be to start getting to know you a little better.
I fought the instinct to take a step back. Why would you do that?
Fisher's very single-minded sometimes. There's no gray, only black and white. I fear that part of him has only gotten worse while he's been away. He has to keep things very straight in his mind. Otherwise, lines get blurred. Right now, you're a tool he feels he has to use to make life better for all of us. My concern is that the tool pushed to its limits is a tool that will probably break. And to be blunt, Ceres, you're a tool none of us can afford to let Fisher break. He needs to see you as a person. He needs to know that you're more than our way out of a tight corner. And the only way to accomplish that is if he learns more about you.
Why didn't I like the sound of this? Okay.
I told him he needed to have dinner with you tonight,
Oh,
and I think he agreed.
you think he did? He grinned sheepishly.
You've met him. It can be tough to tell what he's agreeing to sometimes.
He's the slipperiest bastard alive, I grumbled.
Right. But, please, just go. Have dinner with him. Tell him about yourself. It'll be over quickly, I swear.
If "it'll be over quickly, I swear" had to be said in order to convince me to attend an event, it was not an event I wanted to go to. I couldn't imagine anything less fun than having dinner with Fisher. But Ren was looking at me so pleadingly. He genuinely, sincerely wanted me to go. And what else was I going to do? Hang out with Carrion back in our shared room? On second thoughts, maybe dinner with Fisher would be less painful than that. All right, I'll go, but only because you asked. And only if you swear there'll be alcohol. The dining table was a league long. All right, it was maybe only 30 feet long, but still far too big for two people to sit at and share a meal alone. Fisher sat at one end, I sat at the other. In between us, a mountain of food had been delivered by an army of fire sprites led by Archer. A massive floral centerpiece with purple and pink blossoms sat in the dead center of the table, and it was beautiful, it really was, but I couldn't even see Fisher around it. Maybe that was the point. Carrion had been gone when I got back to the room, which was a blessing since I still wanted to bathe and wash away the sweat from the forge. I hadn't even bothered to look at the dress that had magically appeared at the end of my bed while I was in the tub. All I knew was that it was black. I'd found a clean pair of pants and a fresh shirt in one of the drawers that were my size, obviously meant for me, and so I'd worn those instead. I was comfortable enough in the pants, but I got the feeling from Archer's sidelong glances that I was underdressed to have dinner with his master, and he disapproved of the fact. Stabbing a piece of fish with my fork, I grabbed the empty wineglass that sat to the right of my plate and held it up. "I don't suppose I could get something poured into this," I called down the table. I saw a flick of Fisher's wavy hair around the flowers and not much else. When he spoke, he sounded close, as if he were standing right behind me, not at the other end of the table.
Tell me how you fared today, and I'll consider it.
The proximity of his voice and the way he spoke felt intimate, as though his lips were so close to my ear that his breath should have stirred my hair. "How are you doing that?" I whispered.
Magic runs through this place the same way your blood runs through your veins. It lives in the very air. The things you've already seen here are surely enough to suspend your disbelief, and yet you're shocked by something so small as me casting my voice?
Amusement dripped from every word. I had no retort for him, though. I had seen so many remarkable things. In comparison, this wasn't that impressive. It was the way it made me feel, having his voice so close, that had me on the back foot. I cleared my throat. As you might expect, I fared very badly. I made 4 attempts, all of which resulted in failure. I wasted nearly all of the scrap metal I found. I'll need more if I'm going to be able to run more trials tomorrow.
Can it be refined? The silver you used today?
He asked. Yes, but that'll take even longer. I'll waste a day between experiments. I huffed, setting down my fork. But let me guess. You don't care about me wasting a day to purify between experiments, do you?
I do not.
He confirmed. You know, I dropped my fork. It hit my plate with a clatter. You just love contradicting yourself. One minute you're kidnapping me because it's urgent that I make these relics for you, and then the next you're throwing up obstacles and doing everything you can to make the process as difficult and as time-consuming as can be. You really need to make up your mind. What's more important, the relics for your people, or whatever sick pleasure you seem to derive from keeping me at your beck and call? From down the other end of the table, I heard the scrape of a knife against a plate. At least he wasn't letting my annoyance ruin his dinner. Asshole.
I assure you, our need for those relics far outweighs how fun it is to mess with you. But I'm not refusing you more silver to toy with you. Resources are tight at college. The regular silver can't be spared.
What are you talking about? This place is dripping in finery. There's gold. I glanced around, gesturing to the wall sconces that held the candles lighting our dinner, and the serving platters on the sideboard, and the picture frames, even the cutlery on the table. There's gold literally everywhere. Half the knickknacks in this place are plated in it, and you're telling me resources are tight?
If it were gold you needed for your trials, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
I saw the bottom of Fisher's wineglass around the side of the cursed flower arrangement, and my temper spiked. Ducking to one side, I peered around the centerpiece and scowled as I watched him sip from his glass. If you have wine, I should have wine, I growled.
Oh, is that what you think?
My skin broke out into goosebumps, the tiny hairs on the back of my neck standing erect. His voice was even closer this time. His words felt like a caress against the skin of my neck. I did my damnedest to shake off the shiver that chased up my spine. Ren promised me...
Renfis knows better than to make a promise on my behalf. But if you're so desperate for a drink, feel free to come and pour yourself some.
Had he poured his own wine? I doubted that very much. Archer had probably done it. But I wasn't some stuck-up, high-born asshole like he was. I had no problems pouring my own wine. I got up, grabbed my glass, and was about to storm down the other end of the table, but then I paused and grabbed my plate and my fork while I was at it. Whatever game this was, seating me so far away from him, blocking our view of one another, then using magic to speak into my ear like he was whispering sweet nothings to me, yeah, I wasn't playing. The corners of Fisher's mouth twitched when I slammed down my plate and fork on the table to his right. I dared him to breathe a word about it as I sat down next to him. He ran his fingertips over the rim of his wineglass, shifting in his seat to turn toward me as he watched me pour myself an obnoxiously large glass of wine from the carafe he was hoarding. The wine was dark as ink. I took a defiant swig, my eyes locked with his over the rim of my glass. Kingfisher pointed loosely at my glass when I set it down.
Do you like it?
He spoke to me normally. No magic this time. Yes, it's... interesting. He pouted, nodding to himself. Something told me he was desperately trying not to smile.
Please, help yourself to more. I don't have to speak to the men for a couple of hours. I've got time to share the bottle.
I looked at him properly. Really took him in. There was something different about him. Something I couldn't put my finger on. Not at first. But then I realized what it was. His clothes. I had never seen Fisher in anything other than black, but tonight the shirt he wore was a hunter green. Very dark, but still green. It was simple, but the material was fine and tailored perfectly. The way it hung from his frame emphasized how broad he was in the shoulders and how corded his arms were. The dark green color highlighted the raven's wing black of his thick hair. It threw his pale skin into contrast and God's get a grip on yourself, Seraphine. Focus! I forced my gaze down to my half-eaten fish. Why is silver in such short supply here if you have all this gold?
Because silver serves a very specific purpose here. We need as much of it as we can lay our hands on.
Then why not sell all of the gold and buy some? Gold's worth more. Fisher slowly shook his head, smiling as if to himself. Gods, why was it so hard to look at him sometimes? I'd never had this problem before.
Maybe where you're from,
He said. He observed me, toying with his wineglass where it rested on the table, spinning it around lazily by the stem. With his lips parted, I could just make out the points of his teeth. It was rude to stare, but I couldn't help it. My heart missed a step whenever I saw his canines. As if he knew perfectly well what I was focused so intently on, Fisher opened his mouth a fraction wider, his top lip rising a little so that more of his teeth were on show. It was a subtle difference. Perhaps only a millimeter more of those sharp white canines were visible. And heat exploded between my legs of all places, and suddenly, gods, I needed another drink. I buried my face in my wineglass. Fisher ran his tongue over his bottom lip, also looking away. The tendons in his neck stood proud, his jaw clenching ever so slightly as he frowned at something over by the window.
we can't buy more silver. The entire realm's been picked clean. Belicon has an embargo on it too. Any silver found within Evelion's borders must be given to the crown. That's part of the reason why we need to use the quicksilver so badly. Other realms have an abundance of silver. We could trade for more than we need if we could just cross between realms.
If Belicon has all of Evelia's silver, then surely he'd give it to you, if it's so vital to win the war? Kingfisher snorted.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? But no. Belicon won't give us silver. He won't give us aid. He won't give us food or clothes or weapons. He doesn't give a fuck about this war.
But that's just... it makes no sense. I took another deep pull of my wine. The unique taste bloomed into floral notes in my mouth. It tasted smooth, rich, and complex all at the same time. The flavor had surprised me at first, but it was really starting to grow on me. Kingfisher watched me with steady eyes. The quicksilver lacing his right iris pulsed and caught at the candlelight, shifting and twisting amidst the green. It seemed to be extra active tonight. As if confirming this, Kingfisher's hand tightened around his wineglass. His shoulders tensed, his nostrils flaring momentarily, but then he exhaled, letting out a deep breath, and he loosened again. It all happened very quickly. I might not have noticed it at all had I looked away for a second. Kingfisher's eyes bored into me. He knew I'd seen him flinch, and from the way he was staring at me, one of his eyebrows curving in question, he was waiting to see if I would ask him about it. I wanted to, but I already knew I'd find myself frustrated and angry if I did. He'd use my interest against me somehow. He'd find a way to be cruel. It was just in his nature. So I gave the topic a wide berth. I was about to ask him what experiments he had tried in order to make a relic, but then the crew of fire sprites bustled into the room, their charcoal-like bodies throwing up sparks and wisps of smoke as they approached the table. The two sprites at the head of the group were carrying large dishes full of food, 2 different kinds of dessert by the looks of things. They nearly dropped the dishes when they saw me sitting up at the head of the table next to Fisher. "Lord!" One of them, a female, squawked. "My lord!" She spun in a circle, her mouth flapping open. The rest of the fire sprites registered that I dared to move next to their precious master and also proceeded to lose their minds. "It's
Jeez.
a human!"
Lord Kingfisher!
Archer was the last sprite to enter the dining room. The second he laid eyes on me, he slumped down on his backside, right where he was, sitting heavily on the plush rug, and started hyperventilating.
Forgive me, Lord. I wasn't expecting.
It's all right, Archer. Everybody calm down.
Fisher hadn't changed his position. He was still sprawled out in his chair in a very relaxed manner, but he'd shielded his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his smile. He looked down and coughed, appearing to pull himself together.
You can leave the plates for now. And the dessert, just set it on the table. You can all go. Thank you.
The fire sprites were all emitting black smoke. The cracks and crevices across their compact little bodies flashed and glowed like stirred embers. When one of his friends tried to help Archer up, a small flame formed on Archer's arm. He released a mortified shout, and all of the sprites started slapping at him, trying to put him out.
Sorry, Lord. So sorry. I'm so embarrassed.
Archer wailed. Kingfisher finally got up and went to the knot of panicking sprites. He ushered them out of the dining room, reassuring Archer the whole time, his laughter bouncing off the walls. He was still grinning when he sat back down in his seat. Martyrs, did they think I was going to try and stab you with my fish fork? Fisher rubbed at the back of his neck, his smile fading.
Fire sprites are just very emotional. They love to overreact, that's all.
By the time he was done speaking, his blank mask was back in full effect.
They'll have forgotten all about it by tomorrow.
I'll be eating dinner in the forge tomorrow, I said. They won't have to deal with a filthy, mannerless human breaching college etiquette.
You'll be eating here.
Fisher corrected. I don't get a say in the matter?
You'll poison yourself if you eat in the forge.
In my room, then.
You'll be eating here.
Fisher repeated. He continued before I could suggest any of the other 1 million places I'd rather take my meals.
As for the fire sprites, they like humans. Far more than they like the Fae.
Right. They treat you like you hung the moon.
I'm different.
He said, as if that were obvious.
Archer helped raise me. After my parents, he was the first of the lesser Fae to hold me. He has a soft spot for me, I suppose.
A soft spot? It was more than that. The fire sprite loved Fisher. Me, on the other hand? He looks at me like I'm unworthy to breathe the same air as you. Fisher's head rocked from side to side.
No, he doesn't. He's interested in you. He wonders if you'll be staying.
I picked up a roasted carrot from my plate with my fingers, biting the end off of it. I'll be glad to hear that I'm not. Not a word passed Fisher's lips. He sat as still as can be, watching me eat the carrot, his jade eyes picking over my features. Eyes first, then the bridge of my nose, over my cheekbones and then down to my mouth. His gaze lingered there for longer than seemed proper. When he didn't look away, I said the first thing I could think of to break the silence. You should send Carrion home, even if you refuse to let me go yet. He looked surprised at this.
Should I?
He has family in Zolaran. His grandmother, she'll be worried about him, and he can tell Hayden and Elroy that I'm okay if he goes back. That will probably stop them from doing anything regrettable for the time being.
Well, we'll see what the boy has to say for himself.
He's 26 years old. He's hardly a boy, I muttered.
He's an infant with a smart mouth as far as I'm concerned. But you're defensive of him.
Fisher mused.
I suppose that's only to be expected. I'm honestly surprised that you would want him to leave.
He took a sip of his wine. Defensive of him? An unfamiliar tension radiated from Fisher. He seemed to be working very hard at nonchalance.
I wouldn't have thought he was your type, but it explains a lot.
My type? A weightless falling sensation made me sit back in the chair. I felt so dizzy all of a sudden. What are you talking about?
He mentioned that you were infatuated with him back in your room.
Well, he was lying, I spluttered. Carrion's a pain in the ass. He's known for making up stories on the spot.
When I went to Sylvarin to fetch him,
When you went to Sylvarin, you were supposed to fetch Hayden. My stomach stopped rolling, replaced by a prickle of anger. I set down my wine. Which reminds me, you didn't hold up your end of our bargain. Not properly. How is it that I'm still expected to hold up my end of our oath, but you're free to walk away from it? It was so easy for him to dismiss me. One flick of his wrist and a roll of the eyes, and anything I said was rendered inconsequential. It was infuriating.
I'm not walking away from anything. I swore I would try to bring your brother back. I tried to bring your brother back.
He said.
Oath fulfilled.
You couldn't have tried very hard.
I didn't say I would try very hard, did I? And anyway, you'll find that I did the best anyone could have given the circumstances.
You said you could find my brother because we had the same parents, that it'd be easy since you were covered in my blood. Fisher paused. I'd spent enough time around him now to know when he was about to say something I wasn't going to like. The unholy delight in his eyes promised that I would hate whatever he was about to say next.
That's right. But I wasn't just covered in your blood, was I? I was wearing another of your perfumes.
Perfumes. He deliberated over the word, luxuriated over it. The dark, suggestive way he said it left nothing to the imagination. He had no mercy, so there was little point in begging for it, but I had to try. Do not, Fisher, please, just...
When you were grinding yourself all over my lap, you marked me up very efficiently.
He purred. A fire burned in my throat, causing my voice to crack. I hate you.
You keep saying that. I'm still not convinced that is the truth. Either way, your brother wasn't where you said he'd be. And when I reached your ward, I detected your scent from 3 miles away.
Just stop talking, Fisher.
Plastered. All over that boy.
He gave me a cruel smirk.
Pheromones are signal flares to our noses, little Osha. I was rushing, so I didn't differentiate between blood and sex at the time. But when I walked into that room earlier, and your friend Carrion mentioned your little obsession with him...
Shut the fuck up!
It became very clear what happened. He still smells of you even now.
I slept with him months ago. Months! It was once, and I was drunk, and he's never let me live it down since. There is no way you can still smell me on him.
There's every way.
Fisher rumbled, his eyes darkening.
I'd know that smell of you anywhere, on anyone. I'd know it blind and in the dark. Across a fucking sea, I'd be able to send you...
Boom! The windows along the eastern wall of the dining room blew in. It happened quickly and with staggering force. One moment I was staring at Kingfisher, watching his mouth in horror, withering a little more with each of his words. The next, a glittering explosion of glass was raining down on us. Shards the size of my hand cut through the air like daggers, striking the table, tearing through the flowers, slashing at my skin. I brought my hands up instinctively, protecting my face and head. Fuck! Kingfisher became death. His expression transformed to one of rage, his lips curling back, his canines extending. He was a flash of shadow, already on the other side of the table with Nimmerel in his hands before the dark shapes had finished dropping from the windows. There were 4 of them, tall monsters with patchy, stringy hair and white, waxy skin, gaunt cheeks spider-webbed with black veins, crooked fingers that terminated in claws, red eyes. Not just the irises, but the whites too, as if every capillary had burst and bled beneath the surface. Each of them bared a mouthful of elongated, yellowed fangs that dripped with ropes of viscous saliva. They wore clothes, but the garments were in tatters, barely clinging to their emaciated frames. The largest of the 4, a male with a thick black runic tattoo across his forehead, released an almighty roar of rage and launched himself at Fisher. Fisher moved like water. Nimmerel flashed around him, the tarnished black blade whipping through the air, trailing smoke. The sword was an extension of Fisher himself. For a moment it was all I could do to sit and stare at him, watching in awe as he fell upon the monster. He was powerful and quick, his body twisting effortlessly when the monster tried to claw him. The hand that had swiped at Fisher fell to the floor with a dull thud rolling under the table. Black, steaming ichor arced from the stump Nimmerel left behind, the pungent stench of sulfur flooding the dining room. Fisher threw a glance back over his shoulder at me and shouted,
Move!
The dining room came into sharp focus. I leaped to my feet, my blood hammering at my temples. Two of the sickly-looking creatures prowled toward me, their awful fangs snapping as they came. I reached for and found the dagger strapped to my thigh, clutching it tightly, my eyes jumping from one of the monsters to the other. The one on the right, a woman with pale silver hair and torn lips, launched up onto the table, landing on all fours. She moved jerkily, her head tilting from side to side as she craned her neck toward me, sniffing the air like an animal. The one on the left was smaller than the woman, somewhere between adult and child. He snarled, producing a hair-raising clicking sound from the back of his throat, knocking over Fisher's chair when he came for me, sending it crashing to the floor. His eyes were blank. Both of their eyes were. There was no intelligence there, no real thought, only the desire to rip and tear and kill. Hatred radiated from them, polluting the air thick enough to choke me. The woman came first. She had no weapons, but she didn't need them. Her claws were weapons enough. She swung, raking her talons toward my chest. I darted back, barely avoiding their blackened, disgusting tips, but she was already coming again, lashing at me. I struck out with the dagger, slicing the blade at the same time, and the metal made contact, leaving a deep gash across her sinewy forearm. Reeking blood, thick as oil, sprayed across my shirt. A grating, awful scream came from the other side of the dining room. The sound of it set my teeth on edge. A series of crashing, clattering sounds followed, but I couldn't afford to look. The moment I let my focus slip was the moment I died. The female roared, shaking her arm as if she couldn't understand why it was hurting. I spun the dagger, slicing her again, this time across her shoulder. The shirt she was wearing split apart, the thin, black-veined skin beneath bursting open like a piece of rotten fruit. Tiny white flecks spilled from the wound. They hit the rug and started wriggling. Maggots. The boy to my left snaked forward, his teeth gnashing. I whipped the blade out, aiming for his throat, twisting at the same time to try and avoid his claws, but I wasn't quick enough. He moved so quickly, unnaturally so. The air rushed out of me in a breathless oof when he slammed into me. The dining room tilted. I went down hard, my ribs exploding with pain as I hit the ground. I let out a panicked shout as both the female and the boy fell on me. Gods and martyrs, I was going to die. They were going to eat me. I had no doubt in my mind about that. Those teeth were built for one purpose and one purpose alone, ripping flesh. I gasped, pain lancing up my leg like a lightning bolt. Their claws dragged at my clothes, they cut into my skin. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. The female reared back, wet strands of her saliva dripping down onto my chest. She opened her mouth, her jaw cracking open far wider than it should have been able to, revealing a blackened, mangled, pulsing stump where her tongue should have been. She snorted, then dove. I braced, waiting for the horror of those teeth plunging into my flesh. But it never came. A streak of black smoke wrapped around her throat. The smoke became metal, and then the female's head was parting from her neck, and it was fucking gone. Her twitching body flew off of me, flopping and thumping, bones cracking as it rolled across the rug. Kingfisher towered over me like the god of death himself. His chest heaved, his eyes flashing with green and silver and murder.
You all right?
He panted. I was still clutching hold of the dagger, its short blade covered in sticky black blood. I swallowed, nodding even though I was pretty sure I wasn't all right. Not all right at all. The boy, I panted. Kingfisher's expression darkened. He turned and we both saw the adolescent at the same time. 8 feet away, on his hands and knees, he was moaning as he licked a patch of blood on the rug. Just as the female's had been, his tongue was a raw stub of meat. Without hesitation, Kingfisher brought Nimmerel down onto the creature's neck, decapitating him too. The boy's body sagged instantaneously, his gnarled hands relaxing, claws uncurling against the destroyed rug. I rolled over and threw up. Kingfisher was probably going to mock me for losing my stomach, but I didn't care. I was shaking too hard to even pull myself up onto my knees. What the fuck just happened? Strong hands found my sides. I gasped, the bright sting of pain dancing up my leg again. Kingfisher repositioned his hold on me, muttering unhappily to himself as he lifted me into his arms.
You've been clawed. The wounds need scourging.
He said. Scourging?
The poison will kill you otherwise. Did either of them bite you?
No, I don't. My head swam, another wave of nausea hitting me hard. White pinpricks flared in my eyes, making it look as though Fisher's hair was full of stars. They streaked across the ceiling, first one shooting star, then another, then a million of them racing across my vision. It was really beautiful, actually. Kingfisher was too. His throat was flecked with black ichor, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were wild, but he looked breathtaking. I could feel his heart beating like a drum against my side. Thump, 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 thump. I couldn't feel my fingers. Why couldn't I feel them? Why was Kingfisher running? What were those things? I rasped. Stars raced above Kingfisher's beautiful head. He clenched his jaw, his throat muscles working as he kicked open a door and carried me through it.
Saraswathian foot soldiers.
He answered tightly.
Feeders. They are the reason why we need silver so badly. It's the only thing that can kill them. Now, can somebody fucking help?
Chapter 19. Bones and All. A dream of death and liquid fire. No. A nightmare. I was trapped inside it with no way out. Darkened hallways stretched off into eternity, doors on all sides. Whenever I opened one, heart thundering in my chest, I was met with the putrid stench of rot and sharp, yellowed, snapping fangs. There were crowds of them. Feeders. That's what Kingfisher had called them. He had also called them foot soldiers, but they didn't seem like soldiers. A soldier had to be able to follow orders, to enact the will of another. The things behind these doors were monsters, capable only of obeying their thirst for blood. Women and children and elderly men, all of them insane and hungry. They tore at me with clawed fingers. They sank their rotting teeth into my skin. I screamed and thrashed, ripping myself away from them, barely escaping with my life, only to open another door and unleash a fresh wave of them. There was no outrunning them, no fighting them. They sprinted after me, defying gravity as they sank their claws into the brickwork and swarmed up the walls, charging on all fours across the ceiling. Fell, evil demons determined to drink me dry and drain my soul while they were at it. I ran hard, but it was no good. There were too many of them. My lungs burned, the wound in my side on fire. Blood ran down my legs, coating my bare feet in a slick that made me slip and fall. I didn't stop falling. I would fall forever, burning and burning until my blood turned to crimson steam and my flesh sloughed from my brittle bones. And still I'd fall and fall forever. I woke with a start, dragging in an audible, ragged breath as I sat bolt upright. Where was I? My mouth tasted of bile and ash. Everything fucking hurt. My limbs felt as though they'd been tied to 4 horses and the shitty bastards had bolted in 4 different directions. It hurt to breathe, to swallow, to fucking blink. For a good minute, I braced my hands against the mattress beneath me, trying to wrangle my senses, waiting for the pain to pass. It took a long time, but eventually I could think around it enough to take in my surroundings. Light poured in through 12-foot-tall windows to my left. Heavy velvet curtains hung at them, half drawn on one side. Paintings hung on the walls in gilded frames, though the artwork within those frames was slashed to ribbons. Above, the ceiling was painted black, pinpricks of white strewn across it in no apparent design or order. A chest of drawers made from a rich, dark wood sat against the wall by the door. An armoire made of the same wood was positioned in the corner, its doors flung open, displaying an array of dark garments within. I was in a bed, a 4-poster bed with birds, wolves, and dragons carved into the posts. The sheets were black. The cushions at the foot of the bed were also black, along with the mostly black clothes hanging in the armoire. Dread tapped me on the shoulder. The moment I inhaled through my nose and detected the smell of mint in the air, I knew I was in deep shit.
Oh, look. She lives.
Came a hushed voice. I hadn't noticed the wing-backed chair and the pool of shadows created by the drawn curtain, nor had I noticed the fey male sprawled out in it, feet crossed at the ankle, hands stacked over his stomach. Now that I knew he was there, he was impossible to miss. Fisher's hair was a little mad, waves and curls springing every which way. His face was bone white against his dark clothes. As always, he was a creature of stark contrasts. Even from 15 feet away, I could see the flecks of ichor staining his cheeks. He looked relaxed. His posture was one of boredom, but the energy he gave off hit me like a slap. With eyes of green fire, he stared at me so intensely that I almost gave in and recoiled under the weight of his gaze. I I clenched my teeth, bracing for the storm I could feel mounting on the horizon. It wasn't my fault, I said. Kingfisher blinked.
I never said it was.
You're looking at me like it was, I countered, gathering the sheets up to my chest, clutching them as though I might be able to use them as a shield against him.
Sounds to me like you're wrestling with a guilty conscience.
He rumbled. I do not have a guilty conscience. I have a hole in my side and my leg because you chose to relocate us to a place where rabid freaks hurl themselves through windows and attack us.
You aren't injured.
He said evenly. What?
We have excellent healers here. Better even than at the Winter Palace. A perk of living on the outskirts of a war zone. You don't need to replace your warriors if you can snatch them from the jaws of death in time.
I gave him a dark look. Stick really close, you said. Well, I was about as close as I could get without sitting in your lap, and look what happened. We were attacked inside your fucking house. He made a dismissive sound, fiddling with a button on the front of his shirt.
It was nothing. 4 rogue scouts taking a shot they were never going to win. It won't happen again.
You can't guarantee that.
I can. The house has been unguarded since we arrived. Ren wanted to post a unit here to patrol the grounds and ensure we didn't have any uninvited guests. But I shut him down. I didn't realize the feeders had gotten so...
brazen?
hungry.
He pressed the tip of his tongue against the point of a sharp canine, studying me.
You landed a hit on one of them.
He said. 2 hits. If he was going to commend me, he might as well get it right.
Impressive.
This was supposed to be a compliment, but his tone made it backhanded. For a girl? I asked bitterly. He arched a dark brow.
For a human.
Oh, fuck you, Princeling. What have you got against humans anyway? I snapped. You're so determined to hate us, but we're more alike than different. He snorted at that, rose from the chair and approached the bed. Standing next to me, he reached out a hand and curled a piece of my hair around his index finger, staring at it thoughtfully.
We are nothing alike,
he said quietly.
You nearly died from a scratch that would have been a mild irritation to me. You are soft. You are fragile. You are vulnerable. You are a newborn fawn stumbling around in the dark, surrounded by predators with very sharp teeth. I am the thing that exists on the other side of the dark. I'm the thing that puts the fear of the gods into the monsters who would eat you, bones and all.
Why was he looking at me like that? His eyes were hard, but his expression was carefully blank. I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure him out. His fingers twitched, the tips so close to my cheek. I was still delirious from the poison. I had to be because it really felt like he wanted to trail them over my cheek and was forcing himself not to. This is your room, I whispered. Fisher yanked his hand back, fast as lightning. He stood there, eyes wide, lips parted, as if he couldn't understand how he'd found himself touching my hair. I watched his expression harden, a pit forming in my stomach. Why was he like this? What exactly was his problem? I'd asked him flat out what his issue with humans was just now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. That he had a problem with me specifically.
It is,
he said.
It was the closest place to set you down.
Why are all the paintings torn up like that? I demanded. The tension crackling between us snapped like a cord pulled too tight.
Because I destroyed them,
he said flatly. Why? He exhaled, whirling away. Taking long, determined strides, he headed for the door, and just as he'd done at dinner before all hell had broken loose, he cast his voice so that it was right next to my ear. The rough edge of it, so close, made me startle.
Because sometimes my pendant can't stave off the darkness that creeps in.
Gritting my teeth, I shouted after him. Really? That's it? You're leaving? If that's the case, I can go back to my own room now. Fisher paused, hand resting against the doorframe.
Unless you need to relieve yourself, you won't get out of that bed, Osha. Even then, you'll go to the bathroom and get straight back into that bed. There are still trace amounts of poison in your veins. You need to rest until you've had time to properly heal.
I can heal in my own bed. But even as I said this, the question sprang into my mind. Did I even have a bed here? A space to call my own? The room I'd woken up in was luxury beyond anything I could have ever hoped for back in the Silver City. But the prospect of sharing a bedroom with Carrion did not sound appealing, especially when I felt like shit.
Stay in that bed, little Osha.
The command was gentle, almost kind, but there was a resonant quality to it that left no room for argument. My grip on the silky black sheets tightened. Then where are you going to sleep? If he thought for 1 second that I'd share a fucking bed with him, he was sorely mistaken. He must have known what I was thinking because he smirked as he spoke.
I'm heading to Anir for a week. There are things that need my attention there.
You near?
The war camp, on the other side of the mountains.
He nodded to the window.
They act as a barrier between this place and the carnage on the other side.
Oh. I had been right then. The camp I'd imagined when I first heard of college did exist. 4,000 feet of jutting, jagged rock stood between it and this house, but it was out there.
For the record, I'd never use an injury as an excuse to sneak my way into a bed.
Fisher said. His voice was even closer now. I could almost feel the brush of his lips against the shell of my ear.
I've never had a problem securing myself an invite.
He was so sure of himself. His arrogance went beyond the pale. Well, don't count on an invite from me, I snapped, drawing the sheets up even higher beneath my chin. Fuck me, that smile. Slightly open-mouthed, flashing the smallest hint of pointed teeth. I had to be so careful around that smile. It would wreck me if I let it.
You're right. I don't think you will invite me. When the time comes, I think you'll beg.
I let out an infuriated scream. Grabbing the closest thing I could lay my hands on, I hurled a cushion at his head. Too heavy, it thudded to the floor, woefully short of its mark. Kingfisher's laughter rang out down the hall as he disappeared, his bedroom door swinging closed behind him. I tossed off the bed sheets, determined to hurl something much sharper at him, but when I tried to swing my legs out of the bed, nothing happened. My muscles didn't move an inch, didn't even twitch. Oh my gods, I was paralyzed. Something wasn't right. The healers, I couldn't move my... Oh my gods. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The second I stopped trying to get out of the bed and tried to flex my feet, instead my body obeyed. Relief rocked me so hard that I let out a sob, pressing the back of my hand to my mouth. I could move my legs, I just couldn't get up. Wait. No. He hadn't. Unless you need to relieve yourself, you won't get out of that bed, Osha, and even then, you'll go to the bathroom and get straight back into that bed. Understanding pressed down heavily on the center of my chest. That was why Fisher's voice had sounded so firm when he told me to stay in bed and rest, because it had been a command issued through the oath that bound me to him. I had to stay in his bed. I didn't have a choice. 5 days. 5 long fucking days. I ate in Fisher's bed, slept in Fisher's bed. Whenever I needed to go to relieve myself, as Fisher had so elegantly put it, my body allowed me to get up, but my feet carried me toward the discreet door over by the armoire and permitted me to enter the beautiful white marble bathroom there. I could do what I needed to do, and I could wash my hands, but as soon as I was done, my legs carried me back to the comfortable prison of his bed. I had no idea what kind of magic kept the sheets so perfectly cool and clean, but it didn't take me long to decide that it was tricky and evil. The scent of Fisher never faded from the black silk. I could smell him, the complex scent of a cold winter forest, every second of every hour of every day, until he was literally all I could think about. I wanted to kill him. And I was so bored I thought I'd lose my mind. Onyx's presence was the only thing that saved me. The fox had arrived shortly after Kingfisher had left and had stayed with me most of the time since. He curled up next to me and slept. He made quirky noises that sounded like he was laughing whenever I petted him or gave him neck scratches. 3 or 4 times a day, he hopped down off the bed and slunk out of the room, nudging the door open with his nose, presumably heading outside to go to the bathroom himself or to hunt. He always came back, though. Whenever the fire sprites brought me my meals, I begged them to fetch Fisher, but they shrugged sheepishly and told me that he hadn't returned. After lunch, without fail, Telena, a fey healer with beautiful bronze-colored skin and the most breathtaking amber eyes, came to check on me. She'd place her hands on my abdomen and read my blood. I had no idea what that meant, but she did something all right. A shivery, not unpleasant sensation would skate through my veins, making my body hum a little. She'd smile at me apologetically and say, "Not yet," then give me a new book to read. On the 4th day, her smile was brighter though, more optimistic. "1 more day," she said. "But I feel fine." I'd felt good enough to run halfway across Silvarin without breaking a sweat since Fisher had left for the camp, but there had been no reasoning with any of my visitors, least of all Telena. "Even if I wanted to release you from his command, I couldn't. The oath knows you're not fully recovered yet, so it won't let you out of this room." She squeezed my shoulder reassuringly. "But not long now. There's so little poison left in your system that I can barely detect it. Only 24 more hours. On the final day of my incarceration, Carrion brought me my breakfast instead of one of the fire sprites. He'd visited before, but he'd annoyed me so much with his pacing and his questions that I'd screamed at him and made him leave. He hadn't returned after that. Not until now. He grinned at me over the top of the tray. He sat down on my lap, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes.
You look pissed.
He said. That wasn't the understatement of the century. It was the understatement of the entire epic. I am pissed. Carrion threw himself down onto the bed, stretching out next to me. The disturbance woke Onyx from his nap. He snarled, baring his teeth at Zulvarin's most wanted man, flattening his ears against his head, but Carrion just ignored him. He grunted, fluffing Fisher's pillows, making himself comfortable.
You know what would really piss him off?
I knew he wasn't talking about Onyx. Just don't, Carrion.
Revenge fucking on his bed.
I shoved a piece of apple into my mouth. Oh yeah, sure. Sounds like a great idea, idiot. What do you think he'd do to you if you fucked someone in his bed? Carrion waggled his eyebrows.
I think he'd never know.
I nearly choked on the apple. Oh, he'd know. The snarky comment Fisher had made in the dining room rose to the surface of my mind like he were here himself, laughing as if he were repeating it in person.
I detected your scent from 3 miles away, plastered all over that boy. Pheromones are signal flares to our noses, Lurlosha. I'd be willing to risk inciting his wrath.
Carrion said.
Whatever his punishment was, it'd be worth it.
Huh! Carrion hadn't seen Fisher decapitating that feeder with one ruthless flick of his wrist. If he had, he might reassess that statement. I gave him a pointed look. No. Carrion swiped a piece of toast from my breakfast tray. He bit into it, creating a shower of crumbs that magically disappeared before they hit the bedsheets.
Just so I know,
He said, chewing.
is that a no to fucking in your captor's bed? Or a no to fucking in general?
What do you think? He pointed at me with the corner of his slice of toast.
You could eviscerate a man with that expression. It's one of the things I love most about you.
I snatched the toast from his hand and threw it down onto my plate. I don't love anything about you.
Liar. There are so many things you love about me.
He winked roguishly, attempting to steal the toast again, but I slapped the back of his hand. Get your own God's cursed breakfast. This one's mine.
My hair, my eyes, my wit, my charm.
He counted them off on his fingers, making a list. You have 0 charm.
I'm a hell of a lot more charming than Kingfisher.
He sputtered. You're both as insufferable as each other. Now can you please get your filthy, muddy boots off of the bed?
What does it matter? The mud just disappears anyway.
He demonstrated, wiping the mud-caked soles of his boots against the rucked-up sheets, looking very pleased with himself when the mess he made promptly disappeared.
See?
What the hell have you been doing? I demanded. Why are you so dirty? And wait, where did you even get those boots? Last time I saw you, you were walking around barefoot. I laughed scornfully. You looked stupid.
Well, I was hardly going to walk around with just one boot, was I? While you've been stuck in here staring at the ceiling, I've been out training with the new guards. They have a fascinating fighting system.
It was an airy taunt, payback for saying he looked stupid. If there was one thing Carrion Swift couldn't tolerate, it was being made fun of.
As for the boots, your friend Fisher gave them to me.
I set down my fork. He did? Carrion nodded.
That night before you had dinner with him, actually. You'd already left for the dining room. He showed up with these in his hand and said he'd give them to me on one condition.
Which was? Carrion snagged a grape from the tray and popped it into his mouth.
That I take a bath.
A bath?
Yes, a bath.
That's a weird request.
I know. Even after being kidnapped, dragged into a different realm, and carted for miles on the back of a horse, I still smelled great. But he was all wound up about not liking the way I smelled, so I figured, fuck it, whatever. A bath for a new pair of boots was a fair trade. And it felt great to soak in all of that hot water. Strange, right? All of that water? I still can't wrap my head around the fact that there's just so much.
He prattled on, but the bite of toast I'd just taken had turned claggy like glue. He said he didn't like the way you smelled?
Yes, and he was very rude about it. He had a bunch of sprites come in and scrub me with these stiff brushes until I was raw and pink all over. I swear they took off 4 layers of skin. They put this thick white clay all over me then, and let it sit so long that it went hard, and they had to crack it to get it all off.
Gods.
And then,
He said, taking another grape.
they rubbed me down with this special kind of moss, which is where things got interesting. They paid particular attention to my...
His eyes trailed down his body until they rested in his crotch. I raised my eyebrows at him. You let a fire sprite jerk you off with a handful of fey moss?
Not a fire sprite.
He said defensively.
These are water sprites, 3 of them. They're smaller than the Fey woman and very nice to look at. I didn't mind their attention one bit.
You've been in Avelia for 5 seconds and you've already had a foursome with a different species of magical creature? I didn't know why I was surprised. It was absolutely something Carrion would do.
Jealous?
He asked, winking again. No, I'm disgusted. What if you catch some kind of fey disease? I eyed his crotch for emphasis this time. Another grape went into his mouth.
I'm not worried about that. They were very thorough with that moss.
Gross.
Come on, hurry up and eat. That gorgeous healer told me to let you know you'd be able to get out of here as soon as you finished everything on that tray.
I let my mouth fall open. Carrion Swift, you are such an asshole. That should have been the first thing you said when you came in here. I'd never finished a plate of food so quickly in my life. Not even when I'd been starving back in the 3rd. The silver spat in the crucible, bubbling angrily. The combination of iron filings and the yellow powder I'd first mixed in saline solution and then added to the molten silver had not ended well. Neither had the experiment where I'd attempted to add a small sliver of gold and some human hair, mine, to the metal. Both times when I'd placed the medallion I forged with the materials into the quicksilver, it had roiled, the voice within hissing furiously in a foreign tongue. This time I'd burned some wood, ground up the coals that had remained, and sprinkled that into the silver. The two didn't want to combine, but I poured the contents of the crucible into the mold and flashed the whole thing in the slack tub anyway, wincing as the water cooled the metal, creating a cloud of rank smoke. The second I dropped the medallion into the crucible that held the quicksilver, I knew this attempt had ended in failure as well. The quicksilver laughed. And that was that. I could only do 3 experiments a day. With so little silver to work with, I needed to spend the rest of the day refining it so that it would be ready to test with again tomorrow. Swearing angrily, I gathered together the scrap I'd created and dumped it into a firing chalice, my temper rising along with the temperature inside the forge. Even with one side of the workshop open to the elements, it was still hot as the dungeons in Madra's palace by the time I was done for the day. When he wasn't chasing the birds or hunting for mice, Onyx had taken to lying underneath the giant oak tree, watching me from a distance, cooling his belly in the snow. It had been 8 days since I'd fled Fisher's room, which meant 24 failed attempts at creating a relic. The trunk full of silver rings sat by the bench where Fisher had left it, its presence a daily reminder that, until I turned every single ring inside it into a shield that would allow Fisher's warriors to pass through the quicksilver unharmed, I was basically fucked. And then I'd see the other trunks full of rings tucked away in the corner, and I'd have to fight the urge to scream. I didn't want to think about what was going to happen if I didn't make any headway soon. Every time I refined the scrap silver, I lost some of it. The amount I had to work with grew smaller and smaller every day, and with it, so did my chances of ever seeing Hayden and Elroy again. As I worked, Onyx yowled, excited by something on the other side of the garden wall. He did that a lot. There were animals that roved Collish's grounds and guards that now patrolled on the other side of the wall as well. I didn't see them very often, but I heard them from time to time. I ignored Onyx's sounds of outrage as I carefully placed the scrap silver into a vat of acid. Staring at the 3 small medallions, watching them slowly dissolve, I didn't see the intruder climbing over the wall until it was too late. My head snapped up when Onyx let out a very dog-like bark, and there it was. A dark figure striding toward me across the garden. Feeder. My heart backflipped, my hand reaching for my dagger, a cry of panic building at the back of my throat. But it wasn't a feeder. It was Ren. He gave me a warm smile as he entered the forge.
Afternoon, Zadis.
Really? You're gonna climb the wall and scare the shit out of me instead of coming in through the door?
It was quicker that way.
He said.
Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you.
The general should have frightened me, but even after launching himself over a wall and surprising me, he didn't. There was a warmth to him that made me feel at ease, no matter how imposing he was. The top half of his long, sandy brown hair was tied back into 2 war braids. They gathered into a ponytail at the base of his skull. The rest hung well past his shoulders, almost as long as mine. His eyes, the deepest brown, looked a little wary as he peered past me into the forge. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Is that blood?" His hands were stained black, as were his pants. The golden chestplate he wore, engraved with a sigil of a snarling wolf's head very similar to the one on Fisher's gorget, was splattered with black liquid as well. It could have been very dark mud, but no. He was close enough that I could smell him now, and holy hells, the general reeked of the same foul odor that had filled the air when the feeders had attacked us. It was definitely blood. He looked down at himself, his brows rising as if he'd only just noticed that he was filthy.
Ah, shit. Yes, we don't exactly have access to a bathhouse at the camp. There's a river, but it's frozen. I should go and clean up. Apologies, Cyrus. I was so fixed on coming to say hello that...
He tried unsuccessfully to wipe his hands clean on his pants.
Yeah, I forgot about this. I'll go and clean up. First, I was charged with the pleasure of letting you know that Fisher's requesting your presence for dinner again tonight.
Oh, he's back, is he? I folded my arms across my chest. And requesting my presence? Are you sure you don't mean demanding it? Renfus winced, and I knew that I'd hit the nail on the head. Ren was a million times nicer than Kingfisher and had reworded the message he'd been given to pass along to me.
He doesn't mean to be so brusque,
he said.
He's been fighting this war for so long now that he's forgotten what it's like to interact with polite society.
I turned back into the forge and dropped my heat-proof gloves onto the bench. You really should stop making excuses for him. It doesn't help him, me, or anyone else. He's just a bastard. Ren smiled weakly.
He's also my best friend. I have to believe that he's still in there somewhere. The person I once knew. Not this cold, shut-down version of himself.
His sadness weighed him down. I could see it.
But anyway, I won't keep you. You need to get ready for dinner and...
Are you going to be there this time? Ren looked down at his dirt-rimmed fingernails, a small smile playing over his mouth.
No, I do normally eat with Fisher, but I wasn't invited this evening.
I narrowed my eyes to slits. And why was that, do you think?
I hate the hazard, I guess.
Coward. We both knew Fisher only invited me because he wanted to torture me for his own sport without anyone there to keep him in check. I wasn't having it this time. You're coming to dinner, I informed Ren.
No, I don't think so.
He answered slowly. Yes, I'm inviting you.
I'm honored and thank you, but...
Look, do you want Fisher to have to come find me because I've refused to show up for dinner? Do you want him to force me to go? Do you think he'd do that?
No, of course not. He wouldn't.
I waited.
Fine. He probably would.
He conceded. Good. So you're coming.
Cyrus.
Because you wouldn't want him to command me to do something I didn't want to do again, because you're a nice, fey warrior, unlike Fisher, who is the devil incarnate. Ren looked torn, but at last he relented.
All right. Yes, okay, I'll come. But he's not going to be happy about it.
When is Fisher happy about anything? I scowled. Where is he, anyway? Why didn't he come to torture me with news of dinner himself? Ren looked toward the doorway, more alert than he'd been a moment ago. I got the feeling that his superior fey hearing had detected movement out in the hallway back in the main house, but if he had, he didn't mention it.
He's with Delena,
he said distractedly. Oh, right. Was he hurt or something?
Oh no, he's fine. Nothing to worry about. There was a skirmish in the eastern wood beyond the camp, but it was over quickly. He came out unscathed.
He nodded as if trying to convince himself that this was true.
I'll see you at dinner, Cyrus.
Wait, one last thing before you go. I've been thinking a lot while I've been stuck in here trying to make these relics, and... Fisher's sword, Nimmerel, still has some magic, doesn't it? The smoke and that dark energy that crackles from the blade? Ren looked a little wary now.
Yes.
How is that? He rubbed his jaw, thinking for a second.
I'm not sure,
he said.
None of us are. All we know is that when the god swords went silent and abandoned the rest of the Fae who carried them, Nimmerel stayed, at a cost. The blade used to shine brilliant silver. As the centuries have passed, it's blackened and tarnished. But Nimmerel has stayed. The spirit of that sword or the magic inside it, whatever you choose to believe it is, has stayed. No matter what, it never left them. I don't see why I have to come.
Carrion tugged at his shirt collar, grumbling as he hurried along behind me down the hall.
I was in the middle of a great sparring session. I'm filthy. I would have gotten change if I'd known I'd be sitting down with my kidnapper for a nice meal. Speaking of which, you should really have changed after you left the forge too.
I did, I said blandly. Carrion pulled a face.
Really? I seem to remember there being a very low-cut, sheer black dress on the end of your bed when I went back to the room earlier. And I can't help but notice that you're wearing a faded, threadbare shirt and some very dusty pants.
So what? They are clean.
That's the only positive thing that could be said about them.
Carrion's nose wrinkled in disgust.
I have a vested interest in seeing you in that dress.
Why? I shoved open the door to the dining room.
Your phenomenal tits, that's why. They would have looked great in that dress, and your ass, the material was sheer as hell. Wouldn't have left much to the imagination. Not that I need to use my imagination when it comes to your body, but...
A sinister growl echoed around the dining room. Carrion had enough common sense to stop talking. The windows had been fixed after the attack. There was no huge floral arrangement in the middle of the table this time. Fisher sat at the head of the table dressed in midnight black. A tailored shirt hugged his chest and shoulders in the most distracting way. His hair was damp, the ends curling as if he wasn't long out of the baths. His mouth formed a taut line, suggesting that he wanted to close his hands around Carrion's throat and snap his neck. All cleaned up now, Wren sat to Fisher's left, nursing a glass of whiskey, looking pained.
You're late.
Fisher said in an icy tone.
And please enlighten me. Why have you invited half of the household along to a meeting that was supposed to be for just the two of us?
Meeting? I thought this was dinner. And how would it be fair for me to enjoy the pleasure of your company while these two miss out? Carrion held up a hand.
I'd prefer not to be here, actually.
Sit the fuck down, I hissed.
All right, gods.
A place had been set for me down the far end of the table again, though it appeared as though a concession had been made this time because the table was nowhere near as long as before. Only 10 feet? Still, I wasn't some second-class citizen to be relegated to the far end of a fucking table. I strode straight past the setting, swiping only the wine glass as I went, and then dragged out the chair on Fisher's right again, sitting down heavily in it. Renfis had been in the process of sipping from his glass, but the second he realized that I'd sat opposite him, next to Fisher, the alcohol sprayed out of his mouth in an arc that nearly crossed the width of the table. Luckily, no food had been placed on it yet.
Saints.
He pounded on his chest, wheezing.
What the fuck? Oh, yes, she has no sense of timekeeping, and she has unconventional seating preferences. Don't you, human? I can sit there instead.
Carrion offered.
Absolutely not.
Kingfisher barked.
Try it and die. Whoa, okay, I was just trying to keep the peace. If you guys need a buffer, we don't.
Fisher fired back at him.
And even if we did, I'd ask someone far more likable than you. No!
He held up a finger, stabbing it at Carrion.
Do not tell me how likable you are back in Zilvarin. I don't want to hear it.
Carrion gave him a sickly smile as he sat down in the next chair along.
Here, come and sit on this side.
Wren said to me, collecting his glass and shoving his chair back.
I don't mind moving.
What's the difference between this side and that side? I asked. Either way, I still have to look at his smug face.
She's right.
Fisher said.
She made her decision. Let her sit wherever she wants to sit.
Wren gave him an odd look.
Really? Really?
I didn't know the general all that well, but I knew him enough to tell that he was confounded by Fisher's declaration. He sat back in his chair, his eyes roving over his friend's features as I grabbed the bottle of wine in front of Fisher and poured myself a large glass. I would have put the bottle straight down again, but Carrion grabbed it from me before I had a chance. Fisher watched Carrion lean across me, his nostrils flaring.
You've been training with the guards,
he said. Carrion nodded.
The way the Fate fight is amazing, so fluid and preemptive, it's like watching ballet. People don't get hacked into pieces at the ballet in Evelia.
Fisher said dryly.
Really? Wouldn't surprise me if they did. You lot are almost as bloodthirsty as the brawlers who fight in the pits for water rations back in the Third. We've evolved. We wouldn't fight for something as petty as a water ration.
Carrion huffed out a breath of laughter.
You would if you were dying of thirst. Trust me, I've seen it.
I heard the unspoken words. I've been there. He didn't say them. He didn't have to. There had been times when he had struggled to survive back in the Silver City. I knew that because everybody struggled. It was unavoidable. A time came for every resident of our ward where they were faced with an impossible situation and they had to decide. You either fought for water or you stole it. Carrion had likely done both more times than he could count. Fisher looked from Carrion to me, as if he were wondering if I had ever found myself at the bottom of a pit with a dagger in my hand, fighting for a cup of water. I wondered how he would react if he knew that I had. Wren cleared his throat diplomatically, redirecting the conversation.
You're welcome to come and train with the garrison now that they're back. Tomorrow morning, we'll be running drills.
He'd spoken to Carrion, but I answered him first. What time? I'd love to train.
I'm surprised.
Fisher said, taking a sip of the whiskey he had in front of him.
I thought you were in a rush to get home.
I am. You know I am. He didn't look at me.
But you'd rather waste time out in the snow with a sword in your hand instead of working on the task that will set you free.
Archer and his team of fire sprites had entered the dining room. They shuffled up and down the table, setting down trays of hot, steaming food, averting their eyes from us. All of them except Archer, who stared at me, eyes huge in his head as he placed a soup spoon beside the bowl he put in front of me. I smiled at him and he squeaked, his eyes darting to the floor. His rough-surfaced face was incapable of blushing, but I got the feeling that he was embarrassed to have been caught looking at me. "I'm getting nowhere with the relics," I said to Fisher. "The way you're having me work right now is pointless. I could run these trials until the end of time. I still won't figure out the transmutation process. And I have to say, you don't seem to give a shit. It's almost as if you don't really care if I have to stay here forever." Archer let out a nervous giggle, hiccuped, and then scurried off toward the door. Kingfisher didn't seem to think anything of the little sprite's strange behavior.
Of course I want you to stay. You're the only alchemist we have.
He said.
I'd keep you here and have you working in that forge until you died of old age if it were up to me. But a deal's a deal.
It was a testament to the white-knuckled grip I had on my temper that I didn't snap at him as I watched him sip from his glass.
It's really shocking how little faith you have in yourself. You'll figure it out. Please eat something.
He said, gesturing to the feast the sprites had brought for us. Carrion hadn't waited for an invitation and was already heaping his plate with small pies, roasted vegetables, and 5 different kinds of bread rolls. Wren had taken a piece of bread too, though he wasn't giving it much attention. He picked at it, tearing off a piece and putting it into his mouth, chewing slowly as his gaze moved back and forth subtly between me and Kingfisher. "I'm not hungry," I said.
You are.
Fisher said.
We can all hear your stomach rumbling. Put something in it so we don't have to listen to it complaining for the next hour.
The soup in the tureen closest to me smelled incredible. It was thick and creamy. Chicken, maybe? Mushrooms and sweet corn, too. If I weren't feeling so spiky about being coerced into coming here, I would have filled my bowl to the brim with it. Since I was pissed, I ignored the food and my snarling stomach and treated Fisher to my best death stare, the same one Carrion had said was capable of gutting a man. "You said you were going to the camp for a week. You were gone for 2.
Did you miss me?
I didn't appreciate being stuck in your bed for 5 days, you know."
Really?
He picked up a piece of cheese.
Most females like spending time in my bed. How long are you staying before you head back to the camp?
Carrion asked Wren, around a mouthful of food. Wren arched an eyebrow, struggling to tear his gaze away from me to look at Carrion.
A week, maybe?
"I don't even want to think about the depraved shit you've done in that room," I hissed. Fisher's laughter flooded the dining room.
You're right. You don't.
"Oh!"
I'll be down in the courtyard every morning before dawn then.
Carrion said.
Sure. We're practicing disarmament tomorrow.
Wren tore off another piece of bread and put it in his mouth, throwing me a sidelong look.
You could probably use some training on that front, Saris.
"Right, I'll be there. Thanks." I tried to make my voice a little lighter, but failed. Wren laughed silently, looking down at his plate. Apparently, he thought the battle I was waging with Fisher was adorable and didn't take offense at the bite in my tone, but I wasn't mad at him. He didn't deserve my ire. "Sorry," I said, taking a deep breath. "I didn't mean to snap. Not at you, anyway." The general shook his head, suppressing a smile. He reached for a pie and set it onto his plate.
Not at all. It makes me crazy too.
Kingfisher hadn't looked away from me once during this exchange.
Make sure she uses a training sword.
He said flatly.
One with a very dull edge.
"I do not need to use a training sword."
Oh, you have experience wielding a blade then. A proper full-length sword and not some badly forged back-alley shank.
I was going to shank him in the neck with my very dull butter knife. Then he'd see how proficient I was with a blade. I could do it too. He wasn't wearing his gorget this evening. His throat was bare, just begging to be opened right up, and I was in the mood to lay steel to flesh. I only realized I'd been staring at his throat when Fisher lifted his chin a little, angling his head so that the tendons in his neck stood proud. That fucking smile again. I wanted to wipe it off his smug face so badly. "Yes," I declared. He had no idea about the training I used to do back when my mother was alive. No idea at all what I was capable of. I have plenty of experience with full-length swords. They're like daggers, only bigger. You use the sharp...
You're on the verge of embarrassing yourself.
Fisher murmured.
Better stop talking before you put Renfis here in an early grave.
"Oh, fuck you, Fisher." He bit down on his bottom lip, eyes alive, flickering vivid green and silver. I knew what his amusement looked like now, and I didn't like it one bit.
Go on. Tell her, Ren.
He said.
I'm not getting caught in the crossfire of whatever this is.
Ren said, gesturing to the two of us.
I'll be happy to demonstrate the differences between close-quarter fighting with the dagger and swordplay in the morning, Saris. In the meantime, I plan on enjoying my dinner. Carry on. What kind of fighting system do the Guardians employ in the Silver City?
It was as if Carrion had been waiting for him to ask. He dove into an in-depth, animated discussion with the general, telling Ren all about the fighting techniques and formations he'd witnessed Madra's guards using back home. I was sure he was making half of it up. I contributed nothing to the conversation. I was locked in silent warfare with Fisher across our corner of the table, and I didn't plan on losing. Fisher nodded toward my plate.
Eat, little Osha.
His lips moved, but he spoke softly, casting his voice. God, will you stop doing that? I hissed under my breath.
Why? I've seen the way your skin breaks out in goosebumps when I speak to you like this.
It makes me uncomfortable. I kept my voice low, even though I shouldn't have. It was impolite to conduct a murmured conversation like this at the dinner table, but Ren and Carrion were busy talking away, and it turned out I had plenty I wanted to say to Fisher. You compelled me with the oath again, I said through gritted teeth.
I did.
He agreed. You shouldn't have.
Why not?
I can't believe I actually have to say this out loud, I hissed. You shouldn't do it because it's wrong. You can't go around forcing people to do things they don't want to do. At last, Fisher ate the cheese he'd been holding.
You can if they enter into a blood oath that puts them at your mercy.
Ren's expression darkened at this, but he carried on talking to Carrion. Do you have no conscience whatsoever? Are you just evil? Is that it? The corner of Fisher's mouth kicked up. Leaning forward, he took my plate and started filling it up with various items from the platters and dishes the sprites had brought in. He hovered over a tray of charred meat, trying to decide if he ought to plate me some of that, but then seemed to decide against it. When he was satisfied with what he'd prepared for me, he put the food in front of me and leaned back in his chair. The tattoos at his throat shifted as he swallowed. The intricate designs on the backs of his hands, cuffing his wrists and disappearing up his sleeves, writhed like smoke.
Eat something from that plate, and I'll answer your question.
His voice rumbled into my ear. A sour smile twisted across my face. Bribery? He splayed his hands wide.
Whatever works.
I scowled.
Do you want me to feed you?
He looked like he'd do it. All right, fine. I picked up the fork and scooped some mashed potatoes onto it, shoving it into my mouth. The explosion of butter, rich cream, and chives made my mouth ache as I swallowed the food down, trying not to openly melt at how delicious it was. There. Happy now? Fisher sat forward, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes glittering.
I'm not evil. No.
Could have fooled me.
If I was evil, I'd have used your oath to my advantage by now.
You have, I spat.
Have I?
He looked genuinely curious. Yes.
I've compelled you 3 times. All 3 times, I think you'll find it was for your own good.
That's a horrible excuse.
If I were evil and using your oath for my own purposes, I'd order you onto your knees for me.
He said, cutting me off.
I'd order you to part your legs for me. I'd order you to suck and fuck me until you pass out from exhaustion. Is that what you want, little Osha?
Heat detonated in my chest. An inferno raging inside me, eating up all of the oxygen in my lungs. My hand shook, my cheeks turning crimson as I used the edge of my fork to cut into the small meat pie he'd put on my plate. Of course not. Why would I want that? I rasped. He nodded to the piece of pie on my fork.
Eat.
My anger was eating me, but I raised the fork to my mouth and did it.
If I compelled you to do it, you'd be innocent. Your actions wouldn't be your fault. You wouldn't have to face the fact that you wanted me.
Just stop, Fisher.
And I'd prove what a vile monster I was, wouldn't I? I'm vindicating for you, to get exactly what your body's calling out for, while also being proven right.
You're out of your fucking mind, I whispered.
That's what they tell me, but I don't know. Aside from the relentless chatter in my head, personally, I think I'm doing just fine.
I don't want you, Fisher.
You're thinking about my hands sliding up the inside of your thighs right now,
He said.
About my fingers slipping inside the wet folds of you, working against your swollen clit, rubbing you, until you're panting and whimpering, begging for me to sink my cock into your...
For the second time since we sat down to dinner, Renfis nearly choked on his drink. He spun in his seat, giving Fisher a scandalized look that said, "Really? I'm sitting right fucking here," but Fisher paid him no heed. On the other hand, I nearly keeled over and died. Because if Ren's superior face senses could hear what Fisher was whispering to me, then he could also scent how his friend's words were affecting me as well, and gods, I would never live down the shame. I wouldn't admit it to myself, would never allow the thought to take shape. But my body wasn't as accomplished at lying as my mind was. I did want Fisher. I hated myself for it, hated that he knew it, and now Ren knew too. It was mortifying. Shut up. Please, just shut the hell up. A hungry look resided in his silver-rimmed eyes as he sat back in his chair.
Eat your dinner, Osha. You're going to need your strength. We won't be staying here for a week after all. We're returning to the war camp in the morning, and this time you're coming with us.
Chapter 20. Amontreath. The war camp was a scar in the foothills on the other side of the Omnimaran Mountains. It sat between Kalish and the Senazrothian border, 20,000 tents nestled in amongst boulders and low, scrubby, snow-covered brush. As I stepped out of the shadow gate, my stomach hurtling upward in my chest, I saw just how many tents there were, pale and dirty gray in color, stretching off into the distance, and my breath caught in my throat. This was a war camp. It had obviously been here so long that there were now permanent structures, too. 2-story buildings made out of wood, scattered all throughout the encampment. On my life, the one closest to the muddy square where Fisher's shadow gate had dumped us looked like a fucking tavern. Everywhere, Fey warriors, both male and female, hurried about, heavily armed and wearing a variety of different kinds of armor. In the distance, a broad, wide ribbon of frozen water carved its way through the land, separating the camp from graceless gods. The land on the other side of the river was a blackened, charred wasteland. No snow covered the ground there. Pillars of smoke rose up to meet a grim, foreboding sky clad in a mantle of iron-gray clouds. There were no trees, no greenery, only the black dirt and the smoke, and in the distance the jagged outline of a black and terrible fortress situated on top of a looming hill.
What in the five hells happened there?
Carrion dumped his bag down at his feet, his mouth hanging open as he surveyed the scene before us. There was no mistaking his shock. It mirrored my own. I looked to my feet for Onyx to pick him up and clutch him to my chest, but he wasn't there, of course. It was a small comfort that he was safe back at Kalish. Fisher had refused to let me bring him. He'd insisted the fox wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in the camp, that his own warriors would snare him before any of us could blink, and that if I wanted to continue the fantasy that he made a good pet, I had to leave him behind in Archer's care. Something uneasy twisted behind the cage of my ribs as I squinted, trying to get a better look at the fortress on the hill. What is that place?
That is Amontreath,
Ren said, emerging from the shadow gate, leading his horse behind him.
the seat of the enemy.
Amontreath? Even the name felt like a perversion as I forced it out.
Hell's Teeth.
The voice came from behind, cold and hard. Kingfisher emerged from the shadow gate, Bill's reins in his gloved hand. The massive black stallion snorted and blew. His flanks were slick with sweat, even though he'd only traveled from the stables to the camp through the gate. He clearly didn't like the idea of being here any more than I did. As soon as the horse's hindquarters were through the rippling wall of black smoke, the gate twisted in on itself and disintegrated into wisps of shadow that went chasing across the ground in every direction.
Its walls are sheer, made of obsidian, slick as glass.
Kingfisher said.
Built from the bones of demons. The peaks and spires are as sharp as a razor's edge.
Hell's Teeth, indeed. I tucked my chin into the collar of the riding cloak Fisher had given me when we left the Winter Palace, fighting not to show my discomfort. The place had an ill air about it, even from this many miles away. I jumped when a tall, wiry-looking creature with vines wrapped around its skinny arms and legs appeared from behind the tavern and purposefully strode toward us. Its skin was gnarled and knobbly like tree bark. Its eyes were a rich brown, dark as loamy earth. Instead of hair, a riot of vines and leaves sprouted from the top of its blockish head and trailed down its back. I was reasonably sure it was a male due to the pants and shirt it was wearing, though that wasn't a solid foundation to base any assumption on considering I was wearing very similar attire.
Good morning, Lord.
The creature said. His voice, definitely male, sounded like dry logs scraping together.
Glad to have you back so soon. The lodgings you requested have already been prepared. A small breakfast is waiting for you in your tent. More warriors have returned, back from their scouting missions. So few of your riders have seen you that only a handful are now inclined to trust the rumors flying around camp that you've returned. They're currently meeting in the map tent and are arguing. It's okay, Holgoth. Remphis will talk to them.
Fisher said, handing him the reins. Holgoth shot Ren an uncertain glance, then turned back to Fisher.
Sire, it would be best if your warriors saw you. It's been so long since. Ren, we'll talk to them.
Fisher repeated, smiling softly.
He's executed this war perfectly while I've been gone. I see no reason for a change in leadership. They're his warriors, not mine.
Ren looked down at his boots. He wasn't happy, nor was Holgoth, who didn't seem to know quite what to do with himself. He dithered, passing Bill's reins from one knotty hand to the other, then sighed and reached out for Ren's horse's reins too.
As you wish, sire. Fisher. Just Fisher is fine.
Holgoth sadly shook his head.
No, sire. I apologize, but no.
Kingfisher made his excuses and drew up his hood, disappearing into the war camp. Holgoth took the horses and insisted on relieving us of our bags as well, reassuring us that he'd keep them safe and we would find our things in our tents later. After he was gone, Ren snarled something in a language I didn't understand and stormed off in an easterly direction at a fast clip.
Are you two coming?
He shouted over his shoulder.
Where are you going?
Carrion yelled back.
What do you think? To the god-cursed armory.
The Darn began in the east as a spring, up in the shallow mountains where the Galarian Fae and the Autumn Court presided. Everlane had mentioned them in the library when she and Rusarius had been trying to educate me about the other court's quicksilver pools. I hadn't been paying attention, of course. My mind had been fixed solely on how I was going to steal Fisher's pendant, so I'd retained very little of the information they'd imparted about the other courts. I listened a little closer as Ren talked about the river, though.
At first, it's just a small pool. As it travels down through the mountains, it gains momentum and gathers more water to it. There are plains a couple of 100 miles away where the Darn is over a league wide.
The general angled his sword over his head and charged, canines bared. It was a miracle that Carrion didn't shit his pants where he stood. I had never witnessed anything as terrifying as a blooded Fey warrior attacking at full speed, and I was willing to bet Carrion hadn't either. To his credit, he managed to get his sword up just in time to block Ren's downward strike, though that was about it. Ren flicked Carrion's sword out of his hands and put him on his ass in the snow before he could blink a second time. I stifled a laugh as the male held out his hand, helping Carrion to his feet.
You'll be laughing on the other side of your face soon.
Carrion used one hand to dust the snow off his pants and the other to flip me off.
It's almost your turn. My ass can't take much more of this.
I bet that's the first time you've said those words, I called. He stuck out his tongue like a petulant child.
I'm more of a giver than a receiver, actually.
Ren clanged the end of Carrion's sword with his own.
Focus. You're dropping the blade the moment anything makes contact with it. Do that in a real fight, and you'll be dead in 3 seconds.
Carrion spat, breathing heavily. It was freezing cold. Fresh flakes of snow swirled in the air, eddying in circles, but Carrion had shed his cloak half an hour ago and his shirt was marked with sweat. Once, my insides would have stumbled over the way I could make out his muscled chest through the damp material, but that was before. Before Fisher.
I think it's safe to say I wouldn't last longer than 3 seconds, regardless of where I put my sword.
He panted.
You're a demon with that blade. Plus, you're twice my size.
Oh, please. He's 3 times your size, I said. I was flipped off again.
Your size could be your greatest advantage.
Ren advised.
You're smaller than me, so you could be quicker. Ha! Please don't lie to me. You have face speed. I'm pretty light on my feet, but you...
Carrion shook his head in surrender. Carrion was light on his feet. Despite my doubts, he was well practiced with a sword and knew how to handle the weapon, but Ren made him look like an infant struggling to find its feet for the first time. It would never be a fair fight between them. Ren disregarded Carrion's complaining.
I fought alongside humans who roared in the face of certain death, held their own in the charge, and emerged victorious from battle. They did their people proud. Will you give in so easily?
He batted the end of his sword against Carrion's again in a goading, playful way. The sound of metal on metal rang out along the bank of the frozen river.
And shame their memories in the process? Well, fuck me. When you put it like that.
Carrion attacked. It could only be called an attack because Carrion was the one to move first. Ren took nimble, casual steps back as Carrion advanced, but he conceded the ground to the man, all the while easily rebuffing his strikes, reading every one of his moves before he'd even made it, and generally making Carrion look like an idiot without even trying.
In Lonenball, at the center of the plains, the temperature drops, and the Darn becomes a band of solid silver. That is where the water freezes first.
Ren parried Carrion's sword away as if batting away an irritating fly.
Earlier in the season, the ice is over 8 inches thick, strong, safe, solid enough to support the rider and the horse and permit them to cross.
I watched Ren closely. The loose set of his shoulders, the way he twisted at his hips, not his shoulders. The real work was happening lower to the ground, though. It was impressive how he moved, stepping and transferring his weight, graceful and cat-like, never crossing his feet. He had complete mastery over his body. He made fighting look as easy as breathing. Clang, clang.
Oof!
Carrion crossed his feet. He clearly hadn't been watching Ren's technique, then tried to retreat when Ren lunged at last, and the thief went down. He hit the ground so hard that I heard his teeth crack together from 10 feet away.
In the dead of winter, the Darn becomes the only means of travel between the mountains and the sea.
Ren said, circling his prey.
The passes choke with snow and are blocked. Traders, pilgrims, and pirates alike all tread the creaking Darn in order to make a living.
Carrion threw up his hands.
I surrender! I'm fucking beat!
He fought to swallow.
Torture her now. I need to catch my breath.
Ren turned his attention to me, and my spine stiffened a touch. Not with fear, exactly. More anticipation. I knew more than the basics of sword fighting. I'd held plenty of them. I'd made enough of them in secret while apprenticing with Elroy in his workshop. I knew how they were weighted, how they tipped in your hand when you swung them. I knew what the press of a cold steel hilt felt like resting on the top of a closed hand. But these fey swords were different. The blades themselves were narrower, longer. The crossguard was non-existent, as if a fey warrior would never make a mistake so stupid as allowing their hands to slip forward down a sharpened edge. Ren did exactly that, though. He took the weapon Carrion had been practicing with by the blade and crossed the riverbank, holding it out, offering me the grip.
What do you say, Sadus? Want to try your hand at the little point and stab?
No. I was going to say no. Definitely, 100%. I was still convinced that I was going to decline, even as my hand closed around the leather-wrapped hilt. Fuck. I really didn't have it in me to back down from a challenge. Ren grinned broadly.
The girl.
He spun around and headed back to the clearing where he'd fought Carrion, resting the blade of his own sword on his shoulder.
In the west, in Voriel, at the port city of Western Dao, the Darn flows out into the
He turned and blocked. It happened so fast. 1 second his back was to me, the next he had dropped low, his shoulder level with my chest, and his sword was raised defensively above his head, edge to edge with mine. I hadn't actually been going to strike him. I turned the blade so that only the flat would have made contact with his shoulder. It had seemed like a smart-ass way to begin our lesson. Elroy had gotten me with the old, never lower your defenses, never turn your back on your enemy more times than I could count. Fat lot it had done me, though. Turned out Renfus's guard was never down. That, or the general had eyes in the back of his head, he didn't even blink.
On a clear day, you can see all the way to Taran Ross Island from the cliffs of Western Dao.
He came at me. I saw a flash of silver as his sword moved, and then I saw the snow-pregnant sky. And then I saw the ground. Then I saw stars. It was all over in a heartbeat. Carrion's loud whoop echoed along the riverbank.
That was funny. Now I see why you were laughing so hard.
I'd have cursed him roundly for being such a prick, but he was right. I'd laughed at him plenty. It was only fair. And I couldn't fucking breathe anyway. Ren appeared in the patch of sky above my head. He frowned down at me.
You alright?
Yes? He laughed.
Want to go again?
Yes. I mean, once you'd already had your legs taken out from underneath you, what was another 10 or 11 face-first collisions with hard-packed snow? Even as I allowed him to help me to my feet, I made the decision there and then that I wouldn't go down again, though. I'd watched Renfus. I'd studied the way he moved, so I adapted my own fighting stance, and I learned quick. When he attacked again, I was ready. He rained down blows on me, the steel in his hands flashing like lightning, but I met each of his advances with an appropriate block. When he switched up his hold and wielded his sword like it was a club, I adjusted my stance again and made sure I threw back each of his assaults. At first, I simply defended myself. An hour passed, the clouds growing ever darker, and Ren's appraising feedback took on a challenging note.
What's the matter, Sadus? You'll never win a fight if you're afraid to wet your steel with blood. Come on, fight me.
Oh, it was a fight he wanted? If he wanted a fight, I'd give him one. It was good being able to move like this, to have a proper weapon in my hands. Ever since Heron had bound my hands behind my back and run me through, I'd felt vulnerable, weak, incapable. But now, I was myself again. The girl who'd taken down 3 of Madra's guardians outside the Mirage, the girl many a Zilvaran thug had underestimated at their own peril. All of the rage and the fear that had been choking me since the Hall of Mirrors welled up inside of me and rose up the back of my throat. I flew at Renfis, sword raised, and I screamed. The general had faced down worse foes than me. I couldn't imagine some of the horrors he'd gone toe-to-toe with during his time fighting this war. But the skin around his eyes did tighten a touch as he parried my first series of strikes. He was having to concentrate, just a little. I was no fool. He could end this in a heartbeat if he wanted to. But my pride swelled when I managed to make Ren retreat a step. An actual step of retreat, earned, not given. Carrion hadn't managed that.
You hurl yourself at the end of that sword like you want to die.
I'd been readying another twisting blow, but the close proximity of the voice right next to my ear threw me off guard. The end of Ren's sword circled my own, ripping the weapon out of my grip, and the sword went sailing through the air. It arced beautifully, landing point first in the snow at Kingfisher's feet. The bastard clapped.
I see you've perfected the art of being disarmed.
He was still wearing his thick black cloak, though the hood was lowered now. We were far enough from the borders of the camp that no one would see him down here. The wolf's head gorget flashed silver at his throat.
I know it's virtually impossible, but could you at least try to be nice?
Ren asked, squinting at Fisher through the fat snowflakes that started to fall with a purpose out of nowhere. Fisher considered his request, shrugged.
I could try.
Of course he would show up right as I was about to get inside Ren's guard. Of course he would ruin my focus. It was just my luck. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me rankled, though. Not this time. Let me guess. You've come to show me personally just how useless I am with the sword? Come on, then. I held my hand out, gesturing for him to come forward. Be my guest. I might not hold my own against the likes of him for very long, but I'd make sure I got at least one hit in before he thrashed me. Kingfisher smirked ruinously.
You're not ready for me, human. I don't come with a training mode. Are the captains gathered?
Ren asked, striding toward Fisher.
Is it time to speak with them?
Fisher nodded.
Just waiting on one or two stragglers. Then I'll need to head back to my tent and change. I'll meet you there.
Fisher caught Ren's arm as he passed.
I don't think I'll be needed.
For the first time since meeting him, I watched Renfis bristle with anger.
You're more than needed. You're required. We're done with this, brother. If you bear me any love or respect at all, you'll come to the meeting.
Fisher's expression formed a defiant no at first, but then he met Ren's eyes, huffed with annoyance, and let him go.
All right, fine. I'll be there. But take the boy with you for now, will you? I need to speak with the alchemist.
Was alchemist an upgrade from OSHA? Didn't sound like it. Not when it was said with the same heaping dose of disdain. I hurried after Fisher, who moved with frustrating speed through the camp, his head ducked to avoid the curious eyes of the Fey warriors who watched him flit past their cook fires with interest. After a while, I realized that it wasn't actually Fisher they were interested in. It was me. Human.
A human?
It's a human! I kept forgetting that I was an oddity here. Word had traveled quickly around the Winter Palace that a human had arrived after my kind had been absent from Fey lands for so long. The shine had worn off pretty quickly there. It hadn't taken long for the members of the Avelian court to forget all about me. Here I was a novelty that hadn't been seen in centuries. Some of the warriors had clearly never laid eyes on a human woman before in their entire lives. The pressure of their eyes made me want to find a dark hole to crawl into, but I didn't have that luxury here, so I jogged after Fisher instead. "Where the hell are you taking me?"
To my quarters.
He said, the words clipped. His quarters? I was going to raise holy hell if he tried to bind me there again. Gods, will you slow the fuck down? My legs are a lot shorter than yours. Fisher grumbled something, but he did slow down a little. I waited for him to lead me into one of the wooden structures at the center of the camp. We passed a mercantile and what looked like a food store, along with a number of other mysterious buildings, and then there were no more solid structures left, only the sea of tents. A large tent, then. Had to be. Fisher would need a sizable space to house his fucking ego, after all. But there were no tents with grand awnings or entrances festooned with shimmering fabrics. They were all the same size, and one was just as dirty and weather-bleached as the next. Eventually, Kingfisher ceased his charge through the churned-up mud, thanks to the hundreds of boots stomping through the walkways. The snow couldn't stick here, and grabbed a tent flap, stepping to one side as he held it open.
Go in, please.
He winced when he said please. Manners were evidently painful to Fisher. I entered the tent willingly thanks to that word, though. Inside, a small fire burned in a grate that wasn't vented in the slightest. There was no smoke. It was going to take a long time for me to adjust to the common, everyday use of magic. It was quite impressive, though, as was the size of Fisher's quarters. In some ways, I had been right. Fisher had secured himself a comfortable base for himself. You just wouldn't have known it from the outside. The tent's interior formed on a large space, at least 10 times bigger than it should have been given the tent's dimensions. A huge king-sized bed sat at the back of the tent, nowhere near as grand as his bed back at college, but still far more impressive than the small field cot I assumed was waiting for me somewhere in this muddy hellhole. There was a tall bookshelf next to the fire, heaped with a messy stack of books. There were books everywhere, in fact. Stacked on the rug, yes, the rug, by the foot of the bed, teetering in a pile on the floor beside the overstuffed couch. There was even one propped open at a page, lying on the washstand by the entrance to the tent. Doing some research? I couldn't imagine that he was the type to settle down with a work of fiction. Fisher surveyed the collection of tomes that covered every available surface and grunted.
You could say that.
Something important?
Very important to me.
He clipped out. From the hard edge in his voice, he wasn't going to say anything further on the matter. I let it drop. In the very center of the tent was a wooden table big enough to seat 4 people, on which sat a basket of bread rolls and 2 bowls of steaming hot soup. I stared at the table, at the soup and the 2 settings, and asked in a flat tone, "What's this?" Fisher heaved out a weary breath, unfastening his cloak. He threw it onto the bed, then sat heavily down in a chair at the table, rubbing at his temple.
It's just a meal,
he said.
Let's eat it and try not to draw blood this time, shall we? Please?
There was that word again. Fighting him was my baseline. All I knew. But he looked so tired, his mood genuinely bleak, that I didn't have the heart to kick up a fuss. I joined him and started to eat in silence. Fisher stopped rubbing his temple. He watched me, following my every movement. The quicksilver in his right eye spun around his pupil like it was caught in a hurricane. When I was more than halfway through the soup, he picked up his own spoon and began to eat too.
I watched you for a while back there. You fight well.
He murmured. A compliment? From Fisher? Rather than filling me with pride, annoyance seethed beneath the surface of my skin. And I bet you're so shocked. A female human holding her own against a fey warrior. That must have grated